Chapter 1. Marcy, please pour me a Bloody Mary. A young boy, clad in a flowing black robe and possessing an unexpectedly profound gaze for his age, appeared before the bar. Marcy, who had been polishing a glass, revealed a hint of exasperation as she spoke. Bayou, have I not mentioned that one must be of age to consume alcohol? You're only 16 this year. Moreover, is today not the day Ace sets sail? Why do you not go to see him off? As she spoke, Marcy skillfully mixed a glass of crimson liquid and handed it to Bayou. Bayou accepted the glass and tilted his head back, savoring the fiery sensation as the liquor coursed through him. This is life. As a reincarnator, Bayou had been raised by Garp since childhood, transforming the trio from the original story into a quartet. In addition to enduring Garp's devilish training, Bayou frequented Marcy's tavern. Initially, he drank milk, but gradually developed a taste for spirits. Despite Marcy's staunch refusals, she ultimately succumbed to the depths of Bayou's gaze, which seemed far beyond his years. Ding! The system is unlocking. Current progress has reached 99%. Please remain in place, host. A celestial prompt resonated within Bayou's mind. Indeed, this was the standard accessory of a reincarnator, referred to as the system. Since he could remember, Bayou had rushed to the tavern daily, solely to facilitate the unlocking of the system. Years passed, 3 years followed by another 3. Bayou had signed in for 14 years. At last, the moment of final unlocking had arrived. In comparison to welcoming the arrival of the system, bidding farewell to Ace's departure was utterly inconsequential. What Bayou yearned to know above all else was the nature of the system he had unlocked over the span of 14 years. Bayou, you seem lost in thought again. You may only be 16, but every time I see you, it feels as if you are 60. Marcy shook her head and refilled Bayou's glass. I do not know what troubles you, but look at Luffy, how joyous he is to see Ace set sail. You should take a page from his book. Marcy was no stranger to the four brothers. Ace's stubbornness, Sabo's refined demeanor, Luffy's single-mindedness. Yet, it was the boy before her that constantly eluded her understanding. As a tavern owner who had encountered countless souls, it was astonishing that she could not penetrate the enigma of this youth. Marcy found it hard to believe, yet it was an undeniable reality. Marcy, I have no desire to be like that simpleton, constantly shouting about becoming a pirate. Luffy, when the old man returns, he's certainly going to be in trouble. Considering the time, the old man should be back soon. Ace must be setting sail to avoid him. However, I firmly believe that Ace, once he departs, will certainly seek me out. Bayou took another swig of his drink, his gaze growing slightly hazy. This was not intoxication. Years of sneaking drinks had granted Bayou remarkable tolerance. According to Bayou, it was merely savoring the flavor of the liquor. You little rascal, still as confident as ever. But remember, the next time you come to mooch drinks, you must call me Annie, or I shall charge you. Marcy shot him a glare, just as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! The door was thrust open with a resounding crash. Luffy, wearing a straw hat, burst in first. Indeed, just as in the original tale, Luffy had been thoroughly brainwashed by Shanks. As for why Bayou did not intervene against Shanks' influence, it was simply too troublesome. Bayou, Ace is challenging you again. This time, the rule is whoever wins becomes the big brother. Luffy collided with the bar, the force causing the tavern to tremble slightly. Witnessing this scene, Bayou could only shake his head in resignation, relieved he had not interfered with Shanks' brainwashing. Otherwise, a person like Luffy, with such a single-track mind, would have likely met an untimely end without the powers of the Gomu Gomu fruit and the protagonist's halo. Bayou, I thought you would come to see me off. I did not expect you to be hiding here. Ace, freckled and wearing a red cowboy hat, appeared at the entrance. Are you worried about losing to me? Lose to you? Bayou chuckled and shook his head. Do not be so boastful. When you call my name, remember to add Big Brother at the end. After all these years, you could not even best me when we were little, and you think you can win now? That is quite the jest. In this lifetime, you shall forever be the little brother. Bayou, I am a little brother. What's wrong with being the little brother? Luffy interjected, adjusting his hat. Bayou and Ace ignored him completely. They had long since grown accustomed to this simple-minded little brother. Bayou even wondered if Luffy had choked on amniotic fluid at birth. Otherwise, how could he possibly be this way? However, over the course of these years, Bayou had indeed kept Ace and the others firmly in their places, maintaining his position as the elder brother. What a joke! With the memories of his past life, Bayou knew that if he could not surpass his peers, he might as well be living like a dog. Bayou, the old man will be back soon. I do not wish to waste time with you today. I will definitely defeat you. Ace spoke hastily, pulling a pipe from behind his back. This was Sabo's signature weapon. It seemed that over the years, Ace had come to believe that after Sabo's demise, to become a good brother to Luffy, he had not only plagiarized Sabo's personality, but also covertly learned his combat techniques. Sabo once said that his lifelong wish was to defeat you. He may no longer be able to do so, but I will fulfill his wish. Ace tightened his grip on the pipe, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. The atmosphere in the tavern grew somewhat oppressive. Even Marcy had heard of Sabo's unfortunate fate. Only Bayou remained unfazed, shaking his head as he downed another glass of spirits. It was not that Bayou was callous, rather, Sabo was alive and well. Mourning for the lonely? Nonsense. As he prepared to rise and face Ace, who was laying his cards on the table with his hidden combat technique, Bayou was interrupted. Ding! System unlocking successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultimate template system. Ding! Given that the host has actively signed in for 14 years, you have received the ultimate template starter pack. Would you like to open it immediately? A series of system notifications echoed in Bayou's mind. Bayou's eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long wait, the system had finally activated. A torrent of information regarding the system flooded into Bayou's consciousness. Soon, a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes as he grasped the essence of the ultimate template system. According to the system, once activated, the ultimate template system would grant a random entity template. Throughout the ongoing process of unlocking this template, Bayou could acquire additional templates and integrate them into this primary template. By completing corresponding tasks and unlocking progress, he could also earn system points. The system featured a marketplace where these points could be exchanged for various goods. As for the origins of these goods, they stemmed from myriad realms. Upon reaching the conclusion, Bayou let out a deep sigh of relief. It appeared that becoming stronger in this world was indeed assured. According to the system's description, as long as he unlocked a powerful primary template and followed the outlined progress, how could he not grow formidable? Unless he chose the path of a slacker. Otherwise, Bayou firmly believed that Ace and the others would never rise to become the big brother in their lifetime. First, I shall open the starter pack to see what character template I possess. I hope to draw a remarkable character and gain an advantage from the outset. Bayou murmured to himself. Who does not wish to be fortunate? At the very least, Bayou did not want to start off as an unfortunate soul. System, please open the novice starter pack immediately. Ding! Host, please wait a moment. The countdown for opening the novice starter pack is commencing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As he watched the system's unlocking progress drag on, Bayou shot at a sidelong glance. However, his fists instinctively tightened. Having lived 2 lives and undergone Garp's rigorous training, Bayou far surpassed his peers. Yet, in this world of survival of the fittest, who would not yearn to grow stronger? Moreover, this was the power of a cheat. Why not seize the opportunity? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the novice starter pack. Insight Token X2, Awakening Token X1, primary character template unlocked. Current character template, Kenpachi Zaraki. Host Bayou. Vitality, 500. Strength, 420. Speed, 450. Stamina, 800. Weapon, none. Initial character template. Zaraki Kenpachi unlock progress, 0. Skills, none. Upon gazing at the suddenly materialized character panel, Bayou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, revealing his surprise. As a reincarnator, he was acutely aware that upon reaching a Tao power level of 500, one could be deemed a superhuman. It appeared that he had just managed to attain such a level. As for his astounding physical prowess, that was somewhat unavoidable. Under the rigorous training imposed by Karp, if one did not possess a resilient constitution, they would have likely met their demise long ago. At this moment, Bayou's most pressing curiosity pertained to Zaraki Kenpachi, a being from the world of Bleach, renowned as one of the few elite combatants within the 13th Division. He pondered what transformation this entity would usher into his existence. Bayou, why are you silent? Are you intimidated by the pipe in my hand, fearing that you might be bested? Ace's voice rang out once more, as he brandished the pipe with a flourish before pointing it menacingly at Bayou. Indeed, I have kept it a secret. Mastering the pipe fighting technique has always been my strategy to triumph over you when we set sail. As long as I can defeat you at this moment, it will certainly provide me a sense of satisfaction for a considerable time. The thought of finally releasing the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past decade brought a glimmer of joy to the corners of Ace's eyes. Such a prospect was exhilarating to contemplate. You mean the pipe fighting technique you've been hiding? Bayou snapped back to attention. Marcy, please fill my cup with wine. Ace, I neglected to inform you that I have long been aware of your clandestine study of Sabo's pipe fighting technique. However, since you are setting sail today, I may not have many opportunities to best you in the future. In the spirit of camaraderie, I shall reveal my trump card. I will defeat you with my swordsmanship. You reveal your card? The pipe that Ace had been skillfully wielding came to an abrupt halt. This was illogical, was it not? Wasn't this supposed to be his ace in the hole? How could it be that Bayou claimed it as his own? And what on earth was this swordsmanship he spoke of? Did anyone around him even comprehend such a skill? Bayou, this joke is hardly amusing. Ace hurriedly interjected. Karp, that old coot, only has a pair of fists. He wouldn't even deign to teach us the 6 styles of a navy. You claim to know swordsmanship? That is nothing short of a deception. For a long time, Karp had entrusted Bayou and his companions to the bandit Dayton. He frequently sneaked back to East Blue from headquarters. Yet, apart from honing their physical combat skills and extracting their potential, he imparted not a single lesson on the Navy's 6 styles or any other combat techniques. Of course, according to Karp's doctrine, they could learn through stealth, but it would never be under his tutelage. That was the Navy's principle. Now, Bayou suddenly proclaimed that he had mastered swordsmanship while under the tutelage of Karp, who was solely focused on bare-knuckle fighting. Was this some sort of jest? Ace, believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Bayou chuckled as he cast a glance at the clock hanging in the tavern. However, I must advise you, if you intend to fight, do so quickly, or else when the old man returns, you won't be able to escape. Bayou had no desire to elaborate on the allure of the system. Even if he were to explain, he doubted anyone would believe him. Old man? Ace suddenly snapped back to reality. His decision to set sail today was also to evade Karp. If he did not make a move soon, he might truly be unable to leave. As for whether Bayou truly understood swordsmanship, Ace was determined to see the truth through their fists. Let's fight. We shall step outside and engage in a duel. I will utilize this pipe to thoroughly teach you a lesson. Ace gritted his teeth as he spoke. Bayou smiled and downed his drink in one gulp, then glanced toward the corner of the bar. Marcy, could you lend me a wooden sword? A wooden sword? Marcy looked at the dusty wooden sword covered in cobwebs. This wooden sword was left behind by a guest long ago and has yet to be claimed. If you wish, I can give it to you. However, do you truly intend to duel Ace with a training wooden sword? Marcy, rest assured a wooden sword will suffice to deal with Ace. Bayou replied with a smile as he accepted the wooden sword. His nonchalant demeanor caused the muscles in Ace's cheeks to twitch involuntarily. Yet, he stifled the surging frustration in his chest and turned to stride out of the tavern. At this moment, his singular desire was to deliver a thorough thrashing to Bayou with the pipe in his hand. Have you all heard? Ace, preparing to set sail, is set to duel Bayou once more. Everyone is heading over to watch. Ace has never won against Bayou. So what is the point of fighting? I've heard that this time Ace is well prepared. He has been concealing his techniques, waiting for today to reclaim his honor. It seems Bayou is destined to lose. The village of Windmill was not large, and both Ace and Bayou were considered prominent figures within it. This impending duel quickly stirred the excitement of numerous villagers. At the dock, Marcy had also hurriedly closed the tavern to come watch. Observing the two figures locked in confrontation, a hint of concern flickered in her gaze as she glanced at Bayou, the mischievous youth who frequently lingered around her for drinks. Makino is somewhat overly concerned. After all, who is unaware of the outcome when a wooden sword confronts an iron pipe. Bayou. It seems that today's battle will strip you of your dignity in Windmill Village. Ace tightened his grip on the pipe, tilted his hat slightly, and remarked with a playful tone, "However, in the spirit of fair play, I could allow you to switch weapons. Otherwise, your wooden sword will be unable to withstand my onslaught. If I were to win in such a manner, it would be nothing short of a hollow victory. No need for that. A wooden sword is more than sufficient to deal with you." Bayou chuckled, taking a sip of his drink, and cast a casual glance at Ace. Ace was momentarily speechless with indignation. Yet, confronted by Bayou's composed demeanor today, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. In previous challenges, Bayou had indeed exerted a subtle pressure on him, but never had it felt as though the very air around them had come to a standstill as it did today. The simple confrontation, as time elapsed, instilled within him a peculiar sense of dwindling combat spirit. Was it the wooden sword in his grasp? Ace cast his gaze upon the long-neglected wooden blade held by Bayou. Unlike their usual challenges, the only distinction this time was the presence of a weapon. Could it be that he truly comprehended the way of the sword? Ace, muster your strength. You must triumph over Bayou and reclaim our honor. The voice of Luffy resonated in the air. The peculiar atmosphere was shattered. Ace suddenly snapped back to reality, fixating his gaze upon Bayou. After exhaling a deep breath, he spoke, "Bayou, you are indeed somewhat different today. However, I shall make you understand that underestimating one's opponent is a fatal flaw. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Draw your sword." "Is that so?" Bayou tilted his head back, downing the remaining liquor in one swift motion. With a sudden burst of strength, he crushed the bottle in his right hand. The fiery sensation of the potent alcohol coursed through him, making his blood feel as though it was igniting and boiling. A grin spread across his face, amplifying the aura of bloodthirsty madness that enveloped him. Indeed, the current Bayou had seamlessly merged with the essence of Kingmu Kenba. The unique, bloodthirsty frenzy characteristic of Kingmu Kenba emanated from the depths of his soul, unleashing an unrestrained combat fervor akin to that of a ravenous beast. The wooden blade was drawn slowly, its tip angled toward the ground. The essence, etched into his very being, ignited explosively. In that fleeting moment, both Ace and the onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious predator. The waves of formidable energy crashing towards them were ferocious and menacing, in stark contrast to the previous moment's elegance. Bayou, now wielding the sword, exuded an aura reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey. This API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this the opponent he is destined to confront? At this moment, Ace is overwhelmed by a singular sensation. He is not facing a mere human, but rather a ferocious beast. A notification chimes, indicating that the character template for Zaraki Kenpachi has unlocked 1% of its progress, marking the initial achievement and bestowing upon him an unparalleled spiritual pressure. The ethereal sound resonates once more. Bayou smiles knowingly, with his first wield of the sword. He has managed to advance the unlocking process of the Kenpachi template and attain this extraordinary spiritual pressure. Indeed, indulging in such power is exhilarating. However, for now, he must find someone to test his blade against. Shall we begin? Bayou inquires with a smile, though a more sinister intent flickers across his face. Ace suddenly awakens to the reality of his tightly clenched fists around the water pipe, now drenched in perspiration. He abruptly meets Bayou's gaze, revealing a flicker of indignation. "Bayou, since you are so eager for defeat, do not blame your subordinate for being merciless." With a resounding crash, Ace makes the first move. Faced with the overwhelming presence akin to that of a beast, his only recourse is to swiftly vanquish Bayou and dispel the haunting shadow imprinted in his heart. The distance of several meters closes in the blink of an eye, and the speed of the water pipe in his hands escalates. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. A bloodthirsty grin spreads across Bayou's face as he slowly raises the wooden sword overhead with a firm grip. This flawed maneuver incited both shame and fury in Ace, prompting him to roar in response. "Bayou, it appears you have truly underestimated me. This glaringly flawed stance can be vanquished with a single strike." Suddenly, the profound spiritual pressure concealed within Bayou erupted without warning. A golden wave of energy surged forth, akin to a tempestuous tide sweeping through. Ace, who was mere inches away, felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier, causing his charge to abruptly falter. The wooden sword, raised high above Bayou's head, descended with an overwhelming force, poised to cleave downward. This strike is devoid of any embellishment. It merely embodies the essence of the original template. The 8-flat slash of the Wooden Sword King. As a member of the 13th Division, marked as an elite combatant, second to none. The flat slash serves as the ultimate technique. One could assert that this blow is a culmination of Bayou's unparalleled spiritual pressure. Under this assault, Ace's pupils constricted sharply. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if you were not confronting a mere wooden sword, but rather a colossal mountain, overwhelming and crushing. With a resounding boom, the wooden sword collided with the water pipe. The immense force erupted forth like a stampede of 1,000 horses. The water pipe, which could have easily severed the wooden sword, splintered under the impact. The tremendous power inflicted excruciating pain upon Ace's grip, even as the wooden sword, imbued with an endless golden radiance, cleaved down upon his shoulder. With a thunderous crash, Ace was propelled backward, his speed akin to a bolt of lightning, crashing into the rocks a dozen meters away. The colossal force caused the rocks to shatter, spreading spiderweb-like fractures across their surface. The vast dock fell into a profound silence in an instant. With a single strike, the wooden sword not only sent the water pipe flying but also hurled Ace several meters away. Is this still a human being? If not witnessed with one's own eyes, few would be inclined to believe it. Aizen's ambitious challenge, reduced to mere folly. With a single stroke, he was cast aside. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your initial battle. The current progress towards unlocking the template of genre Isai Shigokuni Yamamoto has reached 5%. Reward system points, 50. The ethereal voice of the system resonated at just the right moment. Observing the sudden surge of 4% in the panel's unlocking progress, Bayou felt an even stronger affirmation of his conjecture. In addition to fulfilling daily slashing tasks, the most expedient method to advance the unlocking of genre Isai Shigokuni Yamamoto is to challenge formidable foes. However, according to the system, each 5% milestone reached in unlocking progress allows for the acquisition of new skills, and upon reaching 20%, the next template character can be unlocked. The characters thus unlocked may be fully integrated into the host template, thereby amplifying the power of genre Isai Shigokuni Yamamoto. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The system truly appears rather rudimentary. The special heavy-duty wristbands from the Dragon X world are valued at 30 points, while the modified nutritional fast track from an unknown new world is priced at 20 points. Observing the sum of these two items, it precisely totals 50 points. Bayou genuinely suspects that the system operates as a landlord, deliberately squeezing the meager points from him. A humble farmer, leaving the impoverished without any surplus. Nonetheless, despite the grumbling, Bayou is eager to ascertain what reward he will receive upon achieving a breakthrough to 5% in his unlocking progress. System, grant me the unlocking skill. Ding. Please hold on, host. A series of system notifications flashed through Bayou's mind, and as he beheld the final confirmation of the unlocked skill, his eyes couldn't help but light up with excitement. The display of prowess is remarkably steady. Indeed, indulging in such enhancements brings fleeting joy, yet the exhilaration persists daily. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking a skill and acquiring sword pressure. A torrent of information swiftly inundates Bayou's mind. In the next moment, his eyes gleam with brilliance. This sword pressure is akin to the soaring slashes of this world. One merely needs to infuse their spiritual pressure into the blade to manifest it. However, unlike ordinary soaring slashes, the spiritual pressure of Genmu Kenpachi is intensely fervent, and the strike is accompanied by a sensation of searing heat. Undoubtedly, this has elevated Bayou's prowess to a new echelon. Observing the remarkable leaps in strength within a single day, Bayou felt a twinge of shame regarding such exaggerated cheating. Yet, this sensation is truly exhilarating. Bayou, Ace, we are in grave peril. The Western Sea has detected the presence of Grandpa's warship. Luffy exclaimed in terror. Ace, you must set sail immediately. If you delay any longer, you may indeed be captured by Grandpa and forced into the Navy. Bayou exited the system and gazed at the distant sea, where the dog-headed warship was rapidly approaching. He instantly realized that Karp had likely returned to thwart Ace's departure. However, witnessing Ace sprawled on the ground, his expression filled with bitterness. Bayou understood that the recent blow had inflicted profound wounds on both his body and spirit. A challenge brimming with hope had been abruptly quelled by a single strike. Is this to be considered an ending before it even begins? The previous encounters, akin to an autumnal balance of power, seem like mere child's play when compared to the recent clash. Will the future Pirate King still be able to rise again? Bayou leaped to Ace's side. glancing at his slightly fractured shoulder. That last blow appeared to have been delivered with fervor. However, it is fortunate that a real blade was not used. Otherwise, Ace's body would now require retrieval. Bayou, you were truly elusive. I never imagined you to be a master of the sword. It seems we have all been deceived. If Sabo were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be astounded, though regrettably, he shall not witness it. Ace remarked, shaking his head in bitter resignation. My collarbone is fractured, rendering me immobile for a while. Given the temperament of old man Garp, I fear I cannot escape being captured and conscripted into the Navy. For Ace, there was a lingering resentment towards his biological father, the pirate king Joel D. Roger, for his actions. Yet, this did not deter his ambition to pursue freedom and his dreams as a pirate. Unlike Luffy, who was brainwashed by the red-haired Shanks, Ace's mindset undoubtedly possessed his own vision and ambition. Of course, should he encounter Whitebeard in the future and be swayed by his paternal ideals, that would present an entirely different scenario. Bayou, I am destined to be the future pirate king. There can only be one pirate king, and none of you are worthy, Luffy shouted as he rushed over. But Ace, you should set sail quickly. I will hold off Grandpa for you. Ace sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Setting aside his injuries, he lacked the means to fight back. Merely sending Luffy to buy him time seemed futile. He doubted Luffy could withstand even a single blow of the iron fist of love. All right, do not overthink it. In this situation, let the elder brother take charge and help you pursue your dreams. Bayou exhaled a deep breath, patting Ace's shoulder, and tossed him a bottle of a white packaged drink. Consume this. It should aid in your recovery. This is a modified nutritional drink exchange for 20 points within the system. As he gazed upon the white liquid, Bayou was momentarily reminded of a previous life. A peculiar sensation of difficulty in swallowing enveloped him. Nevertheless, the product description provided by the system was undeniably enticing. Could it truly restore injuries? Ace was bewildered. Staring at the bottle's contents, he couldn't help but wonder if Bayou was indulging in some strange jest. Yet, with no turning back and driven by his desire to venture forth, he resolutely downed the concoction. The instant it touched his lips, a chilling sensation coursed through him, sending a refreshing shiver down his spine. The pervasive aches throughout his body began to ebb away like a receding tide. The excruciating pain in his shoulders swiftly dissipated. As Ace finished the entire bottle of the nutritional drink and regained his senses, he was astonished to discover that his previously agonizing and immobile arm had miraculously healed. The speed of recovery is indeed astonishing. If you are well, make haste to board the ship. I can already see that sour face of the old man. Bayou, astonished by the formidable enhancement of the nutritional beverage, urged him on. Ace regained his composure, standing upright with Luffy's support. Bayou, thank you. However, if you assist me in setting sail, the old man will surely learn of it, and you might find it difficult to escape his grasp in the future. Ace enjoyed opposing Karp, but was also well aware of his temperament. Fear not. I have no desire to become a pirate. Only children aspire to be the pirate king. Bayou replied casually, taking a swig of his drink. From now on, I shall embark on a journey as a naval commander. If you and Luffy are captured and thrown into the Grand Prison, there will undoubtedly be someone to rescue you. Bayou is right. We need not worry about being captured in the future, Luffy exclaimed, slapping his forehead in agreement. Bayou shot him a glance and tossed the flask towards Ace. Take a sip. In the future, when we meet again, we shall be adversaries, so do ensure I do not catch you. Ace was taken aback, completely unprepared for Bayou's decision. Didn't you say that minors shouldn't drink alcohol? You've already run away from home and become a rebellious youth. What is this about not drinking? Bayou retorted. A sip of alcohol can numb your senses. When the time comes to flee, it will ensure you do not hinder your escape. Hurry and finish it, then be off. Thanks. Ace hesitated briefly before accepting the flask and gulping down a mouthful of strong liquor. Cough, cough, cough. Soon, a series of coughs erupted from him, his eyes widening in surprise. Had he not witnessed Bayou drinking from the same flask, he might have doubted whether he had just consumed a potent poison. The intoxication from the liquor is utterly incomparable to their sake. Little man, Bayou cast a disdainful glance. To be a man is to undertake the grandest endeavors and consume the strongest spirits. Hurry along, the old man is arriving soon. Ace, you dare to conceal from Grandpa and become a pirate? Today, if I do not plunge you into the depths of the sea, I shall never quell this indignation. It would be a complete waste of my efforts. From afar, the frantic roar of a warship shattered the silence of the docks. Makino swiftly approached. Ace, setting sail now might truly provoke Mr. Karp. Should we not find another time? As the tavern owner, Makino had heard Mr. Karp's name more than any other in the East Sea, and had a modicum of understanding regarding his prowess. The village chief, Daps, leaning on his cane, hurriedly added, Ace. Makino speaks wisely. When Mr. Karp goes mad, he may indeed unleash his fury. A simple apology should suffice for his forgiveness. The villagers gathered around began to voice their concerns. As Ace caught sight of Karp's figure gradually becoming clearer on the dog-headed warship, he instinctively glanced at Bayou. Fear not, set sail. I shall provide you with protection. Bayou took a swig of his drink and patted Ace on the shoulder. In the face of Bayou's unwavering confidence, Ace inhaled deeply and leapt aboard the ship. With the sails already raised, they filled with wind as the ropes were released. As the anchor was hoisted, the pirate ship swiftly departed from the dock, shooting out several dozen meters. Watching Ace's reckless determination, all present felt their nerves tighten. They understood that stepping away from the dock was merely the beginning. The true trial lay in the wrath of Karp. Brat, what utter nonsense! You dare disregard your grandfather's fury? Karp's expression darkened as he bellowed in a frenzy. Ace, if you wish to be a pirate, you must pass through your grandfather's trial. If you cannot, then you shall remain in the sea to feed the fish. Suddenly, the clanking of chains echoed ominously. As a colossal iron ball rapidly appeared above the dog-headed warship, Bayou became increasingly convinced that formidable individuals were aboard Karp's vessel. Otherwise, no one could afford to be so reckless as to produce such a massive iron ball. Ace's complexion turned ashen, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Their usual playful exchanges with Karp, receiving a few loving punches, had never prepared him for the possibility that Karp's wrath could escalate from small to colossal. The Iron Sphere, akin to a battleship, loomed ominously, and should it truly descend, his slender arms and legs would scarcely withstand its weight. Let us proceed, Bayou declared once more. The two simple words escaping his lips as he tilted his head back to imbibe a mouthful of liquor, then sauntered through the crowd until he reached the very edge of the dock, gazing upon the colossal iron ball effortlessly raised above his head by Karp. Bayou's eyes widened in realization. Ace, retreat as far as you can. The ensuing confrontation is mine to bear. Ah, Bayou, it is you, the ruffian. Who stands behind Ace? Karp erupted with fury. Since you wish to obstruct me, I shall see what audacity this young scamp possesses to summon such turbulence. Fist of meteorite, colossal iron ball. With a resounding crash, the iron sphere, reminiscent of a naval vessel, was hurled by Karp. The air above the expanse of the sea seemed to shatter under the pressure. The deafening sound of the explosion reverberated through the heavens, causing several villagers to kneel in fear. Nay, one might say, Ace, aboard the pirate ship, felt his legs quiver as he prepared to bow. He had never anticipated that the formidable adversary he would encounter upon setting sail would be the old man himself. Faced with the deluge of the descending iron sphere, Ace finally comprehended the insignificance of his self-assumed strength. Bayou, do not betray me, he murmured, his eyes widening in trepidation at the impending doom. Boom. A golden beam of light seemed to respond to his plight. The overwhelming aura surged backward, enveloping the entire dock like a tide. The latent spiritual pressure within him was unleashed by Bayou for the first time, unreserved and potent. This unwavering determination ignited the very blood within Bayou, causing it to boil with fervor. The wooden sword grasped tightly in his hand erupted with an unparalleled ferocity, infused with an overwhelming spiritual pressure. At the moment when the bloodthirsty battle intent and a sadistic grin manifested on Bayou's face, he unleashed a sudden, unanticipated strike with the wooden sword. The sword's pressure reverberated. A thunderous roar ensued. It was as if the fabric of space itself had been torn asunder, unleashing colossal ripples. A massive golden sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the void with a force capable of rending heaven and earth. The ocean along its path was cleaved in two, and the searing heat emanating from the spiritual pressure caused the waters to boil. In but the blink of an eye, it closed the mere 100-meter gap, colliding with a colossal iron ball that had plummeted from the sky. A deafening explosion erupted, its shockwave sweeping across the ocean like a Category 12 hurricane. The immense iron ball, subjected to such an impact, was sent hurtling away, crashing into the sea hundreds of meters away. The resulting explosion generated towering waves, while the pirate ship occupied by Ace was violently overturned, cast 1,000 meters away by the force of the blast. In that moment, he and the others were left wide-eyed and agape, mouths forming an astonished ta shape, as a single strike sent an iron ball, comparable to a battleship, flying through the air. This is truly astonishing. It completely subverts their understanding. Had that strike landed on Ace, he would likely no longer exist. However, thanks to this blow, the pirate ship Ace was aboard has clearly distanced itself further from Karp's warship, propelled by the explosive winds. As he gazes at the increasingly blurred figures on the dock, Ace momentarily regains his composure, gripping the railing and murmuring to himself. Indeed, my elder brother has concealed himself remarkably well. It appears that in his presence, I remain the younger sibling. Yet, this vast ocean is boundless. I shall certainly grow stronger and defeat him upon our next encounter. Shall we pursue, Vice Admiral Karp? A hesitant Navy soldier inquired. No need. Let him go, Karp replied, his taut muscles relaxing as he turned to look behind him. Bogart, what are your thoughts on that strike? The flying slash demonstrated such power, it must reach the level of a swordsman. Within the Navy headquarters, he could potentially challenge for the rank of lieutenant. Bogart, clad in a cloak and cowboy hat, his expression impassive, contemplated for a moment before responding. It seems you have underestimated him. A lieutenant? Karp exclaimed, surprised. Bogart has been Karp's trusted confidant for decades. Most importantly, he is a master swordsman. To offer such an assessment speaks volumes about Bayou's unique prowess in that recent strike. Mr. Karp, Bayou, at such a young age, has already reached the level of a swordsman. If we could recruit him into the Navy headquarters and provide him with training, his future potential would undoubtedly rival yours. He possesses the aptitude of a general. Bogart's eyes sparkled with fervor as he continued, moreover, if his swordsmanship is guided by a master, achieving the level of a swordsman at his tender age would mark him as a prodigy. However, if he has learned without a teacher, that presents a different narrative altogether. If we must seek a term to describe his talent, genius might be the only fitting word. The aptitude of a general? Karp's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. Haha, Bogart. You claim that my grandson possesses the aptitude of a general? This is the first time I have heard such praise from you. However, have you already devised a plan to recruit Bayou into the Navy headquarters? Karp, well acquainted with the old comrade who serves as an instructor on the ship, knew that only a handful of individuals could elicit such a commendation from him over the decades. Among them was the current Navy Admiral Akiji. Bayou has indeed demonstrated the qualities of a swordsman, which surprises me. However, to avoid squandering his talent, I will promptly arrange a training program to enhance his abilities. Lest he falter on his path of growth, Bogart mused, contemplating various thoughts. But the prerequisite is that Mr. Karp must ensure his enrollment in the Navy headquarters. If he slips away to sea, our plans would be of little use. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. Karp nodded in agreement. Just now, I allowed Ace to leave primarily because Bayou has astonished me greatly. A gem like him, even if I had to tie him up, I would certainly bring him back to the Navy headquarters to silence Sengoku. Let him know that I did not return to the East Blue out of laziness. Imagine the expression on his face when I bring back a swordsmanship prodigy with the aptitude of a general. On the shore, Bayou clutched a broken wooden sword. The earlier strike had left him utterly drained. Now, not only was he unable to fight, but even lifting a finger felt like a monumental task. Nonetheless, after that strike, Bayou gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. To execute a flying slash was already a step into the realm of a swordsman. Yet he still fell short of being a true swordsman. At the very least, he had yet to master the technique of cutting through iron. Otherwise, that last strike would have cleaved the iron ball in two rather than merely sending it flying. Of course, the base template, Wooden Sword 8, had only unlocked 5%. If it were to reach 100%, merging with the strength of other subordinate templates, Bayou could only speculate about the level of power he might attain. However, he believed that dealing with the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, and the 5 elder stars should pose no insurmountable challenge. Bayou, we must escape quickly. Grandpa is returning. And now that Ace has set sail, he will surely unleash his wrath upon us. That old man's fists are no joke, Luffy exclaimed, clutching his straw hat, frantically darting around the dock. Just as he intended to hide in a wooden crate, a shadow swiftly appeared behind him. You little brat. Didn't I tell you to call me Grandpa? The voice thundered. Taste my iron fist of love. With a resounding thud, Luffy was sent flying, crashing into a rock after being propelled several meters by the force of the blow. As he felt the swelling on his forehead, he began to wail, that old man. Why doesn't my rubber fruit work against him? Ah, Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. It's all Bayou and Ace's fault for always calling you old man. The tragic yet comical display of grandfather-grandson affection unfolded on the dock. Bayou, exasperated, glanced sideways and plopped down on a rock, taking a swig from his flask. Are you Bayou? I have heard your name repeatedly from Mr. Karp. Bogart approached Bayou, scrutinizing him intently. Mr. Karp often speaks of your extraordinary wisdom, perseverance, and comprehension that far surpasses your peers. I initially thought he was jesting, But upon seeing you with my own eyes, I realize he did not misjudge you. Young man, you possess the aptitude of a general. Would you be willing to join the Navy headquarters? Karp's guidance momentarily faltered. Even Luffy, nursing his swollen head, momentarily forgot his cries, his face filled with anticipation. In the face of Bogart's invitation, they eagerly awaited Bayou's decision. I possess the aptitude of a general? Bayou took a swig of liquor and shook his head with a smile. I have no desire to be a general. I simply aspire to pursue a stronger swordsmanship, ensuring there is nothing in this world that my blade cannot cut. Freedom, after all, is what suits me best. However, for the sake of those foolish younger brothers, it seems that joining the Navy is the only way to ensure their safety. At least, when they are thrown into prison, I can still bail them out. Huh. Karp was taken aback. Initially moved to tears of joy, his emotions now shifted to anger at this reckless thought that had suddenly emerged. Mr. Karp, let us not forget the purpose of our journey. Bogart swiftly positioned himself in front of Karp, genuinely concerned that Bayou might also experience a rebellious phase. If Karp frightened him away, it would surely lead to regrets so profound they would turn his insides green with remorse. Yes, first, let us get this little rascal into the headquarters. Karp quickly regained his composure and delivered a powerful iron fist of love toward the dazed Luffy. Luffy, listen closely. Bayou has agreed to become a member of the Navy, but you must not run off to become a pirate. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to beat you to a pulp. Machino, prepare the drinks. Today's treat is on me, Karp. Observing Karp's sudden transformation into a gentleman, Bayou chuckled as he took a sip from his drink, withdrawing his gaze. In the original narrative, Karp had once placed his hopes on Luffy and Ace, yet, regrettably, both brothers slipped away to become pirates. Although Karp never voiced his disappointments, they lingered in his heart. Bayou's reincarnation and his decision served, in some measure, to mend Karp's emotional wounds. Simultaneously, in light of Karp's heroic status in the Navy, Bayou felt an audacious thought arise within him. Bayou, I appreciate your choice. Bogart did not follow Karp's departure. Instead, he plopped down on a nearby rock. I am Karp's first mate and will also serve as your instructor during your initiation. The East Sea is vast, but it is known as the weakest sea among the four seas. Beyond these waters lies the perilous Grand Line, which is further divided into its first and second halves. The latter, known as the New World, is a treacherous realm for pirates, dominated by the four emperors, where even we in the Navy must tread carefully. You should be aware that Luffy possesses the powers of the gum-gum fruit, granting him immunity to blunt attacks. Yet, Karp's fist still inflicted damage. Do you know why that is? A flurry of words poured from Bogart. If Karp were present, he would surely be astonished. The usually taciturn Bogart had become quite the chatterbox. Are you referring to haki? As a reincarnated individual, Bayou was indeed familiar with the combat power systems of this world. Mr. Bogart, did the old man send you to guide me in haki training? It seems he genuinely fears I might sneak off to sea, which is why he has delayed my instruction. I wonder if Ace will regret missing this rare opportunity if he finds out. Bogart appeared flustered, having intended to impress Bayou, only to find himself in an awkward position. Ahem, Bayou, you cannot blame Mr. Karp. You know his situation is quite delicate, and he acts this way to avoid suspicion. Clearing his throat, Bogart quickly shifted the topic. However, before we delve into haki training, I wish to understand your swordsmanship. Was it taught by a master, or did you teach yourself? This question had long troubled Bogart's mind. As a swordsman himself, he had learned that one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, had once visited Windmill Village. Now, Bogart was eager to uncover the origins of Bayou's sword skills. Rest assured, Mr. Bogart, my clumsy swordsmanship is entirely self-taught and hardly worth mentioning, let alone having been guided by a master. Bayou had anticipated this inquiry and promptly delivered his prepared response. Hardly worth mentioning? Bogart paused, looking somewhat helpless. Bayou, to have self-taught yourself to such a degree is nothing short of genius. If that is not worthy of merit, then not even the swordsman outside, let alone I as your instructor, would have any reason to feel pride. However, now that you wish to join the Navy headquarters, I shall officially instruct you in the use of haki. Firstly, you must grasp the essence of observation haki and armament haki, as well as their applications. Haki is essentially a form of energy that circulates within the body. When we generate this energy, successfully harnessing it is the first step toward mastery. Armament haki allows one to solidify this energy, covering the body and forming an impenetrable armor. It can also reinforce one's blade, enhancing its resilience and inflicting tangible damage on those with nature-type devil fruit powers. The legendary Black Blade is said to be a product of haki refinement. Observation haki. In simple terms, allows one to extend their energy beyond their body, sensing the life force of beings within a certain range. With sufficient training, one can even predict emotional changes and anticipate attacks. A cascade of explanations regarding haki flowed from Bogart's lips. As a reincarnated being, Bayou had some knowledge of haki, yet he was hearing such a systematic explanation for the first time. By the way, I recall the novice gift pack I received earlier. Besides the main template, there seemed to be other items. Bayou's brow furrowed as he remembered the 3 symbols and quickly accessed the system interface. Insight symbol, upon use. It significantly enhances the host's comprehension of a particular subject. Awakening symbol, upon use, it awakens the latent powers within the host. Can it enhance comprehension? Is it useful for haki? Bayou was pleasantly surprised, realizing that the system's offerings were indeed of exceptional quality, adhering to the timeless principle of excellence. However, given that these items clearly did not belong to the world of the Sea Kings, Bayou approached the insight symbol with a sense of cautious curiosity and crushed it. Buzz. Bayou felt a crisp ringing in his mind. His previously agile intellect suddenly surged, operating at an unprecedented pace. If his cognitive capacity had been akin to 2 gigabytes just a moment ago, it had now expanded to 5 gigabytes. Whether in processing streams of information or controlling subtle bodily sensations, everything seemed to amplify 100-fold. What had initially been a somewhat perplexing explanation from Bogart suddenly became crystal clear. The energy within him began to circulate freely. What's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Let me demonstrate it for you. Learning haki from the onset can be quite challenging, even Mr. Karp took half a month to master armament haki. So, if you don't grasp it right away, don't be disheartened. Just spend more time honing your skills. Bogart observed Bayou, who seemed lost in thought, unable to resist pressing for clarification. This is indeed a rough gem, one that even Bogart cannot help but cherish with care. Undoubtedly, if Karp were to witness this scene, he would scoff in disdain. In your eyes, a genius is someone I have defeated at least 100 times. Bayou snapped back to reality and exited the system interface. Under Bogart's affectionate gaze, Bayou felt an odd shiver run down his spine, a sense of discomfort enveloping him. Nevertheless, he touched his nose and spoke. Mr. Bogart, I truly comprehend. In fact, I have mastered it. You say you have mastered it? Bogart was momentarily taken aback, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Bayou, learning should be approached with humility. This is not a time for jest. The final word had barely escaped his lips when Bogart noticed a layer of pitch-black, armor-like texture enveloping Bayou's arm. The deep, metallic sheen of the color rendered Bogart's prior admonitions utterly moot. He vowed that the last thing he ever wished to believe was the spectacle before him, mastering the armed color haki on the first attempt. How could he guide anyone? At that moment, Bogart realized his ambitions were gravely wounded. After casting one last look at Bayou, he turned on his heel and departed. Watching Bogart vanish in a flash, Bayou helplessly gulped down a swig of strong liquor. Just moments ago, he lacked confidence in his ability to successfully wield the armed color haki on a mere first attempt. Yet, it now appeared he had underestimated the remarkable power of the Insight Talisman. With just one talisman, he could learn in an instant what others toil for months or even years to master, although he had not yet reached the level of Flow Cherry Blossoms. The results he achieved paralleled the 2 years of training that Luffy underwent under Rayleigh in the original narrative. Had he perhaps wounded Mr. Bogart's heart, betraying his goodwill? It seemed that one should not be too honest, revealing all one's cards. That was indeed somewhat intimidating. Bayou took another sip of liquor and contemplated. When it comes time to practice the observation haki, I must feign ignorance to spare Mr. Bogart's fragile pride. Yes, that would be the plan. For now, he would utilize another insight talisman to grasp the observation haki. As he spoke, Bayou crushed the talisman he had retrieved from the system once more. Accompanied by a faint rumble in his mind, Bayou continued to brainstorm for the observation haki. Simultaneously, Bogart, who had initially been brimming with enthusiasm to guide Chibai, pushed open the bustling tavern door, looking utterly dispirited. He hastened towards Karp, who was with young Master Zhao. Ha, everyone, drink to your heart's content today. This round is on me. It's a rare occasion. My grandson is finally joining the headquarters. If Sengoku finds out I've brought back a prodigy of swordsmanship, he might just shatter his teacup in surprise. Luffy, I told you not to drink alcohol. You may only have milk. Experience my iron fist of love. You must take Bayou as your role model and work hard to become a pillar of the Navy. With new blood like you joining, I'll no longer have to fear walking sideways. Karp's hearty laughter reverberated throughout the tavern. After downing several cups of liquor, Karp soon spotted Bogart appearing behind him. What's the matter? Didn't you say you were going to guide Bayou in dual color haki? You're back already? That little brat, didn't he grow arrogant? Did he? Did he get you so riled up that you had to leave? Don't keep it to yourself. Just tell me. I'll go give him a good beating right now, Karp said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to charge out. No, Mr. Karp. It's a who I'm unworthy to guide by you, Bogart quickly interjected, revealing a rare, bitter smile. Mr. Karp, have you ever witnessed true genius? Karp was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the usually composed and serious Bogart display such a range of expressions. He was almost unrecognizable from the stoic figure he remembered. This perplexity only deepened Karp's confusion. Bogart, what do you mean by that? I just asked Machino. She said Bayou comes to the tavern daily to drink and has never left Windmill Town. His swordsmanship must be self-taught, which is indeed remarkable. But surely, you needn't wear that expression? Karp was equally concerned about Bayou's ability to execute such powerful slashing attacks. Otherwise, he would not have sought Machino's confirmation so quickly. Yet, regardless of how talented Bayou might be, it should not have left Bogart looking as despondent as a sickly cat. Miss Machino, please give me a glass of strong liquor. Bogart unusually requested a drink, downing it under Karp's bewildered gaze. Once the fiery liquid coursed through him. Clearing his mind somewhat, he spoke earnestly. Mr. Karp, I indeed went to guide Bayou in dual-color haki, but something horrifying occurred. I wish to ask you, how long did it take you to learn the armed color haki? Armed color? Karp frowned, completely thrown by Bogart's unusual behavior. This prompted him to set aside his usual flippant demeanor. I remember it took me 5 days to grasp the sense of energy, and about 10 to 15 days to initially master the use of armed color. As for Sengoku, he is slightly sharper than I am. He probably took 13 or 14 days. You're asking this suddenly because you think Bayou's talent surpasses mine, right? Based on your assessment. How long do you think he would take? Bogart raised a finger, unusually teasing. A month? Karp's eyebrows lifted, only to see Bogart shake his head and add. 10 days. It seems he indeed surpasses both me and Sengoku in talent. It appears I have recruited a true genius for the Navy. Indeed. Bogart spoke solemnly. That little brat mastered the armed color haki after just one listening. My heavens, do you know how I felt at that moment? As an instructor, I had prepared a wealth of admonitions and was ready to sternly guide that little brat. I was bracing myself to lecture him. And do you know what he said to me? Mr. Bogart, I believe I have already learned. The more Bogart spoke, the more animated he became. His usual stoic expression had completely dissolved, and he was practically sputtering with excitement, nearly shaking Karp in his enthusiasm. If one were to find the right word to describe it, this may well be the most significant social death scene. Karp's smile had turned rigid. Bogart, you truly lack the aptitude for humor. It would be better if we refrained from such jokes. Do tell me the truth. As he spoke, Karp fixed his gaze intently on Bogart. Observing Bogart's still grave expression, Karp's hand trembled, and he shattered his wine glass. Just a moment ago, he had pondered whether Sengoku would crush a cup upon learning of Bayou's situation. Now, it seemed he had preemptively shattered one in respect. Come, I shall go see that brat now. Bogart, I hope you do not deceive me, or I shall kick you into the sea. Karp bellowed, disregarding the image of young Master Zhao, as he stormed out of the tavern. His sole thought now was to swiftly ascertain the truth of Bogart's earlier words. Bogart hastened to follow suit. Faced with Bayou's astonishing aptitude for learning, he now harbored but one idea, to regain a semblance of his role as an instructor under the guidance of observation haki. At the dock, Bayou sat down abruptly on a rock, took a swig of his drink, and slowly closed his eyes. With the aid of the insight symbol, the process of learning observation haki unfolded seamlessly. Merely engaging his mind slightly, the energy within his body transformed into a vortex, sweeping outward from Bayou's center. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. 100 meters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is a sensation of commanding the entirety of one's surroundings. With the perceptive capabilities bestowed by the observation haki, Bayou can distinctly sense the presence of every creature within the vast ocean, the exact number of fish, the multitude of shells, and even the breath emanating from the rocks beneath the waves all fall within Bayou's keen awareness. His intuition further informs him of a formidable and savage aura lurking deeper within the ocean, more potent than that of any ordinary sea creature. If his instincts are correct, he believes this presence to be that of the king of the near sea. In this moment, Bayou comprehends why the dual-colored haki has become the benchmark that delineates the first half of the grand line from the latter. Mastery of this dual haki signifies a qualitative leap for anyone. Suddenly, a fish bursts forth from the water, and the stone Bayou holds is propelled with precision, piercing through its body in an instant. This action is seamless, as the several pebbles previously grasped in his hand are swiftly launched toward the surface of the water. As they approach, initially aimless, they are destined to plunge into the ocean below. Before long, fish leap from the water, colliding with the stones that have been deftly cast. Blood splatters as the fish crash down onto the surface. Within mere moments, 2 or 3 dozen fish meet their demise. As the final stone penetrates the last fish, Bayou's tightly shut eyes slowly open, a glimmer of joy flickering in the depths of his pupils. This is the Heart Network. It allows one to anticipate bodily actions through the interpretation of body language and variations in facial expressions, as well as psychological changes. It appears that this time, with the insight symbol, the acquired mastery of the conqueror's haki has indeed reached an intermediate level. Truly, a product of the system is bound to be of exquisite quality. This is undoubtedly the truth. Moreover, there is also a symbol of awakening, which, when used, can unleash the latent potential within the human body. It is the perfect opportunity to ascertain whether I am among the rare few who possess the conqueror's haki. Bayou recalled that within the system, there still lay a talisman, with one more needed to confront the 3 types of haki. Such extraordinary feats are executed with unwavering determination. As a proficient practitioner, one must approach tasks with unparalleled excellence. Where is Bayou, that little rascal? Karp burst through the tavern doors, his observation haki unfurled without reservation. His singular objective was to locate Bayou swiftly and alleviate his astonishment. In the direction of the rocks, Karp soon caught sight of Bayou's figure, concealed behind the boulders several meters away. A singular thought dominated Karp's mind, to validate Bogart's words. When faced with a lethal attack, one invariably unleashes their full capabilities. It was imperative to compel Bayou to employ his armament haki. Thus, this strike had to be swift, precise, and fierce. Bang! The sound of a sonic boom erupted abruptly. Karp vanished from his position like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Bayou. His fingers clenched tightly, transforming into an iron fist, rapidly enveloped in a dense layer of armament haki. With no embellishment whatsoever, he raised his fist and struck downwards with all his might towards Bayou's back. This punch, if it were to land in Bogart's eyes, could undoubtedly obliterate a sea king with ease. If Bayou were to refrain from employing his armed color haki in such a critical moment, it would likely result in either death or severe injury. The force of the blow would send him flying a considerable distance. However, this thought merely flickered through the minds of Karp and Bogart. Seated upon the rocky outcrop, Bayou merely experienced a slight tremor in his shoulder. As if anticipating the strike, he instinctively leaned aside, narrowly evading the formidable iron fist imbued with armed color haki. Karp was left in a state of bewilderment. This precise misjudgment compelled him to unleash a torrent of unreserved force, his iron fist striking with a speed that could not be retracted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Karp crashed through numerous reefs, his body plummeting into the sea like a deep-sea bomb, creating a colossal wave. Bayou stood in stunned silence. Moments ago, he had been utilizing the awakening symbol, attuned to the potential eruption of a small universe within him. After awakening the observation haki, his perception of danger had undoubtedly intensified 100-fold. Faced with Karp's sudden ambush, his mind and body reacted before he could fully comprehend the situation. The thought of feigning ignorance to console the fragile spirit of Bogart had come too late. Observing Karp crashing into the ocean, akin to a deep-sea explosive, sending fish flying, Bayou could not suppress a cough. "Old man, can we negotiate something? To spare Mr. Bogart's delicate sensibilities from further trauma, could you refrain from mentioning that I inadvertently mastered the observation haki?" With a resounding splash, Karp broke the water's surface, landing before Bayou. His face a kaleidoscope of emotions, joy, anger, excitement, and exhilaration flashing in rapid succession, his facial expression management utterly spiraling out of control. After 5 or 6 seconds, he could no longer contain his laughter. My grandson is a genius. No, a prodigy. Only you could so casually claim to have mastered the observation haki. Not only is Bogart's spirit fragile, even my heart nearly couldn't withstand the excitement. I almost passed out from the thrill. However, I must share some unfortunate news. Bogart is currently standing right behind you. Even if I don't tell him, he will likely discover it himself. Bogart's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. On the way from the tavern, He had indeed imagined that Bayou had not mastered the observation haki, believing he could salvage some dignity for his instructor. It now appeared that fantasy was indeed just that fantasy. Had Mr. Karp not impulsively tested him with a surprise attack, he might have continued to be deceived by the prodigious boy. In the future, he could potentially face the greatest social embarrassment imaginable. No, boy, I must test you further. Did you truly learn the observation haki after just one listening? If you cannot evade my attack, it could prove fatal. Bogart snapped back to reality, unable to contain himself any longer. In a swift motion, he exploded forth with unparalleled speed, appearing before Bayou in an instant. His right hand darted to his waist, drawing his famed blade. One sword style, starlight. With a single thrust, a myriad of blade lights cascaded down upon Bayou, resembling a shower of stars. The density of the assault was such that it left any target, including Karp, feeling as though they were choking under its intensity. Bayou took a sip of his drink, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally intended to shield Bogart's fragile spirit, never anticipating that matters would escalate to such a degree. However, given the circumstances, Bayou had no choice but to set aside his thoughts and unleash the full extent of his observation haki. Swish, swish, swish. The star-like thrusts were deftly evaded by Bayou, one after another. This exquisite anticipation, though it shares some resemblance with an attack, is merely a matter of mere moments. Once Bayou successfully evades all assaults, only the stiff-faced Karp and Bogart remain in the arena. Bogart, do you believe that Bayou, upon entering, has already cultivated his observation haki to an intermediate level? This level of foresight certainly does not resemble that of a novice. Karp could no longer contain himself. After learning from Machino that Bayou indulges in drinks daily, Karp had completely convinced himself that Bayou is a self-taught prodigy of swordsmanship. Some individuals devote their entire lives to honing a single skill to perfection, yet Bayou, at such a tender age, has already reached the caliber of a sword master, which is nothing short of miraculous. Thus, Karp could not fathom that Bayou had the time to independently comprehend the dual-color haki. The only plausible explanation is that Bayou has just mastered the dual-color haki while simultaneously elevating his observation haki to an intermediate level. Bogart, with a bewildered expression, remarked, "This level of precise anticipation and the seemingly preemptive movement style is undoubtedly characteristic of intermediate observation haki. If the outside world were to discover that someone could learn dual-color haki after merely hearing it once, and elevate their observation haki to an intermediate level, one could only imagine their astonishment. The sole consolation is that the remaining conqueror's haki cannot be acquired through training. It is an innate gift." At this juncture, Bogart instinctively glanced at Bayou, his face reflecting a peculiar expression, as he hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Karp, do you think Bayou might possess the demeanor of a conqueror?" The demeanor of a conqueror? Karp could not help but swallow hard, turning to fixate on Bayou, suppressing his growing excitement. Bogart, conqueror's haki is an inherent talent. It cannot merely be described as something one learns. I doubt Bayou even knows what conqueror's haki is. Bogart continued to gaze intently at Bayou, believing that any subtle change in Bayou's expression would certainly not escape his notice. After merely hearing it once, he had mastered both observation haki and armament haki. This has utterly shattered the fragile psyche of the instructor. At this moment, Bogart merely seeks a trace of confusion or misunderstanding etched upon Bayou's face, hoping to rekindle the remnants of his duties as an instructor. However, as this thought barely begins to surface in his mind, the urgency on Bogart's face gradually morphs into a rigid expression. Observing the helplessness that manifests on Bayou's visage, he raises his hand to touch the tip of his nose and speaks, "Apologies, is this what you refer to as the conqueror's haki? I believe I inadvertently activated it just now." Suddenly, a colossal sea creature bursts forth from the depths, its gaping maw unleashing a foul wind as it lunges menacingly towards Bayou. Both Karp and Bogart feel their nerves tighten. While this nearshore king of the sea may not rival the beasts of the Grand Line, encountering any creature of this caliber in the East China Sea is a catastrophe in itself. Yet, as this thought flashes through Karp and Bogart's minds, Bayou, without turning around, suddenly glares fiercely. The dormant, violent haki within him erupts like a raging tide, expanding outward with an overwhelming force. The approaching nearshore king, along with the marine life that leapt from the water, appears to be struck by an invisible hammer, momentarily halting its massive form as if ensnared by a binding spell. In the next instant, every fish in the vicinity, including the nearshore king, rolls its eyes back and foams at the mouth, crashing heavily back into the ocean. The impact sends waves crashing back in a deluge that engulfs the entire dock, drenching Karp and Bogart, as they gaze upon the unconscious sea kings scattered across the surface. Both men are left in a state of bewilderment, their eyes reddening with disbelief. Karp, unable to contain himself, exclaims, "Bogart, slap me quickly. I want to know if I am dreaming." "Dreaming? Mr. Karp, perhaps you should slap me instead?" They find themselves in a comical debate about who should strike whom. Lost in their stupor, Bayou, with a resigned touch to his nose, realizes he never intended to reveal his awakening of the conqueror's haki. However, considering that such news would eventually come to light, he decides to be forthright. After all, genius often embodies a capricious spirit, especially one as audacious as his. Observing the astonished duo still reeling from the shock, Bayou decides to add a pinch of salt to their wounds. "Grandpa, is the conqueror's haki you spoke of that refreshing breeze I felt earlier? Would you like me to fan you with it again?" Using haki as a fan to generate a breeze, Karp and Bogart seem as if they have just been struck by a bolt of lightning. This is an utter waste of talent. It is entirely meant for their amusement. "You little rascal, are you seeking death? Quickly tell me. Is your three-colored haki truly something you have just mastered?" Karp suddenly realized and roared hysterically. "If this is indeed true, I am eager to see the expression on Sengoku's face. Hurry, bring me a transponder snail. My grandson possesses the potential of a general. No. He should be regarded as the natural-born king of the Navy. Haha, my grandson is indeed the natural-born king of the Navy. Messino, for the upcoming week. I shall take over this tavern." The deafening roar echoed across the empty dock. Observing Karp, suddenly embodying the spirit of the young master, even Bogart lost control, dancing the grand dance with his arm around Karp's shoulder. Bayou shook his head helplessly, believing that if Karp were to receive even more surprises, this naval hero might truly lose his mind. After taking a swig of his drink, Bayou gazed up at the sky. The vast sea sprawls endlessly before us. After 14 years of diligent effort, the system has finally been unlocked. Bayou harbors his own aspirations, unwilling to adhere to a conventional path. "Bayou, when do you plan to set sail?" Markina suddenly approached from behind, a jug of strong liquor in hand. "It has been quite a while since I have seen Mr. Karp so jubilant. However, I am aware that Bayou would never obediently heed Mr. Karp's directives." Among the quartet, Markina is particularly fond of Bayou, who has a penchant for drinking. Anyone who has been pursued for 14 years could bend iron, let alone a mere woman. "And Markina, thank you for your care over the years. Grandfather is still quite troublesome. I plan to set sail shortly and hope you will keep my secret." Bayou accepted the bottle and took a swig. "No?" Markina paused momentarily, then affectionately ruffled Bayou's hair, giving him a playful glare. "You little rascal. Only now that you need something from me do you remember to call me aunt. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. As for your voyage, I have prepared everything you need. The small boat is hidden behind the rocks at the eastern dock. I'll speak to Mr. Karp on your behalf. May you have a smooth journey." At this point, a hint of reluctance flickered across Markina's face. Bayou nodded with a smile and turned towards the eastern dock, leaving behind a familiar voice that had resonated for 14 years. "To call you aunt feels a bit too aged. I shall call you Markina instead. When we meet again, I fear I shall have become a vice admiral." "Vice admiral?" Markina was taken aback for a moment, then rolled her eyes. As expected, still as arrogant as ever. "But I must admit, I quite like it this way. By the way, why am I adopting Bayou's tone of voice again? Markina, has my wine arrived? Tonight, I must drink until I can no longer stand. And where is that rascal Bayou? Hurry and bring him out for everyone to see. Let them know that my grandson is a true genius." The town of Windmill erupted in celebration under the influence of alcohol. In stark contrast, a single-masted boat swiftly departed from the dock into the night. As for where it was headed, Bayou was uncertain. He simply pondered how he might challenge more formidable opponents before reaching the Navy headquarters. The mere thought of battle ignited a fervor within him, a result of his inherent template being that of Kenpachi Zaraki. The blood within Bayou felt as though it were boiling. The following day, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, dozens of naval officers, including the 3 admirals, gathered in the conference hall. Upon the long table lay numerous bounty notices and documents. All eyes were drawn to the prominent bounty notices. A pirate known as the treasure hunter Treege, with a bounty of 89 million, had recently launched a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Goth in the East Sea, plundering its treasury of over 100 million berries before vanishing from the Navy's pursuit. An officer intoned gravely, causing many naval commanders present to shift uneasily. They instinctively glanced at the 3 admirals at the helm. "What is it? Why are you all silent? A mere treasure hunter has eluded us, and now we face an attack on one of our allied nations. The Gorosei are pressuring me. Do they intend for me to personally pursue this trivial matter?" Sengoku's voice was low and firm. "The public is laughing at us. If we cannot even handle one treasure hunter, how shall we contend with the 4 emperors of the sea? His words reverberated throughout the conference hall, rendering most of the naval commanders mute. The treasure hunter Triage was already a formidable adversary. His ship also harbored a fruit user skilled in disguise, Psychope. In the New World, they could rely on observation haki to track their movements. However, the East Sea and the first half of the Grand Line are regions notably deficient in haki. Dealing with Triage would indeed pose a significant challenge. As for deploying the 3 admirals to hunt down a treasure hunter in the East Sea, this seems rather excessive. Akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, does it not? Marshal of the Warring States, there is no need for such impulsiveness. Isn't that rascal Karp in the East Blue? I just reached out to him, and Bogart mentioned that Karp will be in touch with us shortly. At that time, we can have him conveniently deal with Tredge. Sitting beside them, Crane interjected to smooth things over. Here are the new recruit profiles that Zephyr sent not long ago. You ought to review them, as I've heard there are quite a few promising candidates recently. Karp? That scoundrel again. Had you not mentioned him? My annoyance would have been lessened. He didn't even seek approval for his leave and has scampered back to the East Blue again, claiming he is looking for a successor for me there. How many years has it been? Year after year, he shirks his duties, using that same feeble excuse. If this time he fails to locate Tredge and resolve this matter, he shall never set foot in Marineford again. He can pack his bags and leave. Sengoku's expression darkened as he spoke, fury evident in his voice. In this scene, even the Crane displayed a look of helplessness. It is well known that Karp has a penchant for idleness. However, after so many years, one would expect him to at least devise a more plausible excuse. The constancy of his behavior over the decades is truly remarkable. This is akin to treating the sagacious strategists of the Warring States period as simpletons, grinding them down beneath one's heel. However, after venting his frustrations, Sengoku gradually regained his composure and accepted the documents presented by Tsuru, scrutinizing them intently. In recent years, the pirates of the New World had grown increasingly audacious, particularly with the emergence of the 4th Emperor, which shattered the previously balanced situation. Had the 5 elders not proposed the recruitment of pirates to form the warlords of the sea to counter this threat, the New World would likely have descended into chaos long ago. During this time, Zephyr had also trained numerous new recruits, keeping them hidden for fear of pirate retaliation. It seemed the moment had finally come to unleash them, subjecting them to the trials of blood and fire. Otherwise, they would merely become sheltered flowers over time. Sengoku set down the resumes in his hands. As the current fleet admiral of the Navy, he clearly bore the heavy responsibility of sustaining the Navy's strength. In contrast to the era of notorious pirates like Rox and Roger, where the 4 emperors held dominion, the warlords stood as a formidable force alongside the Navy headquarters, creating a triad of opposition. Perhaps the days of terrifying bloodshed upon the seas had waned. Yet, this absence also meant a lack of new blood emerging from the crucible of conflict. At the very least, compared to the ever-growing ranks of formidable pirates, the Navy now appeared markedly weakened. Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr shares the same intent of allowing the new recruits to engage in real combat. Additionally, our Navy headquarters has allocated more resources towards nurturing new talent, Tsuru stated as she flipped through a pile of new recruit resumes. According to Zephyr, this cohort had produced several outstanding candidates, with their training set to conclude in 6 months. At that time, they would be dispatched to various sea regions to carry out missions against pirates. Given sufficient strength, it was only a matter of time before they would shine. Oh, how fitting of teacher Zephyr. Judging by the thickness of this stack, it seems this new generation surpasses ours significantly, remarked Kizaru with a hint of mischief. Look here, Akainu. It appears that a substantial portion of these recruits possesses devil fruit abilities, which diverges from teacher's philosophy of specializing in physical combat. With a list of notable abilities such as the wheel fruit, rust fruit, and bean fruit, along with a rare ancient Zoan-type user. It was unexpected that Zephyr had managed to gather such talent. Clearly, this new generation was being well prepared. Kizaru, silence yourself. If you do not refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for mute. If Zephyr hears you, he will certainly seek you out for trouble. Sengoku shot a glare at Kizaru. The current 3 admirals of the Navy were all students nurtured by Zephyr, yet Kizaru and Akaina had always regarded natural-type devil fruit powers as paramount, neglecting physical training, which led to a divergence from Zephyr's teachings. Consequently, they had remained problematic students in Zephyr's eyes, and their relationship was not particularly cordial. Feeling the tension in the air, Tsuru quickly interjected to alleviate the situation. Admiral Sengoku, I have also reviewed the list of new recruits. Aside from the abilities mentioned by Kizaru, there are indeed several individuals worthy of our attention. Among this cohort, there is a female swordsman, Das Bones, with considerable swordsmanship skills, and T. Bone, a knight from a fallen kingdom who has joined our ranks. Additionally, there are two recruits highly regarded by Zephyr, known as the strongest newcomers of their time, Ian, a user of the backward fruit, and Bins, a user of the flourishing fruit. There is also the prodigious Zaro, famed for his mastery of haki, who has been selected for training in our Navy's new recruit camp. The prodigy of haki? Are you referring to Zaro? Sengoku raised an eyebrow. The duel haki was indeed a rarity in the New World. It was seldom heard of even in the first half of the Grand Line. To have grasped the basics of armament haki while still in the Navy's training camp was undeniably a mark of genius. Admiral Sengoku is correct. The difficulty of mastering haki is well known to all, Tsuru concurred. According to reports, Zoro had awakened armament haki by the age of 20. And having been selected by the world government at 27, he had undergone rigorous training under Zephyr, mastering haki to an exceptional level. With Zephyr's estimation, should he continue to diligently hone his physical combat skills for another 6 months, the opportunity to awaken observation haki would be within reach. Once Zoro fully mastered duel haki, he would undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure among the younger generation in the New World, and the title of prodigious haki user would be well-deserved. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the room, with seasoned veterans displaying subtle signs of emotion. While devil fruit users might symbolize strength in the first half of the Grand Line or the Four Seas, it was the mastery of duel haki that reigned supreme in the New World. To have grasped haki while still in the Navy school signified that he had secured an early ticket to the New World. For many of the naval commanders present, it seems they have yet to reach this stage. Tsuru was not mistaken. The departure of the Peach Blossom was indeed somewhat delayed. However, achieving this level while still at the Naval Academy justifies the title of a prodigious talent, given a little more time. It would not be unreasonable for him to become a rising star within the Navy. As Sengoku spoke, he perused the newcomer's dossier, inwardly sighing. The words of Kazara earlier had been rather harsh. Yet, in comparison to the cohort that graduated almost simultaneously to become the three admirals, the so-called geniuses in his hands undeniably felt diminished. If this trend continued, it would be unlikely for any new recruits to emerge as prominent figures. With the passage of time, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage, especially against the four emperors, who would undoubtedly overshadow them. As for that rascal Karp, has he not yet returned my call? Is he playing hide and seek again, with Bogart covering for him? He has used this excuse to dismiss me for so many years. Can he not bring back a worthy candidate this time? As an old comrade, Karp's petty antics are clearly insufficient to evade Sengoku's scrutiny. He holds no hope for this excuse that has been used countless times. Mentioning it now is merely a venting of his frustrations. Of course, he knows well where this unreliable old man might be at present. Coughing lightly, Tsuru attempted to diffuse the tension. Nonsense, Tsuru, you only seek to shield him. That fellow has claimed for years that he would cultivate someone worthy of my respect. Each time he returns, he is either unreachable or drowning himself in drink at a tavern. It would be absurd for me to trust him again, Sengoku retorted, visibly displeased. Bring me the den mushi. If that scoundrel dares to slack off again, let him not think of entering the Navy's gates. Suddenly, the call of the den mushi rang out, capturing everyone's attention, particularly when they saw it was the special contact for Karp. Even Tsuru could not help but cover her forehead in exasperation. This is akin to walking straight into the barrel of a gun. However, facing the irate Sengoku, Tsuru still connected the den mushi. Moss, this is Tsuru. Garp, Sengoku is in a furious rage right now. If you're not clutching a bottle of sake and babbling incoherently, then I might be able to save you. As a contemporary of the Navy, Tsuru was acutely aware of Garp's unreliability. He was notorious for abandoning naval duties to chase the pirate King Roger across the seas, an utterly ridiculous endeavor that only he could undertake. At this moment, Tsuru didn't genuinely hope for Garp to find a promising candidate. She merely wished that he wouldn't be drunkenly rambling on the streets while holding the den mushi. Haha, Tsuru, rest assured. I knew that old Sengoku would come looking for trouble with me. Garp bellowed with laughter. Beside him, Sengoku's cheeks twitched in irritation. Had it not been for the decorum of the situation and the vast ocean separating them, he would have slapped Garp across the face. Just as he was about to snatch the den mushi, the words transmitted through it froze Sengoku's hand in place. Sengoku, you old coot, I know you're eavesdropping. Let me tell you, I've genuinely found a promising candidate on my return to the East Blue. Have you heard of geniuses? There's a 16-year-old who has achieved the level of a swordmaster, capable of executing aerial slashes that send my steel giant meteor flying. And he has simultaneously awakened all 3 types of haki, with a mastery level exceeding 500, well beyond the standards of an extraordinary individual. Such a person possesses the potential of a fleet admiral. I present to you my grandson, Bayou, the next generation of Navy supernovas. Sengoku, you must have no objections this time, as I've effectively silenced your incessant grumbling. The spacious conference hall fell into a profound silence. Soon, the assembled Navy personnel erupted into chaos. Even Sengoku, who had just raised his teacup, crushed it in his grip. A 16-year-old who awakened all 3 types of haki and could unleash aerial slashes, a grand sword master. Most significantly, he was Garp's grandson. This series of revelations felt like an international jest. Surely, Captain Garp was joking? Even within the Naval Academy. That rookie named Momonosuke only awakened the armament haki at 20 and had yet to awaken the observation haki. The notion of a 16-year-old awakening all 3 types of haki was utterly implausible. Were they missing the point? Garp had just mentioned the 3 types of haki, which implied that aside from armament and observation, this young man had awakened the rare conqueror's haki at the age of 16, a feat achieved by only 1 in a million. In the entirety of the Navy headquarters, individuals possessing all 3 types of haki were nearly non-existent. The atmosphere erupted as discussions ignited, even among the usually composed vice admirals. Faced with a 16-year-old boy who possessed all 3 types of haki, the previously mentioned prodigy at the Naval Academy seemed utterly insignificant. As for the other so-called Navy supernovas, they were obliterated in comparison to Bayou. If Garp was not merely spinning tales this time, then the implications were extraordinary. The 16-year-old, awakened with the 3 forms of haki, has displayed the prowess of a swordsman capable of executing soaring slashes. It seems that his aspirations of becoming an admiral are indeed within reach. That statement just uttered by Garp, regarding my grandson possessing the qualities of an admiral, is undeniably accurate, is it not? The vast assembly hall erupted into a fervor. Even the expressions of the 3 admirals shifted, each reflecting a unique sentiment. Particularly, the implication of that statement, that my grandson embodies the essence of an admiral, suggests that this newcomer will inevitably rise to stand alongside them. With a deep exhale, Sengoku released a cloud of exasperation. After taking the transponder snail, he addressed Garp. Be honest with me. You were not jesting just now, were you? Your grandson truly wields the 3 forms of haki and is a swordsman capable of executing soaring slashes. You must understand that such news is of paramount importance to our Navy headquarters and cannot be taken lightly. As one of the few formidable beings standing at the pinnacle of this ocean, Sengoku is fully aware that mastery of the 2 forms of haki and the identity of a swordsman can indeed be honed over time. There are numerous swordsmen within the Navy headquarters who possess dual haki. However, for Bayou to reach such heights at the tender age of 16 is genuinely astonishing. Yet, what truly concerns Sengoku is the innate conqueror's haki. Among the elite, the possession of conqueror's haki is an essential skill. If one lacks it, what can they achieve? In the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals represent unparalleled strength, having fully developed their respective devil fruit abilities. However, the absence of conqueror's haki remains a glaring deficiency. If Garp can indeed uncover a super newcomer with the essence of a conqueror from the East Blue, this one, I fear, is truly sufficient to overwhelm all members of the Navy's recruit camp. Haha, Sengoku, I am genuinely curious to see your expression, though I may be unreliable. I shall certainly not jest about such a significant matter. To put it another way, if you do not trust me, perhaps you will place your faith in Bogart. My grandson possesses the spirit of a great commander. No, he is destined to become the valiant king of the seas. Karp laughed heartily. Having suppressed his emotions for over a decade, at last, he could breathe freely, and that feeling was exhilarating. Bogart, you say? Sengoku murmured. Considering that Karp could traverse the vast ocean without succumbing to the waves, a significant part of this was due to having the mature and composed Bogart as his deputy. If Bogart can vouch for it, then the authenticity of this matter is almost assured. The wielder of the 3-color haki, executing a soaring slashing strike, Karp, you have finally made a substantial contribution this time. After taking several deep breaths, Sengoku declared, you are to return to the Navy headquarters immediately, bringing Bayou with you. Is Bayou with you now? Let him speak with me. I wish to see what this future Navy supernova is like. As a stalwart of the old era, Sengoku and Karp were of similar age, both having 1 foot in their 70s. Their greatest concern had always been the search for a suitable successor. The strength of the three admirals was commendable, but who would not wish to find someone even better? You mean Bayou? That lad slipped away yesterday. Sailing out to sea alone, he claimed he would make his way to the Navy headquarters by himself. You will see him soon, Karp replied with a hearty laugh. He ran away? Sengoku was taken aback. The naval commanders present exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, Sengoku snapped to attention, seizing the transponder snail, and bellowed furiously, "Damn you, Karp. The boy has fled, and you're still talking nonsense. He is the future supernova of the Navy. What if he encounters misfortune out there?" The busy signal from the transponder snail echoed in response. Sengoku's face twisted in anger. "Curse Karp, should you dare set foot in Marineford. I will surely beat you to a pulp. Ghost Spider, you must hasten to the East Sea and inform Smoker stationed at Logue Town to provide support. We cannot allow anything to happen to Bayou." His frantic roar reverberated through the conference hall. Those present dared not utter a word in rebuttal. Not even the three admirals. They were unsure if Bayou was truly a prodigious talent. But they certainly understood that the esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku had lost his composure over a fledgling. If this matter were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire ocean. 9,999, 1,000. Above the nameless waters of the East Sea, a somewhat slender figure tirelessly wielded a wooden sword. Beads of sweat cascading down chiseled muscles, ultimately shattering upon the deck. As the final slash descended, Bayou exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of wielding the sword 10,000 times, rewarding you with a body template, unlocking a progress of 0. 1. The current unlocking progress stands at 5. 1. The ethereal voice of the system echoed within his mind. A full day has elapsed since Bayou set sail. He is filled with anticipation for the unknown world beyond. Unfortunately, after embarking on his maritime journey, he has overlooked the most daunting issue of this vast ocean, the absence of a navigator. In this boundless sea, everyone is but a mere novice. He is utterly lost. At present, Bayou has no inkling of his whereabouts. Were it not for the provisions stocked aboard the vessel, he would lack the leisure to engage in training here. A grave oversight indeed. With a sense of resignation, Bayou set down his wooden sword and raised the flask in his hand, taking a hearty swig of the potent liquor. The daily tasks do indeed facilitate a steady progression in unlocking his character template. However, the meager advancement of merely 0. 1 each day is excruciatingly slow. It seems that by the time he reaches the Navy headquarters, his progress will scarcely surpass 10. The victorious skirmish against Ace yesterday has, however, propelled his unlocking progress to an encouraging 5. The sensation of rapid expansion is indeed unforgettable. It appears that to unlock the Essence template, combat is the true path. Initially hesitant to challenge Karp, Bayou resolved to strengthen himself before making further plans. As for the somewhat shabby marketplace, the sole item available had already been exchanged by Bayou and is now adorning his wrist. The modified gauntlet, weighing 50 pounds, is a product of a certain pearl. Compact and convenient for transport, it enables Bayou to train his wrist strength and enhance his slashing power while simultaneously suppressing his own spiritual pressure. Prolonged self-weakening can also be considered a method of becoming stronger. Bayou let out a deep breath, expelling the stale air, and after calming his breath, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. In the next moment, his observation haki unfurled like a tidal wave, rapidly extending over several dozen nautical miles. A pirate ship was approaching, and it seemed to harbor an old acquaintance. With nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it would be an opportune moment to stretch his limbs and investigate. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon fire resonated, as ominous black projectiles descended rapidly toward the distant vessel. A man clad in a gray-white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, sporting a green algae hairstyle, glanced back and began to breathe heavily. Initially, he had merely intended to seek some bounties to satisfy his hunger, never anticipating such a formidable encounter. Nevertheless, Zoro resolved to seize the moment, thrusting the sword Wado Ikamanji into his mouth as he observed the raining cannonballs, and he acted decisively. Three-sword style, Onaihira. Boom, boom, boom. With a flash of cold light, the descending cannonballs were deftly sliced away. Zoro landed back on the ship, and, after a few gasps, his face darkened with a hint of pallor. The pursuing pirates had been on his trail for a day and a night, led by the notorious Black Axe, who had an 8 million bounty. Zoro had originally set his sights on Black Axe's subordinate, the Iron Spear, who had a bounty of 3 million, and had already exhausted considerable energy while battling the enemy's subship. Little did he expect to encounter the sudden arrival of Black Axe himself. Despite suffering considerable damage during the chase, the prolonged war of attrition over the past day and night would ultimately lead to his demise if it continued. Reflecting on his promise to Kuna from days gone by, Zoro clenched his fists tightly. This maritime adventure, whether it leads to life or death, now requires me to take a leap of faith. Haha, Roronoa Zoro, I have heard of your name. You are a bounty hunter who has recently set sail. Unfortunately for you, you have set your sights on my head, and it seems fortune has abandoned you. At the forefront of the pirate ship's deck, a burly man wielding a black axe laughed boisterously, unrestrained. In this desolate stretch of ocean, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Captain Black Axe, there is a small boat approaching from that direction, one of the pirates suddenly exclaimed. A small boat? The muscles on Black Axe's face twitched slightly. Just as he was boasting, a small vessel appeared, striking him squarely in the face. Such occurrences are simply intolerable for a pirate. Gazing into the distance, a small vessel soon appeared, sailing gracefully with the wind. And at its bow stood a youth wielding a wooden sword. Indeed, Black Axe had not erred in his observation. None had. In this perilous expanse of ocean, the newcomer was indeed brandishing a wooden blade. Black Axe was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Aha, Roronoa Zoro, I anticipated your salvation. Yet here comes a mere child with a toy sword. Young ones, ready the cannons and inform this little fellow that the sea is treacherous. Not a playground for wielding playthings. Sink him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire reverberated once more. Zoro's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, quickly. Evade and seek an opportunity to escape. This perilous sea is no place for you. Escape? Bayou replied with a cruel smile. After waiting so long to finally encounter some human presence, retreat is no longer an option. Most importantly, having unlocked the body template of the Greater with Sword 8. My disposition has irrevocably changed. A day without shedding blood leaves me feeling utterly unnatural. Apologies, but I am far more dangerous than this vast ocean. Bayou suddenly lifted his gaze, his sadistic grin intensifying, and a bloodthirsty battle fervor seemed to permeate his very essence. As cannonballs rained down from above, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, resembling a cannonball in his velocity. At the moment he brushed past the falling munitions, the wooden sword in his grasp danced with a flourish. When Bayou leaped over Zoro's small vessel and landed upon the pirate ship, the cannonballs finally detonated. Boom, boom. The explosive shock waves conjured tumultuous waves upon the sea, leaving all present momentarily stunned, including Zoro himself, especially as they witnessed Bayou's wooden sword capable of cleaving cannonballs asunder. The required strength and skill are, I fear, beyond the capabilities of the inept youth in their eyes, particularly concerning Zoro at that fleeting moment. He sensed an overwhelming aura of danger rushing towards him. In that instant, the slender figure of the boy before him seemed to embody a fierce specter striving to break free. Chaotic thoughts flitted through Zoro's mind. When his gaze returned to Bayou, the cruel and bloodthirsty grin that marred the boy's profile was utterly disconcerting. At this moment, Bayou had seamlessly merged with the essence of Gungmu Kenpachi. Let us commence this battle. His voice, raspy yet penetrating, jolted the entire crew of pirates, including Black Axe, into realization. They found themselves intimidated by a mere boy wielding a wooden sword. Should word get out, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Black Axe pirates. A crew with a bounty of 8 million berries, across the East Sea. Arrogant little brat, though I am unaware of the trick you employed to shatter that cannonball. I am the Black Axe with a bounty of 8 million berries. How do you roam the seas with a mere wooden sword? I have over 100 men at my disposal. Kill him. Black Axe roared in fury. The 100 or so pirates snapped back to attention, their gazes fixating on the grinning Bayou, who was now charging forth. In their eyes, no matter how formidable the boy appeared, he was still outnumbered. Kill. The battle cry echoed to the heavens as the throng of pirates surged towards Bayou like a torrent. Standing on the small boat, Zoro's expression tightened, poised to offer assistance. Alas, Bayou surged forward like a vengeful spirit, the wooden sword in his grasp radiating unmatched ferocity. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as his blade descended. Thud. The strike landed with tremendous force, rendering any clash of swords or defensive shields utterly futile before Bayou. His movements were strikingly simple, yet devastating, transforming him into a harbinger of death amidst the tide of adversaries. The chilling expression of unrestrained enjoyment of slaughter adorned his face, leaving an unmistakable impression. He was relishing the carnage. Thud. A pirate, brandishing a gleaming cutlass, swung down towards Bayou from behind. This unconventional angle caused even Zoro's eyes to narrow momentarily, poised to offer a warning. Yet, Bayou, like a wraith, subtly shifted his body, allowing the attack to narrowly miss him. Simultaneously, the wooden sword in his grasp struck down upon the head of the pirate who had attempted the ambush. With a resounding thud, the skull shattered, sending a gruesome spray of red and white that left the surrounding pirates stunned, frozen in place. In the brief span of mere seconds, what had once been a throng of over 100 pirates now found more than half of their number sprawled lifelessly upon the ground, observing their comrades with contorted limbs, sunken chests, and exploded heads. A wave of unrelenting terror surged within the hearts of the remaining pirates. When they had embraced the life of piracy, they had long since accepted the notion of death, metaphorically fastening their heads to their belts, prepared for the inevitable. However, they had never anticipated that the harbinger of their demise would be so horrifying and savage, especially with the sadistic, bloodthirsty grin plastered upon his face, which instilled an inexplicable dread within them. It could be said that, at this moment, their minds were consumed by a singular thought. This little demon is more perilous than the vast ocean. Why has he ceased his movement? Bayou stepped over the red and white objects, causing the confronting pirates to stagger back in alarm. Clearly shaken by the recent brutal carnage, they were left trembling in fear, concealed amidst the crowd. The Black Axe's expression darkened to the utmost, and he bellowed in fury, "Incompetence, a bunch of worthless fools. You cannot even slay a mere child wielding a toy knife. I refuse to believe you could surpass the might of a custom cannon." With a swift motion, he unveiled the canvas covering the formidable cannon behind him, aiming its ominous black muzzle at Bayou. As the fuse ignited, panic erupted among the pirates, who hastily withdrew. Should the cannonball detonate aboard the ship? Even if they could annihilate the youthful adversary before them, they would inevitably suffer the repercussions. A cannon, is it? You dare not even wield your axe. It appears you lack the very qualification to engage in combat. Bayou lamented with a shake of his head. Isn't a true man meant to revel in the thrill of close-quarter combat? Die, you wretched boy. With that, the cannon roared forth, unleashing a searing tongue of fire. The moment the cannonball was discharged, Bayou's wooden sword emitted a sound akin to a blade's ringing. He struck forward with a singular, decisive slash. In an instant, a golden blade aura flashed by, consuming both the cannonball and the black axe. The ensuing explosion rang out with deafening ferocity, tearing through the distant sea and leaving a gaping vacuum cut measuring several meters in size. As the tumultuous waves of the explosion dissipated, only Bayou remained upon the shattered deck of the vessel, while the other pirates had long since leapt into the sea to escape. However, in such treacherous waters, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Is this the Flying Slash? Is he a swordsman? Zoro's pupils constricted, gazing at this youth, who appeared to be of similar age. His face was etched with disbelief. Yet, recalling Bayou's bloodthirsty onslaught and the final strike, Zoro tightened his grip on his twin swords, his hands trembling slightly. This is the result of excitement. He ventured forth from Frostmoon Village solely to challenge formidable swordsmen. Now, having encountered a swordsman of similar age, he is fervently eager to ascertain the extent of his own prowess. You are currently too weak. I harbor no interest in the feeble. Bayou discerned Zoro's intentions and, with a dispassionate glance, turned his attention to the cabin. Moments ago, through his observation haki, Bayou detected the presence of 2 life forces hidden within. Since he had already engaged the Black Axe pirates, Bayou was determined not to leave any potential threats behind. Otherwise, once he departed from the East Sea, should they discover his connection to Windmill Town, it could surely invite trouble. You say I am too weak? Zoro's face flushed with indignation. Although he had only recently become a bounty hunter for half a year, he had already garnered some renown in the East Sea. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront the Black Axe pirates. Being belittled by a mere utterance was a slight he could not tolerate. Very well. I shall see what abilities you possess that embolden you to underestimate me, for I am a man on the path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro roared, his fury palpable. Clenching his twin swords tightly, he leaped forward, charging at Bayou with the ferocity of a tiger. 3-sword style, tiger leopard. With a resounding hum, the 3 blades converged, striking like a tiger's claw at Bayou's back. Sensing the unparalleled ferocity of the assault behind him, Bayou merely extended his left hand, piercing through the void as it landed precisely upon the overlapping blades of Zoro. Bang! The force of the attack dissipated. Zoro's pupils contracted to their utmost. His signature 3-sword style attack, which had never failed him before, was unexpectedly thwarted by a mere fingertip. This is something I had never contemplated before. It is excessively flamboyant. And in the midst of true combat, there is little time for showmanship. In light of your future achievements, you are deserving of my strike. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, unleashed the formidable pressure of his wooden sword, cleaving downward towards Zaro. A straightforward yet unadorned blow. It embodied nothing but raw power and an overwhelming presence. As Zaro found himself under attack, he could only perceive a blinding flash of golden light before him. The shadow of death loomed over him, compelling him to hastily raise his 3 swords to defend. With a thunderous crash, a blade aura surged forth, spanning several meters. Zaro was propelled backward, the side of the pirate ship torn asunder, colliding violently with his small vessel. The twin swords he wielded had already shattered in response to the force, and even the Wado Ikemanji in his mouth was forcefully dislodged, flying away. Crimson blood gushed forth, severing the mast of the small boat in 2. Feeling the sharp pain coursing through his body, Zaro could hardly pay attention to it. His face etched with disbelief as he stared at Bayou. He had always been aware of a certain disparity between them. Yet he had never anticipated that this gap would be as vast as a chasm. Particularly, his gaze fell upon the Wado Ikemanji, which bore the legacy of Kona. Thrust into the deck. Has he been struck to the point of expelling his very weapon? Who are you, and from whence do you hail? What grants you such extraordinary strength? Zoro clenched his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth as he pressed for answers. As a swordsman of the same age, it is disheartening that with 3 blades, he cannot prevail against a mere wooden sword. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is not merely by your boasting. There remains a span of 2 years before the original tale unfolds, when Zaro and Luffy first crossed paths. At present, Zaro has only recently departed from Frost Moon Village, stepping into the realm of bounty hunters as a novice. His reputation has begun to take shape, yet he is still far from achieving true prominence. In the world of the Shinigami, to be accepted into the Godai 13, one must at least possess the ability to manifest their Zanpakuto Shurikai or exhibit proficiency in the art of the demon-slaying fist. Given Zoro's current prowess, the prospect of triumph appears rather daunting. Is the Godai 13 solely comprised of sword wielders? Am I even capable of reaching a mere 10,000? Zoro pondered, gazing at Bayou's retreating figure, unable to suppress his murmurs. Is that a sanctuary for swordsmen? I must grow stronger and strive to secure a place among the top 100 of the Godai 13, so that you may regard me with newfound respect. However, Bayou paid little heed to Zoro's determination. His curiosity lay in uncovering the identities of those concealed within the cabin. With a resounding crash, Bayou cleaved the heavy door of the cabin open. The force of the impact stirred a tempestuous gust, eliciting startled gasps from within. There, he beheld 2 young maidens struggling to maneuver a wooden crate through the small window of the cabin, their eyes meeting his in a moment of shared surprise. This must be the infamous Ikil, causing an involuntary shiver to run down the spines of the 2 young maidens. They had already sensed the commotion outside the cabin and initially believed they could seize the opportunity to abscond with the ship's treasures. Little did they anticipate that they would find themselves entangled in this predicament. Who are you? I am one of Black Axe's subordinates. You'd better be cautious, or he will kill you. Is that so? Bayou remarked casually, tossing an object across the room. It rolled several times before colliding with a treasure chest. The expression on the head's round, wide eyes was one of disbelief. Nami and Karina were momentarily stunned, causing the wooden box they were carrying to crash to the ground. Is it really Black Axe? The one with an 8 million berries bounty? You actually killed him? Nami's complexion turned pale as she plopped down onto the ground, hastily adding, No, please don't kill us. We will give you all the berries here. Just spare our lives. We are merely ordinary civilians. As she spoke, Nami quickly opened one of the 4 half-meter-wide wooden crates stacked on the deck. The gleaming gold and jewels within instantly illuminated the cabin with a golden glow. Bayou raised an eyebrow in surprise. The treasures here must amount to several tens of millions of berries. Black Axe's reputation in this sea region was not as formidable as that of Click and the Dragon, so possessing such an abundance of wealth seemed rather implausible. Moreover, if Bayou was not mistaken, the girl with azure hair accompanying Nami was likely the dancer from the original story aboard the ship of Tai Solo, once partnered with the notorious thief Karina. Their presence here hinted at a deeper tale. Apologies, but I have little interest in berries, Bayou said, taking a sip of his drink. However, I forgot to mention that I am an apprentice Navy officer. If I am not mistaken, you 2 are the notorious East Blue thieves. The phantom thief Karina and the little thief Nami, correct? Navy. Karina and Nami were left bewildered. One side represented the Navy, while the other was composed of pirates. And most importantly, their identities had been so easily unveiled. This is perhaps a desperate situation from which escape is improbable. A tumult of chaotic thoughts flashed through Karina's mind as she tightly gripped the dagger concealed within her sleeve and charged straight towards Bayou. Nami, I am buying you time. You bear a heavier burden than I, so seize the opportunity to flee. The glinting dagger lunged towards Bayou's chest. Nami froze in shock, utterly unprepared for Karina's reckless audacity. Clang! The dagger struck Bayou's chest and shattered upon impact. The atmosphere within the cabin plummeted to an icy stillness. Is this truly a human? Even a dagger cannot pierce through a mere layer of skin. It is utterly terrifying. Karina, with a smile more bitter than death, spoke. My lord, I merely wish to test your prowess. The stance you adopt with your blades will undoubtedly lead you to become an admiral in the Navy. However, Nami and I are but thieves with no bounties to our names. I hope you will spare Nami. I am willing to accompany you and do anything you ask. As a partner, Karina remained unaware of the secrets Nami harbored. Yet, witnessing her relentless, almost pathological, avarice etched deeply into her very being, Karina understood that even Nami, who was fiercely greedy, had matters for which she would risk her life. This is the reason for her repeated pleas. Karina, have you lost your mind? We vowed to share both hardships and joys. How could I abandon you? If we are to perish, we shall do so together. Nami's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit down on her crimson lip. Enough. All of you be silent. Bayou interjected, swiftly flicking their foreheads with his fingers. The sudden sting elicited a sharp intake of breath from both, who clutched their foreheads, their faces etched with reproach. Yet, upon facing Bayou's reprimand, they visibly settled down, refraining from further outbursts. Rest assured, I have stated before that I am merely a trainee in the Navy, not a true naval officer, Bayou declared, taking a sip of his drink. You are not worth much in terms of bounty, hence I do not intend to capture you. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you shall not evade the consequences of your actions. For the time being, you are conscripted. Nami, you shall serve as navigator. Karina, you will take the helm and manage our provisions. As for the knights, the temperamental sea can turn more swiftly than I can. Therefore, you shall take turns warming my bed. Warming your bed? Nami and Karina's faces flushed crimson. In the world of the Sea King, early maturity was an accepted norm. Even if one had never witnessed a pig run, they had certainly tasted pork. The intricacies of warming a bed conjured vivid images in their minds, leaving them to fill in the blanks. What is it? Any objections can be voiced, Bayou remarked, casting a glance at the two before his gaze settled on an ancient wooden box in the corner. This seemingly inconspicuous wooden box instinctively suggested to him that it was not as simple as it appeared. No, I have no objections. Rest assured, my lord. I shall certainly endeavor to accomplish the task to the best of my abilities, Karina promptly concurred. Following Bayou's gaze, she quickly recalled something significant. My lord, the contents of this wooden box should pique your interest. It is said to contain a renowned blade. A renowned blade? Bayou raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. In the original narrative, several famous blades made their appearances. However, it was largely due to the presence of numerous protagonists that they were drawn forth. If one were to truly investigate, it would be evident that, apart from the East Sea, the weakest of the seas, there are not many renowned blades even in the New World. Now, a potential renowned blade had presented itself before him. Indeed, this prompted Bayou to reflect on his seemingly favorable fortune. Zaro, who had just entered the cabin, was momentarily taken aback. He was a green-haired, directionally challenged native. Nevertheless, as a swordsman, he understood the significance of a renowned blade. Observing the wooden box presented by Karina and Nami, an expression of eagerness crept upon his face. Bang! The wooden box opened with a resounding sound. An ancient-looking sword emerged. Its blood-red blade, along with its scabbard and hilt, immediately captured their attention. The intricate patterns, reminiscent of brownish-red clouds, were interwoven and adorned the entire scabbard. A palpable aura of malevolence surged forth, causing the temperature within the cabin to plummet sharply. At the moment their gaze fell upon the ancient blade, Karina and Nami gasped in terror, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Even Zaro could not escape the effect, taking a half-step back in alarm. In that fleeting instant, it was as if they beheld a vengeful spirit struggling to break free from the blade. Had this illusion not dissipated so swiftly, they would have undoubtedly found themselves in an even more embarrassing predicament. This was a cursed blade. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Bayou's face. He had not anticipated encountering such a high-quality cursed sword so soon after setting sail. Even through the scabbard, it exuded an overwhelming malevolent aura, far surpassing the quality of the third-generation Onigiri from the original tale. This indicated that the cursed sword before him was undoubtedly not a mere 50-work blade, but more likely among the illustrious 24 work of the great swords. Lord Bayou, this sword is one of the 24 great cursed blades, Muramasa. Karina suddenly presented an ancient illustration. Muramasa? Bayou took the illustration, and his bloodthirsty grin intensified. Meanwhile, Zoro's composure faltered. Few swordsmen could resist the allure of a famed blade, especially one from the 21 great swords. Gazing at the blood-red, cursed blade, Muramasa, lying quietly within the box, Zoro could not help but reach for it. No, Karina cried out urgently. Unfortunately, Zoro's hand had already made contact with the hilt. An insatiable force surged into Zoro's body, causing his mind to roar with tumult. He felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from him. His arm, too, seemed to wither into a state reminiscent of a desiccated corpse, with ominous signs of this bizarre condition spreading further. Zoro was on the brink of madness. He was a spirited young swordsman who had never tasted defeat since the demise of Kuina, save for the recent thrashing by Bayou. He had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the world's greatest swordsman, and now he was being inexorably drawn into a lifeless husk by a mere blade. Is this what one would call a premature demise before achieving success? Begone! A true man must wield a demonic blade. With a swift kick, Bayou sent Zoro flying. In his youth, Zoro was excessively arrogant. Now, as he embarked on his journey, he remained unrefined. Having yet to endure the rigorous training under Mihawk, Bayou nearly composed an epic farewell for Zoro. Gazing at the wooden box emanating an eerie crimson glow, Bayou grinned with a bloodthirsty smile and reached for it. My lord Bayou, you are courting death. If you are consumed, we shall have to flee alone. Nami remarked hopefully from her corner. When they discovered this cursed sword, they had witnessed several foolhardy souls being devoured by its malevolence. However, in response to this declaration, Bayou's smile grew increasingly sinister. Heh, if I cannot best even a blade, what matter is it if I let you escape? Yet, I'm most curious to see what merits this sword the title of a demonic blade. With a sudden clang, the blade's voice resonated. The cursed sword Murakumo was unsheathed in an instant. Its crimson blade shimmered ominously, as a tremendous aura of malevolence surged forth, sweeping through the entire cabin like a tidal wave. In that moment, the temperature plummeted drastically. Nami, Karina, and their companions felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar echoed in Bayou's mind. A flood of blood red surged forth. In the original tale, Zoro's former comrade, Sokka, had succumbed to the allure of the cursed sword, the Yatagarasu. It could be said that Bayou was now experiencing a similar ordeal. Yet, as the blood surged into Bayou's consciousness, the figure of Genmu Kenpachi emerged vividly as his template. The next instant, a manic laugh erupted. Haha, truly a demonic blade. It is indeed a necessity for a real man. This sensation of greed is utterly exhilarating. Bayou's eyes flew open, his right hand gripping the sword already resembling a desiccated corpse. Nevertheless, as a reincarnated soul, Bayou comprehended that this cursed sword, like Enma, could autonomously operate and unleash the host's domineering aura without restraint. This implies that it is merely a step away from transforming into the supreme blade of the 12 crafts. Gazing at his right hand, which was almost reduced to mere skin and bones, Bayou's bloodthirsty grin grew increasingly fierce and menacing. Suddenly, his 5 fingers clenched tightly, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of tricolored domineering energy from within. Excellent, splendid. As expected of the demon blade I have chosen. I shall see whether you drain me dry, or I shall burst you apart. With a thunderous roar, the tricolor energy surged forth like a raging tide, shattering the ship's cabin. The once emaciated right hand swelled dramatically. The demon blade Murakumo emitted a piercing wail, sharp as the cries of vengeful spirits. A figure, resembling a Shura demon, erupted behind Bayou. Roar! A sea king, lurking 1,000 meters away, savoring the retreat of the pirates, was suddenly startled into flight. Its massive frame, spanning 50 to 60 meters, indicated its dominance over the nearby waters. Under normal circumstances, it would regard the so-called pirates and navy with disdain. Alas, in this moment, it sensed a shroud of death enveloping its being. What a pity! I shall use you to test my blade. Bayou smirked cruelly. And with a swing of the demon blade Murakumo, he unleashed a strike through the air. Boom! A blood-red arc of energy, stretching several dozen meters, sliced through the air in an instant. Anything in its path, be it pirate ships or the sea itself, was effortlessly torn apart as if made of paper. The 1,000-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light erupted, and the colossal Sea King was obliterated. Boom. Towering waves surged, creating a vacuum in the ocean along its path. Karina and Nami felt a chill run through them, especially Nami, who, recalling the previous conversation, quickly covered her mouth, genuinely fearful that Bayou might aim a strike at her next. At that moment, her slender arms and legs would likely not withstand such a blow. Beside them, Zoro's expression grew complex. He gazed at Bayou with incredulity. Having just been defeated by Bayou's strike, he had believed that was the extent of Bayou's power. Regrettably, it now appeared that the true fool was himself. For the opponent had not even unleashed their full strength. No, it should be said that he was no match even for a single Sea King. The disparity is indeed staggering. Truly a demon sword. Bayou let out a cruel smile as he sheathed the demonic blade with a swift motion. A single strike spanning 1,000 meters, such soaring slashes are a rarity in the East Sea. However, they are not unheard of within the Grand Line and even the New World. Warriors of exceptional caliber, like the Golden Lion, wielding their lion's thousand cuts technique, can, when infused with the powers of the devil fruit, cleave through distances of over 100 kilometers with a single stroke. This is indeed a perverse existence. It can be said that Bayou is aware of his capabilities and recognizes the considerable distance he must traverse to reach the pinnacle. However, with the support of the system, Bayou is confident that he will soon attain such heights. System, please open the attribute panel, he commanded, entering his consciousness space. Host, Bayou Dao Power, 620 Strength, 780 Speed, 800 Stamina, 810 Main Template, Kenpachi Zaraki, 7. 2. Affiliated Template, None Weapon, Ordinary Wooden Sword. Great Knife from the 12 Demon Blades, Muramasa Skills, Sword Pressure. Gazing at the somewhat rudimentary panel, Bayou could only exit in resignation. In the previous battle, the Black Axe had only granted a meager 0.1 progress towards unlocking. Bayou suspected that this was merely a token of friendship from the system. As for the future world's supreme swordsman, Zoro, his existence was a pleasant surprise, unlocking an additional 2. With only 10 needed to unlock the next skill. It was a significant advance. Most importantly, Bayou speculated that Zoro, in the original narrative, achieved considerable prowess. Once he matures, he might even be capable of multiple encounters. If that were the case, this pig seemed rather promising. Meanwhile, Zoro, concealed in the corner, trembled, especially when Bayou's sidelong glance fell upon him. A chill ran down his spine, accentuated by that cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Zoro genuinely worried that Bayou might suggest, let's have another round. Having witnessed the vast disparity between their strengths, Zoro was reluctant to risk his life before he had grown stronger. Ahem, Bayou, if there is nothing else, I intend to take my leave. I shall surely challenge you again in the future. Zoro clenched the remaining portion of his blade. Recalling the moment he was struck and nearly lost his weapon, igniting a fervent desire to grow stronger. Now, Zoro merely wished to depart from this place swiftly and devote himself to intense training. He aimed to locate the so-called 13 protectors and secure a place within the top 100 ranks. Do you plan to swim away? Bayou sheathed his demon blade, his cruel smile fading as he resumed his usual indifference. After taking a swig of liquor, he remarked, if you are confident in your sense of direction, you may swim away. However, if you do not wish to meet your end in the belly of the King of the Near Seas on your quest to become the world's greatest swordsman, it would be wise to start moving. The ships in the sea have been shattered. Only mine remains intact. I shall retrieve it. With that, Bayou turned decisively and departed. Utilizing the unique Shuimpa technique of the Shinigami, he swiftly made his way to the small boat anchored thousands of meters away. In a moment, only Nami and the others remained on the ship, exchanging wide-eyed glances. As for fleeing, after witnessing that 1,000-meter slash, Nami truly did not dare to wager her slender limbs could withstand such a blow. East Sea, Elias Island. This is a town where pirates congregate. Even the villagers here are descendants of pirates or former sea marauders who have settled down to make a living. Over time, it has become a haven for pirates. As the only tavern at the docks, it is already overflowing with patrons. A man with a head full of spiky red hair, wrapped in a dark chain, and whose lips resemble two hot dogs, is engrossed in drinking. Aside from the two seated beside him, Saikupi and Naoliai, there is a nervous pirate reporting something to him. Bang! The wooden cup is slammed down hard by Traeger, shattering into pieces. The splattering drink immediately douses a nearby bald pirate, who stands up abruptly, roaring in anger. You scoundrel! I am Ironhead, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Bang! A black chain shoots forth from Traeger's hand, and the bald pirate's head explodes. Blood splatters. and the chain's momentum carries it forcefully into the wall, creating a large hole. The East Blue truly deserves its reputation as the weakest sea filled with ignorant fools. Traeger snorts in disdain. Yet, I have been outsmarted by 2 small thieves in this sea of miscreants for 3 days now. Have you all chosen death? His hysterical roar reverberates through the tavern, leaving everyone breathless with fear. Confronted with a man capable of effortlessly dispatching a 500,000 berry pirate, the onlooking pirates wish to bury their heads in their tables to avoid attracting his ire. Lord Traeger, we have discovered the whereabouts of the 2 thieves. However, we received news that the White Hunter smoker stationed in Logtown has been assigned to pursue us. It seems he is also tasked with protecting a newcomer in the Navy named Bayou. As a pirate of the Grand Line and backed by the formidable Tesalo, Traeger's intelligence network is not to be underestimated. The White Hunter smoker? Is he the one who arrived at Logtown 6 months ago, claiming he would spare no pirate? Traeger grins maliciously. It seems the Navy is aware of our reputation as treasure hunters. To have a pursuit order issued personally, we must repay them in kind. However, before that, we must swiftly locate those 2 thieves and retrieve the cursed blade Miramesa. Otherwise, Lord Tesalo will undoubtedly not let us off lightly. As for this newcomer Bayou, should we cross paths, let us teach the Navy a lesson or 2. With a series of commands issued, Traeger's pirate ship, once again cloaked by Saiku P.S. camouflage, sets sail. A cloaked man, hidden in a corner and drinking quietly, hastily follows, revealing glimpses of the Navy uniform beneath his cloak. Meanwhile, a warship enters the East Blue, cutting through the waves. On the deck stands the silver-haired smoker, cigar in mouth. Colonel Smoker, we have news about Traeger. He was just spotted at Olay Island and has since departed. According to our intel, he is searching for 2 thieves and plans to ambush the Navy's newcomer. Bayou, reports a rushing officer. Thieves, and a Navy newcomer named Bayou? Smoker scoffs dismissively. Is he the so-called supernova mentioned by Admiral Sengoku in the transponder snail? A newcomer who has even ventured out of the East Blue is being labeled as a supernova? This is truly disappointing. It seems the higher-ups are becoming increasingly incompetent. However, our mission is merely to capture Traeger. As for protecting the Navy newcomer, you should inform Vice Admiral Garp that I will soon apprehend Traeger. At that point, the delicate flower in the greenhouse will need no protection. The officer wears a bitter expression, fully aware of Smoker's temperament. It is precisely this stubbornness that has led him, possessing a Logia-type devil fruit, to be stationed in Log Town, a place in the East Blue. This is also due to Smoker's own subjective reasons. Otherwise, his Piratina would not remain at headquarters. Hurry up. Smoker urges again. Yes, the officer replies, quickly turning to leave. Observing the sudden stillness on deck, Smoker exhales a plume of smoke, gazing at the distant waves, disdain evident in his voice. A Navy supernova? I hope I do not cross paths with you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to show you how to respect your seniors in this brutal world where titles mean nothing. As the actions of Traeger and Smoker unfold, the East Blue is evidently drawn into the turmoil of the Grand Line. Certainly, if Bayou were to realize that someone is targeting him, faced with such an enticing prey, he would undoubtedly ponder, are you worth the cut? 9,999, 10,000. On a small boat, Bayou rhythmically slices with a wooden sword. As time passes, his speed increases. When the final strike lands, the residual shadows converge, transforming into a flying slash that cleaves a rock in the sea. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task, earning 0. 1 unlocking progress. Current unlocking progress is 7. 3. The ethereal notification resonates in his mind. Bayou sheathes his wooden sword and exhales a deep breath. Indeed. Relying on the monotonous daily tasks, the speed of unlocking his template is still too slow. Completed 10,000 strikes already? Zaro, who has been mimicking Bayou's slashing technique, pauses in disbelief. Since staying on the ship, Zaro has been observing Bayou's training. Initially, when he saw Bayou practicing the simplest slashing technique, Zaro displayed a hint of disdain. In his eyes, anyone could perform a slash. However, as time progressed, Zaro found himself unable to keep pace with Bayou's speed. The seemingly simple slash, in Bayou's hands, flowed seamlessly, exuding an overwhelming force. Especially the final strike, the unified sword momentum, unleashed a flying slash that left Zaro utterly astonished. He too has practiced slashes extensively, but compared to Bayou, he feels he has merely trained in solitude. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this a rhythm that involves oneself as well? Most importantly, Bayou invited her to join. Does this imply that a trio will soon unfold? Meanwhile, Sauron appeared momentarily stunned, his slicing motion involuntarily halted. He gazed at Bayou, who was preoccupied with entering the cabin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is simply too exhilarating. No. Zaro resolutely decided to convey to Bayou that this behavior is detrimental to the atmosphere. The trio swiftly arrived at the cabin. As they gazed at the tightly shut door, Karina and Zaro felt their nerves taut to the utmost. Both were rendered speechless, caught in a moment of hesitation. Knock, knock, Nami, are you inside? We're coming in now, Bayou announced, tapping lightly on the door before pausing briefly and then pushing it open. The sight that met their eyes was so genteel that Karina and Zoro were left utterly bewildered. Isn't this a trio? According to the script's progression, shouldn't the door be kicked open accompanied by maniacal laughter? Why is it so different from what they had imagined? Soon, the door was pushed open with a resounding thud. Nami, hiding under the covers, blushed furiously. Upon seeing Zaro and Karina enter, she hurriedly spoke up. Bayou, I only promised to do anything for you, but I have my limits. If you continue like this, I will resist to the bitter end. Lord Bayou, Nami is not wrong. Let me handle this time. Karina quickly interjected. Zoro, standing beside them, appeared embarrassed and instinctively echoed, I can do it too. Bayou shot them both a sideways glance. You might want to reconsider. I have no interest in men. And you two should stop embellishing your roles. He playfully flicked their foreheads, observing the two girls as they covered their foreheads with a look of grievance. Bayou then plopped down beside them. Now, tell me how you offended Traeger. Traeger? Zoro's expression froze. Nami and Karina's faces changed dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. Lord Bayou, we know nothing of any Traeger. Nami hastily replied, but Karina quickly interjected, shaking her head. Nami, do not forget that Lord Bayou is a Navy officer. Their intelligence network is beyond our capabilities. So we should speak plainly. We do indeed know the treasure hunter Traeger. However, we are merely collaborators, helping him search for the Great Blade 12. The demon blade Muramasa in the East Sea. Unfortunately, we are aware that he will not fulfill his promise after acquiring the blade, which is why we decided to withhold the goods. At this point, Karina cast a glance at the demon blade Muramasa at Bayou's waist. If you have concerns, Lord Bayou, Nami and I can leave right now. Nami sat up wrapped in her blanket, while Karina tensed beside her, though they spoke bravely. Escaping the bounty of 890,000 berries placed on Traeger in this vast ocean would be exceedingly difficult. Karina's choice to take a risk was also a gamble. There's no need for further probing, setting aside the fact that you are currently under my requisition. I cannot turn a blind eye to Traeger being a pirate, Bayou stated, casually taking a swig of his drink. Now, I am bringing this matter to light simply to clarify one thing. Traeger should possess the powers of the chain fruit, correct? Chain fruit? Zaro expressed his surprise. He had heard of devil fruits being treasures of the sea, but had never encountered one in the impoverished East Sea. Yes, I once saw him summon numerous chains from thin air to crush a pirate with a 10 million bounty. Nami grew anxious. With such an opportunity presented, she was eager to seize it. Lord Bayou, with your strength, defeating Traeger should be a piece of cake, right? Zaro stared intently at Bayou. While there were indeed many pirates with bounties in the East Sea, one with a bounty of 890,000 berries was exorbitant. Zoro merely wished to gauge Bayou's strength through Traeger. I'm afraid I only have a 50% chance of winning right now, Bayou remarked casually as he took another sip of his drink. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Lord Bayou, you must be joking. If you only have a 50% chance, then why are you so calm while sitting here drinking? Nami questioned anxiously. With the fate of Cocoa West Village at stake, she could not afford to gamble on Bayou's uncertainty. Do I seem to be joking? If he were any other type of user, I would have complete confidence in defeating him. However, he wields the chain fruit, which grants him a defense comparable to steel. At the moment, I cannot cut through steel. Bayou continued to sip his drink nonchalantly. That is why I sent you to Frost Moon Village earlier. I intended to first learn the technique to cut iron and then confront Traeger. A guest from the Grand Line should be worth the effort. Karina and Nami stood there, stunned. Had they miscalculated their bets on Bayou? Bayou, you mean to go to Frost Moon Village? Zaro's expression faltered as he inquired hastily. Aside from an inconspicuous dojo, there are hardly any sword masters skilled in cutting iron, right? Having resided in Frost Moon Village for quite some time, Zaro had never heard of a sword master capable of such feats. The most troubling part was that Bayou actually planned to master the art of cutting iron in such a short time. Is this a joke? Haha, Zaro. Some individuals remain inconspicuous, merely due to your lack of strength, as you don't even possess the qualifications to make others take you seriously. Bayou chuckled as he took a sip of his drink, raising an eyebrow. I can sense the island's aura. If Nami's navigation is accurate, we should be nearing Frost Moon Village. Having uttered this, Bayou turned and strode out. Zaro paused momentarily, then hastily followed. He was eager to discover the identity of the sword master Bayou had mentioned. Upon reaching the deck, a familiar island swiftly appeared before them. At the dock, numerous familiar faces greeted him. Master Zoro, you've been missing for half a year. You've finally returned. The teacher often speaks of you. He has mentioned that Master Zoro is the strongest swordsman in Frost Moon Village. No, the teacher has said that Master Zoro is the strongest in the East Sea. A chorus of flattery echoed around the dock. As the only three-sword-style swordsman, Zoro's reputation in Frost Moon Village was considerable. Typically, such flattering remarks would be quite enjoyable. However, standing beside Bayou, Zoro felt a pang of embarrassment. Haha, Zoro, it seems you've won the hearts of the people in Frost Moon Village. Bayou laughed as he leaped onto the shore, his haki spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire island. Amidst numerous powerful auras, he swiftly detected a concealed presence. Found you. I shall proceed first. Bayou opened his eyes, locking onto the direction of the Isen dojo, and vanished from sight in an instant. Is that where the teacher is? Zoro's expression froze. In his eyes, the teacher was merely a fool who couldn't even cut through a leaf. Yet now, he was being targeted by Bayou. Could it be true, as Bayou said, that the teacher is a hidden sword master? Confused thoughts flashed through Zoro's mind as he hurriedly pursued. Meanwhile, within the Isen dojo, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children, clad in kimonos, swung their bamboo swords rhythmically under the guidance of their instructor. Wearing glasses, Gungshiro smiled with satisfaction. As a teacher, nothing brings greater joy than witnessing his students achieve remarkable results. However, this smile barely surfaced before a glint flashed across his glasses, and he quickly regained his amiable demeanor. Telling, continue the training with the others. I must step out for a moment. Understood, teacher. A slightly older child responded eagerly. Gungshiro then opened the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Bayou, clad in white attire, standing at the entrance, his expression darkened slightly. But he was soon captivated by the sword at Bayou's waist. What a demonic blade you possess, young man. Indeed, only you, Gungshiro, could discern its true nature so quickly. Perhaps only your foolish disciple would think of you as a fool, Bayou replied with a grin. Taking a swig from his drink and patting the demonic sword, Murakumo. I have come solely to learn the art of cutting iron and to challenge you. Challenge me? Why would you wish to challenge me? Gunshiro's expression faltered. And you mentioned encountering Zoro? It appears he was the one who lost. However, I wish to know how my foolish disciple was defeated by you. Gungshiro was taken aback by Bayou's sudden visit. Yet his intuition warned him of the danger this young man posed. Thus, he was most eager to ascertain Zoro's fate. Rest assured, Gungshiro, I am a Navy officer. I do not indiscriminately kill the innocent, Bayou replied with a smile. As for my desire to challenge you, aside from learning the art of cutting iron, the main reason is that you are one of the few worthy opponents in the East Sea. Gungshiro found himself momentarily speechless. He had heard many reasons for challenges, yet such a blunt and direct answer was a first for him. However, as time passed, Gunshiro's gaze sharpened, particularly as he observed the increasingly brutal smile on Bayou's face. A long-forgotten battle spirit stirred within him. As Bayou had asserted, a swordmaster who remains inconspicuous is not merely a lover of solitude. The primary reason lies in the inability to find a worthy opponent in this vast sea. The strong often experience loneliness. Now, faced with Bayou's focused aura, Gungshiro felt a resurgence of excitement. Little brat, you are indeed exceptional. You are the first junior to ignite my interest in battle, Gungshiro declared, his usual amiability replaced by intensity. However, because of your uniqueness, I accept this challenge. As for the weapon, a wooden sword will suffice. Bayou tilted his head and downed an entire bottle of liquor in one go. With a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the bottle in his hand. A savage, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as the ferocious beast hidden within him was unleashed. In the hands of a strong individual, even a flower, leaf, or blade of grass can be a lethal weapon. This wooden sword is more than adequate for our spar. Boom. Two immense pressures of sword energy erupted from Bayou and Gongshiro, creating a tempest of red and white energy that collided and sent powerful gusts tearing through the dojo's roof. From a distance, it appeared as if a tornado had engulfed the courtyard of the Isin dojo. Zoro, you finally returned. Just now, a young man burst into the Isin dojo, and the roof has been blown off. Hurry back and take a look. Zoro rushed towards the dojo, having witnessed the extraordinary scene himself. Yet now, a single thought consumed his mind. This time, the adversary against Bayou must not be Gongxilang. The distance of 1,000 meters was swiftly closed as Zoro sprinted with all his might. As he charged into the open training ground, he declared, "Come and fight." Bayou responded with a cruel smile, taking a bold step before vanishing into thin air. Gongxilang moved in tandem, both competitors unleashing their full speed, colliding with each other in the blink of an eye. The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed like thunder, unleashing a tempest that engulfed the entire courtyard. Zoro, having just entered the training ground, was forced back 2 or 3 steps before regaining his footing. He gazed at Gongxilang, who had transformed from a usually refined gentleman into a completely different being. In that moment, Zoro finally comprehended the true meaning behind Bayou's words. It was not that the teacher was merely comical, rather, he was so weak that he lacked even the qualification to be taken seriously. Faced with Bayou, who could compel Gongxilang to adopt a serious demeanor, Zoro suddenly felt as though Bayou had distanced himself significantly once more. One sword style, Starlight. Gongxilang's wooden sword transformed into a series of thrusts, akin to a sky full of stars, aimed directly at Bayou. This youth undeniably instilled a sense of peril in him through the art of the sword. However, in Gongxilang's eyes, Bayou appeared too youthful. When it came to battle experience, Gongxilang was confident he could outmatch Bayou. Moreover, should Bayou attempt to evade, Gongxilang could unleash a flurry of rapid strikes to suppress him. Yet, just as this thought flickered in Gongxilang's mind, Bayou's bloodthirsty smile grew ever more menacing. Facing the incoming onslaught, Bayou showed no inclination to evade. In an instant, he activated his armed color haki and struck with a single blow. Bang! With one decisive slash, Bayou dispersed the majority of the incoming thrusts. The remaining few struck Bayou, but, under the defense of his observation haki, inflicted little harm. Instead, the force of Bayou's retaliatory strike surged forward, relentlessly pursuing Gongxilang. It was a fight to the death. As Gongxilang beheld the rapidly enlarging offensive in his line of sight, he instantly grasped why Bayou radiated such a sense of danger. This is derived from his frenzied fighting style. Gongshiro, upon being struck, immediately raised his wooden sword to defend. Bang! A colossal force was unleashed, and Gongshiro felt as if he had been collided with by a leviathan, sent sprawling several meters back before finally halting his fall. The sharp pain radiating from his hands left him astonished. Such formidable strength. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow, akin to a maggot, swiftly approached. There were no discernible sword techniques. Every assault was merely a wild, sweeping slash. Each strike fell with overwhelming force, accompanied only by the simplest release of spiritual pressure. As the embodiment of the template, Kenpachi Zaraki, in the original narrative, was classified as a superlative combatant. This was all due to his boundless and tyrannical spiritual pressure. Even without the Shurkai or Bankai, he could wield this power to effortlessly crush his adversaries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such a technique can only be indulged in once one has mastered the art of dominance. Faced with Bayou's wildly reckless slashes, Gongxilang became noticeably serious. Little brat, I have finished warming up. Now, I shall engage you in a long-awaited serious bout, Gongxilang remarked with a smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This compelled Gongxilang to finally acknowledge the presence of his junior. Are you warmed up? He inquired. Then it is time for me to become serious. Bayou ceased his assault, planting his wooden sword at an angle on the ground. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Zoro and Gongxilang, he removed his modified gauntlets for the first time. With a thunderous crash, the 50-kilogram gauntlet struck the earth, causing the ground to fracture and creating a substantial crater. The previously suppressed spiritual energy surged dramatically in the absence of one gauntlet's restraint. A resounding roar echoed through the skies. Gongxilang and Zoro's pupils dilated in shock, especially upon noticing that Bayou still wore another gauntlet on his wrist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This marked Bayou's inaugural display of his full power. Confronted with the scorching spiritual pressure akin to an expansive sea, Gung Sailang, ensnared within the confines of this formidable aura, felt a twinge of regret for accepting the challenge. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly engulfed by the boiling fervor coursing through his veins. His gaze towards Bayou ignited an unprecedented battle spirit. Come forth. Let us continue our fierce combat. Bayou flashed a sadistic smile. With a decisive step, the entire dojo resonated with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, he had traversed several meters, appearing directly before Gung Sailang. The wooden sword in his grasp surged with a radiant golden spiritual pressure, cleaving downwards with tremendous force. Airi, horizontal authority. Gung Sailang roared in response, channeling his entire being into the formidable defense granted by his armed haki. He was clearly fighting with genuine fervor now. With a swift strike of his own, he unleashed a massive blade aura that extended for dozens of meters, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A colossal wave of wind surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the training grounds behind the dojo, shattering everything in its path. Simultaneously, as the explosive force soared into the heavens, Bayou disregarded all caution and charged straight at Gung Sailang. The tumultuous storm of explosions and sharp winds shredded the white robe enveloping him, leaving his bare skin marred with gashes. Yet, none of this could quell Bayou's bloodthirsty and frenzied battle intent. Gung Sailang, situated amidst the chaos of battle, could only perceive the relentless assault of a bloodthirsty warrior. With a resounding crash, a powerful strike landed squarely upon Gung Sailang's wooden sword. As the floor beneath them shattered, Gung Sailang was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the surrounding wall and into the forest beyond. Trees along his path splintered under the impact. Once he regained his bearings and halted his momentum, the ominous warning of danger returned, conveyed through his haki. Before him stood Bayou, his tattered garments evoking the image of a fearsome battle spirit, surging through the remnants of the explosive winds. In his hand, the wooden sword radiated an intense golden light as it descended with unyielding force. The strike was powerful and overwhelming. Under the force of the attack, the muscles of Gung Sailang's face were distorted. Confronted with the rapidly enlarging assault in his vision, it felt akin to battling a ferocious beast. It was in this moment that Gung Sailang's long-lost adrenaline surged once more. One sword style, Torrent. The wooden sword in Gung Sailang's grasp unleashed a formidable flow of cherry blossoms, cleaving through the air. Boom. The surrounding mountains and forests were utterly torn apart. Had this strike occurred on the training grounds, the dojo would have surely crumbled to dust. Zoro hurriedly arrived, only to be repelled by the explosive tempest. Observing the clash before him, where each movement shattered the earth, Zoro cast a bittersweet glance at the three swords at his waist. He couldn't even withstand a single blade wielded by his opponent. What a farce, this three-sword style. The fierce battle raged on, as Bayou charged forward relentlessly, each clash of their blades sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding peaks and trees. A chill ran down Zoro's spine, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. The local villagers, disturbed by the commotion, began to ascend the mountain, aware that the magnitude of this battle exceeded their comprehension. Bang! The clash of the golden sword pressure against the white blade energy reverberated once more. Gung Sailang's face was devoid of arrogance, feeling the sharp sting emanating from his hands. Only one thought occupied his mind. Each of Bayou's strikes was unfathomably heavy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is a being naturally born for combat. No, it should be said, for slaughter. An increasing number of villagers are approaching. Young one, do you not wish to understand what it means to sever iron? Let us determine our fates with this next strike. Gung Shiro's observation haki instantly comprehended the conditions of the battlefield. He suddenly tightened his grip on the wooden sword. His entire demeanor underwent a radical transformation. If one were to say that a moment ago, Gung Shiro was akin to a sheathed sword, now he radiated the brilliance of a keen blade. Young one, the path of the sword is as boundless as the vast ocean. Your innate talent is extraordinary, and you have already entered the realm of momentum and intent. As long as you merge your aura and will, you shall find your heart's desire, unbroken and unwavering. This is what it means to sever iron. Gung Shiro's eyes suddenly widened, and the wooden sword in his hand erupted with an unparalleled sword pressure. A force transcending heaven and earth surged forth. as Shiro struck down towards Bayou. Zoro's hair stood on end. With that strike, even from 100 meters away, he could sense the aroma of death. Observing the descending blow, Zoro was eager to see how Bayou would respond. Truly, as a hidden powerhouse of the East Sea, he was indeed a worthy adversary. A sadistic smile, drenched in bloodlust, fully occupied Bayou's visage. Confronted with the descending strike that seamlessly fused intent and might, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast. There was neither dodge nor evasion. Slightly tilting his body, he met the blow squarely with his shoulder. Simultaneously, the wooden sword in his right hand erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, striking directly at Shiro. Boom! Blood splattered from Bayou's shoulder, where the armament haki had been meticulously compressed to its utmost, elevating his defense to its pinnacle. However, this was a blow infused with Shiro's lifelong swordsmanship. It still managed to tear through his defenses. The wooden sword lodged itself painfully between his shoulder, becoming firmly stuck. Bayou's assault detonated against Shiro as well. Bang! Shiro was sent flying. The wooden sword in his hand shattered upon impact, crashing heavily against a massive rock wall several meters away. The immense force caused the thick stone to shatter resoundingly. Dust and debris soared into the air, only to be drawn back down. Zoro could not resist rushing forward. "Teacher Shiro, are you all right?" Cough, cough. "Rest assured, Zoro, I am unharmed." Within the ruins, Shiro's figure gradually came into focus. After a dry cough, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet the drooping shoulder constantly signaled that after this battle, he would likely need a significant period of recuperation. Zoro's pupils constricted suddenly, and he hurriedly pressed on. "Teacher, did you win?" "Me?" Shiro chuckled, shaking his head at Zoro's eager expression. "I lost. That mad lad surpassed me, daring to take on even a strike imbued with the intent to cut through iron. Such a life-and-death combat style is enough to make one's scalp tingle. It is best to not take this little demon seriously in the future. By the way, Zoro, how many moves did you fall to? Tell me, I must see if you have shamed your teacher." "Teacher lost?" Zoro was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. If Shiro were to discover that he couldn't withstand even a single strike, he would likely be expelled from the dojo. Cough, cough. "Teacher, I will go check on Bayou." "No need, I am fine." Bayou's bloodthirsty grin remained unaltered as he produced a bottle of strong liquor, drinking it down in one go. After the battle, a bottle of liquor indeed brought joy beyond measure. Feeling the burning sensation within, his boiling blood ignited, bestowing an unparalleled sense of euphoria throughout his being. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for defeating Shiro. The body template has been unlocked by 3%, and you have gained 500 system points. The shop items have been refreshed. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind. Bayou raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is a day spent learning the dual-wielding sword technique under the esteemed Captain Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. As Kenpachi Zaraki aptly stated, when he grasps his blades with both hands, it is not a matter of taking things seriously. Rather, it is about driving his enemies towards their inevitable demise. According to Bayou's deductions, should he employ the dual-wielding technique now, he could possibly cleave Shiro in twain with nothing but a wooden sword. Indeed, those who possess a system are often formidable. Ahem, Bayou, let us conclude our battle here, once I tend to my injuries. I shall discuss with you the essence of slashing iron. It is a concept easily articulated, yet its comprehension is far from simple. Shiro coughed lightly, acutely aware of Bayou's previous scrutinizing gaze, which bore an insatiable thirst for blood. He genuinely feared that Bayou might be unable to resist the temptation to wield his blade once more and engage in a philosophical discourse on life. Consider Zoro, who has been under my tutelage for 12 years. He has only just attained the level of momentum, still quite distant from the realm of intent. To reach the state of slashing iron, one requires a considerable amount of time. As for momentum, it refers to the sword's aura, which can manifest various forms of energy. Some individuals can unleash flames or thunder, all stemming from this aura. Upon attaining the realm of sword intent, one can fully grasp momentum and, through sheer will, transform it into myriad manifestations. Bayou, your prowess and talent surpass those of Zoro. While he may need a year, I firmly believe that, given your current level. You could achieve this within 6 months. In my own past, it took me over 4 months to master the slashing iron realm, earning me the title of genius from my father. A torrent of words flowed forth from him, akin to a barrage of cannon fire. At this moment, Gungshiro merely sought to divert Bayou's attention. Bayou, having exited the realm of consciousness, listened with keen interest to this discourse. Of course, this was merely a matter of curiosity. Should he truly embark on the path of cultivation, the duration required remains uncertain. Nevertheless, his original template has unlocked 10% of its progress, granting him the dual-wielding sword technique, 2 cuts, with a significant increase in strength. Bayou feels confident he could easily subdue Treege beneath him. It seems the system store has refreshed. Let us see what rewards await. Bayou raised an eyebrow in anticipation. The marketplace appears somewhat shabby. However, the unexpected acquisition of the enchanted bracers can be considered a pleasant surprise. Ding. The system's marketplace interface abruptly terminated. Bayou scanned the rudimentary marketplace page, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Once again, the insight rune. And this time, it's a double. In addition, there exists an enchanted garment with a carrying capacity of 300 kilograms, which possesses a certain degree of defensive capability. Insight Rune X2, valued at 300 points. Enchanted Carrying Garment, valued at 200 points. Observing the 2 items available for purchase, the total swiftly reached 500 points. Effectively depleting his balance, Bayou rolled his eyes in exasperation. The system, indeed, acted like a landlord, looking down upon him as a mere peasant striving for upward mobility. Just as he had managed to amass a modest wealth of system points, he found himself immediately stripped of them by the acquisition of 2 items that precisely totaled 500 points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is indeed the truth. Bayou, do you harbor some confusion? If so, I can personally offer you guidance. With diligent practice, perhaps 3 months would suffice. Mr. Gung Siren felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly upon witnessing Bayou's occasionally bloodthirsty grin. After the recent battle, he could hardly believe that his slender limbs could withstand a strike. There is no need for Mr. Gung. I think he has likely grasped the essence of cleaving iron. Bayou withdrew from the realm of consciousness, casually shattering the insight symbol. What was once difficult to comprehend, how to amalgamate sword momentum and sword intent, suddenly resonated within his mind, becoming astonishingly lucid under the insight symbol's influence. Zoro's expression shifted slightly. His heart seized with astonishment at Bayou's response. Yet, when Zoro's gaze fell upon Bayou once more, his pupils instinctively constricted. In that fleeting moment, intuition whispered to Zoro that the youth before him had grown even more formidable. If moments prior, Bayou emanated a sense of peril, now he exuded a fleeting aura of lethal suffocation. Zoro, do you not also sense the transformation within Bayou? Gung Siren spoke gravely. As Zoro's mentor, his perceptive response was even more profound. After a deliberate pause of several seconds, he solemnly declared, he now gives me the impression of a beast armed to the teeth. Do you believe he has truly mastered the realm of cleaving iron? Zoro opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. A mere glance revealed that what he had endured in battle was a mastery of the cleaving iron realm that he himself, after 12 years of arduous training, could not hope to achieve. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this a jest? Are you truly offering this to me? Zoro gazed in disbelief at the 2 bracers that had crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Even Gungshiro, who had been supporting him, momentarily forgot his role and began to examine them with his hands. Having witnessed Bayou unleash the bracer's power and training methods firsthand, Zoro found himself intrigued even by a single strand of Bayou's hair. However, upon closer inspection, Zoro's expression shifted dramatically. Gungshiro, freeing his hands for a moment, weighed the bracers thoughtfully before speaking gravely. Bayou, this must weigh at least 30 to 40 kilograms, correct? Do you carry such burdens daily? The value of this item is undoubtedly on par with that of a renowned sword for a swordsman. As an experienced swordsman and mentor, Gungshiro was equally astonished by this piece of training gear. A proficient swordsman must unleash even swifter and more formidable strikes, and the solitary means to achieve this is through rigorous physical training, particularly enhancing the explosive strength of the arms. Typically, the weighted equipment they encountered was cumbersome. In the original narrative, Zoro could only rely on massive dumbbells to increase his weight, making it impossible to engage in adaptive training with them. It can be said that the bracers casually tossed by Bayou upended their understanding. Bayou, this item is of immense value. I cannot accept it. Without it, your training would surely be hindered. I wish to defeat the version of you that is striving to become stronger. Zoro resolutely suppressed his inner desire and declined the offer. The wrist guard is indeed well suited for Zoro's current strength training. However, as a swordsman, Zoro possesses a keen sense of dignity and boundaries. It is far too light. Weighing merely 100 kilograms in total, retaining it would only impede my progress towards greater strength. Bayou casually remarked, then summoned the modified training suit from the system. Bang! The seemingly soft training suit crashed heavily to the ground. Instantly, dust erupted, and the ground caved in, creating deep, menacing fissures that rapidly spread towards Zoro and Gungshiro. The battlefield lay in eerie silence. Zoro and Gungshiro were left in a state of bewilderment. A single piece of clothing had created a depression over 10 centimeters deep in the earth. How much weight is required for this? Bayou, you mentioned that this protective gear weighs 100 kilograms, while your clothing appears to be a source of impatience for Gungshiro. 300 kilograms seems quite manageable. Bayou, oblivious to the astonished expressions of Zoro and Gungshiro, donned the modified outer garment without a second thought. According to the data provided by the system, Bayou had unlocked 3% of his original template after the recent battle, reaching a total of 10%. His power level also correspondingly surged to 820, surpassing the Navy's definition of the superhuman threshold. The burden of 300 kilograms upon his frame is, surprisingly, not daunting. Its primary function lies in this modified attire, which incessantly consumes his peak spiritual pressure. Once he acclimatizes to the sensation of this consumption, the subsequent liberation will witness a remarkable surge in his prowess. Most crucially, this enchanted garment, akin to the eye mask of the original character Kenpachi Zaraki, not only siphons his ultimate spiritual energy, but also stores it. Upon release, it can replenish the host, exponentially augmenting their strength within a brief span. Upon relaying this information, Bayou suggested to Zoro, "Perhaps we should let the teacher examine this first. I will return it to you tomorrow." Gunshiro's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Zoro had already clasped the bracers tightly. Shaking his head vigorously, his previous dignity as a swordsman utterly vanquished. Delicious. Suddenly, a distressed elder rushed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Gungshiro, a grave situation has arisen. Numerous Navy personnel have appeared at the docks, seemingly pursued, with a colossal pirate ship, encrusted with jewels, in tow. You must send Zoro to investigate at once." The elder, having witnessed the recent cataclysmic battle, had refrained from approaching until the conflict subsided, seeking assistance only thereafter. A pirate ship adorned with jewels? Bayou's brow arched, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, these pirates from the Grand Line exhibit a distinct efficiency. I am most eager to ascertain whether they are worthy of my blade. Bayou, is a Treach pursuing us? Zoro's expression shifted dramatically. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, Zoro recounted the circumstances of Bayou's arrival in Shuangyue village to Gungshiro. It became abundantly clear to Gungshiro why Bayou was so fervently eager to master the art of cutting through iron, given the formidable resilience of the chainman. This is truly a case of practical application, akin to driving a duck onto a perch. He has arrived, yet it seems Karina is entangled in trouble. Bayou's eyes widened, and his observation haki was unleashed to its fullest extent. With a mid-level mastery of observation haki that reached the realm of the mind net, Bayou effortlessly grasped the situation at the dock. Before Zoro and Gungshiro could react, he propelled himself into the air with a sudden leap. Ascending to a height of several dozen meters, he hurled the wooden sword at his waist with great force. Simultaneously, he swiftly pursued, observing Bayou vanish into the distance. Zoro and Gungshiro exchanged glances and hurriedly followed suit. Confronted with this notorious pirate from the Grand Line, boasting a bounty of 89 million, they could only hope that Bayou's earlier claims were not mere bravado, and that he had indeed mastered the art of cutting iron with a single glance. At the dock, hundreds of Navy personnel gathered along the shore, while a wrecked warship lay stranded nearby. Torrents of seawater surged violently into the ship's hold. However, the Navy present seemed utterly unconcerned by the sinking of the vessel. "Colonel Doman and Treach are indeed pursuing us," exclaimed a naval soldier in alarm. Soon, everyone beheld a pirate ship adorned with gems, reminiscent of a newly affluent individual, emerging upon the sea. At the helm stood Treach, sporting a spiky red hairstyle and a sausage-like mouth. Closely following was the inebriated Naoli. "Open fire," Commence firing immediately. Treege commanded. I have already contacted Colonel Smoker. He is en route here. If you dare linger, you will surely be defeated by Colonel Smoker, the strongest Navy officer of the East Blue. Doman, a stout naval colonel wielding a massive axe, was the regional commander. Initially, he had only intended to set sail for a routine patrol, never anticipating an unexpected assault from a pirate ship. The image of Treege, a pirate with a bounty of 89 million berries, had long circulated among various divisions as he intruded upon the East Blue. This led to Doman immediately discerning Treege's identity, who dared not linger and fled to Frostmoon Village. The East Sea truly deserves its reputation as the weakest sea. At such a moment, there isn't even a single noteworthy adversary present. Standing at the bow of the ship, Treege effortlessly deflected the incoming bullets, laughing heartily as he spoke. I have heard that East Sea has produced some so-called strongest newcomer. Before Smoker's arrival, I genuinely wish to encounter him and eliminate him. I am quite curious to see the expressions on your Navy's faces at that time. However, before that, aside from dealing with you, there is also that little thief hiding over there. You cannot escape this time. Sasaki, apprehend her. Understood, boss. Not far away, Karina, concealed behind the cargo, suddenly paled. She beheld Sasaki materializing behind her, clad in a down jacket, an apparition reminiscent of a specter, wielding a raised katana, her complexion turning ashen. How careless. Karina instantly realized her oversight. Upon seeing Sasaki, she should have been on high alert. At this close range, she could not evade, given her current skills. Bang! A deep sound of air being ruptured resounded through the heavens. Treege's expression faltered, and the next moment, he urgently shouted, Sasaki, be careful. Someone is launching a sneak attack. A sneak attack? Sasaka's nerves tensed at once, and as she hurriedly turned around, a wooden sword imbued with golden spiritual energy appeared before her. The swift and thunderous motion compelled him to instinctively raise his blade to defend himself as his pupils constricted. A resounding crash echoed as the blade shattered. The wooden sword, imbued with immense force, struck with unrelenting ferocity against the chest of Sasaki. Blood, a vivid crimson, erupted from his mouth, blooming in the air like a dazzling firework. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Sasaki, along with the wooden sword, collided with the pirate ship manned by Treege and his crew. The impact was monumental. The seemingly indestructible hull splintered under the force. Many pirates on deck were hurled into the sea. However, their astonishment was short-lived as they beheld Sasaki, grotesquely embedded in the gaping hole of the ship. His chest grotesquely caved in, lifeless beyond revival. A collective gasp resonated among them. Is this considered a long-distance snatch? Boom. The resounding crash echoed incessantly across the dock. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the lifeless body of Sasaki, sprawled amidst the rubble, unable to suppress a gulp. Was it the handiwork of the reclusive elder from Frostmoon Island? Doman, awakened from his stupor, felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. The East Sea, the weakest of all, was nonetheless plagued by marauding pirates. The small island housing Frostmoon Village was no exception, falling victim to relentless pillaging. Yet, inexplicably, every pirate that dared to invade the island met a grim fate. Over time, Frostmoon Island evolved into a forbidden realm for pirates. Doman, fleeing from pursuers, had arrived at this very place, drawn by the legend. What elder? You have brought shame upon the Navy. Bang! A beam of golden light shot skyward, the immense force shattering the ground beneath. A swirling cloud of dust began to settle, revealing a figure hidden within. Doman was taken aback. Could it be that the previous strike was delivered by a mere youth? Lord Bayou, you have finally arrived. Just moments ago, Nami went missing. And as I ventured out to find her, I encountered Treege's men. Karina hastily concealed herself behind Bayou. Do you have confidence? Perhaps we should flee? Flee? Bayou replied with a cruel smile, his gaze fixed upon the grim-faced Treege. I apologize, but the word retreat does not exist in my vocabulary. Moreover, does a mere pirate warrant my retreat? A sharp intake of breath resonated through the crowd. Doman, too, was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the audacity of the youth before him. This is indeed a superhuman devil fruit user with a bounty of 89 million berries. Haha, little brat. Your bravado is quite remarkable. It's my first encounter with such audacity in the East Sea. Treege, filled with fury, laughed maniacally, clenching his fists in a menacing manner. However, the name Bayou rings a bell. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the so-called super rookie of the East Sea, as rumored by the Navy. I was pondering where I might find the opportunity to eliminate you and deliver a crushing blow to the Navy, but now you have conveniently presented yourself, saving me considerable effort. A minor character like you can be effortlessly dispatched. I shall grant you a swift end, making you accompany Psychope to the grave. Bang. Tredge charged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, and appeared right before Bayou. His right fist, ensnared by chains, surged with overwhelming force. Aimed directly at Bayou's chest. Be careful, Domo urgently warned. Unfortunately, Bayou, caught in the midst of the impending assault, stood as still as a statue, seemingly stunned by Tredge's sudden onslaught. As the formidable iron fist crashed into Bayou's chest, the majority of the Navy soldiers averted their gaze. Unable to bear witness to the impending impact, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, is this truly a newcomer? Bang. Tredge raised his hands in haste to defend himself. The force that struck his arms caused his complexion to change dramatically, and in a moment of uncontrollable chaos, he crashed headlong to the ground, nearly rolling his eyes in defeat. His feet, unable to withstand the impact, shattered beneath him. The residual force of the strike swiftly spread towards the pirate ship in the distance. Boom. The pirate vessel, already dented, suffered further calamity as its massive bow was violently torn apart. The pirates standing on the deck were flung into the air by the shockwave. Torrents of seawater cascaded down like a torrential rain. The stunned Navy, witnessing this spectacle, found themselves at a loss for words, unable to articulate their astonishment. One strike had decisively altered the course of the confrontation. Is this truly a newcomer? Or have they encountered a counterfeit Treege? Colonel Doman, have we come across a false Treege? What origins does this most formidable newcomer possess to so easily subdue him? A naval soldier, unable to contain his impatience, spoke up. All eyes turned towards Doman. After all, the scene before them was utterly astonishing. I, too, am uncertain. I have merely heard whispers that Bayou is the grandson of Admiral Karp, Doman stammered. In their eyes, such a second-generation official was merely a product of nepotism. Someone undeserving of attention, and they felt a sense of disdain. Yet, everything unfolding before them shattered his preconceptions. The grandson of the naval hero Karp? Treege roared to life. The chains binding him transformed into numerous tentacles, shooting out in all directions. In the next moment, they converged in the air, resembling an iron dragon, charging forward. Bang! Bayou's body jolted as the iron dragon collided forcefully against his chest. His body swayed slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent the iron dragon flying with the wooden sword in his hand. This poised and unyielding demeanor rendered the expressions of all present utterly remarkable. They had witnessed various battles, yet this fearless stance shattered their preconceived notions. Teacher, it seems Bayou has the upper hand. Zoro rushed over, surveying the chaotic battlefield, instantly grasping the situation. However, had he truly mastered the technique of cutting through iron? If not, victory would indeed be a formidable challenge. Zoro, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Gungshiro glared at him, swiftly delivering a slap to the back of Zoro's head. Treege burst forth from the ruins, momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Haha, little brat, thank you for your reminder. No wonder you present such a fearless facade. It turns out you merely intended to intimidate me. However, I am a man of chains, forged as strong as steel. And I am curious to see how you intend to breach my defenses. I recognize that your audacity stems from the garments you wear, which possess a degree of protection. Yet, relying on such external aid to secure victory will likely lead you to despair against my absolute defense. Considering my regard for Karp, I might have spared you. But you can only blame yourself for having slain Psychope. With a resounding crash, chains erupted from Treege's body, swiftly enveloping him in 3 layers. Before anyone could react, he was entirely ensnared, including his hair, as if clad in a heavy suit of armor, exuding an air of invincibility. Zoro's countenance turned ashen, and he realized the gravity of the predicament he had unwittingly caused. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, quickly silenced by a shake of Gungshiro's head. Let it be. Bayou's strength is not as simplistic as it appears. Should he indeed lack knowledge of cutting iron, I believe he possesses means to counteract. Otherwise, he would not remain so composed. Moreover, who can say he might just conjure a miracle? Miracle? Zoro fixated on Bayou, his heart uncertain. Having witnessed the battle only once, and having partaken in it, he was now capable of grasping a realm of mastery in cutting iron that might elude many for a lifetime. Is this truly possible? Zoro understands that even Yang Shiro, who uttered those words, would not dare to contemplate such a notion. Haha, hedgehog head. Did you just assert that I rely on this training uniform to dare to confront you head-on? Bayou took a swig of his drink, a savage. bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. I happen to find this attire rather cumbersome, and you have inadvertently reminded me of that. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bayou plunged the wooden sword into the ground and began to remove the modified training uniform he had donned just moments ago. However, such an action was undoubtedly intolerable to the many Navy officers present. It is a rare privilege to possess a piece of extraordinary armor, and yet it is now being willingly discarded due to mere words from an opponent. Isn't that a foolish act? Haha. With just one sentence, he stripped off his clothes. Are you out of your mind? Treege burst into laughter, but that mirth quickly faded as he watched Bayou's outer garment fall heavily to the ground. He was left utterly dumbfounded. Bang! The 300-kilogram coat crashed onto the earth, forcefully compressing the meticulously arranged ground and causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread. Simultaneously, the extreme spiritual pressure, suppressed within by the modified training suit, was unleashed without reservation. Boom! A golden stream of spiritual energy surged into the heavens. The winds, stirred by the force, whipped around in chaotic torrents. In that instant, Bayou deftly grasped the wooden sword lying on the ground. It was as if a fearsome Azura roared forth from Bayou, filling the eyes of onlookers with awe. The overwhelming pressure that surged forth made the legs of every pirate and even the Navy personnel present tremble slightly. Gold, a hue of divine radiance, enveloped Bayou. Yet in that moment, it evoked a sense of dread among the witnesses. Zaro, Lord Bayou, what is happening? Why does he appear to have grown stronger? Karina stammered, unable to contain her astonishment. When they first met, Bayou had exuded a formidable presence, but compared to the suffocating aura he emanated now, it was vastly inferior. Zoro's complexion also paled slightly. He had witnessed the battle between Gung Shirlang and Bayou firsthand. Yet, as Karina remarked, Bayou now seemed to have ascended to an even greater level of strength. It seems this kid held back when he fought me earlier, Gung Shirlang chuckled awkwardly. These years spent in seclusion had indeed afforded him a tranquil life, yet he lamented missing out on the vibrant world outside. Zaro, it is time for you to venture out. The East Sea is far too small. As for Bayou, he had always been powerful, but his combative nature compelled him to suppress his strength. The previous wristbands and this training suit likely constrained his abilities by 2/3. Now, he had truly been liberated, revealing the ferocity of a beast. Karina was left in a daze. No. In fact, everyone was bewildered. He had been too strong, leading him to restrict himself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted this time. He truly stumbled. Well then, let us continue our fierce battle. Bayou adjusted his shoulder and, in the blink of an eye, with a single stride, a resounding thud echoed as a heavy footprint was left on the ground. Upon regaining his senses, Bayou had already approached Traeger. There was no embellishment. The wooden sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden light. Traeger's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his hand to block. A thunderous boom. An explosive tempest engulfed the entire dock. Traeger was struck like a cannonball, crashing into the rocks several dozen meters away. The tremendous force shattered large sections of the rocks into pieces. Meanwhile, Bayou, like a phantom, swiftly followed, bringing his wooden sword down once more. Every attack was devoid of flair, only a relentless bombardment. In a mere 10 seconds, Bayou unleashed hundreds of strikes, each one powerful and impactful. The only response Traeger could muster was defense, and even the chains coiling around his body, which exuded an indomitable aura, could not completely dissipate the force of each strike. Feeling the tumultuous blood surging within him, Traeger roared urgently, "Naoliai, cover me quickly." With a crack, the wooden sword struck down again, and Traeger could no longer suppress the turmoil within, spitting out blood. Naoliai, who had been observing the battle from a distance, had long lost her drunken stupor. She swiftly drew her bow and aimed at Bayou. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out consecutively. 7 arrows in rapid succession. This was Naoliai's most formidable attack. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance of mere dozens of meters. Observing the incoming assault, Bayou merely raised his gaze slightly, watching as the attacks descended upon him. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the dock, a blaze of fire engulfing Bayou entirely. A successful hit. Yet, there was no trace of a smile on Naoliai's face. She fixed her gaze intently on the figure emerging from the flames, her heart stirred. The pitch-black armament, like a cloak of darkness, enveloped him completely. He appeared as if forged from steel, emerging unscathed from the earlier assault. The entirety of his being radiated with the aura of armed color. You, You are certainly not a newcomer from the East Sea. Who exactly are you? Traeger was astonished. Such prowess was beyond his own capabilities. He refused to believe that this young man truly hailed from the weakest sea. Who I am is of little consequence. But it seems you have strayed from the purpose of this fight. If you continue this way, you will meet your demise. Bayou expressed a hint of disappointment. It was evident that relying solely on the powers of the devil fruit would not suffice against worthy adversaries. Traeger was bewildered. As a treasure hunter active in the first half of the Grand Line, he had always toyed with others. When had he ever been publicly belittled in such a manner? Witnessing the flicker of disappointment on Bayou's bloodthirsty face was a profound humiliation. You insolent brat, how dare you underestimate me? I am the esteemed treasure hunter, Lord Traeger. You shall pay for your scorn. With a thundering roar, the earth trembled. Soon, a chain hidden beneath the ground erupted beneath Karina's feet, instantly wrapping around her. Zoro's expression changed as he swiftly drew his sword, the Wad Ikamanji. One sword style, fierce tiger. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade was deflected. Staring at the unscathed chain, Zoro's face turned pale. Haha. Indeed, your swordplay cannot harm my chains, and that child's toy wooden sword will never kill me. A hint of ecstasy appeared on Traeger's face. This woman shall serve as my temporary hostage. If you wish for her to live, you will obey my commands. After I depart safely, I will return her to you. Otherwise, I shall strangle her. The chains lurking underground suddenly tightened, slithering toward Bayou like a venomous serpent. Colonel Doman, watching from the sidelines, paled in alarm and shouted, Bayou, do not heed Traeger's words. If you become trapped, we are all doomed. As a division colonel, he had long grown accustomed to the lies spun by pirates, especially those like Traeger who hailed from the Grand Line, unworthy of trust. It is too late. At this distance, you cannot escape. Traeger's expression was one of wild delight. The chains he controlled surged forth with increased speed. He understood that if he could completely restrain Bayou, victory would belong to him. Who says a toy sword cannot kill? Bayou suddenly lifted his head. The bloodthirsty smile on his face momentarily freezing Traeger in place. At the sight of Bayou gripping his sword, an indescribable chill enveloped him. In that instant, his instincts screamed that he must flee. Buzz. The sound of the sword echoed sharply from the wooden sword. The bizarre scene transformed the expressions of all present. Bayou's overwhelming spiritual pressure came to an abrupt halt, only to be fervently channeled into the wooden sword in his grasp. In an instant, the sword appeared to shed all color, adopting a simple and ancient demeanor. The essence and momentum that Bayou possessed swiftly intertwined. As he beheld the chains swirling ominously around him, he gripped the sword tightly and faced them head-on. Swordsmanship, duel severance. With a thunderous roar, a flash of golden light erupted, and a blade of 100 meters sliced through the air with a force capable of rending the heavens. The myriad chains that rushed towards him were, in that moment, as fragile as paper, effortlessly severed in two. In the brief span of mere dozens of meters, he closed in on Treege in the blink of an eye. Feeling the onslaught akin to the Grim Reaper's summons, Treege suddenly realized that from the very beginning, the youth before him had merely been toying with him. This is the realm of iron cutting. In the vast ocean, even in the New World, few have attained such a level. If from the very beginning, the opponent were to unleash their full might alongside the iron-cutting realm, Treege feared he would not withstand a single strike. At this moment, Treege began to regret his decision to create chaos in the East Sea. No, no. Treege screamed in desperation, his hands entangled in numerous chains, attempting to block the fierce and unmatched blow. Alas, all of this appeared feeble under the dual swordsmanship and the domain of iron cutting. 100-meter blade aura flashed by, sweeping past Treege and consuming the pirates hiding behind. As well as now lie. Boom. The sea surface, 10,000 meters away, erupted violently. A torrent of seawater surged into the sky, enveloping the entire dock like a torrential rain. Witnessing a single strike carve a vacuum zone through the dock and the sea, everyone disregarded the deluge of water pouring down. They merely swallowed greedily. As Treege's severed halves fell to the ground, the stunned crowd finally reacted with faces filled with terror. It succeeded. He truly grasped the essence of iron cutting after only witnessing it once. Gungsiru's face was etched with shock. Zoro, standing nearby, was no exception. At that moment, gazing at Bayou's slender silhouette, the ambition to chase after the world's greatest swordsman suddenly felt so distant. Competing with a monster for the title of the strongest was surely a fanciful notion, right? Zoro, your teacher knows what you're thinking. But if one does not dare to pursue, that is what truly invites disdain. Gungsiru exhaled deeply. Fearlessly pursue Bayou, become his final adversary. Zoro remained silent. observing Bayou's bloodthirsty fighting spirit, silently clenching his fists. The aspiration of becoming the world's greatest swordsman seemed to drift away. Nevertheless, being the ultimate rival to the world's greatest swordsman would still be quite splendid. Bayou took a deep breath, exhaling the lingering tension. In this battle, the disparity when compared to the confrontation with Gung Sailang is stark. Had it not been for the relentless effort to severely wound Gung Sailang, individuals like Treege would scarcely withstand more than a few strikes in his presence. Nonetheless, Bayou invested considerable thought and time in engaging with Treege, striving to unlock the character templates of Jin Muki Kenba more efficiently and expeditiously. Ding. Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the treasure hunter Treege. You have received a reward of 1.5 progress towards template unlocking. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an additional reward of 300 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a free opportunity to refresh the shop. The ethereal notifications echoed in succession. Observing the meager 1.5 progress in template unlocking, Bayou was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. After dedicating so much time to playfully engaging with Treege, was the system now toying with him? After all, Treege is a notorious pirate from the Grand Line. To receive merely 1.5 progress in unlocking was utterly disheartening. Isn't this fate rather contemptible? However, glancing at the 300 mall points behind him and the opportunity for another mall refresh, Bayou's resentment dissipated somewhat. You seem to be Colonel Doman, do you not? Bayou exited the system and cast a tense glance at Doman nearby. I leave this mess for you to handle. As for Treege's bounty, please transfer it to this card number. There should be no issues with that, correct? No problem at all, Lord Bayou. Doman promptly took the card and saluted. The level of tension is such that Bayou is regarded as a former superior. Bayou helplessly rubbed the tip of his nose, too weary to correct the situation. This is a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, where only the strong earn respect. It also grants Bayou greater ease in his endeavors. Now that this mess has been entrusted to Doman for resolution, Bayou can conserve considerable effort and first clarify matters concerning Nami. If my suspicions are correct, this little thief has indeed underestimated her chances and fled in advance. However, this might be advantageous, as it will allow her to experience the ocean's brutality before being properly tamed. As for the role of navigator, Bayou is undeniably ill-suited for it. After a brief interlude, a naval warship swiftly approached Frost Moon Island. Standing prominently on the ship's bow was Smoker, smoking a cigar, alongside the unusually solemn Karp. Smoker, is your intelligence credible? My grandson is truly on Frost Moon Island, having encountered Treege? Karp gazed at the island, now discernible on the horizon, and clenched his fists in silence. The last contact we had with Admiral Doman was indeed within Frost Moon Island, and there have been sightings of your grandson, Bayou. In the same vicinity, Smoker replied, observing the island becoming clearer. Unless he chooses to flee, they are bound to meet. However, the treasure hunter Treege is a notorious figure, with a bounty of 89 million on the Grand Line. I fear your grandson may falter, which would hinder my pursuit of Treege. Since assuming command at the East Seas Gateway, Rog Town, Smoker has made it his mission to apprehend all pirates entering or leaving the East Sea. It is a rare occurrence to encounter a pirate of significance intruding into these waters, and Smoker is unwilling to let this chance slip by. Rest assured, that little brat Bayou is quite cunning. Even if he faces defeat, he should be able to safeguard himself. A glint of ferocity flashed in Karp's eyes. If Bayou falls into Treege's clutches, I will take responsibility for his rescue. But Karp, what if Bayou is killed by Treege? Came the hesitant inquiry. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted within Karp, unleashing a shockwave that engulfed the entire warship. The naval soldiers on the deck stiffened at once. And even Smoker was not exempt from the oppressive atmosphere. Typically, Karp exudes a nonchalant demeanor, yet at this moment, he radiated an overwhelming aura of menace. This truly harbors a murderous intent. Should anything happen to Bayou, Smoker firmly believes that Garp would undoubtedly obliterate Treege. Colonel Smoker, we have reached the shore, and the remnants of a terrifying battle are evident, with warships stranded. A naval soldier at the lookout tower exclaimed urgently, Damn Treege. If my grandson suffers even a hair's breadth of harm, I shall make you wish for death. Garp bellowed, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap, akin to a cannonball. As he soared towards the island, Smoker, witnessing this, wasted no time. Billowing clouds of smoke enveloped him as he pursued Garp closely. The two surged forth, embodying an immense force. In a mere span of a few seconds, they charged towards the shore. Bang! A thunderous collision resonated, sending a cloud of dust swirling, while the ground beneath them shattered in response. Treege, come forth and face your demise. Garp roared, his voice echoing with fury. Mr. Garp, leave Treege to me. Smoker interjected hastily. Having guarded Logtown for so long, he was eager to encounter a prey from the Grand Line. Smoker did not wish for Treege to be obliterated by Garp's wrathful fist. A sense of urgency flashed through his mind as he hastily dispersed the surrounding dust and scanned the area. However, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. All around, naval soldiers were busily transporting supplies and repairing warships. Smoker and Garp found themselves utterly bewildered. This scene is far removed from the brutal battlefield they had envisioned. The fierce struggle and the blood-soaked terrain were entirely absent. Colonel Smoker, you have finally arrived, Doman exclaimed, hastening forward and quickly noticing the presence of Admiral Karp, which filled him with a surge of elation. Admiral Karp? Is he not the grandfather of Lord Bayou? Just moments ago. Lord Bayou's demeanor was a complete embodiment of Admiral Karp as heroic spirit, undoubtedly destined to become a vice admiral in the Navy and capable of standing alone. The atmosphere erupted as over 100 naval soldiers suddenly stirred with excitement. Smoker and Karp were once again left in a state of bewilderment. This is quite different from what they had envisioned. Colonel Doman, what is happening? Did you not call for help using the telephone bug? Where is Treege? A sense of unease surged within Smoker as he pressed for answers. Beside him, Karp also displayed a hint of urgency. Colonel Smoker, Treege is dead, Doman exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback, as he slapped his forehead and hurriedly replied. He had been preoccupied with tasks assigned by Lord Bayou and had forgotten to inform Colonel Smoker. Initially, we were being hunted by the treasure hunter Treege, and upon fleeing to Frost Moon Island, we encountered Lord Bayou. You cannot imagine, at that moment, Lord Bayou, with a mere wooden sword, swiftly dispatched one of Treege's right-hand men. With a single swing of the wooden sword, he overpowered Treege, ultimately cleaving him along with his subordinates and pirate ship in half. Look at that scar from the slash over there. It stretches at least 10,000 meters. His words flowed in a rapid succession, akin to a barrage of cannon fire, nearly showering Smoker's face with spittle. However, at this moment, he followed Doman's gaze. The first sight that met his eyes was a body severed in two, along with a gash that extended from the dock to the beach and out to the sea. A staggering 10,000 meters, a grotesque and chasm-like mark of the slash. The residual malevolence here surged towards him. Witnessing the shocking scene, Smoker hastily retrieved Treege's bounty notice, comparing it repeatedly, as his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. This marks the most formidable target since he took command in Rocktown. Yet, it has been unexpectedly seized by Bayou, whom he had underestimated. Furthermore, according to Doman, the tide of battle is decidedly favoring Bayou. It is evident that this outcome is far from what Smoker desired. Haha, Smoker, do you see this? I have long proclaimed that the young lad Bayou is no ordinary contender. A mere Treege stands no chance against him. Karp clapped Smoker on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Not long ago, Sengoku expressed concerns about Bayou venturing out to sea alone, but I can now assure him that Treege was forcefully vanquished by Bayou. Speaking of which, with such impressive achievements, I must recommend Bayou for a commendable position. A vice admiral? The prospect of a rear admiral seems equally enticing. A rear admiral? The naval soldiers present gasped in astonishment, and even Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. The veracity of Karp's assertion remained uncertain to them, however. Should Bayou be nominated as a rear admiral, he would likely become the youngest in the history of the Navy headquarters. For this position, it is not only Smoker who covets it. Many within the Navy headquarters are eyeing it with keen interest. Karp, you are quite the recommender. Doman could not help but interject. Nevertheless, recalling Bayou's overwhelming display against Treege in battle, he swallowed back his words. That bloodthirsty and frenzied fighting stance, illuminated by golden light, left Doman pondering what level of prowess it could achieve in the Grand Line, or even the New World. In his eyes, Bayou had already reached an unparalleled status within his experience. That useless scoundrel, Treege, you are utterly incompetent. Smoker clenched his fist tightly, speaking in a low voice. Doman, where is Bayou? I must see him. Throughout his tenure, Smoker had been regarded as a guardian deity of the East China Sea since his deployment from the Navy headquarters to Rocktown. The emergence of the treasure hunter Treege was undoubtedly an opportunity to prove his strength, yet it has now been eclipsed by the ascendant Bayou. With a heavy heart, Smoker could hardly swallow this news. Colonel Smoker, after the resolution of the Treege incident by Admiral Whitebeard, departed Frost Moon Island with his subordinates. He had taken the nearby nautical charts from me, seemingly heading towards Cocoa Village. Doman hastily explained. Departed? Smoker's expression darkened instantly. After meticulously examining the nautical charts, Karp finally calmed down amidst laughter, stating, Cocoa Village is still 3 days' journey from here. It appears that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is also in that vicinity. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? Smoker clenched his fist tightly and muttered. It seems that Admiral Sengoku truly values Whitebeard. However, Mr. Karp, I too wish to make a trip. Hence, I shall leave it to Colonel Doman to escort you back to the base. With that declaration, Smoker's white smoke erupted explosively, transforming into a swift streak as he departed from the shore. Watching Smoker vanish into the sea, Doman could not help but exclaim, Mr. Karp, will you not stop Colonel Smoker? It seems he is heading to seek trouble with Admiral Whitebeard. Stop him? Karp laughed heartily, saying, Colonel Doman, this is merely the way of youthful exchanges. If Smoker prevails, then it is his fortune. If that little brat Whitebeard wins, I shall have an excellent excuse for a recommendation. Securing the position of a candidate for Admiral is no easy feat. Doman was taken aback. Observing Karp's beaming smile and the formidable power displayed by Whitebeard, Doman began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Smoker. The rhythm of the situation felt as though he was being treated like a mere piece of bait. However, as the deputy minister of the weakest sea, it was evident that such matters were not his concern, so he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. The mere idea that one day Bayou might truly ascend to become the youngest admiral candidate in the naval headquarters, or even attain the rank of admiral, filled him with a sense of pride. He would be able to boast that he once fought alongside an admiral. 3 days later, a small vessel sliced through the waves of the ocean. 2 figures on the deck were tirelessly wielding wooden swords. Among them was Bayou, who was diligently completing his daily tasks, and Zoro, forcibly brought aboard by Kayashiro, with his green, algae-like hair. Had Zoro not witnessed Bayou's formidable prowess firsthand, he would have undoubtedly rejected this arrangement. Yet now, he silently accepted it. At least, upon observing Bayou clad in a 300-kilogram modified training outfit, his speed in wielding the wooden sword far surpassing his own, Zoro understood that he had no grounds for complaint. If even a prodigy was striving with such effort, then what right did he, a mere wanderer who could hardly be called a genius, have to avoid exerting himself? 99,999. Bayou's wooden sword struck down once more. As the air trembled, that explosive force was entirely contained. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, he found himself adrift in a small, dilapidated vessel. Bayou fervently hoped that his training would not lead to an unfortunate mishap that might cause this fragile boat to explode. Yet, this seemingly casual scene caused Zoro's pupils to constrict sharply, as a phrase once uttered by Gongshiro flashed through his mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is simply astonishing. Lord Bayou. At this pace, and with the current course, we should arrive at Cocoa Village in half a day's time. Should we accelerate? What if something happens to Nami? Karina leaned out from the lookout tower, a trace of concern evident between her brows. The thought of Nami bearing the weight of everything alone, as revealed by Bayou, made Karina wish she could sprout wings and chase after her. Rest assured, Nami has been able to contend with the dragon for so long. Her nickname, the Little Thief Cat, is not without merit. Bayou glanced at the character unlock progress bar, which had reached 12%, then exited the system. He took a swig of strong liquor and continued, moreover, the ship is already operating beyond its limits. Further acceleration may cause it to fall apart. We should proceed with caution. If we arrive at Cocoa Village before Nami, it might disrupt my plans. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Karina nodded in agreement. In her eyes, even the bounty hunter Treege, with an 8 million bounty, would falter under a single blow. She could hardly believe that the dragon, with a 20 million bounty, would be any different. The thought of soon being able to assist Nami and avenge her grievances made Karina clench her fists in quiet anticipation. By the way, we still have half a day. I recall that when I defeated Treege, besides the system points, there was also a free refresh opportunity in the system store. Since I have some time to spare, I might as well check what this landlord can offer. Bayou sheathed the wooden sword in his hand, mumbled as he took another sip of liquor, and plopped down onto a beach chair, re-entering the system space. Looking at the store, which had previously contained only 2 meager items, he found it now devoid of offerings. Bayou rubbed his nose with a hint of exasperation. Thankfully, products from the system are of exceptional quality. Otherwise, such a lack of sales speed would lead to swift bankruptcy in my past life. However, he quickly suppressed that thought and noted the refresh count displayed as 1. With a flicker of inspiration, Bayou issued an order. System, refresh the store immediately. Ding. Please wait, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system store has been successfully refreshed, with the current item count at 2. Listening to the ethereal prompt, Bayou, too fatigued to complain about the system's meagerness, instinctively glanced at the item list. His expression froze as he beheld the 2 items displayed. The Desolation Scythe, valued at 200 system points. The 7-blade dagger, valued at 100 system points. As he looked at the 2 items, Bayou's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Indeed, the system behaves like a wealthy landlord, showing no intention of allowing this peasant to keep any surplus. With just one refresh, a solid 300 points had vanished. It seems the system is indeed reliable. However, upon observing the remaining 2 items, Bayou quickly recalled the origins of these peculiar products. In a certain fiery world, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki had once effortlessly defeated the 8-blade style of the 2-tails. This particular technique of swordsmanship has left Sasuke questioning the very essence of his existence. Had he not resorted to the Manjiki Sharingan bequeathed to him by Itachi, he might have truly met his demise. As for the second item, the 7-blade sharp knife, it appears to be a complementary weapon to the archaic vulture's cutlass. Observing the hefty price of 100 system points, it seems the system marketplace is not only considerate but rather unscrupulous. Nevertheless, this item seems unnecessary. After a private grumble, Bayou was about to exit the system when, bang, a gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Bayou looked up at the observation deck and soon spotted Karina, who was holding a smoking long gun. Hundreds of meters out over the sea, a sea eagle plummeted from the sky, evidently struck down in a single shot. Lord Bayou, did I disturb you? Karina remarked with urgency as she noticed his gaze. Before I left, Colonel asked me to keep a gun handy, so I thought I would practice a bit. Bayou chuckled, took a swig of strong liquor, and shook his head. No, I am merely surprised that a phantom thief can excel at cross-border sniping. It seems that pushing oneself through unconventional means may yield unexpected rewards. Unexpected rewards? Bayou murmured, as a bold idea flickered through his mind. With the character template unlocked to 12%, he knew that only by reaching 15% could he further unlock new subordinate characters and skills. However, relying solely on conventional challenges and daily tasks felt excessively slow, not befitting Bayou's impatient nature. As he gazed at the 2 items in the system marketplace, the audacious thought resurfaced. Lord Bayou, it seems there is a warship ahead. Karina suddenly interjected again. Bayou snapped back to reality, employing his observation haki, swiftly retracting while also taking in the rapidly approaching warship. As he discerned a gradually clearer silhouette on the deck, a hint of intrigue crossed Bayou's face. It appears that fortune favors those who are prepared. Just as he conceived a brilliant method, an opportunity presented itself. Karina, full speed ahead towards that warship. I wish to engage in a thorough discussion with this Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral? Karina paused, momentarily taken aback. Even Zoro, who was still engaged in his slashing, was momentarily stunned. A ludicrous notion flickered through both their minds. Could Bayou possibly be inclined to confront even the Navy? In the distance, a warship, several dozen meters in length, surged forward, slicing through the waves. Standing at the bow was none other than the solemn-faced Navy Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, draped in a robe of justice with long black hair cascading down. 6 days prior, he had received orders from Sengoku to come to the East Blue to escort a fledgling with minimal experience safely to the Navy headquarters. Typically, such escort missions would not require the involvement of a Vice Admiral like Ghost Spider. However, considering the wielder of the 3-color haki and the young swordsman capable of executing flying slashes, Sengoku had insisted that Ghost Spider personally undertake the mission. For the hawkish Ghost Spider, a hint of resentment inevitably brewed within. The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider observed a single-masted sailing vessel rapidly approaching, and among the 3 individuals aboard, one appeared to be the target of their mission, Vice Admiral Karp's grandson, Bayou. A naval soldier hurried forward, exclaiming, "Is that the little brat?" Ghost Spider's expression darkened as he seized the telescope, swiftly focusing on Bayou. After a thorough confirmation, finding him identical to the photograph in their intelligence reports, he declared, "It is indeed him. I initially thought it would take considerable effort to locate him, but it seems he has come forth voluntarily. Proceed at full speed to rendezvous with him. I must forcibly escort him back to the naval headquarters to prevent Admiral Sengoku from assigning me further babysitting duties. I am also quite eager to see what makes this so-called genius remarkable." A cold smirk played on Ghost Spider's lips. As the 2 vessels drew near, their silhouettes gradually became clearer. In the face of this purported Vice Admiral, Zoro and Karina could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. In the East Blue, Where even a colonel could serve as a division commander, a vice admiral was undoubtedly a rare entity. Particularly, sensing Bayou's intentions, the two exchanged bitter smiles. "Are you Bayou, the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp?" Ghost Spider, standing on the warship, spoke first in a solemn tone. "Given your insufficient strength, Admiral Sengoku is concerned that you might encounter danger traveling alone to the naval headquarters. Thus, he has dispatched me to escort you back. In this vast ocean, peril lurks at every turn. It is wise of you to seek my protection. This mission has already consumed a considerable amount of my time. So kindly board the ship and depart with me." With that, Ghost Spider turned to leave. As a vice admiral of the naval headquarters, traveling such a distance to escort a newcomer without irritation would be disingenuous. Moreover, akin to a Kainu, Ghost Spider was inherently a hawkish figure. Encountering a super genius revered by Karp and Sengoku, he intended to assert his authority and refine this newcomer. The naval soldiers nearby were taken aback by Ghost Spider's demeanor but remained silent, curious to see Bayou's response. "I apologize, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. But it seems you have misunderstood," Bayou said after taking a swig of white liquor. "I have no intention of returning to the naval headquarters with you. My purpose in meeting you is solely to hear of your famed eight-blade style that resonates throughout the Grand Line. I believe a clash with you would be worthwhile. I wish to engage in battle." His words reverberated across the deck like an incantation, lingering in the air. The naval soldiers present gasped in shock. Ghost Spider halted abruptly. Turning to Bayou with a cold gaze, "You just stated you wish to know if I am worthy of a strike? Are you implying that you intend to challenge me, a vice admiral of the naval headquarters, to a direct confrontation? Are you certain this is not a jest?" The soldiers stared at Bayou, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment at this sudden and audacious challenge, shattering their preconceived notions. The vast deck fell into an eerie silence as a bloodthirsty battle intent slowly emerged on Bayou's face. "Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, if it were any other matter, perhaps it could be a jest. However, regarding battle, I have always been dead serious." Madness. The expressions of the naval soldiers shifted dramatically. In their eyes, no matter how impressive Bayou's abilities might be, he was merely a somewhat exceptional newcomer. Challenging a seasoned vice admiral like Ghost Spider was tantamount to courting disaster. "Ha ha ha, what an arrogant little brat, daring to challenge me." Ghost Spider responded with a laugh, rather than anger. In these days, amidst the feeble expanse of the ocean, he cannot even encounter a single pirate worthy of his personal intervention. The monotonous expanse of the sea, if one could indulge in the company of this little imp before me, would indeed be rather delightful. Initially, I had intended to spare you, considering your association with Mr. Karp, but since you have so audaciously presented yourself, I shall pass the time by toying with you." The specter of the Ghost Spider inhaled deeply, a formidable aura of ferocity emanating like a tidal wave. His long hair, cascading down to his waist, seemed to come alive, swirling and entwining rapidly. In an instant, it morphed into 6 obsidian arms, each tightly gripping a blade. Simultaneously, Ghost Spider slowly drew the sword from his waist, revealing the renowned 8-blade technique that echoed across the seas. The breezy winds that danced upon the ocean appeared to come to a standstill at that moment. Even the gentle ripples on the water ceased their movements. The naval soldiers present instinctively recoiled, fully aware that as a vice admiral, Ghost Spider was resolutely intent on teaching this audacious newcomer a lesson. The atmosphere of confrontation tightened like an invisible hand grasping at the hearts of all present. All eyes fell upon Bayou, eager to witness how he would counter the 8-blade technique of Ghost Spider. Bayou exhaled deeply, the bloodthirsty battle spirit concealed within his gaze igniting with fervor, regardless of whether this battle would yield the outcome he anticipated. The innate warrior spirit coursing through his veins was anything but superficial. "System, grant me the use of the wild phoenix blade technique." A jolt coursed through his mind as the 8-blade technique, originally belonging to the 8-tails Jinchuriki, killer bee, surged into Bayou's being. With the system's extraordinary influence, Bayou seamlessly integrated the 8-blade technique into his very essence. In that fleeting moment, all the so-called skills transformed into a sensation etched into his soul. As a savage, bloodthirsty smile blossomed upon Bayou's face. An overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted. The clash of their energies resonated like thunder, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. The colossal warship trembled violently beneath them. Ghost Spider's eyes widened, muscles taut, unleashing a tremendous force. "Little imp, I shall show you that the unparalleled 8-blade technique of this world is not something a mere brat like you can challenge so recklessly. I am not to be measured by the standards of the weakest sea." With a sudden step, Ghost Spider vanished like a specter. The deck beneath him shattered upon his departure. When he reappeared, he stood before Bayou, dual blades in hand. Accompanied by the 6 blades conjured through the resurrection of life, raining down like a cascade of starlight aimed directly at Bayou. In that instant, the chilling light enveloped the battlefield, sealing off any escape for Bayou and executing a flawless display of speed and precision. Witnessing the rapidly approaching assault reflected in his widening pupils, Bayou's bloodlust ignited to a fever pitch. With a resounding clash, his wooden blade met the oncoming assault of icy light. The explosive burst of spiritual pressure transformed into a golden strike, shattering the onslaught into fragments. Simultaneously, with a flick of his left hand, 7 beams of cold light manifested, shooting forth like arrows in pursuit of Ghost Spider, their speed akin to a thunderclap. In this close proximity, they swiftly closed the distance. Ghost Spider's expression shifted slightly, and as the 8 blades clashed against the descending blade's aura, he hastily regained his footing. The 6 arms born from the resurrection of life formed an unyielding defense, granting him a fleeting moment to breathe. The 8 blades erupted in unison, weaving an impenetrable web of steel. The chilling brilliance flickered amidst the sparks, and the 7 beams of light pursuing Ghost Spider were instantly repelled, embedding themselves into the deck. 7 blades, you say? The naval soldiers, including Zoro, gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated Bayou employing some form of hidden weapon, never expecting that the 7 beams were, in fact, 7 peculiar blades. Little imp, you do not intend to suggest that you possess the 7-blade technique, do you? Perhaps you also wield resurrection of life or can manifest additional arms. Ghost Spider paused, a mocking smile creeping across his face. As a seasoned veteran, he was genuinely curious to see what this so-called genius would unveil before him. Forgive the misunderstanding, but I am of the 8-blade technique, Bayou grinned savagely, taking a swig of his drink. In the next heartbeat, he surged forth like a ferocious beast unleashed, his presence radiating overwhelming force, charging forward without a hint of flamboyance. Enveloped in a simple yet profound golden glow as he executed a powerful downward strike, Ghost Spider's expression darkened, swiftly raising his 8 blades to block the assault. The earth-shattering sound of impact reverberated like thunder. The gust of wind generated by their clash spiraled outward, and Ghost Spider felt a tremor in his grip. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, a hint of shock flickering across his face. Given Bayou's reputation as a prodigy, Ghost Spider had always believed he was giving this challenger too much credit. Yet, in the wake of such a forceful impact, he realized he had severely underestimated Bayou's strength. However, before he could fully process this, Bayou's wooden blade had already transformed into 2 distinctive sharp knives, gleaming with icy light, thrusting towards Ghost Spider. The proximity heightened Ghost Spider's senses once more. As their blades clashed, sparks erupted like fireworks. Ghost Spider, feeling the immense force transmitted through his blades, managed to steady himself, while a 3rd arm, born from the resurrection of life, emerged behind him, aiming a cunning strike at Bayou. Should this blow land, Ghost Spider was confident that he could swiftly regain control of the battle's rhythm that Bayou had disrupted. Suddenly, the sharp sound of blades slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. In an instant, Bayou's head turned, revealing a 3rd knife that had somehow appeared in his grasp. 3-blade technique. He executed with a posture reminiscent of Zoro. Yet, every movement of Bayou's resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast, relentless in its pursuit. The moment the 3rd blade clashed with the incoming assault, a 4th blade emerged. With an utterly unpredictable stance, utilizing Bayou's single-legged balance, he struck with a wicked angle directly at Ghost Spider. The right arm bent, clutching the 4th blade. None could have anticipated that Bayou would strike in such a manner. Regardless of speed or strength, the explosive force exhibited was entirely on par with the ferocity of wielding dual blades. Bang! The Ghost Spider's pupils contracted as he activated another blade to counter, the clash generating a fierce gale that swept across the deck. However, this was merely the beginning. With the success of his strike, Bayou transformed into a whirlwind of combat, particularly when his innate bloodthirsty talent for slaughter, deeply ingrained within him, merged with the ferocity of the reckless falcon's blade art. Following the 4th strike, the 5th blade emerged in a flash, nestled between his right shoulder and neck. Propelled by an almost gyroscopic speed that shattered the shockwave of their collision and surged forth once more. Sensing the menacing aura approaching, the Ghost Spider's face darkened, and the only recourse was to raise his hand in defense. Unlike wielding 2 swords, Bayou seamlessly integrated his momentum into his assault. The notion of attack cooldown was utterly non-existent. Instead, He leveraged force against force, each strike flowing into the next like a raging tide, ever more ferocious. Bang! The ghost spider once again parried the attack, yet the chilling glint before him flickered anew. With the counterforce of the fifth blade still not fully dissipated, the sixth and seventh blades surged forth. The sixth blade, positioned between his abdomen and right leg, and the seventh, nestled between his right leg and calf, unleashed a barrage of cunning strikes. The ghost spider's pupils were now constricted to their utmost, grappling with this unprecedented seven-blade flow that shattered his previous understanding. A mix of astonishment and fury igniting within him as he hastily activated life returned to confront the onslaught. Boom! The impact of the two blades collided, unleashing a force akin to a hurricane. The deck beneath them seemed unable to withstand their rampant clash, fracturing under the pressure. Nearby naval soldiers were directly toppled by the sheer magnitude of the wind. Yet, all of this was of little concern to the ghost spider. He realized that the seven blades that had seemingly vanished, now reappeared in Bayou's grasp, had been completely expended. In this nearly instantaneous clash, the ghost spider harbored grave doubts that Bayou had made a fatal error. If he could seize upon this moment, he believed he could turn the tide. Ha! Little brat, didn't you claim to be of the eight-blade style? We are already at the seventh blade, unless you lie flat on the ground. I cannot fathom where your eighth blade resides. The ghost spider laughed menacingly, his final blade erupting with unprecedented ferocity as he lunged towards Bayou, empowered by life return. At this moment, the gazes of both the ghost spider and Zoro were firmly fixed upon Bayou. After all, the blades Bayou had initially thrown amounted to merely 7. Now, with his body wielding the blades, he had reached an inhuman 7. The whereabouts of the 8th blade remained a mystery that they could not unravel. Yet, just as this thought materialized in their minds, a sadistic, bloodthirsty smile crept across Bayou's face, sending a chill down the ghost spider's spine. The pitch-black, armor-like conqueror's haki rapidly enveloped his forehead as Bayou, undaunted by death, collided head-on with the incoming 8th blade. The 8th blade, boom! With a thunderous strike, the force of 1,000 tons surged forth. This was the culmination of each blow struck with the savage blade of the wild falcon, where the momentum of each collision coalesced into a final, unreserved assault. As Bayou described it, this was the ultimate act of unbridled combat. Bang! The saber shattered with a resounding crack. The immense force of the initial blows crashed directly into the body of the ghost spider, sensing the ferocious impact rushing toward him. The remaining 7 strikes abandoned all thoughts of retreat, hastily attempting to shield him. Boom! The deafening clash of metal reverberated through the heavens. The explosive tempest unleashed flung numerous naval soldiers into the sea. The deck at the point of collision shattered, and the ghost spider was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Ultimately, he crashed through the thick steel hull, creating a human-shaped indentation before finally coming to a halt. Along his path, the deck was marred by 2 horrifyingly deep gashes torn by his legs, while the hands gripping the blades trembled slightly. The garments of his body were shredded into tatters by the shockwave of the impact. The 6 arms that could only be wielded through the return of life were now left disheveled. Moreover, during the collision, some were outright severed. Apart from the 2 sabers still clutched in his hands, the remaining 6 had shattered into several pieces, littering the deck. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed across the deck. Those naval soldiers who managed to steady themselves nearly had their eyes bulging in disbelief as they beheld the ghost spider, sent flying over 20 meters, in a pitiful state. Could it be that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had been defeated? That last strike not only repelled him but also shattered the saber in his grasp. In that moment, Ghost Spider had been unable to summon his armed color haki. But the outcome was far too terrifying. If this were to spread, even those at headquarters would struggle to believe it. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment. What appeared to be an elaborate battle had transpired in the brief span of mere seconds. Many might argue that the fight was not yet over. However, it was merely a spar, not a true slaughter. Both the naval soldiers and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider understood that the victor had emerged, and a genuine conclusion had been reached. Yet, gazing at the sabers in his hands, Ghost Spider remained incredulous. He had devoted decades to mastering the 8-saber style, only to be bested in a direct confrontation by an inexperienced youth wielding an unconventional variant of the same technique. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Ghost Spider would never have believed he would face such a day. With a deep exhalation, Bayou released a sigh of relief, returning the 7 blades to the system before casually retrieving a bottle of strong liquor. After taking a swig, he tossed it to Ghost Spider, remarking, "Indeed. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, engaging in such unrestrained combat is exhilarating. Let us have another bout when the opportunity arises. Ghost Spider caught the bottle, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions before he finally sighed in resignation. After taking a drink, he said, "Youngster, I retract my earlier underestimation. To reach such a level at your tender age, a position among the admirals is undoubtedly in your future. However, I am curious about the master who imparted your eight-saber technique. If I find myself in the East Blue, I would like to pay a visit. Should I be so bold?" Meanwhile, Zaro, still in shock, began to regain his composure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this not a rather pointless endeavor? Most importantly, this peculiar technique of the 8 blades is indeed a sight to behold for the first time. He firmly believes that very few individuals could conceive such a martial art. However, if all of this stems from Bayou's adherence to the combat skills dictated by his physique, then the combat talent possessed by the youth before him is truly terrifying. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. The progress of the template unlock has reached 14.9%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 system points. An ethereal notification resonated within Bayou's mind. Observing the sudden surge in his template unlock progress, the muscles in Bayou's cheeks involuntarily twitched. Being merely a fraction away from 15% felt like being on the cusp of success. Bayou genuinely suspected that the system was testing his limits. Nevertheless, it is impossible to refrain from utilizing cheats. In this lifetime, it would be utterly unfeasible to do so. Despite the minor setback, Bayou persevered. As for the additional 500 shopping points, he glanced at the desolate marketplace before promptly exiting the realm of consciousness. It appeared that the landlord had yet to comprehend the situation. Otherwise, those 500 points would not be permitted to linger overnight. Bayou, are you truly unwilling to return to the Navy headquarters with me? The route we take would allow us to traverse the Red Line in merely 3 to 4 days. Spoke the Ghost Spider once more. Faced with this peculiar little demon, the stoic Ghost Spider, known for his hawkish demeanor, could scarcely conceal a hint of anticipation. His intuition regarding the swordsmanship suggested that the youth before him would prove to be quite intriguing. Ghost Spider, I appreciate your kind offer, but for the time being, I intend to sail independently, to explore this vast ocean and seek like-minded crew members. Bayou replied with a smile, shaking his head in refusal. There were indeed numerous worthy targets within the Navy headquarters. However, once he arrived there, he would also bear the responsibilities of the Navy, thereby complicating matters for certain individuals who would find it difficult to act openly. In light of this rare leisure time, Bayou was reluctant to squander the opportunity. Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. I will report the events that transpired here truthfully. This should significantly aid your future promotions. The Ghost Spider remarked, a hint of regret crossing his features before he made his decision. For many, losing to a junior was a source of shame. Nevertheless, as a hawkish figure, the Ghost Spider was straightforward, having earned the trust of both Garp and Sengoku, which is why he was tasked with escorting Bayou. Ghost Spider, your words compel me to express my gratitude for this stepping stone. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Bayou said with a smile, taking a swig from his drink before leaping aboard his small boat. His challenge to the Ghost Spider had been a mere accident. Presently, with Cocoa Village still shrouded in uncertainty, Bayou was disinclined to waste time lingering here. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain whether the elusive Zero, one unlocking progress, could unveil a breakthrough with the Dragon of Evil. You little brat, it seems you have nothing but ill tidings. Wholly embodying the temperament of Rear Admiral Garp, the Ghost Spider retorted, casting an irritated glare before watching Bayou's small vessel drift away. Turning back to the wreckage of his ship, his expression darkened as he began to seethe. You little rascal, come back here immediately. You've reduced my ship to this state. Return and help me with the repairs. I should never have accepted your challenge. A short while later, at an inconspicuous dock in Cocoa Village, a weathered little boat rested quietly at the shore. Nami, with her backpack in tow, leaped onto the land. Nami, you have finally returned. Is it true what you said over the Den Den Mushi? Have you truly gathered 100 million berries to trade with the dragon pirates? Questioned Nojiko, her blue hair peeking through the foliage. She glanced at the imposing structure built along the shore, her face momentarily shadowed by an expression of unbounded hatred. This is the Dragon Paradise. It has also been the nightmare hovering over Kokokasia Village for the past decade. All along, Noki and others have been fervently praying for a miracle to occur. Unfortunately, it seems that fate has turned a blind eye, offering not even a glimmer of hope. One could say that for nearly 10 years, Noki has witnessed everything that Nami has shouldered, yet has felt utterly powerless. Sister, do not worry. I have already contacted the dragon. He promised that if I bring 100 million berries to him, he will fulfill his promise, Nami reassured in a low voice. Originally, I thought it would take me another 2 or 3 years to gather 100 million berries, but unexpectedly, this time at sea, I managed to acquire 40 million berries. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. So, you need not fret. By the way, have you seen any news about the treasure hunter Treach? 3 days ago. After landing on Frost Moon Island, Nami quietly took all the treasures, bearing the fate of Kokokasia village on her shoulders. She clearly did not dare to gamble her life like Karina did. Yet, along the way, the image of that bloodthirsty, warlike figure kept surfacing in her mind, causing her to pay attention to the news regarding Treach. Nami, I have searched through the newspapers of these past days, and there is no news about Treach. Is your wealth somehow related to this person? Noki inquired with noticeable concern. She was well aware of the dealings Nami had been involved in over the years. Sister, rest assured, this treasure was given to me by a friend. If I can see him again, I will surely repay him well. Nami shook her head, glancing once more at the dragon paradise. Time is running short. I must go and negotiate with the dragon. Soon, I will be able to redeem Kokokasia village and allow everyone to live in peace. Very well, but be careful, Noki admonished after a moment of silence. Sister, you need not worry. I am a clever little thief and shall be just fine. Nami smiled, patting Noki's shoulder as she gazed toward the distant dragon paradise, a fleeting figure flashing through her mind. Yet, it was quickly dispelled as she sighed softly, murmuring, Treach has a bounty of 89 million berries. I hope they will be safe. But given that guy's strength, even if he cannot win, he should be able to protect himself. A tumult of thoughts raced through Nami's mind, but she ultimately dismissed them, hastening away. The thought of using the hard-earned 100 million to redeem Kokokasia village brought an unmistakable joy to her eyes. She had already prepared her resignation from the dragon pirates. Half an hour later, outside Dragon Paradise, Nami stood before the tightly shut gates, her heart racing. After taking a deep breath, she pressed her hand against the closed door. 8 years had passed, and this moment had finally arrived. Through the doorway, she glimpsed the grotesque faces inside, and her heart swelled with urgency. Dragon, here I come. Haha. Brother Arlong, did you really say that Nami contacted you, claiming she gathered 100 million berries to redeem Kokokasia village? A boisterous, drunken laugh suddenly erupted. Seeing the flushed cheeks of Chu, who appeared to be tipsy, Nami's outstretched hand stiffened. An inexplicable unease surged within her. Chu, how could Brother Arlong deceive us? Kruby, clad in a judo uniform, said with a serious expression. However, during our last investigation of Nami's hiding place, she only had around 50 million berries. How could she suddenly gather more? Could she be plotting against us? If she truly has the amount, would Brother Arlong let her go? The East Blue, known as the weakest sea, regarded a bounty of 20 million berries for a being like the dragon as an exorbitant sum. The average wealth per person has always been low. Nami had spent 8 years amassing just 50 million. The sudden appearance of an additional 50 million was indeed beyond their expectations. Do not underestimate Nami. She is the navigator I have my eye on. With her skills, acquiring 100 million berries is not surprising. The dragon grinned menacingly. As for whether to let her go, I will certainly keep my promise. But that 100 million berries must be delivered to me personally. Kruby and the other fishmen were momentarily taken aback, while Chu suddenly snapped back to attention. Brother Arlong, I just saw you contacting that rat. You wouldn't have leaked Nami's treasure location, would you? If so, this matter has nothing to do with us. It would simply be Nami's bad luck to have been robbed. Indeed, it would be her misfortune. If she were to find out that her hard-earned treasures were taken by someone else, I wonder if she would cry and seek death. You lot, be sure to keep a close watch. We need her to be comforted. Otherwise, who will earn us money in the future? The atmosphere grew chaotic. Nami's hand pressed against the gate began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes already reddening. Bang! The door was abruptly kicked open. The vast courtyard fell silent. Gazing at the figure of the uninvited guest, a more pronounced smile crept across the dragon's face. Look, our navigator has finally returned. Let us toast to her. Yes, let us toast to Nami, and hope she truly has gathered 100 million berries. We can see just how much that truly is, all thanks to Nami. Indeed. We owe her our gratitude. The pirates burst into laughter. As Nami beheld the grotesque faces all around her, she clenched the staff in her hand, biting her lip as she spoke each word with conviction. Dragon, you dare deceive me. I will kill you all. Nami dashed towards the dragon, the staff in her grasp swirling as she aimed to strike. Bang! The dragon seized the staff, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Nami, I spoke those words specifically for you. Had you listened and retreated obediently, I would not have taken it to heart. However, since you insist on seeking discomfort, I shall teach you a lesson just as before. At this, the dragon signaled to Kruby, raising his wine glass with a playful grin. Oh, I forgot to mention. In this vast ocean, no one has been born capable of killing me. Kruby, give her a beating first. Then we will head to Kokokasia village and teach those foolish humans what it means to be the strong devouring the weak. Understood, Brother Arlong. Kruby replied with a cold smile, loosening his muscles as he approached Nami. Nami's face turned pale as if doused with cold water. With no time for thoughts, she quickly turned and fled. She needed to ensure the villagers escaped before the dragon and his crew reached Kokokasia village. Humph. Mere lowly humans daring to flee before noble fishmen. Do not forget, in our presence, you humans are akin to infants. Stay here. Kruby let out a cold snort and swiftly pursued Nami. In an instant, she found herself cornered against the wall, her gaze fixated on the coarse hand that loomed closer. Her pupils dilating in terror, her complexion paling to that of a ghost. Despairing, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. The wall beside Nami was pierced with a resounding impact. An unending cascade of golden light surged forth, and a wooden sword, imbued with an overwhelming force, tore through the void towards her. Kruby's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend himself. Alas, his so-called defense crumbled like mere paper. As his arms and chest caved in, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a cannonball, his body was propelled backward. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as Kruby shattered the heavy wall behind him. His arms and chest were pierced, and he was gruesomely impaled against the wall, his eyes wide open in disbelief. After a brief struggle, he succumbed completely. The once vibrant paradise fell into an eerie silence. Witnessing the stark contrast of Kruby's boastful claims of the might of the fishmen, now rendered powerless by a single flying wooden sword. The slap in the face arrived rather swiftly. Nami had already opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the familiar wooden sword, a vague figure flashing through her mind, akin to grasping a lifeline. Lord Bayou, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Heh, so this little thief cat still remembers me. A figure, ethereal and ghostlike, strode in from the doorway, casting a glance over the assembly of fishmen. After taking a swig of strong liquor, he turned his gaze towards the fearsome dragon. Forgive me, but did you not claim that no one capable of slaying you has yet to be born? However, I was born in haste, here to take the place of this vast ocean to end your life, as a vanquished soul of the new world. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory battle. Shall it be one by one, or shall you all come at once? Madness. Listening to such nonsensical ramblings, the fishmen present deemed this young lad utterly insane. They were the sovereigns of this ocean, now challenged publicly by a mere child. This is not madness. What could it possibly be? However, the fishmen present dared not act recklessly. Looking at the evil dragon pirate crew, Kruby holds a position of considerable rank. In a single encounter, he was swiftly vanquished by a flying wooden sword. This has utterly shattered their perception of humanity. Bang! The malevolent dragon crushed the wine glass in its grasp and cast a glance at the lifeless Kruby, its expression gradually contorting into a vicious snarl. You insolent wretch! No matter who you are, daring to wreak havoc in my domain, I shall see you dead. Everyone, let us unite to slay him. Clang! The dragon unsheathed the blade beside it, a fearsome weapon resembling a sickle, stretching over 2 meters in length. The gust of wind it stirred caused even Bayou's garments to flutter ominously. As he beheld the descending blade, a sadistic and bloodthirsty smile spread across Bayou's face. On this occasion, he was not merely there to rescue, but also to transcend that minuscule threshold of 0. Upon their encounter, the fearsome dragon faltered. Indeed, he did not withdraw. Little imp, are you truly so daunted by my formidable blade? My sword is designed to cleave through children with ease. A flicker of delight passed through the dragon's eyes, and the swiftness of its massive chainsaw blade surged dramatically. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the entire amusement park. The smiles that had just graced the faces of the fishmen froze in place, the dragon no exception, as it beheld the menacing blade poised at Bayou's throat. Their perception was utterly shattered. Yes, it is the color of armament haki. You are not from the East Sea. Shiyu, quickly provide cover for me. The dragon suddenly snapped back to reality. He was indeed a wretched creature of the new world, yet his vision was not limited. To withstand such a formidable strike unscathed was a feat unique to this individual. Everyone, attack together, protect Brother along. We are fishmen. He stands alone, with a puffed cheek. Chiyu unleashed a barrage of water bullets like a rapid-fire weapon. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 water bullets collided with Bayou's form in an instant. However, before Chiyu and the others could revel in their success, the water bullets passed straight through Bayou's body, crashing instead against the wall. It's an afterimage. Quickly find him. The dragon's expression shifted as it roared in urgency. No need to search. I am right here. What is a battle without a blade? Bayou appeared beside Kirby, swiftly drawing back a wooden sword. The moment the sword settled in his grasp, a cruel smile blossomed to its zenith. The character template of Mugen Kin was fully activated. Bang! Bayou stepped forth, akin to a ferocious beast, effortlessly traversing dozens of fishmen to stand before Chiyu. The wooden sword in his hand bore no embellishment, leading directly into a strike. It was too swift. A look of terror surfaced on Chiyu's face, especially upon witnessing the smile adorning Bayou's countenance. This utterly transformed Chiyu's perception of smiles. The water balloons accumulated in his mouth could not be released in time, forcing him to raise his hand in defense. Bang! With a swift stroke, an immense force was unleashed. Chiyu, towering far above Bayou, was instantaneously severed in two. Blood splattered, and dismembered limbs scattered, leaving the surrounding mermen in a state of bewilderment. This is truly the essence of a single strike against a child. The fishmen, who have long boasted of being several times stronger than humans, found even their cadres, Chiyu and Kelluobi, unable to withstand a single blow. What hope did the others have? Flee quickly. This is a relentless killer. If we can reach the sea, we shall escape with ease. One fishman exclaimed in terror. In an instant, dozens of fishmen frantically sought to escape. Alas, as they moved, Bayou had already plunged into the crowd like a bloodthirsty beast. With a wooden sword in hand, he struck with lethal precision. Blood sprayed forth like arrows, and the fishmen were utterly helpless to withstand even a moment of his assault. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of fishmen were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, the vile dragon, wielding a great saw, trembled slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness as it beheld the scene before it. The dragon was utterly terrified. It believed itself to be stronger than the average merman. However, it could never hope to match the prowess of Bayou. No, no. I cannot perish here. I am the dragon, the sovereign of the seas. Everything has crumbled due to you, and now I must eliminate you, Nami. The dragon tightened its grip on the massive chainsaw, charging towards Nami. Initially, it had intended to save her for last, but her disappointment had caught it off guard. Bang! The words of disappointment echoed in its ears. The dragon's nerves tensed, and it hurriedly turned around, only to be met by a wooden sword hurtling towards it. Boom! The dragon felt an overwhelming force, akin to being struck head-on by a speeding battleship. It was sent flying, crashing through the wall, and collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. A casual strike had caved in half of its chest. The fierce and imposing visage of the dragon had vanished, replaced by an all-consuming dread. At this moment, it finally comprehended that Nami had summoned a harbinger of death. Nami, I will relinquish everything. Please spare me. I will give you all my riches and 20 villages. The dragon implored desperately. Nami was taken aback. She gazed at the very dragon that had tormented the village of Kokosha for 8 long years, now reduced to such a pitiful state. None of this had crossed Nami's mind. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Bayou, with his keen observation haki, swiftly detected several figures, among whom stood the repulsive Colonel Mouse, leading the group. A dragon, I have come to claim my share of the treasure, Colonel Mouse declared, his fingers twitching on the whiskers above his lips as he stepped through the doorway. However, he froze in place, as did the naval soldiers behind him. The sight of the dragon, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. What has transpired here? Why are all the fishmen dead? Colonel Mouse stammered, instinctively taking a half-step back upon witnessing Bayou standing among the remnants of severed limbs, exuding an aura of a vengeful deity. Colonel Mouse, you must help me kill him. I will give you 100 million berries. The dragon roared in desperation. This was indeed his sole lifeline. He was wagering that the youth before him would not dare to act against the Navy. 100 million berries? The rat was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with elation. Over the past 8 years of collaboration, the dragon had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. However, when all was said and done, it amounted to merely 10 to 20 million berries. Now, he was proposing a staggering sum of 100 million at the outset. This is indeed a coveted treasure. A generous reward will surely summon the brave. At the very least, in this transaction, the mouse has delivered. Youngster, I am the naval division chief of this territory, and I now suspect you to be a pirate. Surrender at once and accompany us. The mouse, With a face full of greed, exclaimed urgently. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At that moment, the mouse felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Its muscles tensed as if it had been laid bare. Particularly, upon witnessing the confident stride of Bayou, the mouse was thrown into a state of panic. Fire. Shoot him down at once. Despite the initial shock, dozens of soldiers obeyed the mouse's command and swiftly pulled the triggers. Gunfire erupted, a torrential downpour of bullets aimed at Bayou. Colonel Mouse and his companions nearly had their eyes bulge out of their sockets as they beheld Bayou, who moved through the hail of bullets with an unsettling calmness. Panic set in for Colonel Mouse. As Bayou took his final step, standing before the dragon, the fear etched across the dragon's face twisted his features grotesquely. In an act of desperation, he seized a fallen chainsaw nearby, wildly swinging it at Bayou. "You little brat, I'll drag you down with me." With a swift motion, Bayou caught the wooden sword in his hand and, in a flash, severed the chainsaw along with the dragon himself. Blood gushed forth from the dragon's face, his once incredulous eyes now rolling back in disbelief as all semblance of life faded away. A chill surged through the minds of Colonel Mouse and the other Navy personnel, for they were acutely aware of the dragon as formidable strength, a strength that had now been effortlessly extinguished by the youth before them. This undoubtedly shattered their perception of the vast ocean. "Flee, quickly, flee," Colonel Mouse roared in despair. "It is too late," Bayou replied indifferently, as he hurled his wooden sword once more into the air. Insanity. Colonel Mouse seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, gazing at the wooden sword rapidly enlarging in his vision. Disbelief etched across his face. He had always regarded the Navy headquarters as his greatest support. Even the fiercest dragons held a certain trepidation towards it. Yet now, an unknown individual casually proclaimed life and death at his whim. Such matters were entirely foreign to him, leaving even Nami, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. Unlike others, Nami was acutely aware of Bayou's affiliation with the Navy. Suddenly, a white streak shot forth from the depths of the forest, colliding with the wooden sword in an instant. The sound of a muffled crash echoed as the force of the wooden blade faltered, allowing Smoker to swiftly emerge and deliver a powerful kick, sending the rat officer flying. In the next moment, the wooden sword passed through the spot where the rat officer had stood, crashing into a massive tree behind him and splitting it in two. Lying on the ground, the rat officer gazed at the scene, his legs trembling in fear. Had it not been for Smoker's timely intervention, he would have surely lost his limbs. "Smoker, you have come to the East Blue. Quickly apprehend this fiend. He not only colludes with pirates, but has also attempted to take the life of a Navy officer. This is a grave offense." The rat officer, seemingly grasping at a lifeline, pleaded desperately. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Smoker stood firm, his expression darkened by the sight of the blood-soaked ground and the corpses of fishmen. "Silence. You know well the deeds you have committed. This man is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. If you wish to live, I advise you to speak less." The mention of Vice Admiral Garp, a hero of the Navy, left the rat officer utterly bewildered, collapsing weakly to the ground. As a mere colonel of a division, he had just dared to challenge one of the most formidable officers, a third-generation powerhouse. He wished he could slap himself. Smoker barely glanced at the rat officer. Instead, he scrutinized Bayou and solemnly declared, "Bayou, I did not anticipate we would meet under such circumstances. However, I must advise you, regardless of his incompetence, he is still a Navy officer. You cannot kill him. I shall ensure he returns to face justice." "Justice?" Bayou casually lifted a flask, tilting it back to take a swig of strong liquor. "I'm afraid the one I seek to kill is beyond your reach. He must die." Smoker's expression faltered, caught off guard by Bayou's assertiveness. Yet, recalling the recent incident involving Treege, a sly smile crept onto Smoker's face. "Bayou, it appears you are even more audacious than the rumors suggest. However, do you truly believe you can surpass me? I am a user of a Logia fruit." With a resounding boom, white smoke erupted from Smoker's body, coalescing into a vast wave that obscured the sky. Bayou cast a fleeting glance at the rat officer, unfazed. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The progress of the main template unlock has reached 15%. Given your exceptional progress, the subordinate template will be unlocked ahead of schedule. Would you like to initiate it now?" The ethereal voice of the system rang out unexpectedly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Bayou's eyes. The awaited moment had finally arrived. Surely, even the cowardly dragon was worth a mere 0.1, of course. Had the dragon known that his life was lost over such a trivial amount, he would be driven to madness. "System, unlock the subordinate template immediately," Bayou commanded decisively. "Ding. Please hold on." Ding. Congratulations, host. The subordinate template has been successfully unlocked. The current character is Wu Liuqi, the infamous assassin from the Xuanwu Kingdom. Known as the first shadow assassin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to wield a sword with chi. The system is currently merging characters. A series of notifications echoed, causing Bayou to raise an eyebrow, nearly crushing the flask in his grip. Not only had the subordinate character template been unlocked ahead of time, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The atmosphere was charged with tension, causing everyone to be on high alert. Their gazes converged on the young man before them, who was said to be the strongest newcomer in the East China Sea. Bayou, I ask you once more. Do you truly intend to kill him? Smoker, enveloped in swirling smoke and with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spoke in a deep voice. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. I will certainly protect him. Mouse, why don't you hurry and leave? I understand. I will leave at once. The mouse stumbled to his feet. His fellow naval soldiers, in a state of panic, hurriedly prepared to flee this dreadful place. During this chaotic moment, everyone couldn't help but glance back at Bayou, who stood unwavering like a titan amidst a sea of blood. Yet, as their eyes fell upon him, they were met with a bloodthirsty smile. I'm sorry, but I have already stated that those I intend to kill cannot be saved. A chime echoed in his mind, announcing, congratulations, the Assassin Wu Liuqi's subordinate template has successfully fused. A flicker of crimson passed rapidly through his pupils. The terrifying killing intent, unique to the Assassin Wu Liuqi, erupted like a volcano. Boom. An endless wave of murderous aura surged through the heavens and the earth. In that instant, the world seemed to dim. An inexplicable oppressive force tightened its grip upon the hearts of those present. The air itself appeared to stagnate. All those within this domain, including Smoker, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the bone. The mouse and his companions, who had been hastily fleeing, were rendered motionless, their bodies refusing to obey. How potent must his killing intent be, they wondered, for it to feel so palpable? Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. He bit his tongue to alleviate the paralysis gripping his body. Observing Bayou, who remained steadfast, he resolved to shield the mouse. However, as this thought took root, Bayou flicked his right hand, and the mouse's sword emitted a piercing clang. Clang. The sword left its sheath in midair, spinning in a dazzling display before swiftly slicing through the mouse's throat. Splat. Vivid crimson blood burst forth like fireworks as the large head flew through the air. Disbelief was etched upon the mouse's face. No, rather, every individual present wore a similar expression of shock. None had anticipated that the mouse, whom Smoker had sworn to protect, would be slain by his own blade. Thud. The corpse crashed heavily to the ground as Smoker gazed at the head rolling to his feet. His face darkened to an extreme. Bayou, you have lost your mind. Do you not realize the ramifications of privately executing a naval officer? Ramifications? Bayou replied coolly, glancing at the mouse's lifeless body. Did you witness me kill him? He was slain by his own sword. Furthermore, even if I had killed him, so what? My grandfather is Garp. Bayou deemed the mouse a scoundrel, unworthy of explanation. If there are issues, take them up with Garp. If it comes to that, I shall become a pirate. You. Smoker seethed, gripping his weapon tightly. Very well. Today I shall observe the extent of your prowess, strongest newcomer. White smoke domain. Boom. A torrent of white smoke erupted from Smoker's body, cascading toward Bayou like a tidal wave. In an instant, the vast dragon park transformed into a sea of white mist, suspended in the air, with a cigar between his lips. Smoker's expression darkened as he dove through the enveloping fog. White smoke ejector. Bayou, I will show you that the East China Sea is small, and there are greater heights beyond. Boom. The smoke swirled violently as Smoker entered, rapidly intensifying. The mist obscured all vision. Those naval soldiers flanking Smoker erupted with joy. Look, this is Smoker's white smoke domain. When unleashed in Logtown, no one could escape, and the victor was determined swiftly. Pirates who dared enter Logtown would kneel and surrender. Utterly lost, the atmosphere became electric. Amidst the familiar accolades, a smile crept onto Smoker's face. Within the white mist, he darted about, gaining speed, ultimately appearing behind Bayou, launching a sudden assault. As he twisted and turned, Smoker believed this technique to be infallible. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Smoker tightened his grip on his weapon, intent on demonstrating to the arrogant youth the limitations of the East China Sea. Ha! Smoker, you are indeed correct. The East China Sea is small, and there are greater heights beyond. However, I am that height for you. Come, let us commence our battle. Bayou spun around, a cruel, bloodthirsty grin etched across his face, leaving Smoker momentarily stunned. His wooden sword descended with unadorned force. I see it. Smoker was taken aback. His white smoke domain had been breached for the first time in the East China Sea. As the wooden sword approached, his pupils dilated, and he shouted urgently, elementalization. Boom. The wooden sword struck down with a thunderous crash. The sound resonated through the air, while the encompassing white mist was blown away by an immense pressure. The naval soldiers, who had been cheering moments before, were now witnesses to an unforgettable scene. They beheld Smoker absorbing the impact of a pitch-black sword as if it were forged of steel. Gazing at Smoker's distorted face and the speed at which he was flung backward, a single thought crossed their minds. Good heavens, that must have hurt. Boom. The deafening sound of impact echoed as Smoker crashed into the forest. Trees were cleaved in half as he hurtled through, finally slamming into a massive boulder, where he barely came to a halt. The tremendous force caused the 10-meter-high rock to shatter, spreading cracks like a spider's web. The sheer power left many naval soldiers swallowing hard, instinctively touching their own cheeks. Boom. The resounding collision reverberated like thunder, lingering in the air. As they beheld Smoker embedded within the rock, the naval soldiers stood in stunned silence. Before them stood the invincible white hunter Smoker, now reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a lifeless dog, felled by a single strike. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no soul would dare to believe such a reality. Bayou, you scoundrel! I arrive a moment late, and you've even dispatched Smoker. A thunderous voice echoed from afar. Soon, a figure swiftly traversed the sea, landing within the depths of the dragon paradise. Observing the multitude of merman corpses scattered about, Karp furrowed his brow. You little brat, your strikes are indeed severe. Not a single merman remains intact. However, I never anticipated remnants of the Sun Pirates would hide in the East Blue, wreaking havoc for so many years. Such vermin within the Navy headquarters is utterly detestable. By the way, where did the rat you mentioned go? Prior to arriving at Kokoshiya village, Bayou had recounted the general circumstances. The matter concerning the pit lord could be resolved with ease, but at the very least, a notification was in order to ensure consistent testimonies. Over there, I killed him. Bayou casually gulped down some wine, raising an eyebrow as he noticed Karp's pocket containing a pristine bounty notice. Well done. You've killed him, yet now I must explain this to Sengoku. Karp found himself momentarily bewildered. He enjoyed acting on impulse, but under Sengoku's influence, he could not bring himself to personally slay a fellow Navy officer. Grandfather, you must resolve this matter for me. If you cannot, I might as well become a pirate and vie for the title of Pirate King, Bayou remarked nonchalantly, snatching the fresh bounty notice from Karp's grasp. You impudent brat, have you learned to threaten your grandfather? Karp clenched his fists, exclaiming. Yet, he soon noticed the bounty notice in Bayou's hand. Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 50 million berries? Bayou raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, has Ace consumed the Marimarinomi? You little rascal, how do you know Ace has consumed the Marimarinomi? This is classified Navy intelligence. Karp's expression froze, suddenly exclaiming. That Marimarinomi, could it be you who informed him? Among the four youngsters, Karp found Bayou the most inscrutable. Since childhood, Bayou had spoken of fantastical matters, and were it not for Karp's knowledge of Bayou's confinement to Windmill Village, he might genuinely suspect he was navigating a fabricated sea. Long ago, I stumbled upon a treasure map indicating the whereabouts of the Marimarinomi. Luffy possesses the Gotagoma Nomi, so I informed Ace, Bayou replied, tucking the bounty notice away, seemingly unconcerned. What? Karp's eyes bulged in astonishment as he crushed the wine jug in his hand. You little rascal. Do you not realize the Marimarinomi is the rarest of the Logia-type devil fruits? Ace is currently the most notorious pirate in the East Blue, with the highest bounty across the seas. The 3 admirals of the Navy, which of them is not a Logia user? If you acquired it, becoming an admiral would be a mere trifle. Speak honestly, grandson. Do you harbor any regrets? Regrets? Bayou shot him a glance. What is there to regret? It is precisely because Ace and Luffy are too weak that they require a devil fruit. As for me, the elder brother, do I need one? If I wished for the admiral's position, it would come easily. The hour grows late. I must first attend to my personal matters and then seek out Ace. With that, Bayou sheathed his wooden sword, waved casually, and turned to depart. Nami, glancing back at the Dragon Paradise, hastily followed suit. Indeed, there is an abundance of treasures here. However, to snatch them from the jaws of a naval hero would require a courage she undoubtedly lacks. That wretched little imp. You are nothing but a source of trouble for me. By the way, during this period, numerous requests for assistance have emerged from the surrounding divisions. And that old fool Sengoku has assigned me tasks, allowing me the opportunity to pursue Creek. Should you encounter him, remember to assist me in resolving the matter. Kapu's voice erupted in a fit of hysteria. It was only when Bayou's figure vanished from sight that Kapu regained his composure. Observing the trembling naval soldiers around him, he absent-mindedly picked his nose and muttered to himself, "Did I just discuss something of great significance? No matter, with Bayou's penchant for trouble, he will surely alleviate some of the pressure upon my return to the naval headquarters. Henceforth, I shall also enjoy some well-deserved peace. First, let me make a call to Sengoku to report the situation here. The vast dragon paradise has succumbed to an eerie silence. Only after witnessing the complete disappearance of the formidable duo, an elder and a youth, did anyone dare to exhale deeply. Yet, the thought that the strongest newcomer pirate of the East Sea and the mightiest newcomer naval officer are, in fact, brothers, lingered ominously in their minds. Is this a jest? A day later, a sailboat departed from the village of Caucasia. However, this time, a magnificent orange tree stood prominently aboard the vessel. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, piercing the air. A seabird, soaring 100 meters away, fell from the sky, struck down. Bayou halted his slicing motion, his brow furrowing in surprise. Indeed, Karina's ability to collaborate with Nami to form a duo of thieves was far beyond that of a mere lock-picking dancer. It appeared she possessed certain exceptional qualities. Bayou, has Karina been a hindrance to your training? Allow me to discipline her. Nami exclaimed, peering out from behind the orange tree, casting a glare towards the lookout tower where Karina stood. A day earlier, after Bayou departed from the Dragon Park, Nami struggled to quell her tumultuous emotions. It took her over half an hour to transition from despair to overwhelming joy. Upon hearing the news conveyed to the village of Caucasia, a sleepless night ensued, filled with celebration. It was not until dawn that Nami stealthily led Bayou and the others away. According to Nami, a life of peace felt exceedingly mundane for one who craved the allure of riches. Ultimately, she resolved to board Bayou's warship, aspiring to become a navigator. The prospect of a crew member arriving on such terms did raise suspicions of encroaching upon Luffy's territory. Nevertheless, the position of navigator was indeed enticing. My apologies, Bayou, but I was unable to find any useful firearms for modification in Caucasia Village, Karina said, peeking out from the lookout tower, her expression filled with regret. Bayou, since you have taken us in, I intend to contribute in any way I can, even if I cannot fight on the front lines like Zoro. I wish to provide support from the rear. Support me? Bayou took a swig from his drink, absent-mindedly touching his nose. He held great confidence in his own abilities. However, Karina was correct. He could not always serve as their guardian. As their strength and influence grew, so too would the enmities they incurred. Karina and her companions could not remain hidden within the Navy headquarters indefinitely. It seemed necessary to equip them for the challenges ahead. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Current progress towards unlocking your true form has reached 17.5%. An additional 2.5 unlocking value has been attained. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This unexpected turn of events swiftly transformed into a matter of course. Indeed, the landlord's household does not permit any surplus grain. However, one soon becomes accustomed to such occurrences. Bayou found himself somewhat looking forward to encountering Ace next. He wondered if Ace's face could prove harder than Smoker's, allowing him to experience a second encounter. If he could rapidly enhance his own strength before reaching the Navy headquarters, Bayou would not mind having Ace exert a bit more effort. Suddenly, he pondered a swift method to arm his crew. Could he share items from the system's store? His primary source of power stemmed from unlocking his body template, supplemented by the system's marketplace. This signifies that within the system's marketplace, an abundance of surplus goods will emerge, which may not be applicable to Bayou. However, for others, it is of considerable significance. Ding. If the goods are from the marketplace, the host is entitled to share them. Nevertheless, upon cessation of sharing, the system will forcibly reclaim or erase these items. Forcibly reclaiming and erasing? Bayou was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the system is the most formidable entity in this world. Unquestionably so. Initially, Bayou harbored concerns that the knowledge disseminated through his system could be wielded against him by malicious individuals. Yet, in light of recent revelations, such apprehensions appear infantile before the might of the system. By the time one contemplates a strategy, the system has already devised a solution. Nonetheless, it is precisely due to this reason that Bayou is entirely unburdened by worries. System, open the marketplace for me. Whoosh. The marketplace page was instantly unveiled. The entries in the marketplace remained rudimentary, featuring only 2 items. Upon closer inspection, Bayou's eyes widened in astonishment. Modified 98K, valued at 500 points. Modified 8-fold scope, valued at 300 points. Together, they amounted to precisely 800 points. Indeed, the system is akin to a landlord. Once the goods are presented, it feels as though one has returned to square one. However, gazing at these 2 items, Bayou's mind was consumed by a singular thought. This item is truly delightful. System, please proceed to exchange for the 2 products immediately. Ding. Host, please hold on for a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange for the modified 98K has been successful. Deducting 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange for the modified 8 times scope has been successful, deducting 300 points. A series of ethereal prompts resonated in his mind. Forming a symphony, Bayou gazed at the suddenly depleted system points and quickly noticed the addition of a sleek, jet-black sniper rifle within the system space. The sniper rifle before Bayou was entirely unlike any he had previously encountered in his memories. It was adorned with numerous energy crystal tubes. According to the system's description, this modified sniper rifle did not fire conventional bullets, but instead wielded 2 distinct powers that could be alternated. In addition to its inherent laser beams, it also possessed a formidable loading mechanism. Regarding this last detail, Bayou could not help but exclaim inwardly, how remarkably considerate. Lord Bayou, if you believe my practice in shooting is impeding your training, I can cease at any time, Karina stammered hesitantly. Rest assured, you are not hindering me, Bayou replied, mentally withdrawing into his consciousness. Do you not have a penchant for sniping? I happen to possess a sniper rifle that should suit you quite well. A sniper rifle? Zoro, Nami, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Lord Bayou, you also engage with firearms? This seems rather incongruous with your usual demeanor, Nami remarked, unable to restrain herself. Zoro silently nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Bayou was a figure who wielded a wooden sword with flair, having never once drawn the demon blade, Muramasa, at his waist. According to Bayou, no one in the East Blue had yet proven worthy of his blade. This prompted Zoro, who typically trained with real swords, to spend the night crafting 3 wooden swords. Ahem, this weapon possesses considerable power. With proper technique, it could potentially eliminate even the 4 emperors, Bayou remarked with a cough. The notion of a female friend referring to gunplay undoubtedly evoked a sense of exhilaration in Bayou. To think one could take down a 4 emperor? Zoro shot him a sideways glance and said, Bayou, do you perceive us as mere primitives? Or are you one yourself? The idea that a single firearm could eliminate a 4 emperor is no laughing matter. I shall return to my training. With that, Zoro moved aside, resuming the vigorous swings of his wooden sword, though his peripheral vision occasionally flickered towards Bayou. This is undoubtedly a classic case of verbal disdain coupled with physical enthusiasm. However, Bayou paid no mind to it. With a mere thought, he conjured forth the modified 98K. The rifle measured nearly 1 meter in length, heavy and substantial, adorned with military camouflage, and encircled by 4 energy chambers along the barrel. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This action momentarily stunned Bayou, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Karina, let me first demonstrate the power of this firearm. It had been quite a while since he last used it. As he spoke, Bayou lifted the modified 98K, skillfully adjusting all its components in accordance with the firearm memories bestowed by the system. Simultaneously, he retrieved the enhanced 8-fold scope and seamlessly affixed it into the designated slot. Beholding the fully assembled, top-tier sniper rifle, Bayou felt a surge of excitement. Eager to discover the extent of what the term modification could achieve in the realm of Aquaman. With all preparations meticulously in place, he cradled the weapon in his left hand, resting the modified 98K against his arm, closing his left eye while bringing his right eye near the 8-fold scope. In that moment, he was enveloped by a sense of invincibility, as if possessing the world with a single sniper rifle. Indeed, a man should wield a sniper rifle. Bayou murmured, momentarily regaining his focus as he gazed through the eightfold scope. His curiosity regarding the power of the modified 98K intensified, and the enhanced scope was no exception. However, as he peered through it, his pupils abruptly contracted, and a look of disbelief crossed his face. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This is a wide-angle perspective cheat. Through the modified eightfold scope, you can clearly see what lies beneath the sea within 100 meters. Even the lurking sea kings are distinctly visible. Ding. This is a modified eightfold scope, equipped with a built-in 300-meter perspective function. When paired with the host's Kenpachi haki, the perspective capability can reach up to 1,000 meters, synchronizing with the Kenpachi haki to ultimately transform into a visual effect. The system's notification chimes. You inhale sharply. This object is indeed quite sinister. It possesses the ability of enhanced vision, albeit only within a range of 300 meters. However, when utilized effectively, it can undoubtedly serve as a lethal weapon that catches one completely off guard. A bold thought flashed through Bayou's mind. Instinctively, he adjusted the modified eightfold scope towards Nami and Karina. Unfortunately, the scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Bayou let out a faint sigh. Indeed. The system was rather rigid. Bayou, what troubles you? Nami inquired with a hint of suspicion. Nothing much. I merely intended to find a target to test the firearm. But it seems rather challenging in this vast ocean, Bayou replied, suppressing his mischievous thoughts and surveying the surroundings once more. Bayou. There are dozens of pirate ships approaching from ahead. It appears to be the Krieg pirates, Karina announced as she peered from the lookout tower. Under normal circumstances, the sight of such a formidable fleet would have sent Karina fleeing for her life. However, after witnessing Bayou's prowess firsthand, she was convinced that few in the East Sea could pose a threat to him. Haha, you little brats over there. I am Captain Krieg of the Krieg Pirates. If you wish to avoid death, stay put and surrender. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, bellowed Krieg, clad in golden armor, as he strode confidently to the front of his ship's deck, laughing unabashedly. Following closely behind were the formidable demon man Ajin and Barrow, who was entirely shielded by his protective armor. Observing this grand display, Zoro could not help but lower the wooden sword he had been wielding, remarking, Bayou. It is rumored that the Krieg pirates possess 50 ships and command 5,000 men. If necessary, I stand ready to assist. During this period, since his defeat at the hands of Bayou, Zoro had refrained from making any moves. No need for that. I shall test this gun, Bayou interjected, blocking Zoro's advance. You think this can handle 50 pirate ships? Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Yet, observing Bayou's resolute demeanor, he nonchalantly waved his hand and stood aside with his wooden sword. Very well, I shall see if this gun truly surpasses my sword. Should they come within 100 meters, I will act. It has been too long since I practiced, and my body has grown rusty. To the side, Karina and Nami remained silent, yet they too gripped their weapons tightly. Bayou's strength was formidable, but upon boarding the ship, they had all acquired their own resolve. It seems you have underestimated this device, Bayou remarked. Little brother, you must give me some pride. He chuckled as he took a swig of liquor, pressing one eye against the modified eightfold scope, instantly aiming at the approaching pirate ships. Thousands of meters away, propelled by favorable winds, they rapidly closed the distance. Gazing through the scope at the swiftly magnifying figures, Bayou clicked off the safety and chambered around with a sharp sound. Zoro, Karina, and Nami froze momentarily. Lord Bayou, isn't a sniper rifle only effective at a distance of a few hundred meters? Isn't this a bit too far? Karina couldn't help but inquire. I am aware, but mine is exceptional. Bayou exhaled deeply. The essence of sniping lies in maintaining composure. With the experience granted by the system, Bayou seamlessly entered a state of focus, creating an illusion of becoming one with his surroundings. Hey, you over there, kid. You can't be foolish enough to believe that a mere gun can take on my fleet of pirate ships. Creek, standing on the ship's bow, boisterously laughed through a transponder snail. He flung aside his cloak, revealing his exquisitely crafted golden armor. Even if I stood here for you to shoot, that toy gun of yours wouldn't even graze a hair on my body, let alone at this distance. Your range cannot reach me. You might as well prepare for your demise. Bayou remained silent, fixated on the distance. As Creek came into clear view through the modified eightfold scope, his finger finally squeezed the trigger. Bang! The thunderous gunshot erupted suddenly. A crimson beam of light instantaneously stained the heavens red. Bayou felt a tremendous recoil slam against his arm, causing his entire body to jolt back several inches. The scarlet laser tore through the ocean, materializing before Creek. Too fast. Creek's pupils constricted, his mind consumed by that singular thought. He barely had time to raise his hands to block. Boom. The explosion roared like a tempest, engulfing the entire deck. Creek was struck by the massive mast, severing it in half, which then plunged into the sea, unleashing a torrent of colossal waves. The pirate ship, once sailing forward, lost its wind and became incapacitated. The vessels behind it, unable to evade in time, collided head-on. In an instant, the fleet of 50 pirate ships descended into chaos. Heavens, what just transpired? A red light flashed, and Lord Creek was directly blasted away. Do you think that attack came from that small boat over there? Nonsense. We are separated by a kilometer. How could we be hit? Moreover, Lord Creek is clad in finely crafted golden armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Even if blasted away, there is no cause for alarm. The scene erupted in chaos. The cascading spray of water and the swirling dust from the explosion gradually subsided. Lying amidst the debris, Creek, bloodied and dazed, first wore an expression of disbelief before erupting into a frenzied roar. Someone, quickly kill that brat for daring to ambush me. I am Admiral Creek. Akin Baru. Why do you stand there in shock? I will show him that no matter what tricks he employs, he is bound for death. Admiral Creek. Did you perhaps don a suit of fake armor today? It seems to have cracked. Baru stammered in panic. Bang. The armor seemed unable to withstand the shockwave, fracturing like a spider's web. In the next moment, under Creek's astonished gaze, it shattered completely, accompanied by the clattering sound of metal hitting the ground. Creek's meticulously crafted armor lay in ruins. Creek was stunned. His face was a canvas of disbelief. A single shot had shattered his specially made armor, leaving him grievously injured. Is this truly a toy gun? If it were, one might wonder if genuine firearms even exist in this world. Is this really a sniper rifle? Zaro, Karina, and the others were utterly bewildered. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, they could sense the pain etched on Krieg's face. Being from the East Blue, they were acutely aware of Krieg's true prowess. His finely crafted armor could not withstand a single shot. Without that armor, would the East Blue Overlord, with a bounty of 17 million berries, fall to a single bullet? Most importantly, while others wield guns that fire bullets, Bayou's weapon discharges lasers. This is simply outrageous. With a deep exhale, Bayou released a breath of stagnation, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. However, he needed to maintain an air of sophistication, subtly adjusting his stance as he re-engaged the scope. The previous shot was merely a warm-up. Now, the true challenge was about to commence. Warm-up? Zara's expression turned rigid. That precise shot from 1,000 meters away had nearly obliterated a notorious pirate with a bounty of 17 million. Yet, Bayou now disclosed that this was merely a prelude. What magnitude of power could be unleashed when he truly exerted himself? Buzz. The formidable aura within Bayou was swiftly consumed by the modified 98K. This continued for a full 3 to 5 seconds. The 4 crystal ornaments, originally mere decorations, began to radiate with a growing luminescence. An indescribable energy coursed forth, illuminating the deck in a crimson glow. The next moment, the modified 98K roared once more. Boom. The immense shockwave propelled Bayou backward several meters before he regained his footing. A half-meter-wide laser beam, piercing the heavens, plunged directly into Captain Cleek's flagship. Bang! The explosive shockwave surged upwards. Cleek, who had been bellowing in rage, was suddenly enveloped by an aura of impending doom, causing him to panic entirely. The once mighty ruler of the East Blue lost all semblance of his former authority as he turned to plunge into the sea. In an instant, the massive flagship, measuring dozens of meters in length, was engulfed by the explosive force. The resultant tidal wave surged forth, crashing against the surrounding pirate vessels like a tsunami. Karina and the others were left in a stupor. They had initially believed that the previous strike had been overestimated. Now, they realized that, in comparison to the unfolding scene, it was nothing more than a mere toothpick, completely incomparable, if such a blow were to fall upon them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The formidable power of this modified 98K is likely comparable to the laser assaults of pacifists around the world. Regarding the final, audacious strike, If employed judiciously, it might very well rival the grand maneuver of Frankie, the general assault, from the original narrative. It can be asserted that should Karina obtain this modified 98K, her strength would undergo a remarkable transformation, soaring from 10 to an astonishing 1,000 in an instant. However, Bayou is acutely aware that such external forces possess significant limitations. To truly stand tall upon this vast ocean, one must rely on their own prowess. Karina, this 98K is now yours. From here on, wherever I direct, you shall fire. The task of sniper protection is entrusted to you. With that, Bayou tossed the hefty modified 98K to Karina. As she beheld the formidable weapon suddenly in her hands, Karina was momentarily taken aback, only to burst forth with joy. Thank you, Lord Bayou. But are you truly giving this to me? It is far too precious. Enough with the pleasantries. The most valuable items are of no use if they remain unutilized. You should focus on monitoring the Creek pirates. Do not allow them to escape. Otherwise, the old man will not spare me. Bayou took a swig of his drink and waved his hand. Soon after, he noticed Karina peering through the modified 8-fold scope. Her gaze fixed upon him. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a glare. Lord Bayou, you are truly incorrigible. 3 days later, a pirate ship adorned with a red heart overlapping a skull rapidly approached the floating restaurant. At the helm stood Ace, wearing a striking red cowboy hat. Followed closely by 2 crew members, the ship's doctor, Masquerade, clad in a green jacket and sporting a deep blue eye patch, and Mihal, a robust figure brandishing a sniper rifle. Boss, they are. Patty, a tall figure with a bald head, turned to Zep, who was sunbathing and perusing a newspaper, his expression one of astonishment. It is the newly famed super pirate of the East Blue, Captain Fire Fist Ace. Sanji, sporting curly eyebrows and dressed in a black suit, ignited a cigarette, declaring, "This fellow has a bounty of 50 million berries right from his debut, heralded as the strongest newcomer in the East Blue. I never expected to see him here. It seems I must prepare some food." A sharp intake of breath echoed through the gathering. Zep's expression shifted as he folded his newspaper. Sanji, haven't you been shouting about resigning? They are quite the enticing targets. Shut up, old man. Where I go is none of your concern. Sanji shot him a glare and turned his attention to the distant sea, his brow furrowing. Have you all noticed that the waters to the west seem rather tumultuous? Troublesome? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, and even Ace turned to scrutinize the distant waters, his expression subtly shifting. Dozens of pirate ships, each spanning several meters, surged through the waves towards them, their flags becoming increasingly visible. Yet, upon closer inspection, many of the vessels bore numerous scars, eliciting disbelief among the onlookers. It is the fleet of Creek, the tyrant of the East Sea. They appear to be fleeing. Good heavens, what has transpired to leave the Creek pirates in such disarray? Did they not claim to command 50 ships and possess 5,000 men? Look, is that Creek himself on the bow of the ship, disheveled? The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Captain Ace, this situation seems rather complex. Mihal, with his sniper rifle, was the first to voice his concern. Mihal, do not fret excessively. Ace is a natural type devil fruit user. In the East Blue, he is virtually invincible. Should Creek dare to disrupt our meal, a single punch from Ace would suffice to obliterate them. Masquerade chuckled heartily, slapping Ace on the shoulder. Zep chuckled nervously. Well, if we have guests, I must express my gratitude. However, should we first enjoy the spectacle or partake in our meal? On the expansive deck, all eyes turned to Ace. With a bounty of 50 million berries, he undoubtedly became the focal point of their attention. Ace tipped his hat and chuckled lightly. I too am curious about what calamities have befallen the Creek pirates. Let us observe the unfolding drama. Captain Creek, ahead lies the floating restaurant, where we should find food. That fellow seems to have vanished. Let us first satisfy our hunger. Barrow eagerly interjected. After 3 days of relentless flight, they were utterly exhausted, barely managing to eat. Now, having finally escaped from that madman, their stomachs began to protest in unison. The past needed to be swiftly overcome. They yearned to seize all the food in sight. And should anyone dare to refuse, they would witness the terror of the Krieg pirates. Krieg, gripping the railing, erupted into a frenzied roar. He felt compelled to suppress the fear gnawing at his mind, and he knew of only one way to achieve this, through a rampage of slaughter. Only in this manner could he dispel the haunting specters that loomed in his thoughts like the specter of death itself. The memories of the harrowing events from the past 3 days still made Krieg's legs tremble uncontrollably. Yet, the insatiable hunger in their bellies overshadowed all else. Whether it was Krieg or his fellow pirates, their singular desire was to satiate their hunger, indulge in carnage, and flee this cursed place. A fleet of pirate ships surged toward the floating restaurant as soon as the command was given. as the finest pirate vessels of the East Sea. They covered the distance of several nautical miles in just over 10 minutes. Observing the dark mass of ships, each vessel bore the scars of battle. Yet the sight incited impatience among many present, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. "Captain Ace, it seems we require your assistance to enjoy a peaceful meal," Zeph remarked with a smile. "If you don't mind, you may also take my rebellious employees with you." "Old man, shut your mouth and stop trying to send me away," Sanji retorted, casting a glare. Despite their verbal sparring, he stood vigilantly by Zeph's side. The fleet before them appeared battered, yet the notorious reputation of Krieg and his bloodthirsty crew posed a formidable threat. "Fear not. For Ace has gained renown across the East Sea, boasting a bounty of 50 million. They will surely grant us some respect and retreat willingly." Dias laughed heartily, stepping forward confidently. "Krieg, do you see those pirate ships over there? We are the Spade pirates, feared throughout the East Sea, and this is our captain, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Today, we merely wish to enjoy a meal before heading to the Grand Line. We hope you can grant us this courtesy and withdraw peacefully." All eyes turned toward Krieg, eager to see if the title of the strongest newcomer in the East Sea could intimidate this formidable warlord. "Silence. Fire Fist Ace means nothing to me. Bring forth all the food, or I will not hesitate to slaughter you all." Krieg bellowed furiously. "Enough. Boys, go and seize it. Kill." The thunderous battle cries of 1,000 ravenous pirates erupted as they brandished their weapons, charging toward the floating restaurant. This scene left everyone bewildered. Ace's cheeks burned with a fiery flush, his muscles involuntarily twitching. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting, yet now he found himself publicly disregarded. The slap in the face came rather swiftly. "Apologies, my crew has embarrassed themselves in front of everyone. It falls upon me, as the captain, to mend this mess." Ace awkwardly chuckled, lifting his finger to adjust his hat's brim, flames suddenly igniting at his fingertips. Before acquiring the Mara Nomi, he might have struggled to handle such situations. Yet now, he had undergone a transformation. With the powers of a Logia-type fruit, his strength had surged. And there was someone he longed to inform. However, first, he must address the current predicament. "Ace, look, over there on the sea. It appears someone is walking on the water." Mihawk, who had been silent while vigilantly holding his sniper rifle, suddenly exclaimed. "What?" Ace and the others froze in shock. The pirates, who had been rushing forward to attack, including Krieg, their faces twisted with ferocity and madness, suddenly turned rigid. In the next moment, amidst the cries of terror, they all fled back towards the ship. "He is here. That demon has returned, a relentless specter. Why can't he leave us be? We must escape quickly, or we will meet the same fate as those dozens of pirate ships, doomed to the depths of the ocean. Oh heavens, what have we, the Creek pirates, done to incur such wrath? It seems the heavens have sent a reaper to hunt us down. Krieg, what do we do now?" came the frantic shouts. Laced with boundless fear, the 1,000-strong crew, once poised for a frenzied slaughter, were suddenly paralyzed by terror. The immense disparity left everyone in stunned silence. Could it be that the pursuer was more terrifying than the 50 million bounty placed on the strongest newcomer of the East Sea? No, this time it seemed inevitable. We must confront him. For 3 days now, he has relentlessly pursued us. No matter how formidable he may be, he must surely be weary. Krieg, in a frenzied state, roared with madness. Brandishing his shattered battle spear, he charged towards the stern of the ship, seeking a final confrontation with the reaper that emerged from the sea. Buzz! A golden blade of light, stretching several meters, shot forth from the distance. The ocean was instantaneously rent asunder in its wake, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A nearby pirate ship was cleaved in two. With the sound of the blast, the massive vessel was engulfed by the merciless waters. Bang! Krieg, gripping the battle spear, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The mania that had consumed him was abruptly extinguished. In the face of that devastating blow, not only his frail limbs, but even the battle spear in his grasp would have been rendered utterly powerless. "Look, Krieg has wet himself," someone exclaimed in shock. The crowd quickly turned to see a large pool of yellow liquid spreading from the spot where Krieg knelt. Witnessing the once mighty ruler of the East Sea reduced to such a state left everyone in disbelief. "Captain Ace, who was that person? That previous strike was utterly insane." Cleaving a pirate ship in half with a single blow, Mihawk could no longer contain himself, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Should we retreat for the time being?" "Retreat?" Ace shot him a glare. "Mihawk, you're just as far from amusing. Our Spade pirates have finally made a name for ourselves, even managing to shake off that troublesome navy. There is no way we can flee now. Moreover, Ace possesses the abilities of the Marineford. With that alone, He stands invincible in the East Sea. The sea fell into a profound silence as they beheld the slender figure striding forth from the depths. Every nerve in their bodies was taut with tension, their eyes widening instinctively as they yearned to discern the identity of the approaching individual. Thousands of pirates trembled in sheer terror. Those at the sea restaurant were too frightened to even breathe. Boss Zepp, that individual is far too young. He wields nothing but a wooden sword, Patty exclaimed in astonishment. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the crowd as they absorbed the gravity of the moment. A pirate ship, severed in two by a single strike. Such an unparalleled and fierce attack emanated from a mere wooden sword. Were it not witnessed by my own eyes, who would dare to believe it? This individual is unfamiliar. Never before have I heard of him in the East Sea. Could he have arrived from the Grand Line? Sanji raised an eyebrow. Zhipu, with a cigarette in his mouth, fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, Ace, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. He is from the East Sea, a naval supernova. Even I sense the formidable presence he exudes, and I never anticipated encountering him in such a place. Naval supernova? The expressions of those present momentarily froze. Mihawk hurriedly inquired. Captain Ace, you claim he is a naval supernova. Who is he? Is it possible that even you cannot contend with him? If that is the case, we should hasten our escape. Should we fall into his hands, we might lose our chance to venture into the Grand Line. Mihawk, be silent, Deus exclaimed, delivering a swift slap to the back of Mihawk's head, glaring as he admonished. If you choose to remain silent, I shall not regard you as mute. Since my acquaintance with Ace, I have yet to encounter this fellow. If he surpasses Ace, that might have been true before Ace acquired the Marinomi. Now, it is a different story altogether. As Ace's first crew member, Deus is acutely aware of the origins of Ace's devil fruit. He also comprehends the extent of Ace's power after obtaining the Marinomi. Rest assured, I am equally searching for him. It is time to reclaim my honor. And this time, I am utterly confident in my ability to defeat him. Ace tipped his hat, a smile gracing his scarred face. He had been contemplating when he could leverage the Marinomi to regain his standing. Little did he expect that the very moment he mentioned it, the person would appear. Mihawk, did you hear that? This is our captain, the mightiest new pirate of the seas, Captain Ace of the Spade Pirates. Deus laughed heartily. Zhipu and others displayed expressions of anticipation. They too were eager to witness the clash between this strongest new pirate and the most formidable naval newcomer. Thousands of meters apart, beneath Bayou's feet, the distance seemed to shrink to mere inches. With each step he took, he found himself appearing dozens of meters away. This is the product of the fusion of instant step and shave, which Bayou refers to as instant shave. During this period of leisure, Bayou has developed this remarkable technique. In terms of speed, it surpasses the ordinary shave, being both swifter and more potent. As he gazed at the unique pirate ship docked at the seaside restaurant, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Bayou's face. It seems that the next character template is finally settled. Let us hope that Ace is now qualified for a second chance. A few minutes later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bayou's figure became clearly visible. Click, kneeling on the ground, rushed to the closest spot to Bayou, bowing deeply and shouting. Please, Navy officer, do not continue hunting me. There is a self-proclaimed newcomer pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries here. If you seek amusement, let it be with him. If you still wish to pursue me, then you may perish. With a sudden leap, Click charged forward, wielding a massive gun, aiming a downward strike at Bayou. In that moment of proximity, Click believed that if he could land a hit, it would grant him an opportunity to escape. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Bayou casually seized with his left hand, exerting force with his fingers. The golden war gun shattered as if made of paper. Bayou's wooden sword flipped and struck directly at Click's chest. With a resounding thud, Click's chest caved in, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing onto a ship's deck dozens of meters away. The tremendous impact fractured the thick deck, embedding Click, who towered over most, into it. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Many spectators were left in stunned disbelief. Click, the so-called overlord of the East Sea with a bounty of 17 million, was dispatched in mere 2 moves. In that moment, they comprehended why Click, who commanded 50 pirate ships and 5,000 subordinates, was being hunted across the vast seas. Against such a formidable opponent, even an increase in numbers would prove futile. Nevertheless, their primary concern remained the clash between the two newcomers. Bayou, I did not expect to encounter you here, Ace declared, his face alight with combat fervor. Did you know? Ever since I obtained the flame fruit, I have been thinking of you daily. I thought I would have to reach the Grand Line to see you, yet here you are, presenting yourself. Kid. Ace is the captain of our Spade Pirates, And the flame fruit is one of the rarest of the Logia-type devil fruits. Its power is beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, once we engage, you shall have no chance to flee. Dais hastily warned the others. Ace chuckled, patting Dais on the shoulder. Flames surged around him as he transformed into a mass of fire, landing upon a pirate ship. The remaining pirates, witnessing this spectacle, immediately scattered in panic. Under normal circumstances, such a blatant display of using their ship as a battlefield would incite collective retaliation. However, with their lives at stake, they dared not act recklessly. Are these your crew members? They seem quite impressive, Bayou remarked with a bloodthirsty grin. However, I am curious to know if you are worth a strike now. Hee. Bayou, you remain unchanged. You must have seen that just now, Ace replied, tilting his hat with a playful smile. That is the elemental transformation unique to Logia-type devil fruit users. And what of it? Bayou retorted, his smile widening. Ace's expression faltered. His competitive spirit igniting as flames rapidly engulfed him. He erupted forth like a cannonball. Know what of it? My point is, you lack the qualification to even strike at me. Fire fist. With a resounding roar, the searing flames surged, and Ace's right fist struck through the air. The fiery fist, composed entirely of blazing heat, pierced the void, aiming directly at Bayou. As it traveled, the flames tore through the sea and pirate ships alike. Within mere moments, the distance of dozens of meters vanished. Feeling the scorching winds approaching, Bayou's wooden sword radiated a brilliant golden light as he struck out. The impact reverberated, cleaving through the fiery fist. The blade's momentum surged forth, striking Ace with unmatched ferocity. Ace stood unafraid, meeting the oncoming slash head-on. The ship beneath them split in two with a deafening crack. As flames erupted, spectators felt their pupils contract in shock. In the void, countless flames twisted and coalesced to form Ace's half-figure. Fire gun. Ace unleashed a barrage of flaming bullets from both hands, showering down upon Bayou like a torrential downpour. Observing the rapidly approaching assault, Bayou's bloodthirsty smile deepened. His wooden sword glowed once more, delivering a powerful strike. With a thunderous clash, the golden light sliced through the barrage of fire bullets, dispersing them in an explosion of flames. The remaining force of the blade surged toward Ace. Once again, the flames erupted, reconstructing Ace's figure amidst the fiery chaos. As the endless fire converged in Ace's right hand, it transformed into a blazing ring, hurled fiercely toward Bayou. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The slender arms and legs seem utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Boom. The explosive shockwave, accompanied by a burst of flames, rolled backwards. The blade-like energy, stretching for dozens of meters, ruthlessly tore apart the clouds that had gathered in the sky. As the fiery brilliance reconvened, a flicker of wild joy appeared on Dais' face upon witnessing Ace emerge unscathed. See? I told you, Captain Ace is truly invincible. A user of a Logia-type devil fruit cannot simply be defeated. This is an inherent advantage. No matter how formidable the new recruits from the Navy may be, if they cannot touch Ace, defeat is their only fate. Dais burst into laughter. Beside him, Zep shook his beard and remarked, indeed. Just as I heard in the Grand Line, in the first half, Logia-type devil fruit users are essentially the undisputed monarchs, unless, well, this is the East Blue. And I fear no one possesses such capabilities. The individuals present exchanged glances, perhaps not fully heeding Dais' words. However, the chef among them understood well that Zep had navigated the Grand Line, albeit for a brief year before returning. His experiences were certainly beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Whitebeard, if you wish to play enough. That was merely to help you acclimate to battling a Logia-type devil fruit user. Now I must become serious. Flames surged wildly from Ace as he raised his right hand. An endless torrent of fire, as if free of cost, crazily poured and gathered. A colossal fireball rapidly expanded upwards. The intense heat made the surrounding ocean appear to be boiling. Zep and the others, positioned a little farther away, suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. Quickly, steer the ship away. This strike is surely not trivial. Zep bellowed urgently. The vessel hastened to flee. However, before they could escape far, the fireball, having amassed in Ace's hand over 100 meters, finally took shape. At this moment, Ace's ultimate technique emerges, resembling a sun rising over the vast ocean. From a distance, it evokes an overwhelming sense of insignificance in all those present in this maritime expanse. Bayou, This is my most formidable strike. I hope you can withstand it." A relentless fighting spirit surged within Ace as he gazed upon Bayou, who had yet to move an inch since the battle commenced. His eyes glimmering with competitive fervor. "I refuse to believe that you can remain unmoving under this blow." With that, he unleashed the great flame ring, Flame Emperor. A thunderous roar resonated as a colossal sun, under Ace's command, descended with immense force towards Bayou. The tremendous impact caused the surrounding sea to sink several feet, and the pirate ship beneath Bayou groaned under the unbearable weight and heat, emitting a distressing creak. All those who had previously been frantically fleeing now found themselves captivated by the spectacle, their gazes riveted upon Bayou. They were eager to witness how he would respond to the mightiest strike from the new pirate prodigy, Fire Fist Ace. Haha, indeed, this is exhilarating. Bayou suddenly erupted into laughter, seizing a wooden sword with both hands. This seemingly ordinary action caused Ace's heart to skip a beat. From their first encounter to this moment, Ace distinctly recalled Bayou always wielding his sword with one hand. The sudden shift in his approach was unexpected. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This sensation is unlike the searing heat brought forth by flames. It emanates from the chill of the soul, causing Ace's countenance to change dramatically. Alas, before they could comprehend the situation, Bayou's wooden sword cleaved through the air with ferocious intent. Sword art, duel severance. A thunderous roar erupted. With the strike, the entire realm seemed to be illuminated by golden light. A blade of 100 meters surged forth, embodying a celestial force, colliding head-on with the sun. A flash of golden radiance erupted, and the sun was cleaved in twain. In the next moment, the residual force remained undiminished, striking towards Ace. Simultaneously, the boundless flames, freed from restraint, erupted like a volcano. Boom. The sound of the explosion echoed through the heavens. The endless flames cascaded like a tsunami, engulfing everything in their path. The pirate ships that failed to escape were swiftly submerged. The distant sea restaurant and Dias and his companions were also swept away by the oncoming tidal wave. The resounding shockwaves of the explosion were relentless. The vast ocean surface resembled an apocalyptic scene, as Dias and the others struggled to maintain their footing against the towering waves. They quickly turned their gaze towards Ace. Amidst the flames, a figure began to coalesce, and upon seeing that familiar face, Dias exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "Look, I told you." Ace, who possesses the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, stands invincible upon these seas. No matter how formidable this navy is, as long as they cannot inflict real harm upon Ace, it is all mere nonsense. Within the flames, Ace also bore a faint smile. The overwhelming aura that Bayou had unleashed moments ago was indeed terrifying, momentarily stalling his limbs. Had it not been for his elemental transformation, ensuring his invulnerability, he would have undoubtedly faced that earth-shattering strike head-on. At that moment, life or death was uncertain for Ace. However, before these chaotic thoughts could settle in their minds, a shadow, as if conjured from a nightmare, appeared without warning behind Ace. "Captain, behind you." Dias's pupils constricted sharply as he bellowed urgently. Ace was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Bayou's initial move to be an aggressive strike. "Bayou, your speed is indeed remarkable, but do not forget, I possess the elemental transformation of a Logia-type devil fruit." Bang! The black wooden sword, infused with distance, struck Ace squarely in the face. The moment the elemental flames dispersed, Ace's form was seemingly yanked away. In the next instant, like a cannonball, he was propelled towards the sea restaurant. The distance of several hundred meters was accompanied by a deafening roar. In a state of bewilderment, the deck was shattered beneath him, and ultimately, he plunged into the depths of the ocean. Insanity! Dias was on the brink of madness. No. It should be said that everyone who had sung praises of the Logia-type's invincibility just moments before was now driven to the edge of insanity, witnessing the once invulnerable elemental transformation being cleaved away. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This is the so-called strongest newcomer in the seas, offering a bounty of 50 million berries. Michael, was that truly Ace who was just sent flying? Dias spoke with disbelief etched across his face. Michael abruptly snapped back to reality, urgently shouting, "Dias, Do whatever it takes to hold off that navy. Those with devil fruit powers are like ducks out of water. I will go to save Ace. With that declaration, Mihal plunged into the water. Dais, too, jolted awake, gazing at the approaching Bayou in the sky. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily drew his sword from his waist. Navy, do not come any closer, or you will find me less than courteous. Less than courteous? Bayou replied with a bloodthirsty smile. What is the matter? I'm giving you a chance to abandon them and flee. Perhaps you might secure your own survival. You want me to run away? Dais paused, taken aback in the face of such an overwhelming adversary. The opportunity for survival presented before the likes of the pirates, such as Creek, would undoubtedly be irresistible. A flicker of struggle crossed Dais's face, and in the next moment, he tightened his grip on the katana, roaring as he charged forward. I apologize, but even in death, I shall never abandon my comrades. One sword style, ocean wave. With a single stroke, Dais's attack was commendable. His swordplay flowing like an unceasing wave. Against ordinary pirates, it would indeed be a lethal move. However, in the eyes of Bayou, it fell woefully short. Three-sword style, rhino charge. A figure burst forth from the sea. The drenched Zoro struck first. The three blades intertwined, colliding with a ferocity reminiscent of a charging rhinoceros. Crashing into Dais with a raw power. Bang! Dais was sent flying, crashing against the rear of the ship's cabin, barely managing to halt his momentum. As he beheld the sudden apparition, his face turned ashen, revealing an expression of disbelief. The pirate hunter, Roronoa Zaro? He chuckled. I never anticipated that my name would be known to anyone. Zaro gripped the Wado Ikamanji. However, should a battle ensue, I cannot allow you to target our captain first. That would be a disgrace to our crew. If a fight is what you seek, then allow me to take your challenge. Since boarding Bayou's ship, Zoro had yet to find an opportunity to engage in battle. After such a long wait, he finally encountered a worthy opponent. Zoro clearly could not contain his eagerness. Meanwhile, Zepp, observing the scene, wore a hesitant expression. Initially, he had only wished to witness a thrilling clash of equals, never expecting that the strongest newcomer among pirates would falter upon confrontation. If this narrative continued to unfold, the most formidable newcomer across the seas, the captain of the Spade Pirates, seems unlikely to escape the East Blue. However, it is precisely for this reason that Zeph is even more intrigued by the origins of this obscure naval rookie king. Stay back, or I will not hesitate to ignite the bomb. Dais gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his back, tearing open his shirt to reveal the bomb he had prepared, showcasing a glimmer of determination. Witnessing this scene, Bayou swiftly reached out to restrain Zoro. Ace, it appears you have encountered some formidable crew members this time, but is it truly wise for you to continue hiding? Bang! From the shattered deck, Ace, with Mihawk's assistance, managed to roll himself up. His drenched appearance and the crimson marks of slashes across his face rendered him exceptionally disheveled. The previously tense atmosphere shifted significantly under Bayou's unusual tone. Hey Ace, what on earth is happening? Aren't the Navy here to capture you? Dais could no longer contain his anxiety. After taking a deep breath, Ace struggled to rise, rubbing his painfully bruised face, and said, Damn Bayou. You still enjoy being merciless as ever. With so many places to hit, you insist on striking my face. If I remain unmarried in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Don't you always carry wine with you? I need a swig to ease the pain. Heh, Ace, it seems you have indeed grown stronger. Even your skin has thickened. Bayou chuckled dryly, tossing a wine flask casually. Get lost. Ace caught the flask, shot him an irritated glance, and proceeded to drink heartily. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. How could the Navy and pirates become embroiled in such a love-hate relationship? Ace, you must tell me what is happening. Is he truly a member of the Navy? Dais was on the verge of madness, grasping the bomb on his person. I nearly sacrificed my life for you. If you don't divulge the truth, I will drag you down with me. Observing Dais's desperate demeanor, Ace helplessly rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied, What? Did I not mention this before? Bayou is indeed part of the Navy, but he is also my sworn brother. I had thought that possessing the natural type devil fruit would allow me to reclaim my honor, yet here I am, publicly humiliated once again. What? Everyone was left in a state of shock. After battling for so long, the strongest newcomer of the pirates and the strongest newcomer of the Navy are actually sworn brothers? Is this not exceedingly intriguing? Who would believe it to be true if they had not heard it with their own ears? Well, the fight is over, and my stomach is growling. Let us first dine. Bayou patted Ace on the shoulder and strode towards the seaside restaurant. Witnessing this scene, The remaining pirates of the Krieg pirates fled in a frenzy. Krieg himself crawled out from a dilapidated pirate ship, supported by the Gulakin, intending to make a stealthy exit. Unfortunately, just as they moved, Bayou halted his steps and glanced back. Bayou, allow me to handle the aftermath. Ace returned the wine jug to Bayou. There are still 600 or 700 pirates here. With my fruit powers, I can swiftly subdue them. You? Bayou shot him a disapproving look. Having acquired the Mara Nomi, you have become overconfident, my young friend. You are still too inexperienced. These individuals must be captured alive. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the old man. Allow me to take care of it. Bayou turned his gaze towards the scattered pirate ships. In a swift motion, he appeared atop one of them. Krieg's expression changed dramatically, and he bellowed urgently. If we do not flee now, when will we? Hurry, he intends to capture us alive. One person cannot possibly stop us all. In Krieg's eyes, he was gravely injured and could only rely on others to create an opportunity for him to escape. The 600 or 700 pirates were momentarily stunned. The next moment, as they exchanged glances, they fled for their lives. Apologies, not a single one will escape. Bayou stood atop a pirate ship's mast, taking a swig of liquor, his eyes suddenly widening. The dormant conqueror's haki within him erupted like a tempest. Boom. An overwhelming aura surged across the entire sea. The pirates, who had been frantically fleeing, along with Krieg and the Gulakin, froze momentarily. The next moment, their eyes bulged, froth escaping their mouths as they collapsed, losing consciousness. Those at the seaside restaurant felt an invisible pressure crashing into their minds, as a thunderous sound echoed in their brains. They were fortunate that this surge of conqueror's haki was fleeting, ebbing away just as quickly as it had come. Under Bayou's deliberate control, it veered away from the location of the restaurant. Otherwise, individuals of slightly weaker resolve would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hundreds of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated, merging into a single cacophony. Once everyone regained their senses, the entire Krieg pirates' crew had been annihilated. Gasps filled the air. Ace's expression soured instantly as he remarked, Bayou, you haven't secretly consumed a more powerful devil fruit, have you? Also, how were you able to attack me while I was elementalized? The recent defeat weighed heavily on Ace, who had been intent on regaining his honor, becoming an inescapable nightmare. Particularly, the stinging pain on his face made it hard for him to find peace. Kid, that was not the ability of a devil fruit. Zep shook his beard, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. If I am not mistaken, this young naval officer just exhibited the rare 3 types of haki that can only be found in the new world of the Grand Line. The ability to affect those with elemental transformations comes from the armament haki, while the observation haki allows one to sense their surroundings and anticipate movements. Lastly, the ability to intimidate and even incapacitate enemies solely through sheer presence is a trait possessed by only the most exceptional individuals, rumored to be found among the rarest of the ocean's strongest. It seems, young naval officer, your future accomplishments are boundless. The mention of the 3 types of haki left Dias and the others in shock, completely unprepared for the vast amount of information gained from a single encounter. Even Ace's expression turned slightly unnatural. He had never anticipated that just a month apart from Bayou would result in such a remarkable surge in power, especially the unparalleled presence of a king among men. This has truly upended his understanding. Well, stop standing there in a daze. I merely had the fortune of encountering this earlier than you. If you had not fled to the sea and followed the old man, you would now grasp the essence of dominance. Bayou gently patted Ace's shoulder and continued, do not forget your own identity. Perhaps you possess the conqueror's haki as well. You simply lack the opportunity. My purpose in seeking you out this time is to remind you not to become overly complacent upon acquiring the Nomi. There are still many formidable beings in this world, and should you fall into the hands of the Navy, I would rather not expend my efforts to rescue you. Nor would the old man likely permit it. I'm feeling quite hungry. Let us dine first. Upon hearing this, Ace looked at Bayou's figure, exhaled a deep sigh, and the pallor on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Bayou, do you have any berries? We've been famished for 3 days. Gurgled the stomachs of Doris and Miho resonated in unison with Ace's. Bayou rolled his eyes in exasperation. It seemed that all who emerge under Karp's tutelage are indeed exceptional talents. The amount of food consumed is such that, regardless of how much wealth one possesses, it would surely not withstand the indulgence of a hearty meal. Let us treat you to this meal, Navy lad, Zep suddenly exclaimed. Patty and the others were left in utter astonishment. Sanji, unable to contain himself, interjected, Old man, could this fellow possibly be your illegitimate son? You are typically so miserly. Yet today you display such generosity. Silence. I do this with the intention of finding a suitable family for you, so you can leave. Zep retorted with a fierce glare. You wretched old man, always trying to send me away. Are you plotting for me to be your caretaker in your final days? How could I possibly depart? Depart? I dare say I shall outlive you. Observing the escalating confrontation between the old man and the youth, Bayou could only shake his head in exasperation. The endeavor to procure sustenance proves unexpectedly arduous. Verily, Sanji embodies a promising prospect. Nevertheless, Bayou favors a more laissez-faire approach. Lord Bayou, your celerity alongside Zaro engenders concern regarding our potential jeopardy. Nami exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon a sailing vessel moored beside the maritime restaurant. Karina, perched atop the crow's nest, descended with alacrity, her modified 98K rifle swathed in dark cloth, and playfully patted Nami's shoulder, assuring, rest assured, Lord Bayou, I shall safeguard Nami's well-being. Over the preceding 3 days, Karina had acclimated to her customized 98K. Should clandestine combat ensue, she harbored confidence that few within the East Blue could withstand her marksmanship. Nay, the protection of ladies falls to a gentleman. I shall commandeer this vessel. A fleeting silhouette materialized before Karina and Nami, executing a courtly bow. However, before Sanji could introduce himself, Zeph's wooden leg propelled him away. Observing the ensuing fracas, Bayou ambled toward the maritime restaurant, his expression tinged with resignation. Concurrently, within the Marine Headquarters Council chamber, a profusion of documents lay scattered across the table, with a recent bounty poster prominently displayed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The frequency of these convocations seems rather excessive. We are summoned hither every other day, Kizaru remarked with a wry grin. The other Marine officers remained silent, yet harbored similar curiosity regarding Sengoku's motivations, given the marked increase in meetings compared to the customary intervals. Silence, Kizaru. I would not convene you unless exigencies demanded it. If even you struggle to arrive promptly, who could surpass your speed? Sengoku retorted. I have summoned you today primarily for 2 matters. A burgeoning pirate has emerged in the East Blue. This bounty application was submitted by Branch 186. Peruse it at your leisure. All eyes converged upon the document. The bounty figure elicited a collective gasp. 50 million berries? Captain of the Spade Pirates? Akainu inquired, his brow furrowed. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, judging by this photograph. This youth appears to be no older than 17 or 18. A maiden bounty of 50 million berries, the East Blue's zenith, seems somewhat excessive. Should word of this reach the populace, they might perceive the Marine headquarters as being apprehensive of a mere fledgling pirate. I concur with Sakazuki's assessment, Kizaru chimed in, ever eager to stir the pot. The other Marine officers remained taciturn, yet nodded in agreement. Sengoku, anticipating their skepticism, surveyed the assembly and declared, I foresaw this reaction. Were he merely a typical East Blue neophyte, he would not warrant such a sum. However, if I were to disclose that this individual wields the power of the Logia-type flame fruit, would you deem the price justified? The flame fruit? A wave of consternation washed over the Marine officers, many instinctively glancing toward the 3 admirals. None were more cognizant of the potency of Logia-type devil fruits than the denizens of Marine headquarters. This generation of formidable commanders can indeed be regarded as possessing the most powerful lineup, primarily due to the trio's cataclysmic abilities derived from their devil fruits. Presently, a nascent pirate has unexpectedly acquired a Logia-type devil fruit, which grants him remarkable composure. It becomes evident why he has been awarded a bounty of 50 million berries. Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, stating, Marshal Sengoku, your urgent summons for our assembly is to pursue and stifle the fire-wielding ace in his infancy, is it not? The tension among everyone escalated immediately. Logia-type devil fruit users are invariably catastrophic adversaries. Even a typical rear admiral may not secure a definitive victory against them. To extinguish this rookie pirate, it would perhaps require the intervention of all 3 admirals. No, I have entrusted this matter to Karp. If he is unable to handle it, we shall ensnare him when Fire Fist Ace reaches the Grand Line and arrives at Sabati Archipelago, Sengoku replied solemnly. Recently, the beast pirates have been stirring restlessly, and that red-haired fellow has recently ascended to the title of Emperor. The 2 have engaged in numerous fierce battles over territory. Kizaru, you must remain vigilant and ensure they do not escalate matters beyond control. As for Akiji, keep a watchful eye on the final candidate for the Shichibukai. The Gorosei have been incessantly applying pressure regarding this issue. While they have proposed candidates, I believe appointing that individual as one of the Shichibukai would be utterly short-sighted. Akainu, you should also be attentive, for the celestial dragons have been frequently departing from Mariehua. You are well aware of their character, and we must avoid any incidents at this critical juncture. A barrage of inquiries erupted, akin to a relentless cannonade, leaving the naval commanders present exchanging bewildered glances. However, they could only listen. The weight of these tasks is indeed overwhelming. Aside from the admirals, they lack the qualifications to undertake them. Admiral Sengoku, you have meticulously arranged our responsibilities, yet it seems we shall soon find ourselves stretched thin. If there are no pressing matters, we ought to convene these meetings less frequently. Should we not? Kizaru dusted off his attire, tilting his head as he rose. Admiral Sengoku, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Hold on. Sengoku admonished in a low voice. What I previously mentioned was merely an introduction. The true significance of this meeting lies ahead. As you have noted, the New World is currently rife with turmoil, and relying solely on the three admirals to maintain control has proven increasingly arduous. Thus, the purpose of this assembly is primarily to appoint an additional candidate for the position of admiral. A candidate for admiral? A collective intake of breath resonated throughout the room. The position of admiral candidate represents the strongest combat power, second only to the admirals themselves. Within the Navy headquarters, there are only two such individuals, both of whom bear the heavy responsibility of monitoring the four emperors. With Admiral Sengoku's declaration, he intends to dismantle the long-standing power structure, undoubtedly surpassing their comprehension. Admiral Sengoku, your sudden proposition suggests you may already have a candidate in mind, Akina remarked solemnly. Is it Fire Fist Ace, Doberman, or perhaps Spider Demon? The naval officers present felt the tension in the air. Fire Fist Ace chuckled awkwardly. Admiral Sakazuki, you flatter me. I believe Spider Demon has the greatest likelihood. He has accomplished numerous tasks recently. In contrast to the hawkish Spider Demon, Fire Fist Ace is clearly more of a stabilizing force. Thus his accolades and reputation are undoubtedly lesser. Indeed, I concur with Fire Fist Ace's assessment, Doberman added, his scarred visage quivering in agreement. The candidate for admiral stands as the closest embodiment of the Navy's supreme combat strength. This honor is coveted by many. However, to vocalize such aspirations publicly seems rather inappropriate. I regret to inform you that the individual being recommended this time is not among those present. With a somber tone, the general of the Warring States era spoke, casually retrieving a stack of documents and placing them upon the table. The candidate for the position of admiral is Bayou. What? The expressions of the assembled naval officers shifted dramatically. The smiles of humility on the faces of vice admirals such as Doberman instantly froze. Many among them had spent over a decade in their ranks as vice admirals. The only opportunity for advancement lay in the position of admiral. Had a fellow vice admiral been nominated, none would have felt any discontent. Yet now, this prestigious honor, second only to that of an admiral, has been bestowed upon a relatively obscure individual. This breath of tension is unbearable for them. Apologies, Admiral Sengoku, but are you jesting? If the position of the vice admiral is to be granted to Mr. Karp, or if he is directly appointed as admiral, we would have no objections. Doberman spoke in a somber tone. However, to assign the vice admiral position to a newcomer who has yet to officially serve in the Navy is likely to provoke discontent among many. Doberman's assertion was not unfounded. I concur. The yellow monkey also echoed his sentiments. Many naval commanders present nodded in agreement. Sengoku had anticipated the situation evolving to this point and produced 2 bounty notices. I understand your dissatisfaction, but this recommendation indeed comes directly from Karp himself. 5 days ago, Bayou slayed the treasure hunter Triege, who had a bounty of 89 million. On Frost Moon Island. 3 days prior, he defeated the remnants of the Sun Pirates, a notorious fishman known as the Evil Dragon, who carried a bounty of 20 million berries. Most importantly, according to reports from the Spider of the Ghost, he has encountered Bayou and even engaged him in battle, only to face defeat. What? The pupils of Doberman and the other naval commanders constricted sharply. While the previous achievements were surprising, it was clear that full acceptance was unlikely. However, the sudden revelation from Sengoku that even the hawkish Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had been bested by Bayou left them astounded. The volume of information is rather overwhelming. Admiral Sengoku, are you jesting? The Ghost Spider is a seasoned Vice Admiral, renowned for his formidable prowess and his extraordinary 8-sword style. It is hard to comprehend that he could be vanquished by a mere novice. Akina spoke in a low, grave tone. As a fellow Hawk faction member, he naturally held a bit more concern for the Ghost Spider, who had always fought alongside him. In response to this inquiry, all eyes turned to Sengoku, eager to discern the truth behind his earlier recommendation. I understand your skepticism, So I have already contacted the ghost spider. You may verify this for yourselves. Sengoku casually tossed a den mushi, which soon emitted a ringing sound. Moshi Moshi, this is the ghost spider. May I inquire why Admiral Sengoku has urgently reached out? The ghost spider's deep voice resonated from the other end. Ghost spider, this is Sakazuki. Akainu interjected. Admiral Sengoku just stated that you were defeated by a newcomer. Do you find this just amusing? Upon hearing this, the Grand Conference Hall fell into a profound silence, with many individuals' eyes reflecting a flicker of urgency. They were keen to ascertain whether Sengoku was merely toying with them. Admiral Sakazuki, this is no jest. I indeed faced off against Mr. Karp's grandson, Bayou, in the East Blue, and I was defeated by him, employing the very same 8-sword style. If it pertains to the recommendation for the Admiral candidate, this conclusion was reached after discussions with Mr. Karp. The ghost spider stated solemnly. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the assembly hall. Many people's pupils dilated in shock. The ghost spider's strength is among the elite within the vice admirals. His mastery of the 8-sword style has secured him a prominent position within the Navy headquarters and beyond the seas. To now claim defeat, especially to a newcomer, was indeed astonishing. This undoubtedly challenges their perceptions. General Sakazuki, I understand it may be difficult for you to believe, yet Bayou's potential surpasses our wildest imaginings. As a wielder of the 3-colored haki, he is also profoundly skilled in the art of swordsmanship. In terms of his swordsmanship talent, I dare say it rivals that of the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Moreover, what captivates our attention the most is his exceptionally keen battle instinct. If one were to assess him, it would seem as though he was born for combat. The ghost spider continued to speak. Each occurrence alters the atmosphere in the arena. To be compared to the world's greatest swordsman, and to be born for battle. This title and aura, derived from a long-established figure of renown, undoubtedly elicits skepticism when ascribed to one who has just embarked upon the vast ocean. Very well, let us defer any discussions regarding the ghost spider for now. But do remember to prevent Karp from roaming about. Sengoku instructed before terminating the transponder snail. Should this recommendation stem solely from Karp's unilateral initiative, Sengoku would certainly not acquiesce without hesitation. However, even the typically proud ghost spider finds himself embroiled in this matter, compelling Sengoku to treat it with the gravity it deserves. In an instant, the expansive conference hall fell into a profound silence, leaving all naval commanders at a loss for words. Humph, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I still find it hard to believe such matters. Akainu spoke in a deep voice. Every individual present, who had ascended to their esteemed positions, had done so through a gradual accumulation of qualifications and military achievements. To allow a newcomer to be parachuted into the position of a vice admiral would require them to present convincing accomplishments and capabilities. Otherwise, I shall not consent to this recommendation. I concur with Akainu's sentiments, the yellow monkey added, raising his hand in agreement. Observing the votes of the 3 admirals, 2 of whom expressed their dissent, a certain commander internally breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku cast a discerning glance around the room, remaining silent, akin to Akiji, who seemed detached from the unfolding discourse. I am already aware of your reactions. The purpose of convening you all today is to keep you apprised of the situation. As for the matter concerning the vice admiral candidate, we shall decide once Bayou arrives. However, I must remind you, gold will shine regardless of its setting. Otherwise, the obstinate ghost spider would not have taken the initiative to recommend him. I hope we do not allow our relationships to deteriorate unnecessarily. If there are no further matters to address, this meeting will conclude here. We shall resume the discussion once Bayou arrives at the Navy headquarters. Since Fleet Admiral Sengoku has made his decision, I am curious to see what waves that little brat can stir. Akainu snorted and turned to leave first. The yellow monkey similarly displayed an amused expression before vanishing in a flash of light. The remaining naval commanders exchanged glances before also departing. Sengoku gazed at the suddenly vacant conference hall and sighed softly to himself. Karp, for the sake of your precious grandson, I have wagered quite a lot this time. If you dare to deceive me, not only will you find it impossible to enter the Navy headquarters, but I shall pursue him across the seas. Yet, why do I feel an unsettling premonition lately? Am I overthinking, or is something significant about to transpire? 3 days later, within the Navy's branch in Rog Town, a girl with orange hair, clad in the Navy's justice cloak, her bangs adorned with sunglasses, and a bandage on her face, briskly entered, wielding a katana. Lieutenant Iska, you have finally arrived. Orlan greeted her as he hurriedly stepped forward. Is Colonel Smoker still unconscious? You summoned me in such haste while I was in pursuit of the Spade Pirate's Fire Fist Ace. A flicker of urgency crossed Iska's face as she glanced toward the room. Iska, you have finally made it, came Smoker's voice from within the room as the tightly shut door swung open. Upon seeing Smoker, whose face bore a lingering red/mark, Iska's expression faltered. She and Smoker were contemporaries within the Navy. However, due to Smoker's possession of a Logia-type devil fruit ability, he had swiftly ascended to the rank of colonel. Meanwhile, their peer Tina had also risen to lieutenant colonel due to her Paramecia-type devil fruit. Iska, on the other hand, had advanced solely through her swordsmanship, currently holding the rank of lieutenant. Iska, are you surprised that as a Logia-type devil fruit user, I sustained such injuries? Smoker spoke with a grim countenance, holding a cigar between his teeth. This was inflicted by a Navy newcomer named Bayou in the East Blue village of Kakoja. He defeated me with a single strike. A single strike? Iska's expression shifted. Could he possibly wield sea prism stone weapons? As a newcomer from the Navy headquarters, Iska was far from a mere figurehead. She possessed some knowledge regarding the weaknesses of devil fruit users. No, it was haki. Smoker clenched his fist tightly. I underestimated his haki, which can nullify my elemental form. Moreover, I suspect he also possesses observation haki. What? Iska's face paled. You mean to say he has mastered both types of haki? How old is he? In his 20s or 30s? Haki is not a rarity among the Navy headquarters, but Iska believed that mastering it requires extensive combat experience. No, he is around your age, merely 17 or 18, Smoker replied, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Furthermore, there are rumors that not long ago, Bayou wiped out the Creek pirates, who had plagued the East Blue for ages, and upon arriving at the floating restaurant, he confronted Fire Fist Ace, defeating him with a single strike. Impossible. Iska's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed. Smoker raised an eyebrow, surprised by his old comrade's excessive anxiety. Iska quickly became aware of her own outburst and hurriedly spoke. I apologize, Smoker. A month ago, I encountered Fire Fist Ace in the West Coast Sea and have been pursuing him ever since. The bounty of 50 million berries on him was reported by me. I am well aware of Ace's formidable strength. If you claim that Fire Fist Ace has been defeated, I wish to know if he has fallen into our hands. Upon hearing this, a flicker of urgency flashed in Iska's eyes. Smoker pondered for a moment while holding the cigar before shaking his head. I have yet to receive such news, but I must caution you not to underestimate that guy. However, should we meet again, I will ensure that he does not escape my grasp and will defeat him head-on. Iska breathed a sigh of relief internally. If Karp's pursuit of Roger was a tale of mutual destruction, then Iska's pursuit of Ace was equally a quest to prove her own strength. If a rare target were to be snatched away by another, it would be a source of discontent for anyone. Iska, you seem rather preoccupied. Smoker observed his old classmate. Iska quickly regained her composure, shaking her head. No, I am merely curious about who this Bayou is. To the extent that rumors suggest he can defeat Fire Fist Ace. If possible, I truly wish to see what abilities he possesses. Hiki. You should soon have the opportunity to encounter him, Smoker replied with a cold smile while holding his cigar. Next time, you will hear of my victory over him. By the way, the reason I summoned you today is that it marks the anniversary of Pirate King Roger's death, and many pirates will be looking to seize the opportunity to land on the island. Hence, I hope you can assist me in patrolling the area. Lately, I have been feeling somewhat unsettled, fearing that issues may arise. You want me to support you? Iska arched an eyebrow in surprise before responding with a smile. This is indeed unexpected. However, since you've asked, I won't refuse. I've heard that Rogue Town boasts a plethora of weapon shops. I shall peruse them and see if I can unearth any treasures. With these words, Iska turned and departed. For many, devil fruits are the ultimate treasure of the sea. Yet, for a swordsman, a well-suited, renowned blade is the most invaluable possession. Smoker, watching Iska vanish down the corridor, finally recollected himself, picked up the photograph from the desk, and furrowed his brow. In the photograph, a colossal black spot looms in the sky. However, Smog finds himself momentarily unable to discern what it is. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from Rogue Town, a vessel laden with orange trees surges swiftly through the waves. A tremendous splash erupts as a massive sea creature breaches the surface, its enormous form rising from the depths. Those crimson eyes, upon spotting the ship, widen as its gaping maw opens wide, unleashing a fetid gust towards them. The expressions of Zaro and Nami on the deck remain unchanged, but Sanji takes a deep drag from his cigarette, gazing at the approaching sea beast. Suddenly, a flash of scarlet light erupts from the lookout tower, colliding with the gigantic creature. A thunderous roar follows as the beast's momentum falters momentarily, only to have its massive head explode in a shower of flesh and blood, crashing back into the sea with a resounding splash. As the water erupts around them, Karina, hidden in the lookout, raises her modified 98K, unable to contain her excitement. Lord Bayou, was that shot spectacular? She exclaims. Indeed, it was marvelous. It appears you have grown accustomed to the recoil of that weapon, Bayou replies, taking a sip from his drink. Since departing from the sea restaurant, Bayou's template unlocking progress has reached an impressive 19.8. An additional 2 was gained from his encounter with Ace, though it fell slightly short of his expectations. However, an unexpected delight awaited him in the refresh store. A cacophony of roars reverberates across the ocean. The blood from the slain sea creature has clearly attracted the attention of other sea beasts lurking nearby, as 7 or 8 of them breach the surface simultaneously. A dark mass looms ominously. Sanji clutches his cigarette tightly. This is a predicament he has never encountered before. Alas, before he can fully comprehend the situation, hot and cold bubbles have already coalesced above the heads of the sea beasts, forming a heavy, leaden cloud. The weather forecast predicts a thunderstorm. With a crackle, an electric bubble plunges into the dark cloud. A deafening explosion of lightning erupts from the accumulated mass, cascading down and instantly submerging the sea creatures that had emerged from the depths. It takes over half a minute for the surface of the sea to settle, revealing a grim sight. The waters are strewn with the carcasses of the slain beasts. Witnessing this scene, Sanji's cigarette burns down to his fingers, snapping him back to reality. Initially, he had boisterously proclaimed his intent to uphold the chivalrous spirit of protecting women. Yet now, it seems the only one in need of protection on this vessel is himself. Why does it feel as if everyone around him possesses extraordinary abilities? Lord Bayou, did you see that? I succeeded. I shall no longer be the weak link. Nami exclaims, embracing Bayou with a sense of triumph. She feels a surge of happiness, believing that with her current prowess, she could swiftly vanquish any fearsome dragon. Bayou clears his throat, extricating himself from Nami's grip. Well, success is what matters. Now that you are aboard my ship, I shall ensure you all thrive independently. Hey, you colorfully incompetent fool, did you hear that? Your presence on this ship will only hinder us. Zoro retorts, brandishing his wooden sword with a challenging expression. What did you just say, green-haired fool? Watch as I kick you to the ground. Sanji erupts in frustration. Originally, he had intended to be a gallant protector but finds himself in the role of the weakest member of the crew, stripped of even the qualifications to be a chivalrous guardian. Sanji, do not lose heart. When Nami and I boarded, we were utterly powerless. If not for Lord Bayou providing us with these weapons, we would have struggled to even inflict a scratch on those sea beasts, Karina reassures him, her modified 98K slung over her shoulder. Nami nods in agreement. Just 3 days prior, she had been skeptical of the seemingly ordinary weather stick gifted by Bayou. However, after numerous attempts, she came to understand the truth of her captain's unwavering faith in her abilities. Sanji falls silent, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply before asking, Lord Bayou, can you help me become stronger? My expertise lies in my leg techniques. Of course, Bayou responds casually, tossing 2 wrist guards towards him. This is what Bayou has recently exchanged. After the system's goods refresh, the exchange privileges remain intact, allowing Bayou to spend 150 points to acquire another pair. He observed the small protective gear that landed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire floor. Sanji was momentarily bewildered, beginning to regret his request. Sakappa, there is no room for remorse on this ship. These 2 wrist guards weigh a combined 100 kilograms. Yet they can easily adjust their weight, proving immensely beneficial for training strength and explosiveness. Zoro remarked with a knowing smile. Of course, if you wish to disembark now, I wouldn't mind. Damn you, green algae head. Who wants to leave the ship? A mere 100 kilograms is something I can easily adapt to, Sanji retorted, flustered. However, after weighing the 2 wrist guards and attempting to adjust their weight, his astonishment deepened. He finally understood why that cunning old fox, Zep, initially suggested he join Ace's pirate crew, but swiftly changed his mind, steering him toward this naval vessel. Indeed, experience is invaluable, and the discerning gaze of the seasoned cannot be underestimated. The mere fact that Bayou has procured these weapons and remarkable training equipment is sufficient to illustrate that he is far from the simplistic facade he presents. This vessel is destined to witness the extraordinary achievements of each individual aboard. Sanji, you might consider harnessing high-speed rotations in your kicking technique. The rapid friction could generate sufficient heat to enhance your explosive power. Should you attain such a level, your strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable surge, enabling you to triumph effortlessly over countless pirates. Bayou took a sip of his drink, imparting knowledge of Sanji's diabolical kicking technique from the original narrative. Currently, the system shop has not yielded any exceptional items to significantly bolster Sanji's prowess. Thus, Bayou can only resort to the most rudimentary approach, drawing inspiration from the original work. Lord Bayou, is your proposed method truly viable? Sanji inquired, bewildered. He had often contemplated ways to augment his strength, but had found it challenging to navigate this journey without a predecessor's guidance. Bayou's insight suddenly resonated with him, evoking a sense of camaraderie. Fear not. Once you acclimate to the weighted wristbands, executing this technique will not pose great difficulty. As for the other training, we shall devise a plan once you have mastered the weight. Bayou nonchalantly took another sip of his drink. Ahead lies Rogue Town. Let us pause here to rest. For once we enter the Grand Line, resupply may be a distant prospect. I concur. I second that. I shall gather some provisions as well. Sanji eagerly chimed in, finding solace in the culinary realm, where he could reclaim a semblance of significance aboard the ship. I will remain on the ship to keep watch and engage in some training, Zoro interjected, wielding his wooden sword and continuing his relentless practice. Each time he witnessed Bayou effortlessly executing 10,000 slashes, the sense of inadequacy and the vast chasm between their abilities loomed ever larger in his heart. This compelled Zoro to devote even his mealtimes and hours of slumber to his pursuits. As for Zoro's choices, Bayou paid them little heed. Within the establishment of Matsumoto, there indeed lay two renowned swords. While Bayou had no use for them himself, acquiring them could serve as a means to win the hearts of others. Lost in thought, he leaped ashore as the ship docked. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with an impulsive figure. The soft contact and the wafting scent of a woman caught Bayou by surprise, causing his brow to arch in astonishment, particularly upon noticing her vibrant orange hair. I apologize. I was in quite a rush and accidentally bumped into you. If you're unharmed, I have my eye on a sword and shall take my leave. A sword? Bayou expressed a hint of surprise, glancing at the young girl adorned in naval attire, a katana hanging at her waist. Indeed. The current Daski had yet to arrive at Logtown for her duties. If Bayou's memory served him right, the girl before him was none other than Iska, who had been tirelessly pursuing Ace across the vast seas. Are you also a swordsman? Iska inquired, her gaze briefly scanning Bayou before her expression faltered. Are you an apprentice? Why are you wielding a wooden sword, while the other is wrapped in cloth? This is merely a common katana. However, you mentioned your interest in purchasing a sword. Might you take me along for a glimpse? Bayou did not draw forth the cursed blade Murakumo. During this period, he had been wielding a wooden sword in combat, for there was no one in the East Sea worthy of his true blade. The cursed sword Muramesa was but a step away from the black blade, perpetually emanating a sinister aura that could easily ensnare the faint-hearted. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Bayou decided to temporarily seal away the cursed sword. Buying a sword? Ah, how could I forget that without your reminder? If I were to delay, I might miss the opportunity altogether. If you wish to see it, do accompany me. Iska exclaimed as she rushed out, observing the urgency in the young girl. Bayou chuckled, took a sip of his drink, and followed suit. Along the way, Bayou witnessed numerous naval officers pursuing pirates, with the sounds of battle resonating in the air. Yet, each time the white mist billowed into the sky, the skirmishes swiftly came to an end. It seemed that Smoker's invincible mindset was largely a result of the events in Logtown. This is it, Iska declared as she forcefully pushed open the tightly shut shop door. Inside, Matsumoto, who was polishing a sword with a somewhat lecherous demeanor, had just begun to put on a facade of flattery, ready to make a sales pitch. However, upon spotting Iska, he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not you again, foul navy. I told you, I will not sell this sword to you. Why do you keep coming back? Not for sale?" Iska's expression faltered momentarily as she rummaged through her backpack and presented it. "Here, 3 million berries. Please sell me the sword. I have searched for this renowned blade throughout the East Sea. For a swordsman, every esteemed sword represents honor, especially for Iska, who had just begun her journey across the seas. Possessing a sword of her own would be the ultimate testament to her strength. Furthermore, the resilience and sharpness of a renowned blade would be invaluable before mastering haki. Undoubtedly, this is a powerful instrument for enhancing one's capabilities. This is none other than the coveted katana, Shigure, a blade of exceptional quality with its chaotic Hammond pattern." Shiro scrutinized the Shigure displayed upon the counter. He had encountered it numerous times in the original narrative. However, this was the first instance of observing it up close. "Little rascal. I wouldn't have anticipated that you would recognize a renowned blade. Ipponmatsu cast a fleeting glance, swiftly waving his hand dismissively. Nevertheless, this blade is not for sale. As I've stated, there are other swords available over there. Feel free to peruse them yourselves. After uttering these words, Ipponmatsu resumed polishing Shigeru in his grasp, completely disregarding the group. Isuka's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon. It was a rare occurrence to encounter a celebrated sword. Yet, even liquidating all of his assets would not suffice to acquire it. The act of gazing longingly was simply driving her to the brink of madness. However, as a naval officer, she could not afford to act recklessly and thus reluctantly repressed her thoughts. It seemed that acquiring that renowned blade was beyond her reach. She would have to consider it a mere opportunity to broaden her horizons. Moving forward, I intend to venture into the Grand Line to seek out a few commendable swords. If you do not mind, I could assist you in your selection, for I possess considerable knowledge regarding blades. As Isuka spoke, she made her way toward a corner of the shop. The moment she reached for the hilt of an antiquated sword, Bayou raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, Isuka let out a startled cry and fell to the ground. The third-generation Onigiri, which had just been drawn from its sheath, flew into the air. The glimmering blade, reflecting a chilling light, was aimed directly at Isuka, much to the astonishment of both her and Ishibansing. Cursed blade, that accursed sword has indeed been bewitched, naval officer. You must quickly evade, Ishibansing shouted urgently. In a moment of daze, Isuka was jolted back to reality. Upon drawing the third-generation Onigiri, a surge of blood-red intent surged into her mind. Her limbs became unresponsive, causing her to plummet to the ground. She had never anticipated that the drawn third-generation Onigiri would soar into the air and descend upon her. As she beheld the blade, which nearly filled her vision, she realized it was too late to evade. With a sudden, ominous clang, the blade's voice echoed without warning. Just as the third-generation Onigiri was about to pierce her eye, it abruptly halted midair. In the next instant, as if drawn by an invisible force, it fell into Bayou's hand, much to the shock of both Ishibansing and Isuka. Simultaneously, the cursed blade Murakumo at Bayou's waist seemed to react, unleashing a tremendous aura of malevolence akin to a raging tide. The cloth that had been wrapped around Murakumo shattered in an instant. The vast weapon shop was suddenly engulfed in an icy chill, the biting cold rushing from the soles of their feet to their heads. Observing the blade, Murakumo autonomously seizing the energy of dominance. Bayou's brow furrowed as he retracted the oppressive aura, dissipating the suffocating atmosphere in an instant. Without this overwhelming presence, Ishibansing collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath as if he had nearly drowned. His gaze shifted to Bayou's sword, his expression transforming dramatically. This cannot be. That is the legendary Murakumo, the 21st crafted demon blade, known for its blood-red edge and chaotic nature. Ishibansing exclaimed in disbelief. Is this not the blade that has been lost for over 300 years? It is said to be on the verge of attaining the level of a black blade. You, young lad, managed to wield it and subdue it. Are you a sword master? Or perhaps a grand sword master? A barrage of questions erupted like gunfire, leaving even Isuka bewildered, gazing at the blood-red blade at Bayou's waist, which evoked an icy dread merely upon sight. She stammered, You are not merely an apprentice swordsman, are you? How could you possess the legendary curse blade? Was that just now? Navy girl, I have never claimed to be an apprentice swordsman. Bayou replied as he picked up the sheath and returned the third-generation Onigiri to it. This is the third-generation Onigiri, a fine blade among the 50 crafted swords. It too is a cursed blade. If it pleases you, I can offer it to you. Another cursed blade? Isuka's complexion shifted, recalling the recent events and the rumors she had heard about cursed swords, leaving her momentarily hesitating. No, I shall not sell this cursed blade, nor the one I possess. Ishibansing interjected suddenly. Isuka, who had been wavering, now felt urgency. Encountering two remarkable swords in a single day could not compare to Bayou's Murakumo. Yet at the very least, they were fine blades. The thought of missing out due to a moment's hesitation was unbearable for her. However, before she could voice her intent to negotiate, Ishibansing spoke again. Young sir, I shall gift these two blades to you. Gift him the two swords? Isuka was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had emptied her pockets, and he had been unwilling to sell. Now, with a mere snap of his fingers, he was handing over both swords. Is this some jest? Old codger, I never anticipated such magnanimity from a man as notoriously parsimonious as yourself, exclaimed a robust woman, emerging from the back room, her countenance mirroring a similar astonishment. Silence. This is a transaction between men. Ipponmatsu retorted, a rare gravity coloring his tone. It embodies the camaraderie of men and the aspirations of swordsmen. Though I am not a swordsman myself, I harbor the spirit of one. Lad, I perceive that you are more than meets the eye. In a decade or two, your name will undoubtedly resound across the seas. These blades would not be squandered in your hands. I implore you to accept them. With these words, Ipponmatsu earnestly presented the twin swords to Bayou. Nearby, Isuka was consumed with envy, gazing at the meager millions of berries she had painstakingly saved and the barely serviceable sword at her waist. Indeed, comparisons are odious. And her own weapon paled in significance. Observing Ipponmatsu's fervent enthusiasm, Bayou, with a wry touch to his nose, acquiesced and accepted the twin blades. The bounty reaped this time exceeded Bayou's expectations, yet it concluded perfectly. However, the moment Bayou grasped the twin blades, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Lieutenant Iska, we have a serious problem. Numerous monsters have appeared outside. A Navy soldier exclaimed as he rushed in. Soon, a shrill sound pierced the air. Through the large door behind the soldier, a colossal mantis could be seen lunging towards him with alarming speed, its blades shimmering ominously. Be cautious. Iska's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily drew her sword and charged out. One sword style, horizontal slash. Bang. The blade in Iska's hand collided with the mantis in an instant. The tremendous force unleashed caused her face to pale, and she was sent reeling backward. Simultaneously, the towering mantis raised its second curved blade, cleaving through the air toward her. As the attack loomed, Iska's pupils dilated in terror. The sting in her right hand rendered her momentarily incapable of defending herself. Two swords, fierce tiger. A resonant clash of blades echoed as Zoro, moving with remarkable speed, positioned himself before the mantis. In the next moment, his twin swords unleashed an overwhelming force, crashing into the mantis. Bang! The creature was hurled backward, slamming into a wall several meters away. The sheer impact caused the sturdy wall to shatter. In the same breath, a figure descended, swiftly executing a spinning kick that struck the mantis squarely on its head. Bang! The massive head crashed down onto the street below, its enormous body following suit. After a brief struggle, it ultimately lay still. Such formidable swordsmanship and kicking technique. Who were these individuals? Iska was bewildered. The brief encounter had made it abundantly clear how powerful and forceful the suddenly appearing mantis was. Under normal circumstances, even with full preparedness, Iska doubted she could have dispatched it so effortlessly. Watch out. A gigantic gorilla is charging this way. A voice cried out. A massive gorilla, towering at least 4 to 5 meters, barreled toward Zoro and Sanji, wielding a colossal spiked club. Following closely were several other creatures of various species, each exceeding the size and strength of ordinary animals. Gripping her sword tightly, Iska readied herself for another strike. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out unexpectedly. A brilliant red flash pierced through the charging gorilla, which was instantly obliterated upon impact. The shockwave reverberated across the ground. Boom! A torrent of explosive force surged forth, sending the other approaching monsters flying. Yet, before the creatures could regroup, ominous dark clouds loomed overhead. The weather forecast indicated a thunderstorm. Boom! Striking like serpents. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing several monsters in an instant. Iska found herself momentarily stunned by the annihilation unfolding before her. The Navy soldier who had come to report stood frozen, unable to contain his curiosity. Lieutenant Iska, are they the reinforcements you summoned? Me? Iska was taken aback, about to shake her head in denial when she noticed Zoro and the others hastily approaching. Lord Bayou, it seems we arrived just in time. Zoro sheathed his swords, adding, however, those creatures that just attacked, I'm not sure where they originated, but it seems rather suspicious. I believe I saw a smoker rush toward the dock. The situation there might be even more dire. If this continues, I fear our ship may be in jeopardy. Initially, Zoro had intended to remain on board, but witnessing the growing threat to the island compelled him to intervene. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others were also making their way toward them. Lord Bayou, did you see my impressive shot? Forget what Karina said, my thunderstorm was the best. Karina, carrying a 98K, emerged from the shadows with Nami. Upon seeing the four of them and recalling the earlier events, Iska realized they formed a formidable ensemble. Most importantly, they all referred to the young man before them as Lord, implying they were his crew. Moreover, this young man was the same Bayou mentioned by Smoker, the one who had effortlessly defeated Ace. A flurry of thoughts raced through Iska's mind as she seized Bayou's arm, urgency etched across her face. You are the one who defeated Fire Fist Ace? The arriving Navy soldiers were equally stunned, recognizing Bayou's familiar visage, their excitement palpable. He is the supernova who toppled Captain Smoker. I heard that Captain Smoker intended to parry a strike but was caught off guard. Did you see the strength of Bayou's crew? They appear no less formidable than Captain Smoker. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Even Iska was left dumbfounded. She had searched long and hard for this person, only to find him here alongside her. However, recalling Bayou's earlier prowess in the weapon shop, her own fighting spirit began to wane. Everyone look! A massive island is appearing in the sky. Someone shouted, causing everyone's nerves to tense. As they followed the gaze, their pupils constricted, faces turning pale. The enormous island loomed above, casting a shadow over all. A figure suspended in midair drew countless gazes, golden hair, and audacious countenance. A ship's wheel atop his head, and dual legendary swords at his side, unmistakably revealing his identity. This was none other than the legendary tyrant, the captain of the flying pirate crew, the great pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Iska's complexion drained, her body trembling as she gasped in disbelief. He was supposed to have perished decades ago. Why is he here? This is indeed an existence that stands at the pinnacle of an era. For Iska, such a monstrosity is beyond the comparison of a mere lieutenant. Haha, Roger, today marks your death anniversary. I had intended to pay you a visit, but unexpectedly. The SIQ I have tirelessly researched for decades has been completed ahead of schedule. Since it is your Memorial Day, let us use the people of Rogtown to honor you, allowing the world to behold my masterpiece. The Golden Lion, Shiki, laughed maniacally, his golden hair swirling rapidly in the wind. With a sudden shift of gaze, his brows arched in surprise. In the next moment, he spotted a figure enveloped in white mist, hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Golden Lion, do you dare to invade Rogtown? Are you truly unconcerned that our navy might once again send you back to impel down? Smoker's cold voice thundered, utilizing his smoke jet. He appeared behind the Golden Lion in an instant. The weapon in his hand, a jutty, was devoid of any flourish as it aimed directly for Shiki's back. Haha. So it turns out to be a little brat with a natural-type devil fruit. It seems that after some time away, I, the Admiral, have been underestimated by some dullards. The Golden Lion laughed uproariously. In a sudden pivot, his legs erupted with a resounding whoosh. Wave slash. Buzz. A slash spanning dozens of meters tore through the air, hurtling towards Smoker. The imminent attack expanded his pupils in an instant, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In that strike, he sensed the taste of death he had recently felt from Bayou. The attack was undeniably inescapable by elemental transformation. Fleeting thoughts raced through Smoker's mind as he instinctively raised his jit to parry. A cataclysmic impact erupted, unleashing a torrential force. Smoker was hurled like a projectile, crashing violently into the execution square of Logtown. The residual force shattered the thick stone beneath him, causing it to collapse. Captain Smoker, Hina exclaimed, rushing forward. Smoker, struggling to rise amidst the rubble, coughed up blood and urgently roared, Hina, evacuate the Marines and civilians. You can't stop this foe. Contact headquarters and tell them that Shiki is alive. Smoker had been brooding over his defeat by Bayou. The title of White Hunter, the strongest in the East Blue, had made him complacent. Bayou's victory revealed his shortcomings. Now, facing a legend like Shiki, Smoker realized the insignificance of his title. He understood why Bayou yearned for the New World. Being the strongest in the East Blue meant nothing against true power. Ha ha ha, did you not hear me, whelp? Shiki bellowed. I said this island will be a sacrifice to Roger. No one escapes. Shiki cackled maniacally. Since you insist on struggling, let my adorable pets play with you. The air seemed to freeze as hundreds of monstrous creatures, levitated by the power of the float fruit, descended from the sky. Deafening roars echoed, and the overwhelming horde sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even the Marines paled, realizing that Smoker's devil fruit powers were futile against the legendary pirate. They were mere cannon fodder. Ha ha ha, writhe in despair. Kill everyone on this island. Shiki roared. A colossal bird shrieked, charging towards Smoker. Hina, her face contorted, hysterically screamed, Bayou, save Smoker. Save everyone. An unrestrained burst of Conqueror's haki exploded, a crimson tempest reaching for the heavens. The descending beasts faltered, their bloodlust replaced by terror. Their eyes rolled back as they plummeted to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The monstrous bird crashed alongside them. Everyone was stunned, including Shiki. His assured slaughter was disrupted by a sudden, overwhelming force. He could sense a profound killing intent within the young man's power. Shiki struggled to believe that a youth could possess such honed haki and bloodlust. Is that the Navy supernova, Bayou? Hina, how do you know him? Smoker snapped back to reality. Witnessing Bayou's intervention, his face twitched. He had planned to make Bayou pay for their last encounter, but he had been defeated again. This rendered Smoker utterly humiliated, unable to maintain his composure. Smoker, let us discuss these matters later. Iska, pale-faced, quickly gestured for 2 Navy soldiers to assist Smoker, casting a glance at Bayou before continuing. However, you are not wrong. He is indeed formidable, and it is quite possible he could defeat Fire Fist Ace. Ace. Bayou raised an eyebrow and took a swig of his drink. Indeed, there are no secrets that remain hidden. It seems that news of his battle with Ace has spread. Nonetheless, Bayou paid little heed to such trivialities, glancing at Smoker and saying, I apologize. But I also prefer not to meddle in your affairs in Rogue Town. However, someone just mentioned that no one is to leave Rogue Town, which presents quite a conundrum for me. Yet, the legendary pirate truly deserves a challenge. A bloodthirsty smile emerged on Bayou's face, and an intense desire for battle radiated from his eyes. The progress of unlocking his character was just shy of 20%. Bayou believed that the current Golden Lion would indeed make for a worthy opponent. Haha, what a daring little brat. You have the audacity to say I am a worthy opponent in front of this admiral. With such courage, you have certainly caught my attention. Golden Lion exclaimed. So, what say you? Are you interested in becoming a pirate? The title of the strongest newcomer in the Navy is hardly worth much. If you join under my banner, in due time, upon my demise, you could inherit the strongest flying pirate crew and reign supreme over these seas. His thunderous voice echoed across the expanse, leaving everyone in shock. The flying pirate crew is a renowned powerhouse. In the previous era, the Golden Lion relentlessly pursued Pirate King Roger, driving him into a corner. One could say his proposition was enough to tempt many. Even Smoker could not resist looking in Bayou's direction upon hearing the Golden Lion's offer. Golden Lion, this is indeed a tempting proposal. I accept. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, strode forward, cutting through the crowd. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, and Smoker, unable to contain himself, prepared to scold him, but the words were quickly stifled. However, the condition is that you must defeat me. Defeat you? The Golden Lion paused, then burst into reckless laughter. What an amusing little brat, daring to challenge this admiral. If you wish to understand the power of the old era, I shall indulge your curiosity. Find a place where you can unleash your full potential. His voice reverberated throughout the surroundings, and everyone tensed, fully aware that Bayou was the key to turning the tide. Yet, they also worried whether Bayou could truly emerge unscathed against a legendary pirate. Take the battle to your territory. Bayou took another swig from his drink, gazing up at the floating island in the sky. Though Bayou's current status did not yet qualify him as a formal Navy member, he understood that engaging with a legendary pirate like the Golden Lion could lead to dire consequences for Rogue Town if he were to emerge victorious. To avoid potential repercussions upon reaching the naval headquarters, Bayou preferred to err on the side of caution. Haha, little brat, you truly possess some guts. No wonder you are a wielder of Conqueror's haki. The Golden Lion laughed boisterously. You insignificant insects should consider yourselves fortunate today. You have narrowly escaped disaster, but next time, you may not be so lucky. With that, the Golden Lion turned to leave, and the ground beneath Bayou trembled, swiftly ascending into the sky. Bayou, we should go too. Karina and the others grew anxious. Bayou, with a smile, replied, no need, you all go ahead. I still wish to engage in battle with the most worthy opponent I've encountered in the East Sea. If I do not return in 3 days, you should proceed to the naval headquarters with my grandfather and wait for me there. His words carried on the wind. Standing atop the rock, Bayou was quickly transported by the Golden Lion to the floating island. In the next moment, before anyone could react, the island soared skyward with a resounding whoosh. Vanishing from sight, he has departed. The legendary pirate has finally left, sacrificing himself for Bayou. Iska sank to the ground, deflated. However, Karina quickly grasped his hand and pulled him up. Do not worry, Bayou never undertakes ventures without assurance. If he claims he will return, he will surely do so. Now, we must quickly contact Mr. Karp and the Navy. As Karina retrieved the transponder snail left by Bayou, Iska fell into silence. In the face of Karina's comfort, Iska felt no assurance, only guilt. Confronted with a legendary pirate, she truly had no idea if Bayou could return unscathed. Yet, had she not sought help in her moment of desperation, perhaps Bayou would not have found himself in such peril. Beside them, Smoker remained silent. His face darkened with grim realization, his fists clenched, finally comprehending why Bayou is regarded as the strongest in the East Sea. This is utterly useless. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters dock, a dog-headed warship swiftly approached. Karp stood at the bow, munching on a rice cracker, occasionally bursting into laughter. Haha, Bogart. Can you imagine the expression on Zifa's face if he saw my grandson's exceptional talent? Would he beg me to let my grandson train him? Just thinking about it brings me immense joy. A spray of saliva escaped Karp's mouth as he spoke. Beside him, Bogart's expression flickered with a hint of helplessness as he glanced at the docked warship. Mr. Karp, you've asked that question hundreds of times on the way back. Now that Commander Zifa and Admiral Sengoku are here, why not see their expressions for yourself? Ha ha, you're absolutely right, Bogart. I shall go take a look. Karp laughed heartily and leaped onto the dock, striding purposefully towards Sengoku and Zifa. On the dock, Zifa, the chief instructor of the naval recruit camp, rarely seen at headquarters, furrowed his brow upon seeing Karp's approach. Crossing his arms, he spoke in a deep voice, Sengoku, you truly haven't deceived me. Karp's grandson possesses the 3 types of haki and can execute the flying slash like a swordsman. Is it possible for such a figure to emerge from the East Blue? The East Blue had always been regarded as the weakest of the 4 seas. As a former high-ranking officer in the Navy, Zifa was privy to certain unspeakable secrets that contributed to the East Blue's frailty. A person like Bayou, who could awaken all 3 types of haki at the tender age of 17 or 18 and also possessed exceptional swordsmanship, had perhaps only a 1 in 100 chance of appearing. Zifa had brought along his 2 most cherished students to witness this remarkable young talent. Zifa-sensei, it seems that Bayou did not return with Mr. Karp. Ein, with his deep blue hair, was the first to speak behind Zifa. Indeed, the rumors appear to be true. That young boy intends to sail alone to the naval headquarters. Zifa replied, his expression serious. It seems that Karp's students are just as troublesome as he is. Do you think so, Zifa? Sengoku shook his head, revealing a hint of resignation. Lately, I've felt somewhat uneasy. Do you think something might happen? This boy could indeed be a handful. But with his mastery of the 3 types of haki, he represents an invaluable opportunity for the naval headquarters. If anything were to go awry, it wouldn't only be Karp who would lose his temper, it would be a significant loss for the entire Navy. Both the 2-color haki and swordsmanship were commonplace within the naval headquarters. However, the addition of the conqueror's haki would transform the situation entirely. In this vast ocean, every formidable figure possessed the conqueror's haki, and only Sengoku as the admiral and Karp as a veteran had it among the Navy's ranks. The rest merely wielded the 2-color haki, which was far from sufficient to uphold the righteous banner of the Navy. The inclusion of Bayou would drastically alter this dynamic. Haha, I never expected you to think so deeply, Sengoku. If Sakazuki hears this, he will undoubtedly confront you. Zifa chuckled, patting Sengoku on the shoulder. Rest assured, those troublesome individuals are all in the New World. The least of them are in the Grand Line. As long as that boy doesn't cause chaos, there won't be any major issues. Hearing this, Sengoku's furrowed brow relaxed. Watching Karp approach at a brisk pace, Sengoku's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, Karp, you rascal. Every time you return to the East Blue, can't you at least inform me? Must I scour the seas just to find you? Do you truly disregard me as admiral? Ha ha, Sengoku, you're still the same. Karp laughed heartily. You should consider how much effort I've invested over the years to cultivate a fine talent like Bayou for you. And now you come looking for trouble? This is truly disheartening. I'll give you a chance to make amends. Hand over your treasured rice crackers to me. You. Sengoku was momentarily speechless. Witnessing the rare banter between the naval hero and the admiral, even Ein and Bins were taken aback. Suddenly, the urgent call of a snail phone pierced the air. Moshi Moshi, I am Karina. Mr. Karp, please pick up immediately. Everyone's expressions froze, turning towards the source of the voice. This is my grandson's crew. They may have arrived, Karp said, furrowing his brow as he reached for the snail phone. As soon as he connected, a rushed voice filled the air. Mr. Karp, something terrible has happened. The legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, has descended upon Logtown. Lord Bayou has left with Shiki to save the people of Logtown. Quickly, think of a way to rescue Lord Bayou. The frantic words echoed around the dock, and Karp's smile abruptly vanished. Sengoku and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Moments ago, they had been discussing how Bayou had nothing to fear in the East Blue, never anticipating such a swift turn of events. Karp clenched the snail phone tightly. Urgently inquiring, Karina, is what you said true? Where is Shiki now? Lord Bayou said Shiki is worth cutting down and disappeared along with Shiki's floating island. Karina hurriedly explained. Worth cutting down? Karp and the others were left dumbfounded. Facing the legendary old adversary, even they would not dare speak such words. Now, Bayou not only voiced what they were too afraid to say, but also left with Shiki's floating island. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, so Karina's statement holds veracity. Bayou is indeed accompanying Golden Lion. That villainous Golden Lion, daring to lay his hands on my grandson. Should anything befall him, I shall scour the entire East Sea, leaving no stone unturned until I bring about your demise. Garp clenched the den mushy in his grasp, his roar echoing with unbridled fury. Sengoku, do not impede me. I am returning to the East Sea at once. Notify Kazara to embark on this mission, and should he refuse, he shall face the full extent of my wrath. His booming words reverberated across the docks. Faced with Garp's uncharacteristic rage, everyone's expression shifted as they instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Ho ho, Vice Admiral Garp. Ever the same. A cascade of golden light coalesced on the docks, revealing Kizaru, hands casually tucked into his pockets, a wry grin plastered across his face. However, your grandson possesses exceptional prowess. I am certain he shall endure under Golden Lion's watch. You may rest assured. Kizaru, are you being facetious? Garp whirled around, his gaze piercing Kizaru. An aura of volcanic intensity emanated from him, threatening to erupt at any moment. Kizaru's expression subtly changed, despite his light-hearted words. He felt an undeniable sense of unease under Garp's intense gaze. He knew that the Garp before him was not comparable to the retired Zephyr. The atmosphere on the docks became thick with tension, as if an invisible force gripped the hearts of every Marine present. Enough. This is no time for infighting. Sengoku's voice thundered, breaking the suffocating silence. Garp, quell your murderous intent and proceed to the East Sea immediately. Kizaru, your speed is unmatched. Cease your jesting and offer your assistance. While Bayou may not yet be affiliated with the Marine headquarters, his existence is of paramount importance. Provide him with support at once. Golden Lion has been lurking in the shadows for years. His sudden reappearance suggests a clandestine agenda. We must ascertain his motives swiftly. Now, be quick about it. Sengoku's command sliced through the tension. Kizaru's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Worry not, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I shall fulfill this mission without fail. I shall depart at once. With those words, Kizaru's form dissolved into golden particles, scattering across the heavens. Garp turned and boarded a ship, departing with haste. Sengoku watched Garp's frenzied departure, a sight he had not witnessed in over 15 years. The last time Garp had been this incensed, the Marine headquarters had paid a heavy price. The thought of Bayou confronting Golden Lion sent a throbbing pain through Sengoku's temples. The fact that Bayou had vanished on a floating island made the situation even more dire, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Calm yourself, Sengoku. That boy dared to accompany Golden Lion alone. He must possess considerable confidence. He should be able to extricate himself unscathed, Zephyr said, patting Sengoku's shoulder in reassurance. Sengoku exhaled deeply, massaging his temples. I hope so. Losing such a promising talent would be a devastating blow to the Marine headquarters. Let us hope the boy is truly capable. Even as he spoke, Sengoku's words lacked conviction. Zephyr shared his unease. Golden Lion was a monster who had dominated an era, a foe even they found daunting. In their eyes, Bayou was merely a fledgling. And even with his talent, he would likely struggle to escape unscathed against Golden Lion. Meanwhile, in the skies above the East Sea, a colossal floating island hurtled through the air. Within a laboratory at the island's center, a clownish figure, his footsteps making squishing sounds, approached the monitoring room. He greeted Golden Lion, who was already observing the island's surveillance feeds. Shiki, my lord, have you brought another subject for your experiments? Let me guess. This one is the infamous Marine rookie who has been making waves in the East Sea recently. Am I right? You wouldn't be planning to test our magnificent creation. The power of IQ on this one, would you? 18 years ago, after escaping from Impel Down, Golden Lion stumbled upon a plant factor called SIQ on the island of Vermal. This factor had the ability to turn animals savage upon consumption. This revelation inspired the severely weakened Golden Lion to conceive a plan of annihilation, utilizing ferocious beasts to devastate the world. He intended to liberate animals long subjected to the SQ factor above the East Sea, obliterating all islands and demonstrating his formidable vengeance to the world government and the vast ocean itself. Gino. I initially sought merely to test the might of the SIQ beasts on the anniversary of Roger's death, to remind that fellow of my unquenchable ambition. I never anticipated encountering this intriguing little brat. He dares to challenge me, and I shall grant him that opportunity, provided he survives before my prized possession. The Golden Lion declared with a hearty laugh. Given that this brat is a Navy supernova and the grandson of Karp, he should serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. If the people of this sea discover that even the Navy's secretly nurtured genius can be torn apart by my pet, it would indeed make for a splendid opening act. Indigo, remember to record the entire process. My head begins to throb again. I shall rest for an hour. If this little brat is still alive, then I will allow him to witness legendary power. With that, the Golden Lion turned and departed. Having endured the Battle of Whitewall and subsequently suffering a debilitating injury from a ship's helm during a storm, his strength had undeniably waned, accompanied by lingering repercussions. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched to the underwater prison by Karp and Sengoku following Roger's demise and the assault on Marine headquarters at Marineford. Rest assured, Chief Shiki, the SIQ is the culmination of my life's work. To shred a mere child is but a trivial task. Indigo cackled as he pressed the control button. In an instant, the ferocious beasts, previously confined to various islands, were unleashed. Even those pirates residing in castles, enjoying their retirement, were stirred by the impending spectacle. Such occurrences have long ceased to astonish them in this secluded existence. In the outer world, upon the floating island, Bayou descended onto the land. His observation haki ignited instantaneously, absorbing everything around him. As a reincarnator, Bayou was acutely aware of the significance of this place. The formidable Captain Shiki, possessing the ability of the float fruit, could indeed be regarded as a paragon of maritime supremacy, able to suspend numerous islands high above the clouds. However, within the realm of One Piece, individuals like Garp and Sengoku, who age gracefully, are exceedingly rare. Even the legendary Whitebeard, hailed as the titan of this era, is ravaged by injuries, clinging to life through mere medical assistance. As for Shiki, who has fashioned his legs into swords and adorned himself with a ship's wheel, his once mighty prowess has undeniably waned. As the admiral of the flying pirate crew, Shiki was once a dominating force. But now he stands merely as a remnant of a bygone era. The extent of his diminished strength remains uncertain to Bayou. Yet he recognizes him as a worthy adversary. Is this a remnant of the old world? It appears my abilities have been underestimated. Nevertheless, this is indeed a splendid locale. An arena where I can unleash my thirst for battle. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Bayou's face as he fully assimilated the template of Kenpachi Zaraki. The outwardly released observation haki, under the immense pressure of his spiritual energy, expanded to its utmost, encompassing the entirety of the floating island and all the life upon it. Ha! This fellow appears rather inexperienced. Perhaps he is unaware of the game at hand. The last time, Captain Shiki captured a newcomer from the Four Seas. He perished within an hour. How long do you think this young lad will endure? The pirates, who had formerly awaited the spectacle with mirth, now wore expressions of disbelief. This young boy seemed to be merely 17 or 18. Had he not possessed the power of a devil fruit, 10 minutes would be his limit. Especially considering this was the domain of that fearsome Mantis. Indeed, that Mantis is astonishingly swift. The jest of the pirates resonated in Bayou's ears, reaching him through the heightened sensitivity of his observation haki. Bayou's gaze shifted, spotting a hawk perched on a nearby hillside, its eyes keenly observing. The pirates, who had been waiting with eager anticipation, suddenly found themselves struck by an overwhelming sense of being seen through. Let us engage in a glorious battle. Bayou's bloodlust surged forth as he unleashed the full extent of his spiritual pressure. His muscles tensed, transforming him into a beast awakened from slumber. The surrounding forest and its hidden creatures, alongside the lurking beasts, were instantly startled by this overwhelming aura, scattering in all directions. The East Blue, often deemed the weakest sea, had posed little threat to Bayou, offering no worthy opponent to satiate his desire for combat. Now, having arrived on an island devoid of restrictions, the latent bloodlust within him was finally unleashed. At that moment, Bayou felt as if the shackles upon his soul had been undone. A swift whoosh pierced the air as a pale blue afterimage appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Two blades, glinting with a chilling light, sliced toward Bayou with incredible speed. The pirates, initially startled by Bayou's bloodthirsty gaze, were now filled with exhilaration, confident in the sharpness of the Mantis's weapons. Yet, as this thought surfaced, their pupils dilated in shock. Thud. The green blades crashed against Bayou's shoulder, the sound reverberating like thunder. What should have been a decisive strike faltered upon encountering the dense layer of armament haki enveloping his shoulder, which emanated an unyielding aura. The Mantis, who had previously concealed its massive form with speed, now revealed itself, its crimson eyes shimmering with disbelief. A commendable strike, yet sadly a product of an outdated era. Utterly oblivious to the dawn of a new age, Bayou grinned, his wooden sword radiating formidable pressure as he swung it down toward the Mantis. Boom. The blade descended, the immense force akin to a mountain crashing down. The mantis, for the first time, exhibited a flicker of fear, its wings flapping frantically. Yet it could not escape the oncoming onslaught. Its limbs buckled beneath the overwhelming impact, rendering it incapable of fleeing. All it could do was watch in horror as the wooden sword loomed larger in its crimson gaze. Boom. Blood splattered as the mantis's massive body was cleaved in two. The golden blade aura surged forth with the might of a tempest, sweeping across the landscape, tearing through rock and beast alike as if they were mere paper. The strike left a staggering scar of destruction, stretching for hundreds of meters, a sight that would astound any onlooker. This scene rendered the pirates, who were several miles away and eagerly awaiting the spectacle, utterly bewildered. This imp defies scientific explanation. He diverges from their preconceived notions. To cleave a rampaging mantis in twain with a single stroke, and furthermore, to effortlessly unleash a soaring slash. Such prowess is sufficient to indicate that he is no ordinary individual. Most importantly, the words he just uttered across the screen were likely directed at them, weren't they? The young lad before them cannot genuinely intend to engage in battle with those from the bygone era, can he? Bang! Bayou's gaze shifted, instantly locking onto the direction of the castle. With purposeful strides, he transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself forward. Even the friliest of mosquitoes possess flesh. Before confronting the Golden Lion, Bayou intended to elevate his character template progress to 20%. Indeed, the old era was frail and decrepit. Yet Bayou was reluctant to partake in a battle devoid of certainty. Heavens, this naval brat is truly charging toward us. He can't have discovered our presence, can he? Quickly, let the SQ beast hunt him down. The control room erupted into chaos. The pirates present hastily pressed various control buttons. As subordinates of the Golden Lion, they were equally responsible for nurturing these ferocious beasts. Perhaps they could not master them completely as Indigo did, yet collectively, they could unleash a considerable number of beasts. Roar. A deafening cacophony of roars reverberated throughout every corner of the floating island. Faced with this sudden intruder, the beasts were instantly consumed by fury and surged toward Bayou. Enormous wolves, measuring 6 to 7 meters in height, were the first to close in on him, their claws gleaming ominously like massive grinding wheels, descending with ferocity. Bang! The ground shattered upon impact, debris flying in all directions. In that instant, only a fleeting shadow remained. Bayou had already vanished. He reappeared directly behind the giant wolf. The wooden sword in his hand dripped with blood, falling to the ground. Bang! The massive wolf, frozen in place, was cleaved in two. Its 7 to 8 meter frame collapsing with a thunderous crash, blood gushing forth. Ding! The template for the main body unlocked by 0.1%. An ethereal notification resonated appropriately. In the face of such beasts, even the friliest hold value. Just as I envisioned, let us engage in a fierce melee. Bayou erupted into a bloodthirsty laugh. His own blood beginning to boil, muscles tensing like a tiger or leopard, and he lunged forward once more. Bang! As the colossal rhinoceros burst forth from the forest, Bayou's wooden sword struck down, shattering its seemingly indestructible armor as if it were mere paper. Blood and severed limbs flew, rendering the surveillance footage horrifying. Despite the distance of over 10 miles, the ferocity emanating from the enormous screen was palpable, with each of Bayou's swift movements. Every rise and fall resulted in a beast being cleaved in half. In mere seconds, the once esteemed SIQ beasts, regarded as trump cards by the pirates, were obliterated by dozens. The splattered crimson blood and flesh stained the path a deep red. In that moment, the pirates in the control room felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. Who, in truth, is the real beast on that screen? This is untenable. These beasts alone cannot possibly impede him. We must devise an alternative approach to strike. We absolutely cannot allow him to advance further. A pirate with a hook for a hand was the first to lose composure and roar in desperation. After nearly 2 decades of silence, he felt a chilling dread surging within him. Roar. The earth-shattering cries of beasts echoed across the floating island. Hundreds, if not thousands, of SIQ beasts were recklessly unleashed. In an instant, the entire floating island was thrown into turmoil. Centered around Bayou, a black torrent surged from all directions. Racing toward him, the magnitude of the commotion caused the very island to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. Concealed within the control room, the pirates bore expressions of sheer elation as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. This is the very foundation of the Golden Lion's vengeance plan, unleashing the most formidable SIQ beast cultivated thus far. It can be said that such a lineup, placed anywhere, would suffice to flatten any island. At this moment, they are eagerly anticipating whether this beast-like youth feels fear. However, The first scene that greeted their eyes caused their pupils to constrict. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty smile, gazed upon the torrent of ferocious beasts surging forth. His veins, without a doubt, boiled to the utmost. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, he charged forward with unadorned ferocity. Boom! The overwhelming spiritual pressure surged into the sky. Bayou, like a golden meteor, plunged into the throng of beasts. A colossal bear, measuring over 10 meters, was cleaved in two with a single strike. Flesh and blood flew, severed limbs scattering in all directions, causing a momentary pause among the surrounding beasts. In the next instant, the wooden sword in Bayou's hand erupted with dazzling golden light and struck down once more. Bang! 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 The blade flashed, rending the black tide asunder, creating a vast gash. Whether it be the massive beasts or the exceptionally agile vicious insects, none could stand against him. At this moment, Bayou exuded the aura of an unstoppable primordial beast. Pirates several miles away stared at the grisly spectacle, their faces drained of color. They could not hold back any longer. This was a veritable monster. We must quickly inform Captain Shiki, urging him to intervene and suppress this threat. A pirate with a severed arm was the first to lose his composure. Nonsense. Captain Shiki is currently resting. If he learns that we cannot even handle a mere naval brat, we will surely perish. The one-eyed pirate bellowed furiously. Just wait 30 seconds. The surrounding beasts will converge completely, and no matter how formidable that brat may be, he will inevitably be engulfed by them. Let us not forget. We are the overlords of the previous era, the Flying Sky Pirates. Roar. The beasts of floating islands seemed to respond to this fierce declaration with a thunderous roar. The thick scent of blood permeated the land, creating an inescapable atmosphere. It further ignited the ferocity of the SQ beasts. Hundreds, if not thousands, of beasts finally converged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Bayou in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host. The progress of the body template has reached 20%. Unlocking the exclusive weapon, Demon Blade Shinran of Assassin Wu Liuqi. Ding! The abilities of the Demon Blade Shinran have been synchronized with the Demon Blade Murakumo. Two ethereal notifications rang out in succession. The wooden sword in Bayou's hand was instantly sent flying, colliding with the oncoming beasts and exploding them upon impact. Simultaneously, all information regarding the Demon Blade Shinran flooded into Bayou's mind. It worked. That brat will surely be trapped, destined to be worn down by the beasts. He has even discarded his weapon. Surely he intends to give up resistance. No, look quickly. There seems to be another blade at his waist. It appears to be the legendary Demon Blade Murakumo. Gasps of astonishment broke the previously tense atmosphere once more. Among them were many sword masters. However, when their gazes fell upon Bayou again, their pupils dilated in shock. His sword shattered. Buzz! A blood-red light shot into the sky. The sound of the blade resonated powerfully, shaking the heavens. The moment the Demon Blade Murakumo was drawn, it shattered into fragments. With a sudden sweep of the Demon Blade Murakumo, thousands of shards shot forth like bullets. Bang! 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 The air was filled with splattering blood. As thousands of beasts were pierced through under Bayou's precise observation, they fell as if harvested like chives. The pirates in the surveillance room felt as if time itself had frozen, the scene momentarily suspended. In the next instant, as they regained their senses, the once converging beasts collapsed en masse, as if struck by a flood. It exploded. The pirates in the control room felt their scalps tingle, their bodies prickling with shock. The strategy they had placed such high hopes on, the tactic of sheer numbers, had faltered before a single breath could be sustained. This utterly subverted their understanding. However, they had no time to dwell on it. The shattered Murasame, the demon blade in Zaraki's hand, reformed as if drawn by a magnet. The tricolor haki within his body was ferociously devoured by the demon blade. The blade's hum resonated once more, piercing the heavens. When Zaraki's gaze once again traversed the miles, piercing through the surveillance to fix upon the assembled pirates, the Murasame in his hand, without any flourish, descended in a direct, forceful cleave. Kenjutsu, severance, rumble. 100-meter arc of blade energy cleaved forth, and the earth tore asunder in that instant. Everything in its path crumbled as if made of paper. The distance of several thousand meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Before the pirates in the surveillance room could react, the fierce, unparalleled strike had already crashed into the castle. Bang! The immense castle was cleaved in two with a resounding crash. Amidst the shower of rubble, bloodied corpses were flung out. They were indeed the strong of an era, but that was a bygone age. After 20 years of recuperation on the floating island, be it combat prowess or physical condition, they had declined significantly. Furthermore, many had sustained injuries in the Battle of Water 7. Even Shiki the Golden Lion could not escape the ravages of time, let alone them. It could be said that their current strength was perhaps only 30 or 40% of their prime. Of course, amidst this large-scale assault, there were also some pirates of exceptional strength who escaped the calamity, preserving their lives. Alas, as they emerged from the ruins, barely regaining their footing, they sensed a dangerous aura rising from their very spines. When they hastily looked up, the first thing that met their eyes was 1,000 blood-red shards suspended in the sky. No. Bang, 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 bang. The 1,000 shards rained down like a torrential storm. The surviving pirates were instantly reduced to mere fodder, harvested in a single sweep. In an instant, the vast floating island fell into a deathly silence, utterly purged. Hey, Indigo. What's going on? Even if you're causing a ruckus, at least keep it down. Within the tower behind the castle, Shiki the Golden Lion was lying in bed, resting with his eyes closed. However, the earthquake-like sounds from outside undoubtedly irritated him. He slightly opened his eyes, peering towards the main surveillance room. When he saw Indigo's face filled with terror, Shiki was first taken aback, then abruptly realized that something was amiss. Indigo, what's happening? Tell me quickly. This Ariel harbors the power of the Golden Lion's vengeance and ambition to dominate the world. Whether his former pirate subordinates or the SIQ beasts, they formed the linchpin and bedrock of his retaliatory aspirations. This must not be compromised. Death to all. Indigo Deep's expression was rigid, the maniacal laughter silenced, replaced by utter shock and horror. He had lived for so long, serving Golden Lion for decades. Even the Battle of Ed War against Roger hadn't resulted in such a complete annihilation. Yet, now, in a mere 10-odd minutes, a mere stripling had decimated them all. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. What? You say that Whelp annihilated my SIQ beasts and my men? Golden Lion's face darkened, roaring in fury. Impossible. This is the power I will use to destroy the world. There's no way that Brat could achieve such a feat. Kenpachi haki was unleashed by Golden Lion, pushed to its absolute limit. The entirety of the familiar floating island was enveloped within its reach. However, everywhere it probed, the presence of all the beasts, and the entirety of his crew, had been utterly eradicated from his Kenpachi haki's detection. The vast floating island was now desolate. Gazing at the surveillance screen, at Bayou standing serenely amid the blood-soaked ruins, Golden Lion's expression contorted. You damn brat, you dare destroy everything I have. I'll kill you. Rumble. The massive castle, under the unrestrained power of Golden Lion's Nami ability, crumbled into pieces. Immense towers were uprooted, and the surrounding ruins of buildings were forcibly suspended in the sky, creating an all-encompassing, oppressive atmosphere. Golden Lion hovered in midair, facing the gale. His golden hair danced wildly, his eyes suddenly locking onto Bayou. Boy, I never imagined you could accomplish this, daring to utterly destroy everything I have. However, I'll give you a choice. Surrender to me, and I will lead you to rebuild an even more formidable flying pirate's crew. You will then be my sole heir. His words, laced with boundless domineering spirit. The SIQ beasts and his pirate crew had indeed been slaughtered by Bayou. However, Bayou, capable of single-handedly annihilating his entire force of vengeance, undoubtedly piqued Golden Lion's interest even more. If he could obtain an heir who could replace the entire flying pirate's crew, why not embrace it? Bayou grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. I accept your challenge, but only if you can defeat me. Come forth. Champion of the old era, let us continue our fierce battle. Boom. Bayou took a heavy step, vanishing like a specter into thin air. When he reappeared, he had traversed 100 meters of empty space, standing before the Golden Lion. In his right hand, he wielded the demonic blade Mirakumo, which sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh, devoid of any embellishment, and struck forward with a single, decisive blow. Truly audacious, daring to challenge me, the Admiral. The Golden Lion, Shurji, laughed heartily, his legs, akin to withered trees, suddenly launching a kick. Boom. As their blades clashed, sparks flew, and a tempestuous wind erupted, sweeping everything in its path. Such formidable power. The Golden Lion staggered back a step, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Bayou advancing with his blade raised. Yet, one must not fault him. The Golden Lion was no longer the unrivaled swordsman he once was, wielding blades with both hands. The very fact that he could still handle a sword with merely his legs was remarkable, let alone facing the peak vigor of Bayou head-on. Time, it seems, discards individuals without a word of warning. Boom. An overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted within Bayou, and the demonic blade Mirakumo unleashed an unparalleled aura as he lunged forward with another fierce strike. The Golden Lion's expression darkened, and he too summoned all his might. executing a powerful kick. Bang! The thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens, and the storm created by their clash shattered everything in the vicinity. The immense force sent both combatants hurtling backwards. Yet, in the face of such an evenly matched confrontation, Bayou's bloodlust surged ever higher. As soon as he regained his footing, he launched himself towards the golden lion like a cannonball. Bang! 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 A flurry of strikes ensued, each devoid of any ostentation. Merely powerful and relentless slashes. From a distance, it appeared as though a myriad of blood-red blade auras converged into a singular torrent, intent on submerging the golden lion. Bang! The crimson blade aura collided violently with the violet one. The tremendous impact elicited a muffled grunt from the golden lion, sending him reeling backwards. Observing this, Bayou shifted closer once more. However, as Bayou moved, a proud smile crept onto the golden lion's face. Little brat, your strength is indeed formidable. But do not forget, I am a wielder of demonic powers. Lion's might, sky devour. Bang! The debris floating in the air was drawn together by the golden lion's will, transforming into a colossal lion that lunged at Bayou with ferocious intent. The proximity left no room for evasion. Yet, feeling the boiling blood coursing through him, Bayou had no intention of retreating. As he gripped the demonic blade Murakumo tightly, he met the charge head-on. Blade technique, dual severance. Boom. The mixed hues of crimson and gold sliced through the very fabric of reality. The lion's head was instantly cleaved in two, disintegrating into a cloud of rubble and dust that spiraled outward. A resounding whoosh pierced the air. Amidst the swirling debris, the golden lion, with his wild golden mane, surged forward, ready to strike. With a shriek, the blade of his right foot descended toward Bayou's left shoulder. The closeness of the attack sent a shiver down one's spine. The golden lion's sole desire was to instill fear into the bloodthirsty youth before him, to draw him out of his frenzied state. However, as this thought formed, the scene that unfolded before his eyes caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Boom! The golden lion's slash descended upon Bayou with lethal intent. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. No. In that instant, Bayou had no thought of retreat. As the black, ink-like armor of haki enveloped his shoulder, the demonic blade Murakumo flared with its most potent brilliance and cleaved downward towards the golden lion. A battle for life and death ensued. This is a battle style akin to madness. Even Shiki, the golden lion, a former apex predator of the old era, contracted his pupils sharply and, without time to ponder, channeled his armament haki to its zenith as well. Boom. The two sword auras clashed against each other. The immense impact sent both combatants hurtling backward, each smashing through a rocky mountain before regaining their footing. A trickle of blood seeped from Bayou's shoulder, and a corner of his modified training suit was torn. Shiki, in the distance, was equally disheveled, his golden, wavy hair splayed out like a hedgehog's quills. A bloody gash was visible through his clothes. Armament haki certainly enhances one's defense. However, when the force of an attack surpasses the defensive capabilities, it will still inflict damage. This is exemplified in the original story when Sanji and Virgo clashed, nearly resulting in a fractured leg. Boy, you truly live up to being Garp's grandson. No. I should say, you fight even more maniacally than Garp himself. I, Shiki, hereby recognize you as the strongest rookie of this era. Shiki exclaimed with boisterous laughter, glancing at the wound on his shoulder. However, boy, if your strength only reaches this level, then your defeat today is inevitable. I am the admiral of the flying pirates, and possess the powers of the float fruit. His thundering voice reverberated across the heavens. The rampant power of the devil fruit instantly engulfed the surroundings. Even the circulating air seemed to stagnate in that moment. Bayou exhaled a deep breath, casually produced a bottle of spirits, and downed it in one gulp. As his fingers clenched with explosive force, the bottle shattered. Bang! His modified training suit was flung off, crashing onto the ground with a weight of 600 pounds, pulverizing the earth. As dust billowed, the spiritual pressure that had been constantly suppressed surged back into Bayou. Ding. Congratulations, host, character unlock progress has reached 25. Ding. Congratulations. Host, spiritual pressure materialization unlocked. As the ethereal notification chimed, the spiritual pressure within Bayou surged to its apex under the dual impetus. He was facing Shiki, a legendary powerhouse. The battle raged with unrestrained abandon, as if even the very lifeblood coursing through one's veins was ignited. Undoubtedly, this allowed Kenpachi Zaraki's archetype to manifest to its fullest extent. Rumble, a golden aura, potent and all-encompassing, pierced through the heavens, causing the clouds amassed upon the firmament to shatter in response. The earth beneath trembled, unable to withstand such immense power, and fractured like a spiderweb. The very fabric of the land, previously influenced by the powers of the float fruit, was instantly upheaved. Was that a weighted garment? The force of Conqueror's haki was formidable, capable of inflicting tangible damage. In this era, perhaps only that brat Shanks could accomplish such a feat. To think that the Marines would produce such a prodigy. A figure destined for greatness. Those fellows in the world government must be planning to groom him as a king. Shiki's expression faltered, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. However, this momentary surprise swiftly dissipated as his own aura surged to its zenith. "Insolent whelp," he exclaimed, "it seems this admiral has underestimated you. However, I am a titan of the old era, not to be trifled with by the likes of you." Lion's rend, rumble, a blade of pure energy, hundreds of meters in length, was unleashed with savage force, cleaving through the air and hurtling towards Bayou. Sensing the keen edge of this attack, a predatory grin spread across Bayou's face. At that moment, he was no longer merely human but a veritable war demon incarnate. Bang! A golden flash erupted as a blade of equal magnitude was unleashed from Bayou's hand, colliding with the incoming attack. Rumble! The resulting explosion unleashed a tempestuous storm, akin to a Category 5 hurricane, obliterating everything in its wake. Shiki, suspended in the air, clenched his hand in a sweeping motion, manipulating the floating debris and rubble. Lion's might, aerial onslaught, roar. A massive lion, hundreds of meters in height, materialized, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged towards Bayou. Bayou took a decisive step forward, retaliating with a backhanded strike. Rumble! The lion shattered into fragments upon impact. Shiki's deranged visage re-emerged into view. This time, however, he showed no intention of granting Bayou any respite, as the blades of Sakurage and Kagurashi, affixed to his legs, unleashed a barrage of sword beams. Simultaneously, the surrounding rocks sprung to life. Lion's might, aerial onslaught, swarm of lions. Roar! Hundreds of lion heads erupted in a cacophony of roars, accompanied by a torrential downpour of sword beams, surging towards Bayou in a relentless assault. In an instant, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. Rumble! A maelstrom of slashes and lion heads collided with overwhelming force. Observing Bayou seemingly trapped, a hint of triumph flickered across Shiki's face. Yet, in the next instant, a golden ray pierced through the debris, erupting in a dazzling display. Before Shiki could react, thousands of crimson tendrils, like fireworks, exploded outwards. A figure cloaked in a golden skeleton burst forth, tearing through the wreckage. Before Shiki could muster a response, the figure had already closed the distance, standing before him. The crimson fragments that danced in the air converged once more in Bayou's grasp, reforming into the cursed blade Muramasa. Without hesitation, he unleashed another strike. A devil fruit ability? Shiki's expression faltered as he kicked out with Sakurage and Kagurashi. Alas, the instant the blades collided, Muramasa, with its attribute of 1,000 blades, shattered upon impact. Yet, as it passed through the point of collision, it reformed once more, descending upon Shiki with devastating force. Rumble! A golden torrent erupted, as the concentrated spiritual pressure materialized, amplifying its speed and power exponentially. Here's a refined version of the text you provided, like a Grim Reaper's rendition of armament haki. Shiki hastily deployed armament haki, only to have it cleaved asunder. The immense impact, amidst a spray of blood, sent him plummeting towards the floating island below, crashing headfirst. Bang! The earth trembled violently as the thick layers of rock shattered upon impact. A crater formed with Shiki at its epicenter, as dust billowed into the sky. Byakuya's observation haki once again locked onto Shiki. A boisterous laugh echoed through the ruins. Jiahahaha. Exhilarating. Not since my death match with Roger have I tasted such a brush with mortality. You are indeed exceptional, boy. It seems my judgment remains impeccable. The unrestrained laughter reverberated across the heavens and earth. A ghastly gash stretched from Shiki's shoulder down to his abdomen. He had managed to coat himself in armament haki in time, but even so, fully deflecting the sudden, relentless strike proved too difficult. Boy, your capabilities far exceed my expectations. If that madman Rox knew someone like you existed, he would be ecstatic. Shiki disregarded his injuries, his face still etched with a wild grin. His golden hair danced in the wind, adding to his aura of untamed dominance. Bang! Byakuya descended from the sky, enveloped in materialized spiritual pressure, crashing into the earth like a celestial meteorite. As the dust settled, his figure became clear, his face contorted with bloodthirsty fervor. So this is what remains of the old era, Byakuya exclaimed. A pity you grew too fond of life, hiding away for 2 decades, researching the so-called SIQ factor. When one relies on external forces, it proves they are growing weaker, losing all hope. Shiki, you are not defeated by the era, but by your own waning desire for battle. If I could choose, I would have fought you at your zenith. Alas, the era has forsaken you. And this battle must end. The era has forsaken me? Shiki's expression faltered for a moment, before erupting into another raucous laugh. Ha! You are fond of spouting such fanciful nonsense, boy. It is not the era that has abandoned me, but I who have abandoned the era. Without Rox, without Roger. All that remains is a lingering Whitebeard. This era is far too dull, so much so that even my ambitions have begun to fade. I thought I would have to shatter this stagnation myself, but it seems a worthy successor has finally emerged in this new era. You say the ship of this new era cannot bear the weight of an old relic like me, but you forget, I am Shiki. I am the Golden Lion, Fleet Admiral of the Flying Pirates. Boy, this is my final strike. If you can seize my honor, then come and try. Rumble. Savage Conqueror's haki erupted like a volcanic explosion, its sheer force disrupting the very fabric of the world. As his golden hair billowed, Shiki slowly ascended once more, his right hand clutching the ship's will embedded in his head. 25 years. 25 long years. I have dreamed of the day I could finally rid myself of this mark of shame. Now, the moment has come. I am the Golden Lion, a king of the old era. Today, I will show you what it means to be the strongest of the age. Bang! The ship's will shattered in Shiki's grasp, unleashing an even greater surge of haki, like a dam bursting. Roar! An ethereal lion materialized behind Shiki, roaring towards the heavens. As the raging aura swirled, the very air seemed to freeze. Simultaneously, the floating island beneath Byakuya's feet groaned under the strain of Shiki's immense float fruit powers and began to crumble. Lion's might, earth-rolling onslaught. Roar! The massive island transformed into a colossal lion's head, compressed to an unimaginable degree. With gaping jaws, Shiki descended upon it, pouring every ounce of his armament haki into the construct. In mere moments, the gargantuan lion's head was as black as pitch, like a metal casting. Its crimson eyes snapped open, locking onto Byakuya. The frozen air began to move again. Boy, let us engage in our final clash. Roar. The titanic lion unleashed a deafening roar, its immense form twisting through the air, descending upon Byakuya with the force of 1,000 storms. From afar, it appeared as a falling meteor, poised to obliterate Byakuya. Even before the attack landed, Byakuya felt the crushing pressure, threatening to shatter him. Yet, faced with such overwhelming power, his bloodlust only intensified. A savage grin tore across his face as he shattered his beloved Miramesa. Thousands of fragments danced in the sky, each a meter apart. As Byakuya channeled his haki to its utmost limit, a black armament haki washed over each fragment. When the light faded, thousands of blades had coalesced into a single, impossibly sharp black blade. Gazing upon the cataclysmic attack hurtling toward him, Byakuya inhaled deeply. He summoned every ounce of spiritual pressure, killing intent, and every other reserve of power he could muster. Rumble! In an instant, the black blade erupted with power, as bolts of black lightning crackled. He swung it down upon the incoming lion. Bang! As the blade descended, it seemed to cleave the very heavens asunder, stirring the skies and unleashing a cataclysm of thunder. The blade collided with the lion's head. Rumble! The resulting explosion unleashed a storm of unprecedented power, tearing through everything in its path. In that instant, the sky and earth were consumed by a blinding light. The explosion echoed like the wrath of the gods. It was as if the very world had been annihilated. After what seemed like an eternity, the tempest subsided. The raging haki dissipated. In the sky, two figures faced each other. The black blade had vanished. The lion's head, once a symbol of indomitable power, now cracked and crumbled. A terrifying fissure spread across its surface. Perched atop the crumbling lion's head, Shiki's face, once a mask of untamed arrogance, now appeared deflated. Cough. Shiki spat out a mouthful of blood, his wild grin returning to his face. Haha, I never imagined the Golden Lion would meet his end like this. Indeed, young one, you are exceptional. Were Rox and Roger to be resurrected, they would undoubtedly seek to engage you in combat. I am the Golden Lion. Consider me a stepping stone toward global supremacy and unparalleled renown. Only a true sovereign of the world could bring about the downfall of the Golden Lion. Accept these renowned blades as a tribute to your burgeoning legend. Thwack! With a mighty heave, the Golden Lion wrenched the legendary swords from his very legs, casting them aside. Having expended the last vestiges of his vitality, the Golden Lion, now gaunt and emaciated, breathed his last, his eyes devoid of life. The erstwhile overlord of an era plummeted from the heavens. Observing the golden lion's rapid descent, Bayou wordlessly retrieved the twin blades. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Shiki the golden lion, thereby unlocking 5% of your character progression. Ding! Current character progression is at 30%, unlocking the affiliated character template, Yami Sukahiro. As the ethereal pronouncements of the system echoed within his mind, Bayou's pupils constricted momentarily. Simultaneously, the floating island, which had lingered in the sky, emitted a thunderous roar before disintegrating entirely. Bereft of a foundation, Bayou's form plummeted earthward. Blast it all. Golden lion, you fiend. Must you be so inconsiderate even in death? This is 10,000 meters above ground. A fall like this is certain death. Bayou lamented inwardly. As his velocity increased, Bayou was certain that, unless he found a solution, he would meet his end as a reincarnated individual dashed to pieces. Yet, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a daring notion took hold. The energy within him surged like a tempest, enveloping the golden lion's twin blades. With a piercing resonance, Sakura JG and Karamatsu rent the air, hurtling forth. After a graceful pirouette, they positioned themselves beneath Bayou's feet. The precipitous descent was abruptly arrested by the twin blades. Were the golden lion to witness Bayou utilizing the swords that embodied his bygone era as mere footrests, he would undoubtedly be incensed enough to overturn his very coffin. Gazing upon the boundless expanse of the sky, Bayou abandoned any attempt at navigation, instead employing his mastery of ki to manipulate the swords, facilitating a rapid descent. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. As Bayou descended to an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, a deafening impact reverberated. Crash! A colossal shockwave emanated outward, stirring up a vast expanse of frothy waves. Bayou was taken aback. When the golden lion had borne him aloft, Bayou had calculated their altitude to be 10,000 meters. To collide after only a descent of 2,000 to 3,000 meters implied but one destination. Skypea. As fragmented thoughts raced through Bayou's mind, his vision cleared, revealing a sprawling ocean of clouds. The golden lion's floating island now lay scattered upon the sea of clouds. Bayou alighted upon a diminutive islet. Surveying his surroundings, he unleashed his Kenpachi haki, sweeping outward. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the range expanded, the surrounding presences were swiftly catalogued. Within the Grand Line, Skypea was not uncommon. If this was the White Sea of the original narrative, then this island ought to harbor a worthy adversary. Someone approaches. Bayou's brow furrowed as he turned sharply to his left. 3 or 4 dusky figures were gliding rapidly across the surface of the sea. Their velocity defied the perception of the average observer. In mere moments, they closed the distance of several hundred meters. A dilapidated pirate vessel trailed closely behind. Upon beholding the scattered, kilometer-sized rocky isles, elation filled their countenances. Islands. Wiper. This is a divine boon. The sudden descent of islands is a blessing upon the Shandian tribe. The elderly chieftain exclaimed from the ship's prow, his voice brimming with fervor. The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments. For 4 centuries, the Shandians had been consumed by the reclamation of Jaya Island. Alas, their efforts had been in vain, particularly since the emergence of a monstrous entity on God's Island 8 years prior. They had been denied the right to even set foot on the mainland to wage their war of reclamation, let alone vanquishing God Enel and reclaiming Jaya Island. Thus, the sudden descent of the islands represented the first release of the pent-up resentment that had plagued them for 4 centuries. Wiper, there is someone on the island. Seemingly from the blue sea. He may attempt to seize the island. A man clad in crimson feathers and adorned with pink spectacles spoke first. Instantly, tension gripped them, their gazes converging upon Bayou. Wiper, bearing a burning cannon, frowned and stated coldly, "Vanquish and expel him. We must secure this island swiftly. If Enel learns of this, he will not stand idly by, and the priests will interfere. We must establish a base before that occurs. If they dare to come, we shall fight to the death. At that point, I shall have to resort to my ultimate trump card." The ultimate trump card? The faces of those present betrayed a mixture of surprise and delight. They clearly surmised the nature of Wiper's trump card. Since Wiper has succeeded, we need not hesitate. Let us act immediately. Braham, a towering figure, concurred. After exchanging glances, they accelerated toward Bayou on their jet-powered skates. Is this the prelude to a confrontation? Bayou produced a bottle of spirits, tilting it back. Undeniably, the battle against the Golden Lion had depleted his energies. However, Kenpachi Zaraki's bloodlust evidently sustained Bayou's peak performance. This illustrates the advantages of a born warrior. The Sandia people before me indeed possess little worth striking. However, driven by the hunger in his belly, Bayou chose to act first with force rather than civility. The short distance of mere hundreds of meters was traversed in the blink of an eye, as they observed Bayou standing still. The expressions of Weepa and the others momentarily faltered, yet they instinctively exchanged glances. Attack! Weepa roared, his feet pounding down as he leapt into the air, hurtling towards Bayou. The others, including the praying mantis, hastened to follow, their weapons instantly primed for battle. Weepa, cease at once. You cannot provoke this individual. An aged figure, riding an exceptionally unique and hideous flying steed, swiftly approached from the distance. Upon witnessing this unexpected guest, Weepa's expression darkened. Is this ancient deity attempting to thwart our acquisition of the war god's boon? A mere Qinghai man, whom I have already bested numerous times. If he refuses to withdraw, let him experience the might of the Sandia warriors. With a whoosh, Weepa's speed surged as he flanked Bayou's left side. The burning cannon he bore unleashed its trigger. Burn. Boom. The searing flames surged forth like a raging tide, engulfing Bayou in an instant. Simultaneously, the praying mantis and his companions charged forward, their weapons erupting with varied energies, raining down upon Bayou. The onslaught was relentless, akin to a torrential downpour, leaving even the Sandia warriors aboard their pirate ship aghast. In the distance, Ganfuo's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to aid. Yet, the myriad of attacks enveloping Bayou was torn asunder. A figure, gleaming with a metallic sheen, strode forth slowly. Is this the prowess of a Sandia warrior? Bayou grinned bloodthirstily, taking a swig from his bottle. Yet such strength truly disappoints. There is not a single worthy adversary here. His voice, though soft, resonated through the air as if infused with dark magic, lingering long after. All present were momentarily stunned. The assailants were the fiercest warriors among the Sandia, with Weepa hailed as the war demon, a reincarnation of the legendary warrior Karl Gra. In the eyes of the Sandia, they represented the pinnacle of modern combat prowess. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could not even graze their opponent. This was terrifying indeed. Weepa, there's something amiss with this guy. We shall cover you. Unleash that technique. The praying mantis bellowed, brandishing his burning spear as he reappeared before Bayou. As he gripped the long spear tightly, it erupted in brilliant flames, thrusting towards Bayou's chest. Concurrently, Weepa maneuvered behind Bayou. His right hand was enwrapped with the most formidable trump card, the repulsion shell. Faced with this enigmatic Qinghai man, Weepa showed no hesitation. Repulsion. Bang. The tremendous impact struck Bayou's back like a cannon blast. The force sent both the praying mantis and Weepa flying backward, crashing into the ground several dozen meters away before they could regain their footing. At that moment, they paid no heed to the side effects of the repulsion shell. Their eyes fixated on the spot where Bayou stood. The explosive shockwave persisted for several seconds, as clouds of dust dispersed with the sea breeze. Yet, as visibility returned, a scene unfolded that caused every spectator's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Bayou's armed color still shimmered, the bottle in his hand unbroken. After a casual sip, a bloodthirsty battle spirit flourished upon his visage. Younglings, you have yet to grasp the art of true combat. This is what it truly entails. Boom. An overwhelming spiritual pressure, infused with boundless killing intent, descended upon those present. The Sandia warriors and Ganfuo alike felt an invisible mountain pressing down upon them. A chilling aura penetrated their very souls, sending shivers down their spines. In that instant, fear gripped every heart. None dared to move a finger. At that moment, their instincts screamed that even the slightest twitch could invite death. What manner of monster is this, that mere killing intent renders us immobile? How many has he slain? The praying mantis's face drained of color, trembling in terror. In this moment, not just he, but everyone present regretted not heeding Ganfuo's warning. Had they listened, they would not now be facing a harbinger of death. I will hold them off. You must flee. This is a monster. Weepa roared, plunging a dagger into his thigh, the pain breaking through the suffocating aura. In a flash, he lunged once more at Bayou, gripping the repulsion shell tightly, pressing it down with urgency. Repulsion. Boom. The immense shockwave surged forth again. Witnessing this desperate strike, Bayou made no attempt to evade. Instead, he pressed down on the repulsion shell. Bang. The powerful impact was effortlessly absorbed by Bayou. With his right hand wielding the demon blade Murakumo, he cleaved downwards with tremendous force. Weepa was stunned. He had not anticipated his trump card would be so effortlessly dismissed. Seeing the descending blade, he had no time to think and raised the burning cannon to block. Boom. The blade struck down, severing Weepa's cannon in two. The residual force of Bayou's strike continued unabated, crashing into Weepa. Bang. Weepa was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a massive rock several hundred meters away. Blood spewed from his mouth as the Sandia warriors, who had initially planned to retreat, stood in shock. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, this is exceedingly astonishing. Wiper, Manus exclaimed. Wiper, the mightiest warrior of the Shandians, equipped with the reject dial, represented their greatest hope. To witness him cleaved away with a single strike signifies the potential obliteration of all their aspirations. Cease your lamentations, he is not deceased, Bayou retorted nonchalantly. As he gazed skyward, a cerulean bolt of lightning rapidly streaked towards them from afar. Beware, young sir. That is Enel's divine punishment. Gonfall urgently cried out. An imperious voice echoed. Presumptuous blue sea insects who dare trespass into the divine domain shall receive divine retribution. Rumble. A cerulean column of lightning, imbued with immense force, descended from the heavens. With astonishing velocity, it reached Bayou's position in the blink of an eye. Sensing this vast and turbulent power, Bayou grinned sanguinely. The demon blade Murasame in his grasp emitted a piercing wail as he unleashed a mighty strike. Rumble. A crimson blade aura flashed past, bisecting the descending divine punishment. The blade aura, spanning several meters, continued its trajectory unabated, tearing through the leaden clouds amassed in the sky. Rumble. Turbulent waves of air surged backward, akin to a thunderclap in clear skies. Witnessing the dissipating thunderclouds, Gonfall, who had initially issued the warning, along with everyone else present, nearly bulged their eyes out of their sockets. Heavens! Someone has cleaved the sky, along with the lightning. This scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would surely be met with disbelief by all. As the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, Bayou sheathed the demon blade Murakumo with a swift motion. After taking a swig of strong liquor, he declared, God, I await your arrival to deliver the rice. You are the only worthy target in the Sky Island. Insanity. This youth before them had lost his mind. No. Rather, they felt themselves on the brink of madness. This enigmatic figure from Qinghai, with a mere utterance, proclaimed his intent to strike down a deity. This is not merely a blatant provocation. What else could it be? In response to Bayou's challenge, what course of action will the god Enel undertake? Within the divine palace of Skypea, four priests hastened forward, led by the one adorned with spider-like hair and clad in a purple cloak, Nirvana. The god received word from the guards that a colossal island had suddenly descended, and the Sandians had rushed there, discovering a person from the blue sea. Does the god require our assistance to resolve this matter? As the four esteemed priests under Enel's command, they possessed not only the ability to enhance their combat prowess through the use of belly, but also the capacity of the mind network. Within the Sky Island, they had indeed emerged as fortunate ones who had developed formidable haki. For this reason, their might was among the most formidable in the realm of the sky. And you? Enel inquired, legs crossed, his expression darkening as he took a bite of the apple in his hand. There is no need. That group from Sandia was swiftly dealt with by the individual from the blue sea. What? The expressions of Nirvana and the other three priests shifted dramatically. Over the years, after seizing control of Gaia Island, they have treated the people of Sandia as mere playthings. They are acutely aware of their own strength. Even to deal with their adversaries requires considerable effort. Yet now, they have been vanquished by an individual from Qinghai. Does this imply that the people of Qinghai surpass even their four divine officials? Haha, dear friends, there is no need for such astonishment, regardless of their prowess. Before the divine, the Qinghai people are but mere ants. The corpulent divine official, De Wu, chuckled ominously and remarked, as long as Lord Enel is willing. With but a thought, he can unleash the divine retribution and obliterate him in an instant. I dare say, when faced with his demise, he would remain oblivious to the manner of his end. As he spoke, De Wu wore a sycophantic smile as he glanced at Enel. However, his gaze soon met the icy stare that sent a shiver down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Lord Enel, have I erred in my words? No matter how formidable the Qinghai individual may be, surely there is no need to employ divine retribution to resolve this matter. As divine officials, they are acutely aware of just how terrifying this capricious being truly is. This is a being capable of annihilating his own homeland. But fear not. That earthling managed to cleave my divine retribution asunder. It seems not all those from the blue sea are worthless. Inara smiled with amusement. It has been an age since I encountered such an amusing diversion. It seems before departing this forsaken place, I shall have a chance to revel in a bit of sport, to enlighten them as to the true meaning of despair at the hands of a god. Prepare the arc maxim. We shall go and thoroughly toy with that earthling. Let him understand that before a god, an insect can only know despair. These sinister words echoed within the palace, causing the 4 divine officials to pale. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Over the years, the divine retribution has been a nightmare for the Sky Islanders. The mere mention of Enel's misdeeds would result in a thunderous strike from the heavens, often leading to death or severe injury. This was in stark contrast to Shiro's ability to cleave through it effortlessly, a difference as vast as the sky and the earth. However, faced with this unfathomable monster, everyone present dared not even breathe, fearing that the slightest movement would invite a fatal blow. Indeed, this place was too weak. Even the so-called warriors were not worth a single strike. Shiro nonchalantly sheathed his demon blade Murasame. Weepa, lying among the ruins, was momentarily stunned before struggling to roar. Sea Dweller, do not underestimate the Shandian warriors. Underestimate? Shiro retorted, taking a swig from his wine bottle with a bloodthirsty grin. Your so-called warriors are nothing more than third-rate existences, not just in my eyes, but throughout the Blue Sea. If it weren't for this place being somewhat special and its connecting sea routes severed, you country bumpkins would have been plundered bare long ago. A nobody like you is just cannon fodder in the Blue Sea. You're asking for death. Weepa roared in anger. As the foremost Shandian warrior, revered as a war demon, he had always been held in high esteem. Never had he been so slighted. Weepa, shut your mouth. Gonfall urgently intervened, quickly landing Pierre on the floating island and saying, Esteemed sir, please don't lower yourself to these rustics. I am the former god of this sky island and have some knowledge of the Blue Sea. However, I must ask, are you a pirate or a marine? As the former god, he had met Joel D. Roger himself 20 years ago, drinking and boasting with him. He was somewhat familiar with the 2 major power factions of the Blue Sea. Old man, rest assured, I am a marine, though only a trainee. I won't indiscriminately kill the innocent, Shiro said, patting Gonfall's shoulder. Your sky island is indeed outside our jurisdiction, but since I've come this far, it's fate. He is also the only one worth cutting down. I'm hungry after that fight. Get me some food, and I'll help you take down the god. A marine rookie? Gonfall was dumbfounded. The other Shandians did not know what the marines truly represented. However, the mere mention of rookie was enough to shock them. The combined might of the Shandian warriors was no match for the rookie's single strike. How strong was the marine organization? How many rookies of this caliber existed? Were there even more powerful figures above the rookies? It could be said that Shiro, single-handedly, had raised the bar for marine rookies in their eyes. If Shiro knew this, he might feel somewhat indebted to Marine Chief Instructor Zifa. However, these thoughts quickly passed, and most people's attention was drawn to Shiro's last words. A meal in exchange for taking down a god. Has the divine prestige been diminished so greatly? My lord, can you truly assist us in dealing with Enel? Gamfer's expression faltered, and he was the first to lose his composure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Undoubtedly, this instilled a glimmer of hope within Gonfall. Gonfall, temper your expectations, he mused. Lest you forget Enel possesses a seemingly immortal form. An outsider could scarcely comprehend the sheer terror of the self-proclaimed deity. Whitebeard struggled to his feet, proclaiming, We, the Shandians, have clashed with Enel countless times. I, Whitebeard, vow upon my very honor that when you behold Enel, despair shall grip your soul. Yet, the matter of vanquishing Enel, I shall not relinquish. These resolute words echoed throughout the Sky Island. With a playful smirk, Bayou retorted, Is that so? It seems the Shandian honor is quite cheap. Try not to weep later. The world beyond is vast. Should the opportunity arise, venture to the Blue Sea. This dilapidated isle isn't even worth fighting for. I wouldn't even take it for free, and they call it a god's gift. Someone, quickly prepare sustenance for me, or else bear the consequences of my blade against your war spirits. Bayou declared, plopping down unceremoniously. Nearby, Whitebeard nearly coughed up blood in indignation. Why must his meal be tied to him? A single stroke for dissatisfaction. Is this treating the once mighty Shandian warriors as pigs to be slaughtered? However, enduring the excruciating pain, Whitebeard dared not move rashly. His only hope now was that Bayou would encounter Enel and be humiliated as soon as possible. At Gonfall's command, the Shandians hastily prepared food. Not much different from the cuisine of the Blue Sea, except that the grilled fish of Skypea had a distinct and unique flavor. Watching Bayou devour dozens of dishes as if he were famished, Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Big brother, is it true that the blue sea you speak of has a lot of land? A little girl asked timidly, approaching him. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, fearing that Bayou might strike with his sword at any moment. With her small arms and legs, the little girl probably couldn't withstand even half a blow. You must be Isa. Bayou frowned slightly, quickly recognizing the little girl who was born with observation haki. He reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "There are too many islands like this in the East Blue. Some are even larger than this sea. What you call mantra is commonplace in the Blue Sea. Remember, perspective determines everything. When you confine yourself to this small place, what you say will sound provincial. All right, it's about time. Everyone, step back a bit. After a good meal, it's time for some exercise." Many people present were taken aback. By the time they came to their senses, Bayou had already stood up. Isa pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding, and suddenly said in terror, "It's coming. Something strange is coming from the eastern sky." Something strange? Liuqi quickly picked up Isa. They might doubt Bayou's words, but Isa's innate power of mantra had saved them from danger many times before with her warnings. As everyone looked in the direction she indicated, the arc maxim, cast in pure gold, came into view first. Seeing this arc made of pure gold, like a nouveau riche's vessel, Bayou truly suspected that Enel was even more of a miser than Nami when it came to money. However, looking at Enel and his priest standing at the front of the arc's deck, Bayou knew it was no time for jokes. He had no intention of giving up on facing such a worthy opponent. "Haha, Blue Sea person, I thought you would have fled." Enel stood at the front of the deck, smiling playfully. Over the years, many who challenged God had ended up begging for mercy and despair. That you haven't run away after learning of my divine power is indeed commendable. In light of this, I can forgive your previous disrespect towards God. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can make you a high priest, second to none. A gasp of cold air echoed through the scene, and the faces of the four priests changed instantly. It was the first time they had seen Enel so proactively recruit a subordinate. In many people's eyes, the condition of being second to none was, "This is indeed a coveted treasure. I apologize, but if you were to ask me to assume the role of a deity, I would have to ponder it, let alone the position of a supreme divine official." Bayou smirked with a bloodthirsty grin. In such a rural place, being a local emperor feels more gratifying than divinity itself. Madness. Upon hearing this response, not only the four great divine officials, but even the people of Sandia felt Bayou had lost his senses. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Inalu, eager to discern his reaction. "Ha, it is no wonder that this insignificant creature has captured my attention." Inalu laughed boisterously, declaring, "Qinghai person, it seems you remain oblivious to my might. In light of this, I shall stand here and allow you to attack for 1 minute. Should you refuse to acquiesce to my demands after the time, do not blame me for my ruthless nature." Inalu descended from the Ark of Proverbs, positioning himself atop the floating island, and leisurely took an apple from his possession, biting into it. His gaze directed at Bayou seemed to proclaim that the outcome was already determined, filled with a sense of amusement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is the game of the gods. Many who have dared to challenge Enel have encountered this game. In their eyes, only those who have personally experienced it can comprehend the profound despair it entails. Vepa. Do not be disheartened. If he can triumph over Enel, it would be a boon for us, the people of Skypea. Riki could not help but offer words of comfort. Triumph over Enel? Vepa replied coldly, casting a glance. I'm afraid my concerns lie elsewhere. I doubt he can even navigate the game of the gods. If he were to succeed, it would likely be but a dream. Suddenly, Raki and the others fell silent. When they turned to look at Bayou, he had already stepped forward, a playful smile gracing his lips. Analu, you truly are a rustic, he exclaimed. Allow me to strike first as a gesture of respect. With a resounding crash, Bayou sprang into action. It was evident that to awaken someone as arrogant as Analu, there was but one method. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. The demon blade Murakumo in Bayou's hand emitted a piercing shriek. Without any flourish, it descended directly towards Analu. With a mighty clash, a single strike unleashed a tidal wave of golden light. Analu, caught in the onslaught, casually raised an apple to his lips, a playful smile still lingering. He intended to enjoy this divine game as he usually did. However, just as this thought took root, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him as he perceived the rapidly expanding threat within his gaze. At this moment, he could not afford to think further. Instinctively, he transformed into a flash of lightning and retreated violently. A thunderous roar echoed as a blade descended, sending golden sparks flying. Enel, who had just morphed into a bolt of lightning in a desperate attempt to escape, was propelled backward like a cannonball. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, he crashed into a massive boulder several hundred meters away. The tremendous force unleashed shattered the towering rock, creating a web-like pattern of cracks across its surface. The once lofty god was now forcibly embedded within the stone. A gruesome gash extended from his shoulder down to his abdomen, and the crimson blood splattered, staining his garments. Madness ensued. Both the four holy priests and the Shandians, even Gonfer, felt the grip of insanity tightening around them, particularly Whitebeard. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed that Bayou would be left in despair. Now, the divine game that had perpetually instilled hopelessness in them was crumbling. As they gazed at the blood seeping from Enel's chest, they finally comprehended the truth. Even gods bleed, and their blood is red. Who truly faced despair was now all too evident. Impossible. This cannot be. I am a god. How could you possibly harm me? Enel incredulously lowered his gaze to his chest, the searing pain driving him into a frenzied roar. There is nothing impossible. It is merely that you have never encountered it before. Bayou chuckled darkly, taking a swig of his drink. However, you did just say that you would stand still and let me strike for a minute. Surely you will not go back on your word. With a bang, Bayou's figure flickered, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Enel. So swift, all eyes widened in shock. Yet now, they were fervently eager to discover whether the breached Enel would continue to play the game. If the divine game persisted, it seemed even a god could be played to death. As Enel beheld the rapidly enlarging figure before him, panic seized him entirely. What kind of divine game is this? Nothing else mattered now. With his right hand raised, he bellowed in fury. Divine retribution. A deafening roar erupted as a torrent of high-voltage lightning surged unreservedly towards Bayou. Simultaneously, the lightning coursing through Enel's form allowed him to elementalize and, in an instant, he appeared behind Bayou, reaching out to seize him. At this moment, confronted by this insignificant creature that could threaten his very existence, Enel no longer considered the prospect of harnessing it for his own purposes. His sole intention was to swiftly eradicate the individual before him. He summoned the thunderous might he wielded with such finesse. I'm afraid you don't even comprehend the art of combat. Furthermore, as the blade descended upon him, he declared, you have no authority in this moment. With a bloodthirsty grin, Bayou paid no heed to the impending lightning strike. In a sudden pivot, the latent spiritual pressure within him erupted with tremendous force. Boom. A colossal gust of wind surged forth like a tempest. The extreme spiritual pressure instantaneously transmuted into a tangible golden skull. Under the oppressive heat generated by this overwhelming force, not only did the incoming lightning falter, but Enel found himself momentarily immobilized. He could hardly fathom that someone would brazenly disregard his assault. As he beheld the blood-red blade descending upon him once more, terror gripped him, and he retreated in a frantic roar. It was too late. As Bayou's bloodthirsty smile emerged, the blade known as Muramesa descended with a resounding crash. Bang! Enel was propelled backward like a cannonball. Blood erupting from his chest in a dazzling display akin to fireworks blossoming in the void. Witnessing Enel being struck down once again, crashing heavily against the rocks, all onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Perhaps the first strike had been due to divine carelessness. Yet, with the second, the deity was still publicly vanquished. Now bearing a gruesome X-shaped wound upon his chest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is akin to a deity descending upon the earth to deliver judgment. Impossible, for I am Enel, the Divine One. And I am invincible. Bang. Lightning crackled around Enel as he propelled himself from the rocks. The wound upon his chest contorted his features into a furious roar. His gaze towards Bayou now held a palpable madness. You impudent sea-dweller, I shall enlighten you to the true extent of divine power. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Kaboom. Thunder reverberated as a surge of immense electricity erupted from Enel's very being, coalescing into a colossal Thunderbird, spanning over 10 meters. It tore through the air, hurtling towards Bayou with blinding speed, traversing the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the rapidly approaching assault, Bayou casually swung his demon blade once more. Bang! A blade of spiritual energy, spanning over 10 meters, flashed past. The Thunderbird was cleaved in two, and its remaining power surged towards Enel. This casual gesture left Enel momentarily bewildered. 30 million volts was certainly not his ultimate weapon. However, it was undoubtedly several times more formidable than divine judgment. Yet now, it was effortlessly cleaved asunder. Just how powerful was this individual from Qinghai? Ah! I possess a formidable mind network, capable of effortlessly discerning my opponent's movements. With this ability, I too can remain invincible. Inel's expression tightened as he swiftly utilized elemental transformation to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his observation haki was driven to its utmost limit, instantly locking onto Bayou. He intended to shift to the left. A flicker of delight flashed in Inel's eyes as he soon witnessed Bayou pivoting to the left. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the depths of the night, a profound bond was forged, marked by over 2 decades of an extraordinary friendship with his left-hand companion. Yet, in a fleeting moment, everything changed. Was the connection merely an illusion? Why was this individual from Qinghai able, time and again, to unravel his divine strategies? A piercing anguish surged through Ainalu's mind as he beheld the severed limb fall to the ground. In a fit of madness, Ainalu erupted in a frenzied roar. Damn you! Man from Qinghai, I shall end your life. With a surge of power, he unleashed the might of a 200 million-volt thunder god. A deafening crash echoed as boundless lightning erupted within Ainalu's being. At this moment, consumed by rage, he held nothing back, pushing the capabilities of his devil fruit to their utmost limits. As the thunder roared, his form expanded rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating. In an instant, the heavens reverberated with lightning, and the leaden clouds above were stirred. Countless bolts of lightning danced wildly as Ainalu transformed into a colossal titan of electricity, towering at 100 meters. With a swift motion, he seized a massive golden pillar prepared on the Ark of the Proclamation, its scorching heat melting it into a grand trident. In his eyes, the recent defeat was merely due to a lack of weaponry. Now, wielding the ostentatious golden trident, Ainalu believed himself invincible once more. With a resounding crash, an infinite torrent of lightning began to converge in the celestial realm. His immense form cast a shadow that obscured the sun. Those present were momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. The once diminutive Ainalu had morphed into a towering deity of thunder, a nightmare that would haunt them for eternity. Could such an existence truly be vanquished? Confronted with the seemingly frenzied Enel, everyone's nerves were stretched to their absolute limit. As they frantically retreated, their gazes converged upon Bayou, curious to see if this native of the Blue Sea would succumb to trepidation. Bayou grinned with sanguinary delight, his eyes fixed upon the colossal figure in the sky. A rapid succession of system notifications echoed in his mind as the power of the newly acquired subordinate template, which he had neglected to integrate earlier, surged through his veins. A dark, swirling magic materialized in Bayou's hand, exuding an aura of profound depth. Was this the dark magic of Yamisuke Hiro, captain of the Black Bulls? He wondered what distinctions it held compared to the dark fruit. After acclimating himself to the power of dark magic, Bayou's mind conjured the abilities currently possessed by Yamisuke Hiro. As expected, the subordinate template's strength remained at 50%. Against a rustic like Enel, this would suffice. He was smiling. In the face of Enel's thunderous, godlike stance, he dared to smile. The 4 divine generals were utterly bewildered. The previously one-sided situation had already instilled fear within them. They had hoped that Enel's manifestation as a thunder god would slightly turn the tide, and that they might catch a glimpse of fear on Bayou's face. They were sorely mistaken. He even seemed to be drifting off into thought. That damn Blue Sea native, daring to disregard a god. Today, I shall slay you. Enel roared with manic fury. His severed left arm, now replaced by lightning, crackled with energy. In the next instant, the whirling golden trident hurtled towards Bayou with overwhelming force. Indeed, it's only when a rustic fights for his life that he becomes somewhat presentable. Now, you possess a modicum of worth to be cleaved. Bayou grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes as he withdrew from his conscious mind. The demon blade Murasame, clutched in his hand, emitted a dazzling golden radiance as he met the oncoming attack head-on. Bang! A heavy collision reverberated through the heavens. As a gale of wind erupted, Enel's massive form was forced back 7 or 8 steps. In this moment, all spectators were left utterly astounded. Despite the immense disparity in size between the two opponents, the god astonishingly faced defeat in the contest of strength. Impossible! I am a deity, the sovereign of this realm. Enel steadied himself, erupting into a frenzied roar. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Boom. A massive thunderbird, spanning dozens of meters, soared forth in an instant. Its speed was unparalleled as it charged directly at Bayou. Thunderous reverberations echoed as the violent impact radiated outward, the rolling lightning shattering the earth beneath. Witnessing the successful strike, Eneru's golden trident erupted once more with blinding bolts of lightning, thrusting towards the eye of the storm of dust. The swirling sands were instantly torn apart, crashing down upon Bayou with the force of 1,000 tons. Bang! The deafening explosion resonated repeatedly. The colossal floating island could no longer withstand the onslaught, fracturing under the pressure. Observing this cataclysmic confrontation, everyone had long since retreated thousands of meters away, anxiously fixated on the heart of the battle. All present felt their pupils constrict sharply. The golden trident, entwined with lightning, had indeed struck Bayou. Yet, this impact evoked a maddening sensation. A corporeal golden skull enveloped Bayou's exterior, and the pitch-black armament haki cloaked his entire being. The seemingly unstoppable golden trident was seized by Bayou's left hand. Bam! The indestructible gold was instantaneously shattered. In that moment, Bayou's bloodthirsty battle intent surged to its zenith as he stepped forward with a resounding thud. Bang! With a blast of sound, Bayou vanished from sight like a specter. Realizing that Bayou's speed was on par with his own, Inaru was suddenly jolted into awareness. His advanced Kenpachi haki was pushed to its limits under the influence of the electric currents. Behind, Inaru swiftly turned, unleashing the lightning that coiled around his hand. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. The dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens. 100-meter-long Thunder Dragon surged towards Bayou. Faced with this unforeseen opponent hailing from the Qinghai region, Inaru desperately sought to seize this moment to catch his breath and regroup. However, this thought barely flickered in his mind before Bayou, manifesting an overwhelming spiritual pressure, charged directly at the Thunder Dragon. Bam! The lightning erupted as the 100-meter-long Thunder Dragon was obliterated in an instant. The sheer ferocity of the clash caused the onlookers' pupils to constrict in sheer disbelief. The people of Qinghai seemed to embody divinity more than the gods themselves. Ainir's expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated retreat. However, Bayou was already one step ahead. Standing before him. With no time for further contemplation, Ainir hastily clenched the broken tip of his golden trident and lunged it towards Bayou. Ant, perish. Ant? Have you ever experienced being cut by an ant? Bayou grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, showing no signs of defense as he charged forward. Bang! The golden trident collided forcefully with Bayou's shoulder. The tremendous impact did not make Bayou retreat even an inch. In his hand, the demon blade Murakumo erupted with an inky brilliance, cleaving towards Ainir. Ainir was driven to madness. Faced with this impervious monstrosity, he, a god, felt a tremor of fear for the first time, hastily raising his left hand, reformed by lightning, to block the strike. This arm has endured a fracture once before. Despite any subsequent injuries, Enel firmly believes he can reconstitute it. With a thunderous crash, the massive limb is sent flying. As the lightning dissipates, Enel hastily retreats, only to discover that the severed end of his arm is shrouded in a layer of dark, ethereal light. No matter how he attempts to utilize his fruit's powers, the bolts of lightning seem to vanish into the abyss. Enel is bewildered. Elemental transformation has always been his source of pride, elemental reconstitution his secret weapon against Bayou. Regrettably, what was once regarded as divine prowess has now become mere empty rhetoric. Indeed, the dark magic and the powers of the dark fruit are distinguishably different. However, the capacity to devour attacks and exert formidable suction is certainly abnormal. A flicker of excitement spreads across Bayou's bloodthirsty visage, confronting an elemental demon fruit user. Engaging in close-quarters combat would undoubtedly pose constraints. Yet, once Bayou merges dark magic with the powerful armament haki, the ferocity of the clash remains unchanged. Country bumpkin. Thank you for allowing me to test my skills, but it is time for you to meet your end. Bayou grins wickedly, fixing his gaze upon the incredulous Enel. There are countless individuals like you in the East Blue. If you consider yourself a god, then I am the Forbidden Zone of the Gods. The mention of Forbidden Zone of the Gods sends a shockwave through the crowd. Faced with such manic declarations, those who have lived under Enel's tyranny had never imagined that one day, a denizen of the East Blue would utter such words to a god. Impossible. I am Enel, a deity. You are merely an East Blue monkey. I refuse to perish. I will kill you. Enel bellows in a frenzy, unleashing the full extent of his devil fruit powers. In an instant, the skies are filled with rolling thunder as he recklessly channels his abilities. A thunderball with a diameter of 1,000 meters rapidly materializes in the heavens, and the immense pressure tears apart the leaden clouds surrounding it. As Enel revels in the apocalyptic force he has summoned, he suppresses any embellishments. East Blue Monkey, let me see how you withstand my strongest strike. With a resounding boom, the colossal thunderball descends with the weight of 1,000 mountains. The sheer pressure causes the floating island to fracture, while waves of unprecedented magnitude crash outward from Bayou Sea. Witnessing this doomsday-like spectacle sends shivers down everyone's spines. Had they not seen Bayou standing unfazed? His bloodthirsty demeanor unchanged, they might have fled in terror. Bayou takes a swig of liquor, the bloodlust within him surging in tandem with a smile. He grips the cursed blade, Murakumo, tightly. With a deafening blast, thousands of shards explode outward, rapidly reconstituting into a razor-sharp blade of 100 meters. In the next moment, under the wild influence of dark magical energy, it radiates a dazzling crimson light. As the thunderball looms larger in his vision, Bayou's aura reaches its zenith. Dark binding, dimensional slash. With a single stroke, darkness envelopes the world. Time and space seem to cleave asunder in that instant. By the time the onlookers react, the black blade has sliced through the thunderball, racing towards Enel. Impossible. Fear washes over Enel's face as he hurriedly raises his golden trident. Alas, all his efforts appear futile. With a resounding crack, the thunderball shatters. No, it must be said that both the thunderball and the trident, along with the colossal thunder deity and the storm clouds above, are severed in that moment. Blood spurts from Enel's brow as he feels the life force within him swiftly waning, before he can utter another word. A cataclysmic explosion of thunder erupts, reverberating across the realm. The ensuing shockwave engulfs Enel entirely. The nearby Shandians are tossed aside as if caught in the blast of a nuclear explosion, a true apocalypse unfolding around them. Within this maelstrom, Bayou's expression shifts slightly. He promptly activates his armament haki in the materialization of his spiritual pressure to their utmost limits, having previously overlooked the immense power of Bai Sea above. Under the immense force of the explosion, one could fear that the heavens themselves might be pierced. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and as the shock waves gradually subsided, Sandia and Ganfoer, having narrowly escaped with their lives, hurried back to the battlefield etched in their memories. Yet, the floating islands had vanished without a trace, and the once mighty gods and the figures of the Qinghai people were nowhere to be seen. It was as if everything had evaporated into thin air. All they knew was that the Qinghai people had slain their gods. 5 days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a warship with a dog-s head insignia slowly approached the shore. Karp stood at the bow, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. In that moment, it was evident to all present that the once heroic Marine, Karp, was in a murderous rage. His overwhelming aura felt like an invisible hand, tightly gripping the hearts of those around him. Mr. Karp, the ship is about to dock. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others are waiting there. And perhaps Admiral Kazara might have news of Bayou, Bogart said, maintaining a composed demeanor. Although his time with Bayou had been brief, as a Marine instructor, he was thoroughly impressed by Bayou's almost supernatural talent. In the face of the Golden Lion's sudden emergence, Bogart's anger equaled Karp's. Yet his temperament was calm and focused on the bigger picture, which was why he had been appointed as Karp's right-hand man. Damn that Golden Lion. If anything happens to my grandson, I will hunt him across the seas. Karp roared furiously. However, the fierce expression on his face quickly faded. The float fruit was too troublesome, allowing the islands to effortlessly hover thousands of meters above. Karp had no means of pursuit. Otherwise, he would not have returned to the Marine headquarters today. Rest assured, Mr. Karp, we believe in the captain. He is not an ordinary person. He will surely return safely. Karina reassured, her modified sniper rifle slung over her shoulder. Following Bayou's instructions, they had waited for 3 days in Rogue Town, but upon receiving no news, they decided to return to the Marine headquarters aboard Karp's warship. Gazing over the vast ocean, Karina was confident that the Marines would be swifter in locating someone than they could. Karina's words held truth. Lord Bayou was indeed the foremost among the Marine supernovas. With his strength, the Golden Lion would find it no easy feat to swallow Lord Bayou without losing a few teeth. Nami and the others nodded in agreement. In a corner, Smoker and Iska, who had returned with the ship, involuntarily nodded in concurrence. I too have faith in him. Karp exhaled a deep breath, the clouds of despair on his face lifting slightly. It seems that young lad has found himself a commendable crew and friends. Do not worry. I will urge Sengoku to mobilize all Marine forces to search for Bayou. I absolutely refuse to believe my precious grandson could perish. With that proclamation, Karp leapt down onto the dock. Sengoku and Tsuru, who had been waiting there, quickly approached him. As old comrades, they understood the extent of Karp's power and were genuinely concerned that he might lose control and go on a rampage. Well, Vice Admiral Karp, back so soon? I thought you would take at least half a month before returning. A multitude of dazzling lights gathered to form the figure of Kizaru on the dock. Karp's expression froze before he erupted in anger. Kizaru, why have you returned? Did you not promise to search a few more days for me? Sengoku and Tsuru also displayed surprise. They were well aware of Karp's request. Kizaru is here at my behest. A deep voice resonated through the crowd as the gathered Marines quickly parted to make way for the cold-faced Akainu. To send a Marine admiral personally to search for a newcomer had become a jest upon the seas. 3 days was already the limit. If Bayou had perished at the hands of the Golden Lion, no amount of extra time would change that. Insanity. Sengoku and Tsuru's expressions shifted dramatically. They recognized that Karp was a powder keg. Anyone who ignited him would face dire consequences. Akainu was treading dangerous waters with his reckless words. Akainu, you are courting death. Karp bellowed, the pinned-up fury of many days erupting like a tidal wave. The soldiers stationed there turned pale, and even Akainu and Kizaru's faces grew somber. As admirals, they were hailed as the strongest forces, yet facing Karp, the legendary Marine hero, was an entirely different kind of pressure, far more terrifying than challenging Sengoku. A moment's misstep could cost them their lives. Karp, you must cease this at once. We are at Marine headquarters. Do not lose your mind, Sengoku urged, stepping in front of Karp to dissuade him. Tsuru, standing beside him, tensed, ready to intervene if necessary. Do not worry, Sengoku. I have my wits about me. Karp replied coldly, casting a glance at Akainu. I hold great confidence in my grandson. He possesses not only the demeanor of an admiral but also the potential to become the future Marine King, something beyond the comprehension of those with superficial perspectives. The Marine King? A hint of disdain flickered across Akainu's face as he coldly scoffed. I am quite curious to witness what this future Marine King looks like. However, the longer he remains missing, the lower the chances of survival become. It has already been 5 days. I advise Vice Admiral Karp to prepare himself mentally. Akainu, silence yourself. Sengoku roared. If you have nothing of value to contribute, then be on your way to work. No one will accuse you of being mute for saying less. Faced with Akainu's provocations, Sengoku nearly lost his composure, ready to retaliate. He understood that Akainu was deliberately trying to undermine them. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I am here to discern the truth behind your proclaimed Marine King. Now that he is lost, my presence here serves little purpose, Akainu declared before turning to leave. Kizaru, with a smirk, followed suit. Apologies, Admiral Sakazuki. If you wish to assert your dominance, then I, Bayou, have come to disrupt your little show. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. The recognizable tone brought astonishment to Karina and the others, quickly followed by expressions of unrestrained joy. Even Karp was no exception. Little brat. Where are you? Come out, and let your grandpa have a look. Karp exclaimed, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Yet, after a thorough search, he found no sign of Bayou. Look, something seems to be falling from the sky. Someone shouted in alarm. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the heavens, their nerves taut with anticipation. Boom. The resounding sound of a sonic boom echoed incessantly. The first sight to catch their attention was a figure enveloped in a golden light within a skull-shaped silhouette, plummeting towards them with the force of a meteor. Quick, get out of the way. Sengoku suddenly snapped to attention, shouting urgently. Bang! As the square abruptly collapsed. A web-like network of cracks spread instantaneously. A furious shockwave surged forth, sweeping across the entire area. Those naval soldiers caught unawares were directly hurled aside by this force. Faced with the sudden aerial assault, even the likes of Akainu and Kizaru could not help but resort to elemental transformation to evade the onslaught. However, at that very moment, the gaze of everyone present converged upon the center of the ruins. They were fervently eager to discern whether the figure descending from the heavens was Bayou or the beast King Kaido. This nearly suicidal entrance was utterly shocking. The swirling dust dispersed with the sea breeze. Bayou emerged from the ruins, holding a wine jug, his unscathed demeanor eliciting gasps from the crowd. It was Bayou, the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp, miraculously returned alive. Was he a monster? The force he generated upon descending from the sky was immense, yet he remained unscathed. Reminiscent of Kaido of the Beasts, it was said that during his last visit to headquarters, Kaido had similarly attempted suicide. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. This unexpected spectacle shattered their perceptions, especially recalling the derisive remarks made earlier by Akainu and Kizaru. Many instinctively glanced at the two admirals, eager to gauge their expressions. Sengoku stole a glance as well, breathing a sigh of relief before striding forward. Young man, it is enough that you have returned. Karp nearly overturned the Navy headquarters for your sake. Now that you are here, the matter of your recommendation as a candidate for Admiral by Ghost Spider and Karp should be brought to the agenda. If 70% of the headquarters supports you, You will become the youngest admiral candidate in Navy history. With a few years of effort, you might even secure a position as an admiral. Sharing the legacy of a bygone era, Sengoku was well aware of the formidable power of the Golden Lion and the troublesome nature of the float fruit. Bayou's escape from his clutches was a testament to his exceptional abilities. Becoming an admiral is no easy feat, however. Surviving under the Golden Lion's command is indeed worthy of celebration, Akainu remarked coldly. Just then, a figure hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, rushing to Bayou's side. Looking down at the two ancient sabers beneath Bayou's feet, he quickly flipped through a tome in his hands. Iskar, what is happening? This is not the appropriate occasion for you. Smoker transformed into smoke and appeared beside Iskar. Everyone knew that this was a covert power struggle among the upper echelons of the headquarters. They, as subordinates and ensigns, were merely cannon fodder. Ignoring Smoker's advice, Iskar scrutinized the tome, comparing it repeatedly until, in sheer terror, he exclaimed, Bayou. The two legendary blades you are standing upon are the swords of the Golden Lion Shiki, Sakazuki, and Kurumi, aren't they? The crowd fell silent, particularly Sengoku and Karp. Their nerves taut, quickly turning to the source of the revelation. The sight that met their eyes made their pupils contract, nearly causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. Staring at the swords Bayou had used as footrests, Sengoku gasped, Are they truly the Golden Lion Sakazuki and Kurumi? How did they come to be in your possession? What happened to the Golden Lion? Bayou took a sip of his wine and replied with a hint of resignation, These two swords, I suppose, are remnants he left behind for me. Remnants? Sengoku stood frozen, as did everyone else present, their astonishment palpable. The casualness with which Bayou spoke drew everyone's attention to the significance of the word remnants. Does this imply that the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, has met his demise? Bayou, I now solemnly pose a question to you. Has Gold Lion Shiki indeed perished? Sengoku inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with utmost gravity. The tension among the gathered individuals heightened, their expressions tinged with urgency. Even Akainu and Kizara hesitated to depart at that moment. Ultimately, he withdrew the helm from his head. As if conceding, Bayou nonchalantly took a swig of potent liquor, remarking that he was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary in the East Sea, albeit regrettably not in his prime, which felt somewhat squandered. His words resonated like an incantation, echoing throughout the dock, lingering in the air. Observing the expression of lament on Bayou's face, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Some even found themselves unable to suppress a gulp. According to Bayou, he had not merely slain the fabled Gold Lion Shiki. He now deemed Shiki to be somewhat lacking, perhaps even contemptibly weak. Is this madness? No. It should be said, they are the ones who have lost their sanity. Haha, Akainu, did you hear? My grandson not only escaped from the clutches of the great Shiki, the Golden Lion, but also dealt with him decisively. Karp burst into laughter. If even the Golden Lion is no match for him, I dare say the position of admiral candidate is secure. Sengoku, you ought to consider appointing Bayou as an admiral. I believe he possesses sufficient strength now. An 18-year-old admiral. This would mark the youngest in the history of the Marine headquarters. A series of statements reverberated through the hearts of all present. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. Karp's suggestion appeared utterly audacious. However, the fact that Bayou could single-handedly slay the Golden Lion Shiki undeniably speaks volumes about his capabilities. 25 years ago, he and Karp had jointly imprisoned the Golden Lion and impelled down. No matter how much Shiki's strength may have waned over the course of 25 years, Sengoku was acutely aware that that battle was no trivial matter. The very fact that Bayou could achieve such a feat alone is telling enough. Vice Admiral Karp, to suggest that this young lad be made an admiral based solely on your subjective word and a pair of swords seems rather frivolous, Akainu remarked coldly. If such a notion were to spread, and it turned out to be a mere fabrication, should the Golden Lion Shiki still be alive, what would become of our Marine headquarters reputation? Furthermore, let us not forget, this young man has only just set foot in the Marine headquarters today. He is still unclear on the foundations of our cause, and whether he possesses true justice in his heart. As a staunch proponent of the military, Akainu has always had his eyes set on the position of Fleet Admiral, seeing himself as the foremost among the three admirals. The mere thought of an outsider being parachuted into the role of admiral candidate has already irked him. Now, to elevate him directly to the rank of admiral, making him the youngest admiral in the history of the Marine headquarters, is an even greater affront. Is this not a direct comparison? How can one aspire to compete for the position of admiral in the future? Akainu, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for my grandson? Karp bellowed in fury. You must be well aware of what a renowned sword means to a swordsman. The Sakura tin and the withered tree are the very lifeblood of the Golden Lion. Their possession by my grandson is a clear indicator of his fate. Furthermore, the Golden Lion is a true madman. If he were still alive, could Bayou possibly return unscathed? With the prized sword taken, his survival would have long been impossible. Additionally, you just implied that my personally trained grandson has foundational issues. What do you mean by that, Akainu? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall ensure that you do not leave unscathed. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted once more, akin to a hurricane. The naval officers and soldiers present turned pale instantly. Typically, Karp exudes a cheerful demeanor, often appearing forgetful. Yet today, in a span of merely 10 minutes, he has erupted in fury twice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This situation has rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Enough of this. Do you two intend to become the laughingstock of our faction? Sengoku bellowed in fury. I shall arrange for someone to investigate the demise of the Golden Lion. However, with both Sakura and Withered now in Bayou's possession, given my understanding of the Golden Lion's character, it is likely that his fate is grim. As for the position Bayou will assume next, that is a matter for him to decide and subsequently submit for our deliberation. Only when the votes of the faction's leaders reach 70% can such a matter be enacted. It is not something that can be determined by mere words from you two. The atmosphere in the room fell into an oppressive silence. The wrath of the three great leaders could inadvertently ignite trouble for themselves. Many present took a few steps back, eager to distance themselves from the unfolding drama. Yet, in light of the current predicament, numerous individuals instinctively turned their gaze towards Bayou, eager to discern the thoughts of this somewhat formidable figure. As the tense atmosphere began to dissipate slightly, Sengoku managed to temper his anger, letting out a deep sigh. Bayou, do not let the earlier incident trouble you. The Navy headquarters is a vast institution where differing opinions frequently arise. However, I wish to know your thoughts on the matter. Not long ago, during a conversation with the transponder snail, I received a report from Karp. Sengoku had never anticipated that Bayou would one day be recommended for the position of Vice Admiral. Now, he could scarcely believe that the Golden Lion had fallen at Bayou's hands, granting him the qualifications to aspire to the rank of Admiral. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this a place for idlers? Many instinctively cast their gazes towards Karp. Indeed, where there are grandfathers, there are grandsons. Among the Navy headquarters, the most notorious idle figure is likely Karp, who, despite bearing the esteemed title of Navy hero, flounders in his position as a vice admiral. Ahem, Bayou. You are still young. Once I retire, this position will be yours, Karp said, his old face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. However, aside from this old man's position, the most leisurely individuals should be Sengoku and the admirals. Do not be fooled by the seemingly serious demeanor of Kizaru. He often slacks off. As for Akiji, he is currently cycling about, oblivious to his destination. As for the position of Admiral-in-Waiting, it is quite demanding. Always having to monitor the four emperors and traversing the vast seas. Choose your position wisely. Once selected, resignation is not an option. Kizaru's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. After all, his superior, Sengoku, was present, and he too held the rank of admiral. While others might see the truth yet remain silent, only Karp, the old rogue, dared to stir the pot publicly. Kid, you do not intend to be an idle admiral, do you? Akainu said with a stern expression. Bayou grinned menacingly. Admiral Sakazuki, you truly are like a worm in my belly. That is precisely what I am contemplating. If given the choice, why should I not select the most leisurely position available? Boom. A searing heat erupted from Akainu, an aura of murderous intent instantly locking onto Bayou. The floor beneath them seemed unable to withstand Akainu's fury, gradually melting into magma. Nearby Navy soldiers were forcibly pushed back by the overwhelming pressure of his aura. Karp, a Navy hero with enigmatic strength, still held a measure of caution towards Akainu. Now, he faced a young upstart, repeatedly challenging his authority in public. With a breath, Akainu found it hard to swallow. Akainu, how dare you harbor murderous intent towards my grandson? You are courting death. Karp's expression darkened, and he was about to take action when Bayou reached out to stop him. As the figure stepped forward, the tension among the onlookers reached its peak. They were eager to see how this rising star would confront the murderous intent of an admiral. Grandfather, this is my affair. Allow me to handle it, Bayou said, patting Karp's shoulder. After taking a swig of liquor, he grinned with bloodlust. An admiral wishes to kill me. What a delightful fortune. This is a worthy opponent. At the very least, I can engage in a battle without reservations. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura, mixed with Conqueror's haki, erupted like a tidal wave. The resulting tempest surged skyward, piercing through the heavy clouds as if stirred by invisible hands. Centered around Bayou, the ground shattered, spreading cracks like spider webs. The vast dock felt as though it were being crushed by an unseen mountain, and some less experienced Navy soldiers collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. In the blink of an eye, thousands were affected. This was Conqueror's haki, reaching a level of tangible harm. In the New World, such overwhelming presence could likely only be matched by Shanks himself. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. However, that man had decades of experience spanning the old and new eras to reach such a height. This young lad, not yet 20, had already achieved such mastery of Conqueror's haki. His future accomplishments would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sengoku's murmurs were not loud, yet in this context, they rang out sharply. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, such an assessment could not be taken lightly. Sengoku, now is not the time for shock. Hurry and restrain these two. Tsuru's eyes also flashed with astonishment as she urgently shouted, "Everyone, heed my command. Immediately attend to the unconscious individuals and inform those who came to spectate to retreat. They must not approach within 10,000 meters, or they risk being overwhelmed by the aura." Conqueror's haki had rarely appeared upon the seas. At the Navy headquarters, even the three admirals lacked it. Only Karp and Sengoku possessed such power. Now, Bayou had rarely exhibited haki comparable to Shanks. Tsuru intended to use this opportunity to provide the other Navy soldiers with a practical lesson. "Bayou, quickly retract your haki. We can discuss matters slowly," Sengoku said in a grave tone. "Akainu, you too." When Bayou was recommended as a candidate for admiral, Sengoku already anticipated complications. He never expected that in just a month, Bayou's achievements would gallop forward like a wild horse, directly aiming for the position of admiral. What was most absurd was that Bayou's desire to become an admiral stemmed entirely from his ambition to prove himself. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, your suggestion is commendable. However, rather than suppressing, why not allow us to clash? A true man resolves issues with his fists. I believe Admiral Akainu feels the same way." Bayou grinned with bloodlust. The flames of conflict had already been ignited. The trousers were halfway off before he revealed that relatives had come. Such matters are absolutely intolerable when it comes to the ruthless heart of Gingmu Jianba. "Little brat, your words are, without a doubt, the most melodious I have heard since our encounter," Akainu remarked with a face of frost. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, should this fellow manage to endure under my hand for 5 minutes, I shall concede he possesses the qualifications to be a candidate for the position of Marine Admiral. If he can withstand for 10 minutes, I would raise no objections to your nomination of him as an admiral, provided that he still draws breath." In an instant, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Glancing at Karp and Tsuru, they exchanged a knowing look before Karp spoke. "Sengoku, this approach is quite sound. Rather than remaining at odds, it would be preferable to engage in a decisive battle and let our fists determine the victor." "I concur with Karp's suggestion." Sengoku fell silent, and after several seconds of contemplation, he let out a resigned sigh. "Very well, since none of you have objections, we shall settle this through combat. However, it must be a controlled fight." "Excellent," Bayou exclaimed with a bloodthirsty grin. After all the discussions, he was finally able to engage in battle with justification. Taking a swig of strong liquor, he directed his gaze at Akainu, who was several meters away. With a resounding crash, the liquor flask shattered, and Bayou's overwhelming aura reignited once more, this time infused with a unique and boundless killing intent akin to that of the Assassin Wu Liuqi. All those present in the square felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation surging from their feet to their very minds. A singular thought raced through their heads. How many lives had this youth claimed to possess such a formidable killing intent? With a powerful stride, Bayou propelled himself forward, his speed reaching its zenith as he traversed the distance in an instant, appearing directly before Akainu, still stunned by the oppressive killing intent. Akainu barely had time to react before the demon blade Murakumo, shimmering with golden light, came crashing down upon him. The ferocity of the attack was unparalleled, the blade's force extending over 10 meters. No one anticipated Bayou's ruthless approach from the outset. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting as he regained his composure. With molten magma swirling in his right hand, he countered with a fierce punch. Hellhound. Boom. The tremendous waves of energy from the clash of the blade and the molten magma erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward for hundreds of meters. Sengoku and the others were alarmed. Urgently commanding, quickly retreat from the dock and square. All spectators must prioritize their safety. This is likely a battle of admiral-level proportions. The naval officers and soldiers exchanged astonished glances, unprepared for the confrontation's escalation. However, witnessing a direct clash between two admirals was undoubtedly the finest lesson they could have. Instantly, thousands of eyes were fixated on the battlefield, eager to witness how the situation would unfold after this initial clash. Boom. The unending magma erupted, shattering the blade's energy. The residual force surged towards Akainu. His expression darkened, as one of the strongest forces of the Navy, possessing the Logia-type magma fruit. He had honed his powers to their utmost. He feared no emperor. To be outshone by a mere fledgling would be a disgrace. Thus, in response to Bayou's assault, Akainu had no intention of retreating. His only goal was to assert his dominance and overpower him. Great Hellhound, Akainu growled, unleashing a torrent of molten magma with a fierce strike. Boom. The colossal magma hound surged forward, shattering the blade's energy. In the next moment, propelled by a wave of scorching winds, it lunged at Bayou. Boom. The magma splattered, engulfing Bayou entirely. A flicker of triumph glinted in Akainu's eyes as he prepared to strike again. Boom. A blinding golden light erupted, overturning the searing magma. A figure enveloped in a skeleton of pure spiritual pressure barreled through the massive Hellhound, exploding it upon impact. Without a hint of extravagance, Bayou advanced, his blade poised for a decisive strike. Akainu's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated Bayou's combat style to be so recklessly aggressive. As he beheld the rapidly approaching attack, he hastily raised his hand to shield himself with a wall of molten magma. Boom. The explosive force reverberated outward, the shockwave sweeping across the vicinity as molten fragments scattered. Akainu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the distant embankment. The tremendous impact caused the sturdy structure to fracture, embedding Akainu, clad in crimson, into the debris. Everyone was left astounded, witnessing the admiral being so effortlessly dispatched. Akainu had indeed underestimated his opponent. Yet this moment underscored the raw power Bayou possessed. Damn you, you little brat. I will kill you. Akainu roared in fury. The embankment behind him transformed into molten rock. As an admiral of the Navy, he had tirelessly cultivated an image of an invincible, cold-hearted figure. He had never anticipated that the facade he had painstakingly built over decades could be shattered in an instant. This humiliation is intolerable for Akainu. Indeed, such emotions are essential in battle. Without the fervor of rage and the intent to kill, what excitement could there be in a fight? Bayou, with a bloodthirsty smile, felt the blood within him ignite rapidly with rising battle fervor. Observing the enraged Akainu, his figure blurred as he swiftly closed the distance. In the lexicon of Kenpachi Zaraki, there exists no notion of technique or embellishment, only the raw intensity of close-quarters combat. Little brat, you're seeking death, Akainu bellowed, his right hand having amassed molten magma to its utmost limit, transforming into a colossal magma hound that lunged towards Bayou. In Akainu's eyes, as long as Bayou exhibited the same madness as before, directly confronting this strike, the massive head formed of magma would easily ensnare him, completely reversing the situation. However, as this thought flickered through Akainu's mind, a more terrifying scene unfolded before him. Enveloped in a golden light, Bayou was swiftly covered by an inky layer of haki. With a bloodthirsty grin, he accelerated to collide head-on with the magma hound. Boom. The searing magma was violently detonated. Amidst the chaos of the colossal hound being torn asunder, a frenzied figure reappeared before Akainu. In his grasp, the cursed blade Muramasa erupted with a blood-red radiance, cleaving downward with formidable force. Great fire! Akainu roared, unleashing his fruit's power to its zenith. Endless magma erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, directly bombarding Bayou. At such a close range, Akainu believed that the immense heat wave from the magma would effortlessly drive his opponent back. Yet, just as this thought emerged, numerous blade waves surged forth from the magma, instantly shredding the great fire attack. Bayou, akin to a bloodthirsty specter, forcefully broke through. The golden skull formed by his overwhelming spiritual pressure had indeed shattered significantly. His body, cloaked in haki, bore numerous areas engulfed by magma. However, Bayou paid no heed to any of this. In the midst of battle, injuries merely served as motivation to push forward. Confronting the near proximity of Akainu, he wielded the cursed blade Muramasa once more, unleashing a radiant strike downward. Bang! The massive dam spanning dozens of meters was utterly obliterated by the blade wave. With swirling clouds of dust and debris, Akainu was propelled over 100 meters away. He quickly recovered from the molten state, though his usually pristine attire was now tattered with several gashes. Had he not activated his elemental transformation beforehand, he might have been compelled to endure that strike. Nevertheless, reflecting on his initial intention, he was determined not to yield an inch, intent on overpowering Bayou. This audacious notion was utterly annihilated, leaving nothing but a shattered shell. The naval commanders and soldiers observing from a distance exchanged wide-eyed glances, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Some could not suppress an anguished inquiry that pierced the soul. Is the admiral truly being overwhelmed? In response to this question, even the upper echelons of the Navy, including Sengoku and Karp, were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock and confusion. Instinctively, a remark slipped out. By heavens, my grandson's prowess in combat is truly formidable. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement from those present. Even the typically nonchalant Kazara felt a profound resonance. Suddenly, dozens of slashing waves of energy erupted like fireworks, colliding with molten lava in a display of unparalleled ferocity. The sky was awash with splattering lava, evoking a tempestuous downpour of chaos. With each clash, the entire plaza trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, the surroundings crumbling inch by inch. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that an 18-year-old youth could contend with the Navy's most formidable forces to such an extent. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as two figures were sent hurtling apart. Akainu's countenance darkened ominously as he regarded the bloodthirsty determination in Bayou's eyes from several meters away, his fists clenched tightly. You little brat. I refuse to believe you're unafraid. Meteor volcano. With a resounding boom, torrents of searing magma erupted from Akainu, igniting the leaden clouds overhead and transforming them into a fiery haze. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically, enveloping everyone in an oppressive heat akin to being trapped in an oven, causing even the skin to tingle uncomfortably. Sengoku's expression shifted drastically as he bellowed urgently, Akainu, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to obliterate the entire Navy headquarters? Cease at once. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was acutely aware of Akainu's formidable capabilities. The meteor volcano technique was Akainu's most powerful and frequently employed area attack, capable of annihilating an island with ease. It exemplified the overwhelming advantage of the Logia-type devil fruit over other varieties. Fleet Admiral, this attack cannot be halted now. If I can withstand it, I will relinquish my position as Admiral, regardless. Akainu's face was a mask of fury, his fiery gaze locked onto Bayou as he roared. You little brat, let us see how long you can continue this arrogance. With a thunderous crash, the observation haki honed in on Bayou, and the magma that had amassed in the sky surged downward, piercing through the leaden clouds. A torrent of molten fists, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, rained down upon Bayou. In that moment, the entire world was bathed in the crimson glow of molten rock, as onlookers beheld a scene akin to the apocalypse. Their faces etched with disbelief. Is this truly the manifestation of genuine fire? How splendid! This is the essence of a fierce battle. Bayou grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. With a swift motion, he cast aside his weighted training attire. Boom! The immense force caused everyone's pupils to constrict sharply. They gazed in disbelief at the dam that had been shattered, its surface fracturing like a spider's web. Just moments ago, Bayou had been engaged in an intense clash with Akainu, exchanging blows back and forth. Initially, they believed that this was the pinnacle of Bayou's capabilities, never imagining that he possessed such additional weight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is nothing short of sheer madness. In mere moments, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed. Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, utterly unprepared for Bayou's reckless audacity. He glanced upwards, witnessing the descending meteor firestorm, and with a sudden clenching of his right hand, he unleashed another devastating punch. A torrent of flames erupted. The scorching magma gushed forth like a blazing inferno, cascading down upon Bayou in an instant. At that moment, Akainu disregarded his earlier words, knowing that if he could just hold on for a fleeting moment longer, the situation would be firmly under his control. With a thunderous boom, a powerful shockwave rolled back. And amidst the splattering magma, Akainu's molten assault surged forth uncontrollably. Bayou, who had been charging forward at high speed, momentarily hesitated. Akainu's eyes gleamed with a flicker of delight. The meteor firestorm, guided by observation haki, rained down upon Bayou like a torrential deluge. The sound of explosions was deafening, each meteor striking the plaza and the port of Marineford, tearing them apart. The thick ground could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering under the pressure. Everything within a radius of several kilometers was consumed by the molten flow. In an instant, the entire Justice Plaza and the dock were submerged in magma. This scoundrel is playing tricks. He clearly stated it would be a single decisive blow. At this critical juncture, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Nami's face paled as she shouted in indignation. If something were to happen to Lord Bayou, I will not let you off lightly. Calm down, girl. My grandson is not so easily defeated, Garp retorted, his expression grim, though his words betrayed indifference. Nonetheless, he instinctively clenched his fists. Garp had been observing Akainu's repeated targeting of Bayou. He was not one to quarrel, but if his grandson were to suffer due to such petty maneuvers, Garp would not easily forgive Akainu. Humph, Garp, do not set your hopes too high. That young brat did not evade my meteor firestorm and could not even sense it with observation haki. I believe he is either gravely injured or dead. I suggest you hurry and organize a rescue. Akainu fixed his gaze on the seething magma in the plaza, his observation haki unwavering. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in horror as he witnessed a figure emerge from the molten sea, covered in magma. The bloodthirsty grin remained intact, and his eyes were completely consumed by frenzied battle intent. At that instant, as the magma cascaded down, revealing numerous burn injuries, dark energy surged forth, devouring much of the molten substance. The sight of those ghastly wounds left everyone in stunned silence. In Bayou's hand, the cursed blade Murakumo erupted with radiant black light as he cleaved towards Akainu. Insanity. Witnessing this scene, all understood the true meaning of a life-and-death struggle. Bayou, resembling a battle demon, epitomized this ferocity. Akainu's expression turned to one of disbelief as he beheld the figure rapidly approaching. With no time for contemplation, he retaliated with a strike of his dog-tooth red lotus, intending to force back this frenzied young demon. However, before the thought could fully form, the onlooker's eyes widened in terror. A fight to the death. Without a shred of hesitation, as the dog-tooth red lotus surged forward, Bayou, with the weight of a mountain, charged directly into it. With a resounding crash, the colossal canine was shattered by Bayou's relentless assault. In the next moment, with the cursed blade Murakumo glowing intensely with black light, he unleashed a downward strike. Dark binding, dimensional slash. As the blade descended, darkness enveloped the heavens. Akainu's hastily erected defenses crumbled like paper at that moment. Blood erupted from his shoulder as the impact tore through to his abdomen, crimson liquid spraying forth. The immense force unleashed not only shattered his Busashoka haki defense, but also sent Akainu hurtling backward like a cannonball. This time, the barrier had been breached. Akainu plunged headlong into the depths of the ocean. In a moment of desperation, he bore the excruciating pain and prepared to utilize his elemental transformation to escape. Alas, the powers of the devil fruit within him rendered him immobile, akin to a boulder, leaving him utterly paralyzed in that critical moment. There was no time for transformation. He could only plummet into the sea. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding waters erupted violently. The frigid ocean, once chillingly cold, began to bubble and churn at that very instant. However, this boiling fury was short-lived, dissipating within mere seconds. The vast square, filled with onlooking Navy personnel, suddenly awakened to the urgency of the situation. Don't just stand there. Hurry and rescue Akainu. He can't swim. Sengoku bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. This battle is inevitable, and a victor must emerge. However, the loss of a commanding officer of the naval headquarters due to such circumstances is something the warring states period cannot permit. In a moment of shock, everyone hastily plunged into the sea to render assistance. Observing this scene, Karp did not hesitate and swiftly made his way towards Bayou. Bayou, are you all right? What you did was reckless. How could you dare to confront a meteor volcano head-on? What if you were unable to withstand it? As a stalwart of the old era, Karp fully understood the formidable nature of the Logia-type devil fruits. Even he would not dare to confront hundreds or thousands of meteor volcanoes directly. Bayou's audacious action truly rattled everyone's nerves. Don't worry, old man. It's merely a slight burn, Bayou replied, glancing at his scorched arm. During the final clash, he had even resorted to dark magic. Otherwise, relying solely on intermediate haki and the manifestation of extreme spiritual pressure, it would have been nearly impossible for Bayou to contend with Akainu's meteor volcano. Yet, it was precisely this audacity that allowed Bayou to catch Akainu off guard and deliver a heavy blow. The sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Alas, there is no way to compel Sasaki to unleash his full power and manifest the awakening of his fruit abilities. Otherwise, it would truly be a fierce battle. Bayou retrieved a bottle of strong liquor and took a swig directly from it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This individual is undoubtedly playing with fire. Engaging with such a person is a nightmare unless one possesses sufficient strength to overpower them. Bayou, I shall end your life. Bang. In the vast ocean, two figures surged forth. Apart from the burning mountain, Akainu was clearly assisted in breaking the surface of the water. However, in comparison to an ordinary landlubber, a being like Akainu, who is infinitely close to the pinnacle of power, was not immediately extinguished by a brief immersion in seawater. Feeling the molten magma within him stir once more, Sengoku hurriedly positioned himself between Bayou and Akainu. Enough of your antics. If you wish to fight, take it to the new world. Do not act recklessly within the headquarters. Look at the state of the plaza after your recent clash. The costs of repairs will be deducted from your future rewards. Furthermore, regarding the wager we all heard, Akainu, should you strike again, do not say I did not warn you. Bayou, you too must temper your ferocity. His thunderous roar reverberated like rolling thunder. Karp, sensing the moment, clapped a hand on Bayou's shoulder and remarked, let us cease for today. There will be ample opportunities to battle formidable foes in the future. If you are dissatisfied, I am more than willing to oblige. The glint of bloodthirsty battle intent flickered across Bayou's face as he considered Karp's proposition. Sengoku's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, a ludicrous thought flashing through his mind. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This battle will undoubtedly be heralded far and wide. However, Akainu never anticipated that his overconfidence would transform what was meant to be a display of might into a stepping stone for another. Admiral Sakazuki, though your wound has momentarily loosened its grip, the sight of the gruesome gash upon your chest still stirs a sense of unease within you. It's but a minor injury. It shall not claim your life. Akainu inhaled deeply, forcing down the stabbing pain emanating from his wound. Since acquiring the magma fruit and ascending to the rank of admiral, he had lost track of the last time he sustained such an injury. Gazing at the young adversary before him, Akainu spoke with icy contempt. You little brat. I never imagined you were so deeply concealed. It seems you too possess the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. If I am not mistaken, that last strike of yours was infused with the powers of the dark fruit, was it not? The mention of the dark fruit caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically, including Karp and Sengoku. The grotesque nature of the dark fruit was well documented in the Devil Fruit Compendium. In the original narrative, Blackbeard had his sights set on this fruit after learning of it from the compendium. Currently, Akainu's misfortune was being attributed to the dark fruit, which left everyone in a state of shock. Bayou, are you truly a devil fruit user? Do you possess the Logia-type dark fruit? Sengoku inquired urgently. If Bayou's earlier display of formidable haki and techniques akin to a great swordsman had already instilled a sense of awe, then the revelation of his possession of the dark fruit, an extraordinarily powerful ability, undeniably qualified him to stand among the admirals. Admiral Sengoku, are you referring to this power? Bayou extended his right hand, and a swirling black vortex rapidly coalesced within his palm. In the next moment, an immense force of attraction surged forth uncontrollably. All those standing nearby were caught off guard by this sudden pull, struggling to maintain their footing. The sole consolation was that this force was quickly reined in after its release. Yet, having experienced that fleeting moment firsthand, the way everyone gazed at Bayou transformed entirely. Possessing the power of the three-colored haki, the prowess of a great swordsman, and the dark fruit, such an unparalleled combination of abilities could easily position him as stronger than the current three admirals. While the three admirals were indeed masters of haki, they primarily wielded the two-colored haki and focused more on the development of their devil fruit powers. Bayou's mastery across the board suggested that once unleashed, he could indeed rise above his peers within the ranks of admirals. In that instant, they finally comprehended why Karp consistently spoke of the might of the Navy. Such prowess is indeed beyond reproach. Young one, you have truly concealed your hand. Sengoku's expression faltered momentarily as he hastily inquired, why did you not employ your fruit abilities in battle earlier? Have you just acquired the dark fruit and not yet mastered it? I recall that within the world government, there exists a record of the previous devil fruit user's mastery. If you wish, I could assist you in acquiring a copy. Initially, Sengoku was entangled in how to report the promotion of the admiral to the Gorosei. However, everything that Bayou has demonstrated undoubtedly serves as a flawless response, leaving no need for justification. No, I do not require any records, Bayou replied, taking a swig of his drink. I disdain the notion of cheating with my fruit abilities. That would ruin the essence of the battle. I prefer the intimacy of hand-to-hand combat. I appreciate your goodwill. Admiral Sengoku, if there is nothing further, I would like to take my leave and rest. After departing from Sky Island, Bayou had traversed for 5 consecutive days using his energy to wield his sword, finally arriving at the Navy headquarters. Considering the recent skirmish, Bayou had engaged in combat with 3 formidable foes in rapid succession, a frequency even he found somewhat taxing. Moreover, with the system in place, mastering the combat techniques of Yejin Jiejia would eventually come to him with ease. There is no need for concern at all. If one must worry, it should rather be about where to seek worthy adversaries for the impending battle. To disdain the use of devil fruits? The spectators present felt a palpable tension in the air. Is this the largest Versailles-style venue? Or is it simply that the opponents encountered are so weak that they lack the qualifications to even utilize the devil fruit? In response to this remark, Akainu nearly lost his composure and was on the verge of erupting. Sengoku opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words, yet, surveying the mess before him, he gestured dismissively. Very well, since you have your own plans, I shall not interfere further. Karp, please take Bayou down to rest. By the way, the cost of repairing this square will be deducted from you and Akainu, so don't turn your backs on me later and come looking for a fight. Haha. Rest assured, Sengoku, if my grandson seeks vengeance, I shall be the first to enjoy the spectacle of your embarrassment. Karp laughed heartily and promptly led Bayou away. At that moment, he was bursting with joy, eager to share his thoughts with Bayou. As for Nami and the others, they exchanged glances and quickly followed suit, leaving behind the stunned naval commanders and soldiers. A day later, a news article from the naval headquarters detonated throughout the New World. Upon deciphering the contents of the newspaper, everyone realized that this sea was about to undergo a monumental transformation. In the New World, aboard a colossal ship resembling a whale, a massive figure, drenched in intravenous fluids, was pouring alcohol into his mouth, occasionally squinting at the newspaper in his hand. Old man, trouble is brewing. An extraordinary terror has emerged from the naval headquarters. A hurried voice broke the silence. Soon, Diamond Jozu, clad in black armor, strode in, brandishing a fresh newspaper. Jozu, what calamity has unfolded? I just took a brief nap, Marco remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a reproachful glance. Jozu's expression shifted, and he promptly sealed his lips. As the ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco was acutely aware of Whitebeard's health condition. Without the intravenous fluids and his Phoenix Fruit's extraordinary abilities, Whitebeard's physical state would likely have deteriorated significantly. After all, not everyone is a veritable monster like Karp. Marco, the old man isn't quite an elder yet. What could possibly disturb my peace? Whitebeard chuckled heartily, taking another swig of his drink. It wouldn't be about the Navy discovering the body of the infamous Golden Lion Shiki and Sengoku and Karp throwing a tantrum, would it? That Golden Lion, after more than 20 years, shows up targeting a new recruit in the Navy. Such disruptions to the unspoken rules of the sea are simply outrageous. In the vast ocean, whether pirate or Navy, as long as a newcomer does not overstep their bounds, the 4 emperors and the top-tier naval forces disdain to act against them. Otherwise, with monsters like Karp lurking at the gates, crews of the 4 emperors, including Whitebeard and others, would hardly have a chance to venture outside. Now, with the Golden Lion actively targeting Bayou, especially with Karp's grandson involved, it indeed raises eyebrows. Old man, could you refrain from consuming so much alcohol? It's detrimental to your health, Marco urged helplessly, taking the newspaper from Jose's hands. The moment he glanced at the newspaper's front page, his expression froze in shock. What has transpired, Marco? Is there something particularly noteworthy in the newspaper? Whitebeard inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Marco, being one of the most valued sons after Odin, rarely displayed such astonishment. Old man, the naval headquarters has announced that the super rookie Bayou, who went missing 5 days ago, reappeared yesterday in Marineford. Not only did he possess the relics of Golden Lion Shiki, Sakura Tin, and Deadwood, but he also, in front of the entire Navy, defeated Admiral Akainu by a hair's breadth and has been recommended as the 4th Admiral of the Navy, shattering the long-standing equilibrium among the 3 admirals. Marco hastily presented the newspaper. Just 5 days prior, they had laughed at Bayou's audacity in following the Golden Lion, presuming a grim fate awaited him. Little did they anticipate that in the span of a day, such explosive revelations would emerge. The fourth admiral of the Navy, the slayer of the legendary Golden Lion Shiki from the old era, defeating Admiral Akainu by a mere fraction. This series of achievements is truly astonishing. The fourth admiral? Captain Marco, is what you say truly credible? Standing at the back of the crowd, enjoying a cherry pie, Teach chuckled nonchalantly. To defeat Admiral Akainu. Could it possibly be a mere performance orchestrated by the Navy headquarters? What prowess could a mere 18-year-old possess? As the most prominent figure of the Whitebeard pirates. In Teach's eyes, it seemed that no matter how tumultuous the world outside became, as long as it did not affect him, he could lazily pursue the dark fruit within the Whitebeard pirates. Teach was not mistaken. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old brat. What capabilities could he possibly have? It is indeed plausible that this could be a self-directed play by the Navy headquarters, intended to suppress his pirates. I assert that such petty tricks would only succeed if that youth remained hidden within the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, once he sets sail and encounters true formidable foes, the so-called fourth admiral would undoubtedly be exposed, bringing shame upon the Navy headquarters. I can only imagine the expressions of those fellows at that moment. The atmosphere instantly ignited with fervor. Every member aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, has long navigated these treacherous waters. It can be said that none present, not even Marco, the most cherished junior of Whitebeard, could confidently claim that they could secure victory against the three major admirals of the Navy. To withstand the direct assault of the three admirals would already be a remarkable feat now. Suddenly, an 18-year-old youth emerges, claiming to have defeated the long-established Admiral Akainu by a narrow margin. Such matters are seldom met with belief. The newspaper asserts that this naval newcomer is not only a master swordsman, but also possesses the power of the three-color haki, along with a suspected natural-type devil fruit ability. Marco spoke with a grave expression. If the reports are indeed accurate, even if he has not defeated Admiral Akainu, he must possess considerable strength. A natural-type devil fruit? The attendees collectively gasped. The admirals are deemed the strongest in history largely due to their natural-type abilities. Should he truly wield such a power, his position as an admiral would be almost assured. Captain Marco, I heard that kid hails from the East Blue. What kind of natural-type devil fruit could possibly emerge from such a barren land? I'm genuinely curious. Thatch said, casually munching on a cherry pie. Suspected to be a natural-type dark fruit. Marco's face darkened. Thatch abruptly spat out the cherry pie. Snatching the newspaper, he scrutinized the article, and his pupils constricted in shock. At that moment, Blackbeard felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. He had infiltrated the Whitebeard pirates for so long, drawn by the prospect of the strongest emperor and the greater chance to obtain the dark fruit. Now, the Navy's fourth admiral was suspected to have acquired the natural-type dark fruit. Had Blackbeard's years of lurking been in vain? Thatch, what is troubling you? Marco frowned, concerned for his contemporaneous elder. And no, it's nothing. I'm merely curious about the true strength of this Navy's fourth admiral, Thatch replied, forcing a stiff smile. Yet he crushed the cherry pie in his hand. Faced with the loss of the dark fruit, only one thought remained in his mind. However, executing this plan would undoubtedly be challenging. Just as these thoughts surfaced, an absurd notion flashed through Thatch's mind, prompting him to speak hastily. Father, recently in the Grand Line, a young man named Portgas D. Ace has emerged, reportedly also a natural-type devil fruit user, wielding the fire fruit. I've heard through the grapevine that his bounty will soon surpass 100 million. Now the Navy headquarters aims to appoint an 18-year-old kid as their fourth admiral. Why don't we recruit this pirate supernova into the Whitebeard pirates and seize this opportunity to diminish the Navy's prestige? If successful, a natural-type devil fruit user would undeniably bolster Father's might. His words cascaded like cannon fire across the deck. Marco and the others were momentarily stunned by Thatch's unexpected proposal. Portgas D. Ace? Whitebeard mused, his brow furrowing. Thatch quickly retrieved the previously collected newspapers and handed them over. He was particularly attentive to the emergence of natural-type devil fruit users, having preserved Ace's articles. His sole intention in suggesting this was to elevate a pirate supernova. Traditionally, the Navy and pirates are at odds. Should a pirate rise to rival the Navy's supernova, a confrontation would be inevitable for the sake of honor. When that time comes, Thatch would have the opportunity to reap the spoils. Of course, had he known of the relationship between Whitey and Ace, he would have certainly slapped himself in realization. Gazing at the vaguely familiar face in the newspaper, Whitebeard pondered for a moment before declaring, This lad has managed to raise his bounty to 100 million berries in just a month. He appears to possess some strength. A natural type fire fruit? Quite intriguing indeed. The article also mentions that his greatest desire is to challenge me, which seems like fate. However, whether he can join the Whitebeard pirates will depend on his ability to withstand our trials. Marco, I entrust this matter to your full discretion. I hope you won't disappoint me. Rest assured, Father, I will handle this matter effectively, Marco replied, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Yet he readily accepted the task. The Whitebeard pirates had not recruited a core member in quite some time, and the position of 2nd Division Captain had long remained vacant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This method, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, is certainly preferable to the fruits of one's labor falling into the hands of others. Undoubtedly. Had Bayou been aware that the scheme devised by Teach to outwit him involved his younger brother, he would have retorted with a scornful fool. Meanwhile, as the Whitebeard pirates stood in astonishment, the remaining emperors of the sea received the news as well. Within the confines of the colossal skull that housed the castle on Onigashima, a massive figure was indulging in drink, listening to reports from the surrounding pirates. A sinister grin crept across his face as he erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ha! Jean, did you hear that? The Navy's announcement of their 4th admiral is a mere inexperienced child. Is it true that the Navy headquarters has run out of capable personnel and requires my assistance? Indeed. Brother Kaido, you are correct. With such frail limbs, I could easily snap him in two, Jack replied expressionlessly. Beside him, Queen displayed a disdainful, amused smile. In their eyes, any individual capable of ascending to the ranks of formidable power on the seas must, like them, have endured the trials of time. Only Jean, the strategist of the beast pirates, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Lord Kaido, I have heard that this young lad has slain the Golden Lion and acquired his famed sword. To attain the rank of admiral, he must possess some degree of strength. The sudden appointment of a new admiral by the Navy headquarters signifies that, in addition to the 3 prominent admirals, they would be allocating additional resources to confront the shifting tides of the sea. Thus, our dealings with the Joker must be approached with heightened caution. The Joker? Kaido's expression darkened instantly, his grip tightening on the bottle, which shattered with a resounding crack. His voice turned icy. Humph. A mere newcomer without even the corpse of the Golden Lion to his name. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Besides, that fool Shiki has long since deteriorated into a senile old man, his strength nearly extinguished. I could eliminate him with ease. If the Navy headquarters dares to impede my transactions with the Joker, they must not blame me for being unmerciful. I will personally fly to the Navy headquarters for a confrontation. I wish to see the despair etched upon the face of this 4th admiral when faced with my presence. Ha! You speak true, Kaido. Such a moment inspires me to sing a triumphant tune. Queen laughed heartily, quickly immersing himself in the moment. Jack, with eyes ablaze like a wild dog ready to pounce, caused Jean to wince in immediate discomfort. Kaido was undeniably powerful, though it remained uncertain whether the Navy headquarters possessed the means to contain him. Yet, the thought of the Emperor Kaido occasionally contemplating self-destruction was not lost on him. Such an act, reminiscent of Versailles, undoubtedly reflects a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the New World, the red-haired Shanks gazes in astonishment at the newspaper in his hand. Captain Shanks, is this not the young lad who claimed to be Luffy, whom we encountered in Windmill Village? He never anticipated that, after a brief absence, the boy would ascend to the ranks of the Navy, swiftly rising to the esteemed position of the 4th admiral, thereby shattering the long-standing convention of the 3 admirals. It seems we have indeed misjudged the situation, Captain Shanks. Have we mistakenly placed our bets on the wrong horse in this new era? The cacophony of voices prompted Shanks to furrow his brow. In Windmill Village, he had meticulously sought out a candidate, diligently inquiring before selecting Luffy as the pivotal figure to disrupt the old order. This is not to say that contemporaries like Sabo and Ace lack merit. Rather, their backgrounds pale in comparison to that of Luffy. One is the grandson of a naval hero, Garp, while the other is the offspring of a revolutionary. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The smile that graced her lips sent a shiver down the spines of those who beheld it. As the offspring of Charlotte Linlin, they were acutely aware of the implications behind their mother's smile. Unexpectedly, within the Navy headquarters, the established order of the 3 admirals was shattered by the emergence of a 4th, youthful admiral, possessing formidable strength at the tender age of 18. His physical prowess must indeed be remarkable. Perispero seized the opportunity to bring him back to me. I desire to bear his child, echoed the resounding voice of Big Mom throughout the castle. If Bayou were to learn that he had caught the attention of such a formidable figure, he would undoubtedly lament his flamboyant demeanor, which had led him to become an admiral merely to pass the time. As the news spread like thunder, it reverberated across the seas, captivating not only the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, but also stirring intrigue throughout the vast ocean where information flowed. In no time, the tale of the 4th Admiral's ascendance reverberated through the seas, with the renowned newsman Morgans tirelessly reporting it for 3 consecutive days. This headline was met not with disdain, but rather with a curious fascination. As the morning sun poured down like shards of gold upon the Navy headquarters plaza, a striking figure, bare-chested and exhibiting well-defined muscles, relentlessly wielded a wooden sword. Each stroke summoned gusts of wind that swept across the plaza, drawing the attention of passing naval soldiers. This illustrious individual was no stranger to them. He was heralded as the soon-to-be 4th Admiral of the headquarters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This grand training method stirred even the high-ranking naval commanders who were covertly observing, evoking a sense of fervor reminiscent of their youthful days. They were oblivious to the fact that the Admiral of the Navy headquarters had previously undergone such rigorous training. Among the 3 admirals, one was a sloth, another a mere performer, and the last a grim-faced warrior. Only Bayou appeared somewhat normal, with a sunlit visage exuding ambition. As he observed the synchronized movements in the formidable phalanx of soldiers, a trace of satisfaction gradually surfaced on Sengoku's face. Indeed, the decision to strongly advocate for Bayou to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy, despite the pressure from the 5 elders, was remarkably astute. Yet, the daunting challenge posed by the 5 elders still weighed heavily on Sengoku's mind. With a resounding thud, Bayou's wooden sword delivered the final strike. A white wave of energy converged at the tip of his blade, instantly transforming into a streak that effortlessly cleaved a boulder several meters away in 2. The naval officers present were taken aback by this spectacle. Undoubtedly, Admiral Bayou was exceptional. While they had only completed a mere 1,000 strikes, he had finished 10,000. Uffed, I've only managed 700, one lamented. I'm stuck at 500, another added. Look at that green-haired fellow next to Admiral Bayou. He seems quite formidable, having completed 5,000 strikes. The atmosphere erupted into excitement. Initially, they, like Zoro, believed Bayou's training regimen to be the simplest of tasks. However, as time passed, they realized the folly of their assumptions. With each strike they completed, Bayou had already surpassed them by several folds. The speed at which he progressed felt not just unending but also imbued them with a sense of despair that was insurmountable. Only Zoro, fueled by an intense drive, desperately pursued excellence. Nevertheless, even in this frantic chase, he was merely achieving half of Bayou's feats. Zoro was acutely aware that this seemingly honorable achievement was only made possible by Bayou's leisurely pace. If Bayou were to truly exert himself, Zoro believed his pride would be utterly shattered. In just over a month since setting sail with Bayou, his initial desire to surpass him had morphed into a frantic quest to bridge the widening gap between them. Zoro experienced an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. The sole silver lining was that, with the aid of weighted wristbands, he felt a significant enhancement in his own strength. Unfortunately, when it came to haki, he had only grasped a rudimentary sense of its essence and remained unable to fully wield it. Such achievements have garnered the admiration of Bogart, who lauds him as a diligent genius. Unfortunately, when compared to Bayou, Zoro feels disheartened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily slicing task, earning a reward of 0. 1 unlock points. Current unlock progress has reached 34. 5. The ethereal voice of the system resonates. Bayou lets out a resigned sigh. During his encounter with Enel in the Sky Island, he only received 1. 5 unlock points, and 3 days prior, his battle with Akainu ended inconclusively, granting him 2. 8 unlock points. After 2 days of rigorous training, he has finally elevated his progress to 34. 5. Only 0. 5 remains until the next unlock. However, with the advancement in unlock progress, Bayou gradually realizes that the system has become cunning. Defeating opponents alone does not necessarily yield substantial unlock points. Take Enel, for instance. who, despite possessing the nature-type rumble-rumble fruit, was entirely oblivious to the concept of haki. Bayou's defeat of him merely awarded him 5 unlock points. This undoubtedly brings a tinge of disappointment. It seems that the forthcoming selection of worthy adversaries will require considerable thought. However, what took Bayou by surprise was the considerable reward of shopping points granted by the system this time. Host, Bayou Strength, 2000 Speed, 2100 Stamina, 2250 Dao Power, 3500 Main Template. Genre Sai Shigekuni Yamamoto, 34. 5. Subordinate Templates. Shadow Assassin Wu Liuqi, 100. Yejin Jieda, 50. Skills. Instant Step, Ultimate Spiritual Pressure, Dual Sword Technique, Iron Cutting Realm, Tricolor Dominance, Dark Magic. Weapon, Demon Blade Muramasa, Demon Blade 1000 Edge Version. Sakura 10, Withered Wood Shopping Points, 2800. Gazing at what was once a simplistic panel, it has now become remarkably substantial. Bayou remains acutely aware of the system's peculiarities. When could an ordinary person transform from a blank slate into a vibrant tapestry in an instant? It would likely require at least 3, 5, or even several decades of effort. The fact that Bayou accomplished such a monumental journey in just over a month, if known, would likely provoke the 5 Elder Stars to take action against him. Particularly noteworthy is the Dao power, which surged from a mere 500 to an astonishing 3,000. It may seem minimal at first glance. However, when the powers of various templates converge, the resultant strength has already surpassed the original work, which possessed a mere 4,000 in Dao power, manifesting the abilities of the animal-type devil fruit, Liuqi. One must ponder, what formidable means of existence could rival the ultimate spiritual pressure, the unparalleled killing intent, and the augmentation of dark magic from other dimensions? When all these elements are fully concentrated upon Bayou, the Dao power he unleashes undoubtedly exceeds 10,000. This also serves as the foundation of Bayou's audacious close-quarters combat. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system mall has successfully refreshed. The ethereal chime resonated at the opportune moment. Bayou involuntarily raised an eyebrow, sensing that this system might indeed be a timely blessing. Yet, contemplating the system's landlord attribute, the freshly acquired 2,800 system points, still warm to the touch, would likely be swiftly depleted. Nevertheless, should he manage to consume all 2,800 points in one go, Bayou was eager to discover what wares the mall might offer this time. System, open the mall interface for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. The mall page has been refreshed. Following the 2 consecutive notifications, Bayou felt a fleeting sensation before the mall interface unfurled before his eyes. As he swiftly browsed the latest 2 product listings, his eyes brightened with excitement as he scanned the items. Celestial Bean, originating from a certain world. This singular bean possesses the ability to restore an individual from the brink of death, valued at 300 points. Modified Gravity Training Room, hailing from a certain world. This facility allows for arbitrary adjustments to gravity for high-pressure training, boasting a 50 chance of enhancing the awakening of haki, valued at 2,500 points. By heavens, Bayou could hardly contain himself. Particularly upon seeing the second item, the Modified Gravity Training Room. The prospect of enhanced physical training through gravity adjustment was indeed impressive. However, what truly astonished Bayou was the revelation that this modified training room could potentially increase the awakening probability of haki by 50%. If the system were not jesting with him, then this training room was nothing short of extraordinary. In the realm of One Piece, awakening haki, even with specialized training, demands considerable time and effort. Moreover, one must possess immense opportunity and undergo arduous combat experiences to attain even a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening. In the original narrative, Kobe risked his life to intercept Akainu, awakening his observation haki amidst the life and death thrill. The earlier CP9 members did not possess even the basic forms of haki, not from a lack of desire, but due to the absence of opportunity. Now, a product that emerges from the system's refresh could elevate the awakening probability of haki by 50%. Should others become aware, they would undoubtedly rush in droves towards the Modified Gravity Training Room. However, it stands to reason that such an extraordinary item would come with significant usage requirements, wouldn't it? The moment the thought emerged, Bayou promptly dismissed it. Such a grotesque product. What significance does a minor flaw hold? He declared, System, immediately assist me in exchanging all the products. Ding. Congratulations, host. A total of 2,800 system points have been successfully exchanged for the products. The items have been transported into the system space. The ethereal notification echoed once more. As Bayou gazed at the system interface, witnessing the points once again depleted, he experienced a sensation of liberation from the system's relentless demands for the first time. A training facility that could enhance the probability of awakening one's haki by over 50%. Should the outside world become aware of this, it would undoubtedly incite another wave of astonishment. In this new world, haki indeed thrives. However, it does not imply that everyone can master it. Among 100 individuals, having even one adept is considered remarkable. Nevertheless, there are peculiarities in this new realm, such as on the Island of Nine Snakes, where the prevalence of haki has led to an increase in individuals possessing dual-colored haki. Yet, with the guidance of predecessors, one can merely find it somewhat easier to sense the aura of haki. Opportunities to elevate the awakening probability are exceedingly rare. Currently, a modified gravity training chamber can augment the awakening probability by a remarkable 50%. This is truly extraordinary. Bayou exhaled a deep breath, swiftly exiting the system, and glanced at Zoro by his side. Zoro, do you wish to awaken your haki? Awaken haki? Zoro momentarily froze, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword in his hand, and spoke urgently. Captain, I certainly wish to awaken my haki. Rest assured, I have already begun to comprehend the flow of energy. According to my estimations, within 2 months. No, within a month and a half, I will undoubtedly achieve this. I understand that the challenges you face in the new world will be against even more formidable foes, and I will not allow you to be embarrassed. A torrent of words spilled forth, each laced with a hint of determination. In that moment, Zoro came to realize how foolish it had been to linger in the East Blue all these years, especially after witnessing Bayou's overwhelming strength. He now yearned to dedicate every hour of the day to training. Captain, we will also master haki as swiftly as possible. We will not bring you disgrace. I am a gentleman, and since it is my duty to protect the ladies, I shall strive earnestly. Captain, you mentioned that the 98K has certain requirements for haki. I have been diligently exploring the flow of energy lately. Just then, Nami and the others happened to arrive. Their combat styles differed significantly, with only Zoro engaging in slashing training under Bayou's guidance. However, ever since the incident with the Golden Lion, not just Zoro, but even Nami had intensified her training. Even Bayou himself was taken aback. If possible, could you guide me in mastering haki? Iska squeezed her way through the crowd. It was her first time accompanying Bayou for morning training, and this very reason left her once again in awe of him. After Bayou executed 10,000 strikes, she barely managed to reach 1,700. The vast disparity made her realize just how immense the gap was between her and Bayou. Although you are not my direct subordinate, we share a certain affinity. I happen to be considering testing a method to enhance the chances of haki awakening. If you wish to try, you are welcome to join, Bayou remarked, casting a glance at Iska. Have you sensed the flow of energy? The method to enhance haki awakening? Iska paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. I have begun to faintly perceive the energy, yet I have been unable to awaken it. General Bayou, do you truly possess a way to increase the chances of haki awakening? Her urgent inquiry startled everyone in the square, including Smoker, who was not far off, puffing on a cigar. Within the Navy headquarters, the significance of haki was well understood by all. During this period, even Smoker has been secretly exploring. Now, as Bayou suddenly brings this up, it stirs a flicker of competitive spirit within Smoker. Iska, General Bayou, is an awakened user of the 3 types of haki. Perhaps he possesses some insights on awakening. But do not harbor overly high hopes, Smoker intoned gravely. Genius cannot be mass-produced. Iska, regaining his composure and realizing his earlier lapse, quickly added, General Bayou, I apologize. If it is inconvenient, I can explore on my own. After all, General Bayou mentioned that this training is specifically for the direct subordinate troops. If I push too hard, it may lead to unwanted outcomes. Well, as I stated before, it is merely a test. Naturally, should your assessment yield favorable results, it would not be surprising if you were inclined to join my ranks, Bayou declared, taking a swig of strong liquor. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he strode directly towards the open expanse of the square. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the modified gravity training room concealed within the system's space crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust that momentarily left everyone in a state of astonishment. The means by which 100 humble abodes are conjured from thin air is undeniably astonishing. General Bayou, do you intend for us to enter and elucidate the secrets of awakening our haki? Iska could not help but interject. If it is of utmost importance and must remain undisclosed, Iska could forego learning. Silence, Zoro commanded, All of you, step inside. This is a specialized training room capable of enhancing the probability of haki awakening through external forces. Bayou pushed open the door to the heavily modified gravity training room. The interior bore an uncanny resemblance to the gravity training facility within Bayou's recollections, albeit enhanced by the system with an extraordinary function. However, if Bayou's memory served him well, both Kakarot and Vegeta had greatly benefited from the gravity training room when awakening their Super Saiyan forms. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the system's modifications. General Bayou, you assert that this room can elevate the chances of haki awakening? Smoker questioned. Cigar in hand, his brow furrowing in skepticism. Are you certain this is not merely a private indulgence? Zoro and the others fell silent, as it seemed too fantastical to be true. Whether it works or not is not for mere words to convey. Let us enter. Bayou grinned with a predatory gleam, taking a swig of his drink. He could hardly be bothered to explain the system's offerings. Were it not for their shared naval allegiance, Bayou would have been disinclined to reveal the modified training room. Faced with Bayou's resolute determination, Zoro hesitated only briefly before being the first to step inside. As crew members, the foremost principle is to always trust the captain. With Zoro's lead, Sanji lit a cigarette and promptly followed suit. Viewing Bayou's promised opportunity, regardless of its authenticity, as a challenge he could not afford to ignore, Karina and Nami exchanged glances before also entering in succession. Iska, initially contemplating retreat, felt compelled to follow after catching a glimpse of Bayou's intriguing gaze. She was uncertain of the confidence behind Bayou's words, but sensed a wager was at hand. As all figures vanished behind the door, Bayou swiftly closed it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this not akin to closing the door and turning on a private stove? Bayou remains outside, while those within ponder how to enhance their chances of awakening their domineering spirit. Smoker, with a cigar perched between his lips, wears an expression of utter confusion. Bayou, however, remains unfazed, his thoughts shifting as he peruses the instructions for the modified training room. Indeed, this modified training room requires 24 system points for each day of use, with 1 point deducted for every hour. As today marks its inaugural use, the first day is complimentary. The method of utilization is remarkably straightforward. With the increase in gravity, the effects extend beyond mere physicality, delving into the mental realm as well. By harnessing past fears to stimulate latent potential, Bayou reflects on why the Admiral has yet to enter. Could it be due to his presence? Iska, unable to contain himself, gazes at the closed door. Iska, be silent, Bayou replies coolly. Every one of your movements is under my surveillance. I will activate this training room, which will progressively intensify the gravity, applying pressure to both your body and mind. I hope you will successfully awaken your domineering spirit. Increase gravity? Zoro and the others are momentarily taken aback. This concept is indeed novel to them. Yet, before they can fully grasp the situation, the lights within the room suddenly dim. A crimson display flashes the number 1. Before Zoro and the others can react, they are suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of pressure encircling them. Their bodies feel as though they have become leaden. However, this is merely the beginning. The crimson numeral transitions from 1 to 2, as the gravitational pressure mounts once more, imparting a sensation akin to being filled with lead upon their bodies. For Zoro, who is accustomed to weight training, this is merely the beginning of an arduous challenge. The sudden shift in gravity could still be temporarily adapted to. However, for Nami and Karina, their bodies were the first to succumb, collapsing against the wall. What astonished Zoro and the others was the sight of Nami and Karina, eyes tightly shut, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying, their faces etched with a struggle. Bayou, observing all this through the system's conveniences, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had anticipated that activating the modified training room would require some time to yield results. To his astonishment, Nami and Karina had entered the state so swiftly. According to the system's description, for an individual to trigger the effects of the modified training room, they must first enter a certain state. Without this state, even if gravity were increased 100-fold, haki would remain dormant. Bayou had been concerned whether Karina and Nami's petite limbs could withstand the gravitational strain. He never imagined that the effects would manifest at just double the gravity. Observing the two, drenched in sweat and struggling, Bayou resolved to intensify the challenge. Threefold. Buzz. The space within the modified training room trembled violently. As Iska and the others felt the weight on their bodies increase, the fear and struggle evident on Nami and Karina's faces reached a pinnacle. In the next moment, their eyes flew open, and an unusual energy erupted within them. The pitch-black hue of armament haki swiftly enveloped their fists, although this layer of haki gleamed faintly, giving the impression of being easily dispelled. The miraculous awakening of haki in just a minute or two in the modified training room left Zoro and the others utterly bewildered. Did they truly invest considerable time in capturing and refining their haki, seeking its awakening, only for it to appear so trivial in the hands of Bayou? Merely within the confines of a single room, they effortlessly achieved their awakening. This very fact ignited a restless fervor within the hearts of Zoro and his companions. Even Karina and Nami, the two paragons of beauty aboard their vessel, were able to awaken their haki with ease. They could not fathom that they themselves were incapable of such a feat. Nami, Karina, please step forward, Bayou exclaimed, equally astonished. The modified training room seemed devoid of any symbols indicating an awakening, yet its efficacy surpassed his expectations. However, the triple gravity was already at its limit for Nami and Karina. Continuing further could potentially lead to them being crushed by the overwhelming force within. With this thought in mind, Bayou willed the doors of the modified training room to open. Nami and Karina staggered out, nearly exhausted, collapsing into nearby chairs as they gasped for breath. The bizarre scene left everyone momentarily speechless. To their eyes, Karina and Nami had only been inside for a fleeting minute or two, emitting a loud cry before rushing back out. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. 5 minutes have already passed. As she staggered out of the modified training room, an unmistakable joy surfaced upon her weary cheeks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this a case of addiction to torment? What truly lies within? Even Smoker could not restrain himself and hastily approached, inquiring, Iska, what transpired within? Why does everyone wear an expression of contentment? Were you not supposed to be learning methods to awaken your haki? A barrage of questions erupted. Under different circumstances, Smoker would not have displayed such a lack of composure. Yet, the increasingly bizarre events compelled him to lose his calm. Smoker, you will soon regret not having followed them inside. What unfolds within will soon be revealed to you. Iska exclaimed, a fervent expression adorning his face. I never imagined the awakening of haki could be so effortlessly smooth. Indeed, Bayou wholeheartedly concurred with Iska's description. At the very least, observing the three women, Karina and her companions, the process of awakening their haki appeared to flow as seamlessly as water. This signifies that it is not solely their talent and fortune that have brought them to this point, but also that Bayou possesses a discerning eye. However, Bayou, while contemplating this, continued his actions with unwavering precision. As the gravity within the modified training room escalated rapidly, Sanji called out after a minute. 2 minutes later, Zoro echoed the call. Observing the two weary figures, drenched and crawling out, one might genuinely suspect that these two robust men were engaged in something peculiar within. Minutes later, Bayou downed several shots of strong liquor. Beside him, Smoker could no longer contain his impatience. General Bayou, did you not mention you would guide them in awakening their haki? When will you begin? Everyone was eager to glean from his experience. Initially, Smoker had maintained a degree of restraint. Yet, as time passed and the situation grew increasingly bizarre, doubts began to cloud his mind. The soldiers gathered around, their expressions brimming with urgency. After all, in the Navy headquarters, the paths to distinction were limited to 3, acquiring the powers of a devil fruit, mastering the 6 Navy styles, or awakening haki. Regrettably, while these may seem straightforward, their actual execution is an arduous endeavor. Even consuming a devil fruit necessitates a stroke of luck. Now, with the rare opportunity to learn from the youngest and most extraordinary general, how could anyone remain calm? What do you mean by begin? Bayou grinned with a predatory glint, taking another swig of his drink. The training has already concluded. They have awakened their haki. What? Smoker was momentarily stunned. Karina and the others caught their breath, and with a knowing smile, they immediately manifested their newly awakened haki, though their haki was still rudimentary. Smoker's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, his pupils dilating to their utmost. During this period, he has been in the company of Zoro and others. They are quite aware of their ignorance regarding haki. To put it another way, they might conspire to deceive him. However, Iska, who is his contemporary, along with Smoker, knows him well. All along, he has relied on the powers of his Logia-type devil fruit to maintain a significant advantage over Iska. Now, Iska has suddenly awakened haki. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The aroma of this substance is truly enticing. Meanwhile, within the marshal's office, a gathering of 7 or 8 figures convenes. Apart from the foremost warlord, Sengoku, alongside Tsuru and Karp, the 3 admirals are also present. Their gazes occasionally drift towards the documents laid out on the table, originating from the world government. Sengoku, taking the initiative, speaks first. I believe you can all surmise the reason for this assembly. The Gorosei have agreed to propose Bayou as the 4th admiral, but it is contingent upon him accruing a certain amount of military merit, thus legitimizing his position and silencing any dissent. This document contains the detailed tasks he is to undertake. The purpose of this meeting is to solicit your opinions. If there are none, I shall proceed with the arrangements. I have no objections, Karp declares, casually popping a rice cracker into his mouth. Tsuru, standing beside him, silently nods in agreement. Akiji and Kizuru, adopting a rather nonchalant demeanor, maintain their silence. Only Akainu, wearing a stern expression, interjects with a cold huff. Marshal Sengoku, while the tasks at hand are important, establishing a direct subordinate unit is equally vital. That young man has just ascended to the rank of 4th Admiral. He will need time to integrate with his subordinates. Rather than sending him out on missions immediately, it would be prudent for him to remain at headquarters for a while, ensuring cohesion and discipline, rather than presenting a disorganized front while navigating the external world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, this time. Bayou has ascended to the position of the 4th Admiral, while Akainu has become merely a stepping stone. Ignoring his proposal would reflect poorly on Sengoku. Bang. The office door was abruptly flung open. The pent-up fury within Akainu transformed into an overwhelming pressure that surged towards the reckless Navy soldier who had barged in. The immense weight of his aura caused the soldier to collapse to the ground with a thud. What insolence! Who permits you to intrude into the Admiral's office? Identify yourself and let me hold your superior accountable for this breach. Akainu thundered. The Navy soldier turned pale, opening his mouth yet failing to utter a word. Akainu, he is my messenger. I had just sent him to summon Bayou. However, such a lapse is unprecedented. Sengoku intervened sternly. Island. What has transpired to cause such a breach of decorum? Sengoku inquired. Admiral Sengoku, I had no choice. A brawl erupted outside. The soldiers are fighting over the opportunity to awaken their haki with the assistance of Admiral Bayou. The Navy soldier blurted out, his words spilling forth. What? Sengoku's expression froze as he barked. Clarify this immediately. What does the awakening of haki have to do with Bayou? Even if he is indeed explaining the methods of awakening haki, does the Navy lack discipline to the point where they resort to violence? Sengoku was already troubled by the new recruit who had shattered the Justice Square 3 days prior. Now, the soldiers were clashing again. Could it be, as Akainu suggested, that he needed to remain at headquarters to mature? Admiral Sengoku, I have mentioned that the boy possesses remarkable strength, yet he has not emerged from the training camp. And thus, he may indeed lack adherence to protocol, Akainu remarked with a sneer, considering the fact that he was taught by Vice Admiral Garp. You scoundrel, Akainu, Garp exclaimed, crushing the sunbae in his hand. However, before he could unleash his fury, the Navy soldier, with a stutter, continued, No. It is not Admiral Bayou who incited the chaos. It is primarily because he possesses a method that significantly increases the chances of awakening haki for those who can sense it. I have heard that among the 100 brothers previously trapped in sensing, nearly 50 have awakened their haki. The soldier continued, due to this reason. Everyone is eager to know if they can awaken their haki, which led to the brawl over a single opportunity. Admiral Bayou mentioned that the chances for awakening are running low, and even those on leave or in training, as well as the station brothers, are unable to contain their excitement and have rushed to the small square. At this moment, 30,000 soldiers have gathered, completely overcrowding the area. Admiral Sengoku, I had reserved a spot. May I attempt it first? Island exclaimed before dashing off, faced with the temptation of the life-altering opportunity to awaken haki. All decorum had clearly been cast aside. The remaining individuals in the office were left in a state of disarray. In a mere half hour, they had neglected the newly appointed 4th Admiral, and now chaos had erupted. Furthermore, the severity of the situation seemed pronounced. The office fell into an eerie silence as they watched Island vanish without a trace. Sengoku and the others felt a sense of disorientation. They had all practiced haki. And as a former admiral, Zephyr had integrated his experiences into the training curriculum for the Navy's recruits. Yet, such commotion had never been stirred in all the years prior. 30,000 Navy soldiers converging in the small square. This was nearly depleting the headquarters personnel. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sengoku glanced out the window. The sight of the surging crowd sent shivers down his spine. Sengoku, if you wish to see, feel free, Garp said, stuffing a piece of senbei into his mouth and laughing heartily. Sengoku shot him a glare and retorted angrily, I don't believe for a second that you are not curious. Haha, of course I am curious. After all, he is my grandson. Garp laughed heartily and dashed out. Sengoku nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Yet the matter of collective haki awakening occupied his thoughts, and he hurriedly followed. I shall also take a look. Would you like to join? Tsuru glanced around before departing as well. Kizaru and Akiji, two typically indifferent figures, clearly shared their curiosity about the unfolding events and silently followed suit. Only Akainu, with a grim expression, struggled for a good half-minute before he begrudgingly followed behind. His face darkened. The small square was already packed to the brim with 30,000 Navy soldiers, all jostling for space. Faced with the opportunity to awaken haki, each individual was determined to thrust themselves into the throng. For the majority of the Navy soldiers, this was not merely a chance to attempt. It represented a pivotal turning point in their lives. Consider if one were fortunate enough to awaken haki, while it may not stand out in the New World. It could still prove significant in the Four Seas or even the first half of the Grand Line, granting them the means to safeguard themselves in the treacherous seas. Make way. I've been trapped in the sensing phase for 2 years, and I will surely succeed. Pfft. There are others here who have been stuck in sensing for 10 years. You should step aside. I've been at it for 15 years. Even if the Admiral himself arrives today, there will be no mercy. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Observing the frantic crowd pushing towards the center, Sengoku's face darkened. Haha. Does Admiral Sengoku also intend to intervene? Garp laughed heartily, and the previously raucous Navy soldiers fell silent. Though they spoke defiantly, their bodies instinctively shuffled aside. Garp wasted no time, swiftly leading Sengoku through the throng. However, as they delved deeper into the crowd, their astonishment grew. In just a few minutes, they witnessed numerous junior officers and even some distinguished non-commissioned officers awakening their haki. Upon reaching the center of the gathering, Tsuru's expression turned grave as she spoke. Sengoku, I roughly calculated that approximately 92 individuals have awakened their haki. If we conduct a meticulous tally, that number will likely increase. Increase? Sengoku's expression shifted slightly, and he struggled to maintain his composure. I recall that last year, the Navy headquarters reported around 180 individuals who had newly acquired haki. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The scene is resplendent, evoking a profound sense of awe. For on the registration list, there are unfamiliar faces. Among them, aside from a few newly appointed officers, there are also several exceptional recruits. Presently, they all exude an aura of dominance. A testament to the fact that gathering 30,000 individuals in this place is no trivial matter. The probability of awakening their latent powers seems to be no mere jest. Who, in their audacity, summoned you all here? This is the naval headquarters. Do you not adhere to any decorum? Akainu's expression darkens to an extreme. Just moments ago in his office, he was questioning the cohesion of Bayou's influence. However, as he ventures further into this small square, he observes that even many of his own subordinates have congregated here, awaiting the awakening of their latent powers, or perhaps they have already experienced their awakening. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This scene momentarily left the naval personnel in a state of astonishment. Soon, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. General Bayou, how could you have concealed the training room? We wish to experience it as well. General Bayou, we have been queuing for quite some time. General Bayou, regardless of what transpires, we stand firmly behind you. The cacophony of voices transformed the small square into a tempest of excitement. Initially, those who gathered here were merely indulging in idle gossip. However, having witnessed a miracle firsthand, they now congregated in anticipation of hope, especially as they observed numerous individuals achieving success, recounting the mysteries and wonders of the training room. Within just a few minutes, they awakened a formidable aura that had eluded their comprehension for years. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In this moment, all naval soldiers were drawn in, their gazes filled with murderous intent. At this juncture, Sengoku dared to bet on the situation. The entire navy harbored a desire to eliminate Akainu. The vast square suddenly became suffocating. Akainu's expression was one of utter dismay. As an admiral, he had never been subjected to such scrutinizing looks. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed that one day he would be branded as an enemy over a dilapidated building. However, now Akainu felt an anger he could not express. Faced with Bayou, who had dismantled the modified training room, he dared not further provoke these naval soldiers. Should a surge of outrage ensue, could this admiral, already in the wrong, truly withstand the onslaught? If such a confrontation were to occur, he would likely lose all public support within the Navy, rendering his aspirations of becoming a Navy marshal utterly futile. Sengoku's demeanor also shifted, astonished by the overwhelming support Bayou garnered in a mere half hour. Yet, as a strategist, he understood an essential truth. No one would offend those who create opportunities for themselves, unless one intended to remain a mere bystander for life. For individuals like Bayou, who had the potential to enhance the awakening of their haki, this was a critical realization. This indeed deserves reverence. However, as I absorbed the atmosphere surrounding me, it grew increasingly somber and oppressive, and Akainu's face became a shade of blue, twisted with tension. Sengoku, not one to mince words, let out a sigh and remarked, Bayou, it was not Sakazuki's intention. The recent disturbance caused by the Navy headquarters was indeed somewhat significant. So please do not take it to heart. I am also quite curious about the method you employed to enhance the probability of haki awakening among everyone. This is something even Zephyr could not achieve. Initially, I was quite tempted to appoint you to Zephyr's position. In the recruit camp, the Navy's 6 powers constitute the most fundamental course, primarily because the difficulty level is significantly lower than that of haki. Yet now, it appears that Bayou is capable of facilitating the mass awakening of haki among a large group of individuals. If this could be implemented within the training camp, over time, the number of haki users within the naval headquarters would undoubtedly surge. One can only imagine encountering pirates at sea in the future, with an entire ship full of haki wielders ready to confront them. Does this feel exhilarating? Indeed, it is utterly delightful. Hiki, as a general from the Warring States period, I certainly do not blame General Sakazuki. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, took a swig of wine and remarked, the enhancement of the haki awakening probability is, in fact, a technique I inadvertently acquired while developing my fruit abilities, a method to guide potential. That dwelling is merely a fusion of my fruit abilities, designed for my convenience and control. However, the recent activation of potential has already depleted a significant portion of my strength, and I shall be unable to continue in the short term. Ladies and gentlemen, should you wish to awaken your haki, I will notify you next time. This rationale, conceived by Bayou from the outset, attributed everything to the enigmatic dark fruit. It was evident that Sengoku could find no fault. Oh, just a hair's breadth from my grasp. Why must I be denied the chance to awaken? Should I succeed in awakening my haki, I would undoubtedly pass the next officer examination. If it were possible, I would willingly exchange a decade of my youth for a single opportunity to awaken. In the square, a cacophony of lamentation erupted. However, in light of Bayou's resolution, none dared to act impulsively. Though unspoken, many internally laid the blame squarely on Akainu. Perceiving the shift in atmosphere, Sengoku sighed in resignation, gesturing for calm. Enough, disperse now. I understand your grievances, but General Bayou's fruit abilities have been exhausted. He has tasks ahead, so allow him a moment to recuperate. Let us not forget, he is the 4th Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the opportunity to awaken haki will eventually come to you all. In due course, I will arrange for personnel to register you, proceeding in an orderly fashion for awakenings. As long as you can sense the energy, everyone will have a chance. However, I must caution you, should you linger here and delay your respective duties, the opportunity for awakening will be forfeited. His words resonated with an undeniable authority. The 30,000 Navy soldiers gathered in the square initially paused in surprise, but soon dispersed in unison. Those who had successfully awakened their haki cast grateful glances at Bayou before departing. In an instant, the square was left with only Bayou and his companions. Observing the swift clearance orchestrated by Sengoku, Bayou raised an eyebrow in intrigue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this something even the marshal desires to sever? This is indeed rather terrifying. Ahem, my dear fellow. Let us postpone discussions of slaughter for another time. Sengoku cleared his throat and swiftly diverted the topic. The reason I have come to see you today is to inform you that the 5 Elder Stars have consented to your promotion as the 4th Admiral. However, they stipulate that you must demonstrate sufficient military merit to firmly secure this position. This shall be your task. Sengoku handed over the prepared mission documents. Bayou had already anticipated that the role of 4th Admiral would not be easily attained, and upon examining the tasks outlined in the documents, his brow furrowed in concern. Travel to Alabasta to collect the Heavenly Gold? The Heavenly Gold refers to the protection fee paid annually by the member nations of the world government. Alabasta, once a superpower among the 21 world nobles, had the potential to ascend to the status of a celestial dragon. Regrettably, the first king, in a moment of folly, chose to relinquish that privilege. Now, the 5 Elder Stars are unexpectedly sending him to Alabasta to collect the protection fee. This task is perhaps not as simple as it seems. The Marshal of the Warring States remarked, "Let us refrain from discussing the superficialities. This mission is likely more complex than it appears." Bayou responded with a playful smile. "Haha, I have long recognized that you are no ordinary child." So quick to discern the crux of the matter, Warring States smiled with satisfaction. At last, he had encountered a commander of a more reasonable disposition. No, it would be more accurate to say that aside from his penchant for battle, his mind is quite agile. Alabasta, situated in the first half of the Grand Line, is considered a superpower, and it has always been relatively normal for the celestial gold to be delivered. Warring States continued, however, in the past 5 or 6 years. Alabasta has suffered from severe droughts, leading to continuous internal strife. Not only has gathering the celestial gold become exceedingly difficult, but whenever it is amassed, it is often intercepted along the way. Therefore, this time, I intend for you to personally undertake the journey to retrieve the celestial gold. Retrieve the celestial gold? Bayou raised an eyebrow, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Marshal Warring States, the task sheet states that regardless of any issues encountered, the safety of the celestial gold must be ensured. If the celestial gold is lost or does not meet the required amount, will it then be deemed my failure? Bayou had not meticulously examined the stipulations of the task. He was currently preoccupied with one thought. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, is conveniently located in Alabasta. If the opportunity arises, he would not allow his prey to slip away. Theoretically, yes. Warring States paused before responding. However, there is no need for concern. Alabasta is indeed a superpower, and this time they should be able to gather the celestial gold. If any issues arise, I can assist you in navigating them. Just moments ago, Warring States had personally offered to help Bayou manage the awakening of his haki. He certainly did not wish to dampen Bayou's spirits over a single mission. Rest assured, Marshal Warring States, I merely wish to clarify the conditions for completing the task. Bayou said with a knowing smile. If there are no further issues, I shall prepare. Go ahead, go ahead. Warring States waved his hand dismissively. Yet, as he watched Bayou turn and depart, a sense of unease crept into his heart. The developments in this matter seemed to have progressed too smoothly. Sengoku, why are you still here? The crane halted beside Sengoku, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Just now, I have confirmed multiple times that Bayou indeed possesses a method to enhance the awakening probability of his domineering spirit. I intend to inform Zifa promptly, so he may prepare a list in advance. During this period, the new recruits have shown considerable potential. I believe I even witnessed a new soldier from the rookie camp awakening their domineering spirit. Have even the newcomers succeeded? Sengoku's expression faltered in the days of scarce resources. They had spent considerable time honing their perception to achieve such an awakening. Were it not for the first-hand confirmation, he would genuinely suspect this to be a farce. However, it is precisely for this reason that Sengoku finds himself increasingly unable to comprehend Bayou. At not yet 20 years of age, he has already attained such remarkable heights. The little imp is indeed formidable. Crane, arrange matters according to your method. Otherwise, if this incident reaches Zephyr's ears, it may escalate into a tumultuous inquiry. Understood. I shall make arrangements immediately. With each command issued, Bayou's reputation resounded once more. The Navy's new recruit camp is situated upon the Red Earth continent, adjacent to Marineford. In the expansive square, a regimented assembly of new recruits gathered. Orlon, present. Assel, present. Ein, present. The succession of roll calls echoed throughout the square. Zephyr, With his purple crew cut, scrutinized the list in his hand, his sharp gaze swiftly scanning the assembly. The name Dasky escaped his lips, resonating through the air. However, as time passed, there was still no response. Zephyr's expression inevitably darkened. As the chief instructor, he has always been meticulous and particularly stern with his students. No subject or training could ever be overlooked. For Zephyr, this is about maintaining discipline. Yet, Dasky, at present, has disregarded even the most fundamental of protocols. Zephyr's countenance was, without a doubt, shrouded in gloom. Just then, Dasky, clutching her sword, hurriedly approached from a distance, soon arriving at the formation. Faced with Zephyr's stern demeanor, she appeared visibly flustered. Dasky, you should promptly apologize to Instructor Zephyr. Not long ago, Smoker from Roguetown submitted a request for a new recruit's adjutant. And the instructor has already intended to recommend you for the position. Bypassing the graduation examination, I hastily reminded her. If you explain your tardiness, Instructor Zephyr will surely forgive you. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Dasky, including Zephyr's. Every student present is a testament to his dedication. And the pure swordswoman Dasky holds particular significance for him. It is precisely for this reason that Zephyr is eager to understand why Dasky, known for her adherence to rules, has suddenly deviated from them. Instructor Zephyr, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention, Dasky stammered. I just awakened my haki, which inadvertently caused the delay. Awakened haki? The assembly fell silent in astonishment. Zephyr, too, was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, his face alight with excitement. Dasky, did you just say you awakened your haki? Is it true? Was it inspired by the book I recently revised on how to cultivate haki? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is an infinite source of encouragement for Zifa. Once this matter becomes widely known, it will undoubtedly serve as a source of pride for Zephyr in the future. No, that is not the case, Dasky stammered as she explained. The book authored by my teacher on the mastery of haki has indeed provided me with significant inspiration and has facilitated my exploration of its essence. However, what truly awakened my haki was my recent experience delivering documents to the Navy headquarters, where I encountered Admiral Bayou, who was assisting others in awakening their haki. Thus, I decided to participate, and subsequently, I awakened my Busashoka haki. As she spoke, Dasky demonstrated her nascent Busashoka haki, leaving everyone utterly bewildered by the immensely simplified account of her journey. According to their understanding, Dasky fortuitously met Admiral Bayou, participated in the awakening of haki, and subsequently achieved her own awakening. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Does this imply that the method of mastering haki is of greater significance? Dasky, did you claim that Bayou, that little rascal, assisted you in awakening your haki? Zephyr's countenance darkened as he exclaimed with urgency. This is nothing short of a delusion. I have devoted countless efforts to the pedagogy of haki, experimenting with various approaches, which culminated in the creation of a comprehensive guide on how to cultivate haki. Now you assert that he aided you in awakening it. Could it not simply be a serendipitous occurrence on your part? He is utterly unaware of the immense difficulty in training an individual to awaken haki. To face a novice, who, without undergoing the rigors of boot camp, is parachuted directly into the naval headquarters and ascends to the rank of the 4th Admiral, already stirs Zephyr's dissatisfaction. Now, if the fruits of success are also pilfered away, it only compounds his discontent. Such a matter is utterly unacceptable to him. No, Teacher Zephyr, if this were merely coincidental, then it would not have resulted in over 100 individuals awakening their haki. The training square was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze was fixated intently on Dasky. Zephyr could no longer contain himself and urgently inquired, Dasky, what did you just say? You mentioned that fellow enabled over 100 people to awaken their haki. This jest is far from amusing. Having served as a chief instructor for new recruits for several decades, Zephyr had amassed a wealth of experience. He was acutely aware of the challenges associated with awakening haki. Under his diligent efforts, it was already commendable for the Navy headquarters to cultivate 100 or 200 haki bearers within a year. Dasky's assertion of over 100 individuals awakening equated to his entire annual achievement. Teacher Zephyr, I assure you, I am not jesting. This matter has already stirred considerable buzz within the headquarters, Dasky stammered in explanation. It is said that Admiral Sengoku has instructed that, to prevent internal strife within the Navy. Vice Admiral Crane has been tasked with tallying those currently honing their haki, awaiting General Bayou's assistance to facilitate the awakening process. I have also heard that General Bayou can enhance the success rate of haki awakening by 50%. 50%? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Not only Ayan and Benzi, the two most esteemed prodigies in Zephyr's eyes, but even Zephyr himself was momentarily bewildered. He had dedicated the majority of his life to crafting the tome on the cultivation of haki, which merely improved the success rate of awakening by 5 to 10%. Suddenly, a young prodigy emerged, claiming to possess the ability to elevate the awakening probability by 50%. This signifies that those who are awakened, provided they are not excessively unfortunate, are fundamentally poised for success in their awakening. Zephyr exhaled a deep breath of frustration and hastily retrieved his Den Mushi, intending to contact Sengoku. At this moment, he could hardly concern himself with the new recruit assessments. His sole desire was to swiftly ascertain the veracity of this matter. Zephyr, there is no need to consult Sengoku. My purpose in visiting is to have you compile a list of new recruits to send to that fellow, Bayou. A voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Indeed, this was a hard truth to accept. Yet Sengoku had declared that this was a rare opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Marine headquarters. If these new recruits could rapidly awaken their haki and set sail upon the seas, they would undoubtedly gain a head start. I have already meticulously counted. There are 203 individuals who have successfully awakened their haki, with all of Bayou's direct subordinates having achieved the dual-color haki. As the chief instructor of the Marines, you should be acutely aware of what this entails. Zephyr's complexion darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. Striding briskly towards the training camp's exit, he was fervently eager to comprehend how this fledgling had so swiftly usurped the honor of his position as the chief instructor. There's no need to rush. That young lad has already set sail to undertake a mission commissioned by the 5 elders, and it may take him 10 days or so to return. Crane interjected, halting Zephyr while handing him a document. You should first tally the numbers. I will notify you upon his return. Zephyr, we are not getting any younger. Sometimes, denial of our age is simply not an option. Even the arrogant golden lion has been forsaken by time. We too must learn to embrace new developments. Zephyr fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words as he watched Crane turn away. He had never anticipated that a newly appointed Marine Admiral could pose a threat to his esteemed position as chief instructor. Could it be that I am truly aging? 3 days later, in the initial stretch of the Grand Line, a warship plowed through the waves in the waters of Alabasta. In addition to the flag symbolizing the justice of the Marines, a blood-red banner fluttered aboard, adorned with an abstract visage of a demonic face. The war demon, Bayou. On the vast ocean, the reputation of the 4th Admiral had already spread far and wide. To distinguish the rank of the Admiral, a special flag was hoisted on the ship. Admiral Bayou had already spotted the branch established on the rainy ground, though it appeared somewhat dilapidated. Karina peered out from the watchtower, her grip still firmly on her modified 98K sniper rifle. Ever since she awakened her dual-colored domineering aura in the modified training room, the sniper rifle had not left her side. As she put it, a remarkable sniper is only as good as their weapon. Dilapidated? Bayou murmured, as his thoughts were occupied with how to engage in a fair fight with Crocodile in the Alabasta Kingdom, aiming to elevate his core template to a full 35%. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from the shore. Bayou raised an eyebrow, his observation haki sweeping across the area. He did not expect to encounter an old acquaintance so soon. I'll go take a look. You all secure the ship, he said, swiftly darting out. On the shore, 1,000 meters away from the entrance of the Navy's 135th branch, 2 figures stumbled as they hurriedly fled. Behind them trailed a man and a woman, both wearing amused expressions. Observing the retreating figures, a scruffy man in a brown outfit with an explosive hairstyle casually picked his nose and flicked it away. Princess Vivi. Watch out. A burly man, running ahead, tackled the girl with light blue hair to the ground. 2 black specks fell onto the sandy ground, instantly causing an explosion. Boom. The 2 figures were hurled away by the immense shockwave, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, from within that cloud, 2 disheveled figures emerged. After taking just a few steps, they stumbled and fell again. Princess Vivi, you must give up and escape quickly. Ahead lies the Navy branch. Once you reach there, you may have a chance to survive. They are all fruit users, and ordinary people cannot contend with them, urged a man with light yellow curly hair, shaped like a trumpet. You must remember, if this time they manage to seize the treasure from the heavens, our Alabasta will receive no protection from the world government or the Navy. Your Highness, You are our kingdom's only hope. Everything is absolutely at stake. 6 months prior, in an effort to uncover the root of the crisis plaguing Alabasta, Ikalep had agreed to Vivi's reckless request to infiltrate the Baroque Works. Just as he had managed to penetrate their ranks and was on the verge of discovering the true mastermind, he found that Baroque Works was plotting to seize the treasure from the heavens. Vivi, unable to contain her anxiety, exclaimed, "No, Ikalep, I will not abandon you. If it weren't for my impatience, I wouldn't have revealed any weaknesses. We must leave together." Her face paled as she glanced at the dilapidated branch not far away, clenching her silver teeth. However, that glance left her momentarily frozen. "Haha, Miss Spy, where do you plan to go?" A woman in a short yellow skirt, standing beside the scruffy man, opened her umbrella. Her body floated up like a dandelion, ascending into the air. Gazing down at the two below, she wore a playful smile. "I forgot to mention to you two traitors, this branch has already been rendered useless by our Baroque Works. No matter what happens, no one will emerge from within. You might as well prepare for your demise. Miss Valentine's Day, it's about time to seize the treasure from the heavens. Let us dispose of them quickly," Mr. Five said, approaching with his hands in his pockets. However, upon seeing the scene revealed through the dust, his expression faltered. "A navy? One navy?" The surprised exclamations echoed around them. The sudden appearance of Bayou, without any prior warning, took everyone aback. After all, just moments ago, Miss Valentine's Day had been boasting. Now, with a Navy officer emerging, it was a slap in the face. "I thought I was invisible, unnoticed by anyone," Bayou remarked, taking a swig from his flask and grinning bloodthirstily. "To be honest, I could choose to ignore this situation, but when you claimed that our Navy was terrified of your pathetic lot, I felt compelled to step in and uphold the Navy's honor. Unfortunately for you, you lack even the qualifications to challenge me. How about surrendering and being sent off to the Grand Prison?" "Surrender?" Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five exchanged glances, stunned. Even Vivi and Ikalep were taken aback. The demand posed by Bayou seemed far too frivolous, almost laughable. "It appears our Baroque Works top assassins have been underestimated," Mr. Five sneered. "Now that we've encountered him and seen his true form, it's time to ensure he never speaks again." "Understood." Miss Valentine's Day twirled her umbrella, a mocking smile gracing her lips, her eyes flashing with a hint of malice. "Little brat, you should blame yourself for being blind to who you should and shouldn't provoke. Now, prepare to die beneath a weight of thousands of pounds." She possessed the ability of the superhuman weight fruit, allowing her to freely manipulate her own weight. Bang! In an instant, Miss Valentine's Day's weight surged dramatically. As she floated above Bayou, the sudden increase in gravity propelled her downward like a meteor. Vivi's face turned pale as she urgently warned, "Hurry and escape." "Escape?" Bayou grinned bloodthirstily, his left hand still holding the flask while his right gripped the demon blade Mirakumo, unleashing a crimson light as he swung it with the back of the blade. Boom! A thunderous clash resonated across the sandy ground. The figure, which had boasted of its 1,000-pound descent, was sent flying. The immense force caused Miss Valentine's Day to crash into a rock nearly 500 to 600 meters away, bringing her to a halt. The tremendous impact shattered the towering rock into pieces. The once mighty Miss Valentine's Day found herself embedded within the rock, her delicate form crushed. Her shoulder and chest had already caved in. That seemingly inconspicuous strike had not only breached her fruitability, but had also severed her life force. Staring at the unassuming young Navy officer before her, she finally understood who she had foolishly provoked. Yet, before she could fully comprehend her fate, her vitality swiftly waned. "No. It can't be. You dare to kill Miss Valentine's Day? I will kill you." Mr. Five erupted in a fit of rage, his expression dark and foreboding. Since joining the Baroque Working Society, Miss Valentine's Day had been his unwavering partner in collaboration. In such a predatory organization as the Baroque Working Society, the loss of a collaborative ally poses a significant threat to one's own standing. This situation will ultimately impact his interests. "I shall kill you," Mr. Five roared, thrusting his hand into his nostril once more. A lump, significantly larger than before, was forcibly extracted. In the next instant, it was hurled directly at Bayou. Such a grotesque method of combat. Bayou felt a twitch in his cheek muscles, suddenly realizing that the wine in his hand had lost its allure. Had he foreseen this revolting tactic, the first to perish would undoubtedly have been Mr. Five. "Be cautious. His explosive fruitability makes that nasal discharge a bomb," Vivi urgently warned. Acknowledging the repulsiveness of the attack, Bayou recognized it was indeed not worth his time. Yet, in order to avoid such revolting matter, it was best for him to perish. A flicker of disdain crossed Bayou's face as he unsheathed the demon blade Muramasa once more. With a resounding hum, the blade sang through the air. In a flash of crimson light, a blade aura surged forth, slicing through the air for several meters. The specially crafted lump of nasal discharge was shredded upon impact. As his pupils dilated in realization, Mr. Five finally understood the last thoughts of Miss Valentine's Day in her final moments. With a thunderous crash, the yellow sand swirled as the blade aura cleaved the ground, leaving a gash extending over 100 meters. The two halves of the severed body were swept away by the howling winds. The gruesome scene caused Vivi and Karim to momentarily freeze before they began to retch uncontrollably. They had witnessed numerous killings. Yet Bayou's callous and casual slaughter was clearly a first for them. Who are these individuals? After a few minutes of retching, Vivi and Ikelim finally regained their composure. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a dark shadow descended from the sky. Your Highness, we have come to rescue you. A colossal falcon swooped directly towards Bayou. On its back, Gaka, transformed into a jackal, swiftly unsheathed his blade, aiming a strike at Bayou. Witnessing the tardy figures of their rescuers, Vivi and Ikelim's expressions changed dramatically as they shouted in urgency. Gaka, Bell, flee quickly. Flee. Bayou responded with a bloodthirsty smile. Drawing your sword before me comes at a price. With a resounding clash, the cursed blade Murakumo was unsheathed once more. In a flash of crimson light, the swords held by Bell and Gaka seemed to encounter a bolt of blood-colored lightning, shattering upon impact. The immense force, intertwined with pain, propelled them backward, carving two deep impressions into the sandy ground, halting their momentum 100 meters away. The forms of the falcon and jackal were instantly reverted, reduced to their original states by a single blow. Silence enveloped the sandy terrain. Vivi and Ikelim dared not utter a sound. For swordsmen, each a wielder of extraordinary abilities, two of whom were their ancestral guardians from Alabasta, lay defeated before them. The once mighty falcon and jackal, now sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs, shattered their perceptions. In that moment, Vivi and Ikelim stood paralyzed with fear, apprehensive that Bayou might strike again. This is not something their slender limbs can withstand. However, precisely for this reason, their curiosity about this unparalleled figure of terror intensified. General Bayou, it seems we are of no use again. Even the heroic act of rescuing a damsel in distress has been seized by you. Karina approached with a sniper rifle slung over her shoulder, assessing the situation before teasing. Still a charming beauty, little one. Will you marry our general? He is quite gentle. Marry him? Vivi was momentarily taken aback. Was this the rhythm of a pirate's plunder of a ship's mistress? It appeared that the Navy was even more formidable than the pirates. Wait, what did that person just call you? General? Vivi stared blankly at Bayou, unable to contain herself. You are a Navy general? How come I have never seen you before? Alabasta is indeed a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. However, due to internal strife and drought, even news and information have become scarce. It is clearly impossible to grasp first-hand information from the sea in just 5 or 6 days. Hee, little girl. Perhaps you have never seen such a young general. My lord is quite handsome. Despite his ruthless demeanor, he is usually very gentle, Karina chimed in eagerly. Nami, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and said, Karina, you have repeatedly claimed the captain is gentle. How would you know? Of course, I know. When you kicked off the covers in the middle of the night, it was Lord Bayou who covered you up. What? Karina, you betrayed me. The scene erupted in chaos. Bayou helplessly rubbed his nose, took a swig of strong liquor, and sat down on a nearby rock. Princess Vivi, I have been dispatched by headquarters to escort the Golden Sky as the 4th General Bayou. You may not have heard of me, but that does not mean we cannot make the handover. Here are our Navy identification documents. These cannot be forged. Bayou casually tossed the cumbersome documents to Ikelim. As the chief guard of Alabasta, his knowledge surpassed Vivi's. Indeed, it was a Navy document. He was the 4th General. After examining the papers, Ikelim was left in shock. It was the first time he realized that the Navy would send their highest combat strength to escort the Golden Sky. Isn't this akin to using a cannon to sweat a mosquito, a futile endeavor? I am aware of your thoughts. This is my newly assigned task. Bayou remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly. His willingness to accept this assignment was solely predicated on the prospect of confronting Crocodile. As a Navy admiral, he must consider the repercussions. In the past, he would have already drawn his blade and rushed to engage. Task, Vivi exclaimed, her expression suddenly anxious. Since you are aware of our identities, there was no need for such violence towards Belle and Uncle Jaka just now. Moreover, We have uncovered a monumental secret. The individual concealed behind the Baroque Works may very well be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. He is a pirate. You must hurry and apprehend him. This time, she escaped from the Baroque Works to seek assistance from the Navy. Having witnessed the formidable power of Baroque Works and the strength of Crocodile, Vivi was acutely aware that the Alabasta Kingdom stood no chance on its own. Admiral Bayou. According to the Navy's regulations, we cannot act against the 7 warlords without absolute evidence, Karina reminded, flipping through the heavy tome in her hands. They had long since deciphered the intentions of their bloodthirsty captain. This won't do, and that won't do either. Had I known it would be this challenging to engage in battle, I would have reconsidered my position as admiral, Bayou lamented, taking a swig of his drink. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He pondered whether to disregard all caution and plunge into the fray. Suddenly, the urgent call of the telephone bug resonated. Captain Icolum. Please answer quickly. The treasure of Alabasta, escorted personally by His Majesty Cobra, is under attack. Vivi and Icolum's expressions changed dramatically. The down bell and Gaka struggled to rise, their animal-type devil fruit abilities allowing for remarkable recovery. Bayou, as an admiral, you must understand that this treasure was painstakingly gathered by us and Alabasta to be submitted to the world government. I implore you to rush to aid my father at once. Vivi exclaimed in a sudden rush of urgency. This time, she was willing to reveal her identity and escape from the Baroque Working Society, all to prevent the celestial gold from falling into their hands. Years of drought and internal strife had plunged Alabastan into chaos, leaving the treasury utterly depleted. Should they fail to deliver the celestial gold this time, Alabastan would face enemies on both fronts. To rescue Crocodile? Bayou replied with a bloodthirsty smile, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I have a splendid idea. Let us present the celestial gold as a token of goodwill to the sand alligator. I was just thinking of paying him a visit. Presenting it to someone? Vivi was taken aback. She had toiled tirelessly to prevent the celestial gold from ending up in Crocodile's possession. Now, not only was Bayou refusing to rescue anyone, but he was also suggesting they willingly hand over the celestial gold. Is this a joke? Chuckled Princess Vivi, unable to fathom the absurdity of the situation. Karina playfully patted her shoulder and remarked, our captain's actions are merely a means to secure a legitimate reason for confrontation. Imagine if we were to apprehend Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in possession of the fabled heavenly gold. He would find himself utterly defenseless, unable to dispute our claims. And we might even eradicate the malignant threat plaguing your Alabasta kingdom. Vivi stood in stunned silence, astonished that a dignified admiral would go to such lengths to devise a strategy against one of the 7 warlords. Yet, Karina's explanation evidently struck a chord within her. As Karina had pointed out, they lacked concrete evidence linking Crocodile to the Baroque Works to provide the Navy with a legitimate opportunity to act. The heavenly gold was undeniably the most enticing bait. Princess Vivi, this may truly be a fortuitous chance, Akaram interjected. After all, an admiral represents the pinnacle of military might. And with his intervention, we might genuinely alleviate the kingdom's crisis. Gazing at the transponder snail being offered to her, Vivi bit her lip in determination, gripping the device tightly. Very well, I shall take the risk. Father, surrender without resistance and hand over the heavenly gold. Vivi, are you suggesting I relinquish the heavenly gold? Surely, you jest. Cobra's expression turned rigid, and he clenched the transponder snail in disbelief. Alabasta was already beleaguered by internal and external strife, having drained its treasury to the brink. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Once this matter reaches the ears of the world government, the kingdom of Alabasta may well lose even its final opportunity for salvation. Father, I am not jesting. Please trust me just this once. I will provide you with a thorough explanation. Vivi hastily implored. Cobra fell silent, observing the valiant troops desperately escorting the celestial gold to the dock, alongside the figures that trailed closely behind. Ultimately, a flicker of resolve flashed within his gaze. Everyone, abandon the celestial gold and retreat at once. Abandon? The faces of the escorting guards paled in an instant. However, upon witnessing Cobra's determined demeanor as he turned to depart, they gritted their teeth and relinquished dozens of chests filled with jewels, hastening to follow him. Moments later, a grim-faced figure, accompanied by several members of the Baroque Works, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the treasure strewn across the ground, he momentarily froze. Mr. One, what has transpired? They were just fighting fiercely. Yet now they have left these treasures behind. Surely, they must have been utterly terrified by Mr. One. Indeed, Mr. One is an extraordinary zone fruit user, firmly seated as the strongest within Baroque Works. With Mr. One taking action, this task is practically child's play. The flattery resonated in succession. Das Bonnie remained silent, his expression stoic as he stood in place, fixated on the forsaken celestial gold for a considerable time before turning to depart. Take all of these items back to the rain base. This place should not be lingered upon for now. The peculiar scene left Das Bonnie with an unsettling sense of confusion. The treasures, once fiercely protected, had been forsaken midway. This situation left Das Bonnie with a sensation akin to falling into a trap. However, after considerable contemplation, he could not discern anyone within Alabasta who could pose a threat to Baroque Works. Even the standing army, numbering an impressive 600,000, had been rendered ineffective against them, not to mention the insignificant beings inhabiting the first half of the Grand Line. Yet, contemplating was one matter, while action was another. Faced with Cobra's abrupt change of heart, Das Bonnie resolved to report the matter. Meanwhile, outside the naval branch, Bayou's eyes suddenly widened, and with a bloodthirsty smile, he remarked, "Found it. 30 miles to the east. It seems Baroque Works has already taken control of the skies." He fervently hoped that the final contact would be the crocodile-like crocodile. In the first half of the Grand Line, he was indeed a formidable target worth pursuing. Days passed, yet Bayou continued his daily practice of slashing. Presently, the template of his true form stood at 35%, still lacking a mere 0.1%. The glacial pace of progress left Bayou feeling helpless. Indeed, if one's joy is built upon the suffering of others, one may find fleeting happiness. 30 miles to the east? Can you truly discern that? Wei Wei's expression momentarily faltered as she gazed toward the east. No matter how intently she scrutinized, all that met her eyes was an endless expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any sign of Cobra or the others. If you cannot even manage this simple task, you would not dare place your final wager on our captain. Do not forget, my captain is the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Navy. Nami grinned smugly, her beautiful eyes already gleaming with the prospect of riches. Eagerly rubbing her hands together. "Captain, do you think that when we pursue the sky gold, unforeseen mishaps might occur, leading to losses?" "Losses?" Bayou took a swig of his drink. "If a conflict arises and losses ensue, let them be attributed to the 7 warlords. After all, tasks can be unpredictable. It is getting late, and we must set sail. It would be unfortunate to lose track of the sky gold and be unable to confront Crocodile openly. Captain, do you think we could acquire a sum of 10 to 20 million berries?" "Nami, your vision appears rather short-sighted. Surely, the 7 warlords must be valued at least 1 or 200 million. As they watched Bayou lead the troops away, Wei Wei and Ika Lim felt a sense of confusion in the wind. One sought an excuse to confront the 7 warlords, while the other aimed to secure some funds at their expense. Is the Navy truly allied with the 7 warlords? With this 4th Admiral, the atmosphere has certainly shifted. "Princess Wei Wei, are we boarding a pirate ship?" Gaka could not help but inquire. Wei Wei shook her head, a look of bitter resignation on her face. "I do not know, but our identities have already been exposed, and the kingdom is in disarray. If we cannot trust him, then whom can we trust?" Ika Lem and Gaka fell silent. In this vast ocean, it is the Navy, the world government, and the pirates who hold sway. Indeed, they hail from Alabasta, a superpower. Alas, weak nations possess no diplomacy. Perhaps they could defend themselves against ordinary pirates, but against a formidable opponent like the 7 warlords Crocodile, who wields the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, the army would merely be cannon fodder. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is Alabasta, the most prosperous town aside from the capital. Under the dominion of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, it has long since transformed into the greatest den of iniquity. Among the throngs of people, the figures of Captain Bayou and his companions emerge. The opulence of the architecture starkly contrasts with the decay along the streets. Captain Bayou. It appears that Crocodile's transgressions far surpass those of the dragon, Karina remarked, her brow furrowed as she carried her sniper rifle. However, with such a multitude of people around, locating Crocodile and the elusive gold in the sky may prove to be quite a challenge, given that this place serves as a stronghold for one of the 7 warlords. It is undoubtedly complex in its concealment. Yet, for Bayou, a reincarnate, this is clearly not a dilemma. His primary concern now is whether there is sufficient evidence to confront Crocodile. Rest assured, I have already found it. I shall take my leave. The rest of the mess is yours to handle. Bayou declared before vanishing from sight. By the time the others regained their composure, they could only faintly sense his departure through their observation haki. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, realizing that even with awakened haki, a significant gap remained. In a secluded chamber of the Rainy Feast gambling city, 6 figures gathered around a long table. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such a gathering is indeed a rare occurrence. MR1 has returned, indicating that the heist of the heavenly gold was successful. With a candle flickering atop his head, Mr. 3 glanced at the newly arrived individuals and, with a sense of pride, sipped his coffee. However, it seems you took a bit longer this time, did you not? Des Boney cast a cold, fleeting glance. Are you eyeing my position? I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The Baroque Works is indeed an organization. Yet, they communicate privately under aliases. Furthermore, there exists but one rule for promotion. Unless those ahead perish, those behind can never ascend. The means to achieve death can also be through one's own hands. Enough of this quarrel. It is not the time for disputes. Sitting regally in the foremost chair, Nico Robin adjusted the brim of her hat. Completing the task is sufficient. The purpose of gathering you all here is to introduce the mastermind behind Baroque Works. Suddenly, within the chamber, a gust of wind and sand swirled around. In an instant, a figure emerged at the head of the table, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, adorned with pure gold earrings, puffing on a cigar, and wielding a golden hook in his left hand. The warlord, Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile? Mr. 3's teacup trembled briefly before returning to stillness. In truth, they had long suspected that their secret base was located within this rain dinner, and now the identity of the elusive leader matched their speculations, bringing them a sense of delight. Well, it appears I need not introduce myself, Crocodile remarked, cigar in mouth. Mr. 1, you have worked hard. Yet, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have something to convey. Des Boney strode directly to his designated spot, arms crossed over his chest, and stated, earlier, during the heist of the heavenly gold, the king's army voluntarily relinquished it, which raises my suspicions. Throughout the journey, Des Bonez felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were being watched. It seemed that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon him. Despite his relentless efforts to counter-surveil and employ various informants to ascertain whether he was being followed, he found no trace or evidence. Are you concerned about being pursued? Crocodile scoffed. Rest assured, within this kingdom, I have already dispatched Mr. 5 and Valentine to deal with anyone bold enough to engage in such petty tricks. The reason for your assembly today is due to the infiltration of the Baroque Works. Now that the gold has fallen into our hands, we must expedite our plans to dismantle Alabasta. His resonant words echoed within the confines of the chamber. As one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile chose to remain concealed in the first half of the Grand Line, driven entirely by the historical accounts pertaining to the legendary figure, Pluton. Only by acquiring this artifact could Crocodile resurrect his ambitions and seek retribution against Whitebeard. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the 9th chair, his pupils dilated in shock. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. These 2 positions should rightfully remain vacant. Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerges, one that should not exist, thus shattering their perceptions. Most notably, even Crocodile had not anticipated how this stranger managed to infiltrate their midst. Faced with this uninvited guest, along with the previous conversation concerning their plans, Crocodile's countenance darkened to an extreme. Who is this person? Boom. A tempest of sand erupted as Crocodile unleashed a terrifying aura, instantaneously locking onto the 9th individual. In the depths of his gaze, murderous intent was laid bare. The earlier dialogue had pertained to his covert operations in Alabasta, a culmination of years of painstaking preparation. Now, everything was being eavesdropped upon by this unwarranted 9th presence. Therefore, this individual before him must perish. Buzz. The yellow sand swiftly enveloped the entire chamber. In the next moment, behind the 9th person's chair, Crocodile's form rapidly coalesced. The desert blade. The swirling sands converged into a massive blade, cleaving towards the 9th individual. Witnessing this, MR3 and the other officers erupted into laughter. Indeed, the might of the 7 warlords was colossal. Bang! The sound of metal clashing abruptly resonated. The blade forged from sand struck the 9th individual, cleaving the chair in 2. Regrettably, that ferocious strike met with an unexpected resistance, as if it had struck upon iron. Coming to an abrupt halt, this bizarre scene caused every pair of eyes in the room to widen in shock, Crocodile included. With aspirations to plunder the heavens, seize kingdoms, and assassinate admirals of the navy, numerous crimes stood against him. I could very well slay you. Bayou smirked with a bloodthirsty grin, retracting the din mushy in his hand. Glancing at Crocodile behind him, the cursed blade Murakumo was instantly drawn. Boom. With one swift stroke, amidst the radiant golden light, it surged forward towards Crocodile with fierce intent. A blade aura spanning several meters instantly filled the chamber. Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically, and he flung his golden hook once more. The desert blade. Boom. A wave of explosive energy, intertwined with yellow sand, swept across the chamber. Those present, including Nico Robin, felt an immediate sense of suffocation and hastily retreated. However, their eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, unwilling to relent even for a moment. Confronted by one who could effortlessly endure the wrath of the seven warlords, they were convinced this was no ordinary adversary. Yet, before they could fully grasp the situation, amidst the swirling sands, Bayou, wearing a bloodthirsty grin, surged forth, breaking through the torrent of yellow sand to appear directly before Crocodile. The cursed blade Murakumo, wielded with overwhelming force, descended upon him. Crocodile's expression transformed drastically. With no time to ponder, he hastily elementalized, pushing his powers to their utmost limits. This young adversary possessed capabilities that utterly defied his understanding. Pucci, a flash of crimson light erupted, leaving Crocodile momentarily bewildered. A piercing pain surged through his body, a gruesome wound rapidly spreading from his shoulder toward his abdomen. Boom. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding force. Ding. Congratulations, host. The character template unlock progress has reached 35%. Boom. The immense force was unleashed, the wall crumbling under the impact. Scarlet blood splattered like fireworks across the expanse. Witnessing Crocodile embedded within the wall, the horrifying wound spreading across his chest, Nico Robin and the others stood frozen in shock. Is this still the seven warlords they once knew? He nearly found himself cleaved in two. Had he reacted just a moment slower, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, what astonished them most was that Crocodile had evidently employed the formidable powers of the Logia-type devil fruit, attaining intangibility. How could he still sustain such grievous injuries? Damn it, this is impossible. Who on earth are you, you little brat? Crocodile erupted from the rubble, devoid of the composure he previously exhibited. Gazing at the ghastly wound upon his chest, he pondered when he had ever encountered such a predicament. Wasn't the crime I just outlined quite clear? Bayou remarked with a sanguine smile after taking a sip of his drink. It seems the times have truly forsaken you. Huddled in this desolate place, devoid of the thrill of life and death battles, your body has become sluggish. I initially thought you worthy of a proper fight, yet it appears I have overestimated you. As a reincarnator, Bayou was well aware that ever since Crocodile's defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, he had been hiding in the first half of the Grand Line. His mastery of the devil fruit power had approached its zenith. Unfortunately, his mindset of evasion had prevented Crocodile from even awakening the dual haki. This undoubtedly became a blemish on his life. Madness. The onlookers gazed at Bayou, who dared to voice his opinions, and all felt as though they were losing their sanity. A mere 17 or 18-year-old youth had not only managed to breach the defenses of the formidable seven warlords in a single encounter, but was now audaciously critiquing Crocodile. Is this a blatant disregard? In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, Nico Robin's complexion gradually paled, her body trembling slightly as she couldn't help but murmur. Are you not the infamous Marine Vice Admiral, War Demon Bayou, who has recently garnered much attention at sea? The phrase Marine Vice Admiral elicited a sharp intake of breath that resonated throughout the room. Even MR3, who had been firmly clutching his teacup, lost his grip, causing it to shatter on the floor. Have you never seen a pig, or at the very least, tasted pork? The Marine Admirals are revered as the epitome of combat prowess, and the notorious reputation of the three admirals echoes across these waters. Now, suddenly, a fourth admiral has emerged, standing right before them. Could this truly leave them unmoved? The fourth admiral of the Navy? Crocodile's expression darkened to an extreme, gradually contorting with rage as he bellowed. What an inexperienced brat, capable of ascending to the rank of fourth admiral. It seems your Navy headquarters is utterly devoid of talent. However, now that you have uncovered my secret, do not entertain the notion of leaving here alive. Youngster, allow me to demonstrate the terror of a natural-type devil fruit user. Sandstorm. Crocodile's left hand swiftly conjured a swirling vortex of sand, forming a miniature sandstorm. In the next moment, it was hurled directly at Bayou. Faced with this peculiar boy, who proclaimed himself the fourth admiral, Crocodile understood that the only way to secure victory was to turn the tide. Boom. The sandstorm vortex instantly surged to a height of several meters, even uprooting the ceiling of the chamber. In an instant, the immense winds filled the space, ruthlessly tearing apart everything in their path. Truly a natural type. Just the opportunity one need to hone my skills. Bayou grinned wickedly as the notifications in his mind finally ceased. Ding. Congratulations, host. The subordinate template of Yejinjia has been unlocked to 100%. The power possessed by the current subordinate template is being infused into the main template. A tremendous force surged through Bayou's body like a tide, quickly replenishing the half of the power that originally belonged to Yejinjia. The techniques he possessed were likewise rapidly imprinted in Bayou's mind. Boom. The colossal sandstorm collided with Bayou's form. Observing his strike connect, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand, preemptively appearing within the vortex of the sandstorm. His right hand, wielding a golden hook, surged forward under the swirling sands, striking at Bayou once more. Desert Great Saber, a massive yellow sand blade, measuring 7 to 8 meters, swiftly crystallized, carrying with it a fierce gale that tore through the sandstorm, cleaving toward the figure at its center. With this strike, Crocodile no longer held back in the slightest. It was a furious blow. He intended to use this move to avenge the humiliation of the previous attack. Dark Moon. Buzz. A black full moon rose behind Bayou, enveloping the area within a radius of several meters in an imperceptible domain in an instant. This is the unlocking of the night vision technique, revealing 50% of its potential, one of the ultimate dark magics. Utilizing the powers of darkness, it possesses the ability to consume all, manifesting an absolute domain. It can eradicate all negative states within a specific range. Once one steps into this domain, the powers of the devil fruit will be rendered completely ineffective. However, this technique bears a limitation. Its purging effect is confined to a small area. Should the attack exceed a significant range, the degree of mitigation will consequently diminish. Nevertheless, for Bayou, this is more than sufficient. During his confrontation with Akainu, Bayou employed this very method, enveloping himself in dark magic to diminish the damage inflicted by the powers of the devil fruit. The emergence of the Dark Moon serves to further expand Bayou's ambitions, establishing a forbidden zone for the powers of the devil fruit. It becomes one of Bayou's trump cards for engaging in fierce close-quarters combat in the future. Buzz, the swirling yellow sand, shrouded under the Dark Moon, momentarily hesitates before shattering in an instant. The imposing desert blade hurtling towards Bayou swiftly dissolves, leaving only a gleaming golden hook before him. This bizarre scene leaves Crocodile momentarily bewildered, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the previous moment, the natural type devil fruit power he had relied upon and regarded as his ace has been rendered utterly ineffective. For a brief moment, Crocodile finds himself at a loss for how to respond. Buzz, the enchanted blade, Mirakumo, once again soars forth. The sound of steel resonates throughout the chamber. Before the gazes of many, it cleaves into Crocodile's chest. Bang! Blood splatters as a gruesome wound forms an X across Crocodile's torso. With immense force unleashed, Crocodile crashes through the wall, bursting into the opulent gambling hall outside, shattering numerous gaming tables in his wake. The patrons, who were previously engrossed in the reckless gambling, now find themselves in a state of disbelief, staring at the man with the slick-back hair, their faces etched with incredulity. The Rain Banquet was established under the name of the Seven Warlords, Crocodile. For long, he has played the role of an invincible hero in Alabasta. Yet now, he is sent flying like a defeated beast. The disparity is indeed rather striking. A thunderous crash reverberated through the hall, echoing like a clap of thunder. Everything along the way was ruthlessly shattered. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment, witnessing the once mighty warlords of the sea now reduced to the state of lifeless dogs, crashing down amidst the ruins. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, few would have believed the reality of the situation. Impossible. My devil fruit power cannot possibly have failed. Crocodile roared as he emerged from the debris, his X-shaped wounds a ghastly sight, blood splattering forth, heightening the tension among all present. That dark moon of yours, I have discerned its true nature. It is the natural type dark fruit. I have perused the devil fruit compendium, which details its ability to nullify other powers. However, every fruit possesses its weaknesses, and I shall uncover yours. Uncover it. Bayou emerged slowly. A bloodthirsty grin plastered across his face, the cursed blade Murakumo gleaming ominously with a spectral crimson light, stained with crocodile-esque blood, soon to be devoured entirely. He exuded an aura akin to that of a vengeful specter come to claim a life. Of course, this technique has its vulnerabilities. As long as your attack exceeds the speed of its nullification, you may inflict harm upon me, Bayou remarked with a sinister smile. As for why I divulge this information to you, it is simply because your weakness nearly lulls me to sleep. Madness. In the hidden chamber. The expressions of Nico Robin and the others paled as they struggled to process the shocking events. For them, the title of Warlord of the Sea had always symbolized an insurmountable power. Never had they imagined that such formidable figures would be publicly belittled, weak enough to induce slumber. This is an affront more egregious than vanquishing the 7 warlords. Crocodile's expression contorted to an extreme, his robust frame trembling with fury, before he erupted into a hysterical roar. You little brat, I shall end your life. Erosion cycle. With a thunderous crash, Crocodile slammed his left hand forcefully onto the ground. The powers of the devil fruit surged uncontrollably. Centered around Crocodile, the earth beneath his feet and everything in his vicinity rapidly transformed into yellow sand. The speed of this spread was astonishing, instantly assimilating the entire Rain Banquet Casino into desolate grains. Those unfortunate pirates, caught in the throes of gambling, let out anguished cries as they were mercilessly drained into desiccated husks, engulfed by the encroaching sands. With a resounding boom, the opulent Rain Banquet Casino, a monument crafted through years of Crocodile's devotion, crumbled into a cascade of sand. Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, remarked, absorbing moisture are we? Alas, it seems this alone will not suffice. This is a unique application of the sand fruit, developed from the inherent drying characteristics of sand. With this singular technique, Crocodile's fruit abilities have been advanced to a point that is perilously close to awakening. However, there remains a significant disparity regarding whether the fruit has truly awakened. Observing this scene, Nico Robin and others had no time for further contemplation and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, the swirling sands, under Crocodile's command, surged forth like ocean waves, crashing towards Bayou. Boom. The sky was filled with yellow sand that collided with Bayou's form. Faced with the erasing properties of the dark moon, Crocodile quickly devised a countermeasure. Since the sand generated by the fruit's enhanced abilities could not inflict harm, he resorted to the natural sand that genuinely existed. Intending to engulf Bayou, watching the endless waves of sand relentlessly press towards Bayou, Crocodile's ecstasy reached its zenith, his left hand reaching out once more. Fingers tightening fiercely. You shall be crushed by the sands. Bang! Amidst the frantically pressing sands, a beam of violet light shot forth, instantly piercing through the rapidly compressing grains. In the next moment, an overwhelming spiritual pressure surged through the heavens and earth, breaking through the infinite sands. The storm of dust was thrown back, scattering thousands of shards of violet light. Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to ponder. His right hand summoned the sands once more, striking with great force. Desert Diamond Cutter, a colossal blade of sand, spanning 100 meters, erupted from the earth. Unfortunately, the moment it encountered the torrents of sand, a figure, imbued with boundless golden light and a murderous aura, surged forth from the grains, colliding thunderously with the Desert Diamond Cutter. This reckless act, akin to a suicidal plunge, shook the very nerves of all present, including Crocodile himself. The ground trembled as the Desert Diamond blade shattered with a resounding crash, the colossal shockwave rolling back with immense force. The bloodthirsty battle intent radiating from Bayou rapidly magnified in Crocodile's gaze. Simultaneously, the myriad fragments swirling through the air converged swiftly into Bayou's grasp, enveloped by a purple aura of murderous intent. Ultimately, it transformed into a formidable blade, stretching several meters in length, poised to cleave fiercely toward Crocodile. No. Crocodile bellowed in a fit of desperation, raising his golden hook to deflect the oncoming tempest of sand. A brilliant flash of purple light streaked past, and the violent impact obliterated everything thousands of meters behind Crocodile in an instant. The explosive gust surged outward, sweeping across a vast expanse of tens of thousands of meters, as billowing clouds of dust ascended towards the heavens, casting an ominous shadow. In the distance, Nico Robin and her companions paled, their faces drained of color as they beheld the harrowing scar of destruction extending for miles. The sight sent chills racing down their spines, etched with disbelief. Yet, at that moment, they were fervently yearning to discern the fate of Crocodile at the heart of the explosion. A crimson spray erupted from Crocodile's right shoulder as his golden hook vanished entirely, leaving behind a gruesome, precise wound. The once arrogant visage of Crocodile was now replaced by confusion and terror. After a fleeting glance at Bayou, he coughed up blood, his body yielding to the ground with a thud. The swirling sands and the blood staining the earth marked the culmination of his relentless injuries and psychological turmoil, pushing Crocodile's body to its limits. In this moment, Crocodile found himself utterly devoid of strength, unable to rise again. Merely witnessing the figure a mere 10 meters away donning an expression of incredulity. He had once believed he could stand against the three admirals, yet here he was, defeated by a fresh-faced youth in mere minutes. Had the tides of fate truly turned against him? Was he so feeble that his opponent could afford to doze off? You are still too weak, Crocodile, Bayou mused. I could reveal your vulnerabilities, and yet you would still fail to provide me with the thrill of battle. He indifferently sheathed his cursed blade, Miramesa. As a fellow user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Crocodile paled in comparison to the three admirals. At least they possessed the mastery of haki, enabling their confrontations to escalate into unrestrained carnage. In contrast, individuals like Crocodile and Inel, who focused solely on honing their devil fruit abilities while neglecting haki, had glaring deficiencies. Moreover, if the contest were to be about the development of Logia powers, Crocodile might not even surpass Inel. Thus, this battle felt simultaneously insipid yet too precious to discard. You insolent brat! You dare call me weak? I am a warlord of the sea, recognized by the world government. How dare you lay a hand on me? I demand an explanation, Crocodile roared, struggling to regain his composure. His only desire now was to seek an opportunity to escape. Lord Crocodile, I come to your aid. Das Bonez suddenly materialized behind Bayou, his fingers having already transformed into sharp blades, courtesy of his chop-chop fruit powers. This is his most formidable technique, a move that guarantees a fatal strike. Gazing at the figure so near, Dasboni harbored a fervent desire to comprehend the vast disparity between himself and the Navy's 4th Admiral. Apologies. Our king is not a mere shrimp that can be challenged at whim. One sword style, Death Lion's song. Boom. Zaro's silhouette flashed past. The incoming Dasboni momentarily froze in midair. In the next instant, a shocking wound blossomed on his chest. Boom. Blood erupted like fireworks. As Zaro landed, Dasboni stood rigidly in place, his face a canvas of disbelief as he stared at Zaro. He was, after all, a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming his entire being into a defense as resilient as steel through his fruit's powers. He had anticipated enduring a round or two against the 4th Admiral, never imagining that even his subordinate could breach his defenses in one swift move. Are you Roranoa Zoro? Dasboni's expression was filled with incredulity as he recognized the green-haired figure. As one of the world's foremost bounty hunters, Dasboni had once looked down upon others with his Paramecia powers. Yet, this outcome unveiled a stark reality of the immense gap before him. Could it truly be as that young lad claimed, that the era has forsaken them? Regrettably, before Zaro could respond, Dasboni collapsed to the ground. Well, it is getting late, Crocodile. How shall I report back to headquarters? This is my affair. You should take a rest, Bayou declared, taking a swig of liquor. With a deft maneuver, he summoned his sword from its sheath at his waist, bringing it down with tremendous force upon Crocodile's head. No. Crocodile jolted awake, having believed that his most valued ally, Dasboni, could provide him a moment's respite. Now, it appeared all was in vain. Not only had he been slain in a single strike, but even his top ace had met the same fate. Alas, despite Crocodile's frantic struggles, it was all futile beneath the weight of the sheath. He spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. However, observing Crocodile's massive form, Bayou felt a twinge of regret. He reluctantly grasped him and departed, having no desire to engage with the others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This journey has been in vain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Sand Crocodile. You have earned a reward of 2% unlock value. The current unlock value stands at 37%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 system points. 1,000 system points? Bayou raised an eyebrow, realizing that Crocodile's error lay in his choice to seek vengeance against the Pirate King after his defeat by Whitebeard, rather than focusing on honing his own skills. Had he possessed the dual haki, this battle would have unfolded quite differently. The 1,000 system points indicate that Crocodile is indeed regarded highly by the system. King Cobra, have you truly reached a trade agreement with Bayou? Outside in the rain, Cobra had already reunited with Vivi. After hearing Bayou's audacious battle plan, He promptly contacted the Navy headquarters. As one of the founding elders of the world government, Cobra held considerable authority. Admiral Sengoku, I have just learned that Vivi and Admiral Bayou have established such an agreement. However, rest assured, I shall immediately head to the rain-soaked grounds to persuade Admiral Bayou to refrain from taking action against Crocodile. I will ensure that he remains unharmed, Cobra hurriedly explained. In his eyes, Bayou had achieved the rank of Admiral at the tender age of 17 or 18, representing a promising prospect that the Navy had nurtured for a long time. Due to the turmoil caused by the Golden City and internal strife, the relationship between Alabasta and the world government, as well as the Navy headquarters, had already soured. If, at such a critical juncture, a mishap were to occur that resulted in the injury of the Navy's fourth admiral, Cobra believed he could not bear the responsibility. No, my concern does not lie with that young man. You mentioned that this matter has been ongoing for quite a while now. I am instead worried about Crocodile. The urgent voice of Sengoku echoed through the transponder snail. Cobra and the others were left in a state of confusion. Initially, Sengoku's apparent anxiety led them to assume that his worries were solely for the young admiral's well-being. Now, however, the esteemed fleet admiral of the Navy was expressing concern for a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Is this not absurd? Exclaimed Vivi suddenly. Father, look quickly. It appears someone is approaching. All eyes were drawn to the sight. However, as they discerned the figures leisurely advancing, their pupils constricted in shock, accompanied by a series of gasps. What on earth has transpired, King Cobra? Pray, tell me at once. Sengoku inquired urgently. It is the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. He is being brought in, replied a voice, echoing like thunder on the other end of the transponder snail. The gathering in the conference hall, including Sengoku and others, was left utterly bewildered. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. How shall we explain this to the world government? Sengoku, troubled, rubbed his temples, casting an exasperated glance at Karp, who was still munching on rice crackers beside him. Infuriated, he exclaimed, Karp, how can you remain so nonchalant while you've once again stirred up trouble? Now, what do you propose we do to remedy this? As an old comrade, Sengoku had long been aware of Karp's propensity for causing chaos. However, the current situation starkly contrasted with the gravity of the matter at hand. Cough, Sengoku, why the haste? Did not Crocodile seize the gold from the heavens? And did not Cobra declare that the sand alligator is the primary instigator of the unrest in Alabasta? Since the damage is already done, let us consolidate these accusations and present them as a collective indictment, Karp remarked casually, continuing to snack on his rice crackers. Such irrefutable evidence would compel the 5 elders to acknowledge the situation. If necessary, we can always find a scapegoat later. His flippant response echoed throughout the conference hall, leaving everyone, including Sengoku, momentarily speechless. The typically unreliable Karp was now attempting to deflect responsibility onto his grandson. The analysis was indeed quite insightful. Sengoku stared intently for a considerable time before snatching the sunbae from Karp's hand and consuming them all in one go, crunching loudly as he devoured them. Karp, you scoundrel. I genuinely suspect you have deliberately engaged in mischief in the past to make me bear the blame for you. Now, for the sake of your grandson, you have finally come to your senses. However, the matter concerning the 7 warlords has far-reaching implications. To render the 5 elders utterly speechless, we must promptly disseminate the events that transpired in Alabasta. The only fortunate aspect is that Crocodile fell at the hands of Bayou, which can be regarded as another form of honor for our Navy headquarters. Sengoku, you truly are the most cunning of individuals. I always knew you would handle this matter adeptly. Bah, you shut your mouth. I am merely cleaning up after your grandson, and you dare to call me cunning? I have no siblings. Now get lost. With each command issued by Sengoku, the occurrences in Alabasta swiftly spread across the seas. In just a single day, under the reports of the infamous Morgans, everything in Alabasta became front-page news. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is the sole route and supply point. It is precisely for this reason that numerous pirates opt to journey to Fishman Island. Firstly, it provides the opportunity to repair ship's coatings, preventing the catastrophic fate of being crushed by the immense pressure of the ocean depths. Secondly, it offers a chance to encounter the legendary merfolk, with the hope of capturing one. Should a pirate manage to seize a mermaid from within Fishman Island and transport her to Sabaody Archipelago for sale, the bounty could reach hundreds of millions of berries, sufficient to exchange for a low-grade devil fruit in the black market. For the vast majority, this represents a stepping stone on the path to power, prompting many pirates to take reckless risks. However, today at Fishman Island, the sight of colossal pirate ships, resembling whales, docked at the entrance has rendered all factions unerringly submissive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This scene similarly astonished the surrounding fishmen and various factions. However, upon discerning the appearance of Jinbei, many gasped in disbelief. This is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, regarded as the strongest among the fishmen. Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates. Haha, feeling rather bored. I am venturing to the first half of the Grand Line to seek out an intriguing young lad, who appears to be the captain of the Spade Pirates and possesses the abilities of the Mara no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit. Whitebeard took a swig of his drink and remarked, "This young lad has been at sea for just over a month. Yet he has already attracted a bounty of 120 million berries from the Navy headquarters. If this trend continues, the nefarious world government will undoubtedly attempt to recruit him as one of the 7 warlords, rather than allowing a promising talent to fall into the hands of the enemy. It would be wiser to bring him under my wing." The Spade Pirates? Jinbei paused for a moment and then asked, "Father, are you referring to Port Asti? Ace? I have heard of him. His strength is commendable, and his bounty is rising rapidly. It's quite possible that the world government has its eye on him. My interest in the position of warlord stems from the security it provides. The world government offers certain conveniences that can alleviate the plight of both humans and fishmen. Moreover, once one becomes a warlord, they can navigate the seas without fear, which should be immensely attractive to newcomers like Ace." Jinbei fully understands the implications of the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea, yet as he stated, it is a secure position. At the very least, it allows them to engage in piracy openly and evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Such matters, for many, are indeed a source of delight. Jinbei, you are not mistaken. The 7 warlords of the sea represent a most enviable position. Look at the Empress and the Night Demon. Both brazenly reigning as kings of pirates, an audacious notion we could hardly dare to entertain. Marco chuckled softly and remarked, "As long as the 4 emperors continue to pose a threat upon the seas, I believe the Navy headquarters would never dare to take action against the warlords, regardless of their transgressions." The captains present nodded in silent agreement, even Whitebeard revealing a hint of amusement. The world government's use of pirates to counteract other pirates illustrates the extent to which pirate influence has burgeoned, posing a significant threat to the world government itself. Otherwise, the 5 elders would not have devised such a scheme. For them, the maritime situation appears to be progressing favorably. However, as this thought began to take root in their minds, the urgent arrival of Jozu, newspaper in hand, halted their reflections. It felt akin to a cherished position being shattered. "Father, a major incident has occurred in the Alabasta Kingdom. The warlord Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, has been severely injured and captured by the Navy's 4th Admiral, the war demon Bayou, on charges of seizing the sky's gold and plotting to usurp the kingdom. The news has spread across the seas, annihilating the definition of the warlord's secure standing." Diamond Jozu promptly handed over the fresh newspaper. Gazing at the prominent headline, both Whitebeard and Jinbei's expressions shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, they were extolling the distinctiveness and privileges bestowed upon the 7 warlords, allowing them to act without trepidation. Little did they anticipate that their downfall would come at the hands of a newcomer from the Navy. "The sand-playing brat has been gravely injured?" Whitebeard glanced at the accompanying photograph, particularly noting Bayou hoisting Crocodile like a lifeless dog, his expression darkening. Initially, he believed the sudden emergence of a 4th Admiral from the Navy headquarters was merely a ploy. He never expected the individual to possess genuine capability. "This sand-playing brat had once challenged me over a decade ago, and I severed one of his hands. I never imagined that after all these years, he would lose an entire arm." It remains uncertain whether this action against the warlords was commissioned by the world government under the 5 elders or represents the Navy headquarters' own intent. If it is merely the personal agenda of the 4th Admiral, then the ensuing events may not unfold easily. "Jinbei, you must tread carefully." As the foremost of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard has long been the object of many covetous gazes upon his position, heralded as the closest existence to the pirate king within these waters. This is sufficient to attract individuals eager for various challenges. Among them, the young Crocodile also set his sights on the formidable Whitebeard. Regrettably, after a fierce confrontation, he not only faced defeat, but also suffered the loss of his right hand at the hands of Whitebeard. This has caused the Crocodile to be haunted by his past, prompting him to venture to Alabasta in search of the so-called Pluton. Now that he cannot find Pluton, he nearly lost his life in the process. "Do not worry, father, I will keep a watchful eye," Jinbei said solemnly. "Unlike Crocodile, my position as a warlord of the sea is solely to safeguard Fishman Island. The Navy headquarters and the world government lack justification to act against me based on this alone. Nevertheless, we must hasten our search for Port St. Ace. The emergence of the Navy's 4th Admiral has significantly altered the dynamics of these waters. The atmosphere grew heavy among Whitebeard and the others. Jinbei's words indeed left a sense of unassailable truth hanging in the air. The death of the Golden Lion, the rise of the 4th Admiral, and the erosion of the privileges once held by the warlords of the sea have all contributed to this unsettling reality. All of this vividly illustrates that the once stagnant sea is now beginning to stir slowly. The 4th Admiral has emerged as a pivotal force. Simultaneously, news of the devastating blow to the warlord Crocodile has spread across the ocean. Within the castle of the Dressrosa Kingdom in the New World, Doflamingo, adorned in a flamboyant outfit of flamingo feathers, reclines with his legs crossed, reading a newspaper with a mocking smile. "Master, I never imagined the Crocodile, after rejecting your invitation for collaboration, would scurry off to Alabasta with his own schemes," Torero remarked, wiping his nose. However, the actions of this 4th Admiral seem devoid of logic. Should we be wary? Indeed, should we be wary of what? Doflamingo chuckled ominously. "Do you truly believe Crocodile could rival us? The Don Quixote family is merely reclaiming what inherently belongs to me. Besides, Crocodile's vision is far too limited. In comparison, I possess not only the secrets of the celestial dragons but also the threatening alliance with the emperors, the beast pirates led by Kaido. I am curious to see if that brat dares to confront me. Aha. The master speaks truthfully. Our Don Quixote family reigns as the underworld sovereign of this world." Diamante boomed with laughter. "Once we loosen our grip, chaos will undoubtedly ensue, unless the Navy truly fears the madness of the beast pirates. Who would dare challenge us? Among the 7 warlords, each possesses their own dominion. Yet, Doflamingo undoubtedly stands as the most successful in wielding influence. Not only does he hold the secrets of the celestial dragons, but he is also adept in scientific pursuits, having developed artificial devil fruits, leading Kaido by the nose. Undoubtedly, this has rendered Doflamingo the most arrogant figure among the 7 warlords. Well, time is of the essence. I have just received intelligence from Virgo. This incident was instigated solely by the 4th Admiral, and Sengoku, in a bid to prevent the world government from erupting in fury, has opted for a preemptive disclosure. Executing a strategy of action before consultation, Doflamingo closed the newspaper in his hand, a sly smile gracing his lips as he spoke. However, those 5 elders are no ordinary individuals. Such a tactic of acting first and reporting later will surely not convince them. It seems they will likely take action against this 4th Admiral, so let us sit back and enjoy the spectacle. 3 days later, at the Navy headquarters dock, Smoker leaned against the bow of the ship, gazing at the flag fluttering in the wind, lost in contemplation while savoring a cigar. Beside him was Dasky, officially assigned to be his aide today. Smoker handed over the documents, stating, "This is your appointment, returning from Logue Town to the headquarters as a colonel. I hope you will continue to strive for the benefit of the headquarters." A woman adorned in a red striped suit, with shoulder-length pink hair and sunglasses, was reading aloud from a document. Noticing Smoker's distracted demeanor, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Smoker, at least respond. Tina is quite upset. Even if you disregard discipline, you should set a proper example for your new aide, right? To be able to return to the headquarters is an opportunity to apply for a talented swordsman aide with haki mastery. Tina is quite envious. Tina, Isuka, and Smoker are all from the same batch of recruits, distinguished among their peers. For a long time, Tina and Smoker have overshadowed Isuka due to their abilities as devil fruit users. Now, not only does Smoker possess haki, but even Isuka, who had always been beneath them, has acquired it as well. This left Tina feeling somewhat constrained. Tina, you've made a mistake, she explained hurriedly, adjusting her glasses. My ability to awaken the armament haki is entirely due to Admiral Bayou. Compared to him, I am hardly a swordsmanship prodigy. Smoker, regaining his composure, glanced at Dasky and remarked, Tina, I adhere to discipline. I trust my vice admiral will not undermine our regulations. Since Teacher Zephyr has assigned her to me, I believe she will diligently follow my lead. However, have you noticed that there seem to be significantly more people at the dock? Tina raised an eyebrow, quickly observing the situation at the docks. Typically, at this hour, only 3 or 4 naval vessels would be waiting for their missions. To have hundreds of people gathered is already quite remarkable. Yet now, over 1,000 individuals congregated, including several naval commanders. Isuka, what brings you here? Tina, rarely curious, wondered if something significant had occurred. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Isuka stopped amidst the crowd, expressing surprise. Is that you, Tina? Smoker, what are you doing here? I thought you were accompanying Admiral Bayou to Alabasta. After all, you returned from Rogue Town with Captain Karp. I assumed you would be directly joining Admiral Bayou's command. Within the naval headquarters, every admiral has their own direct subordinates. Even some vice admirals cultivate their own right-hand men, a common practice. For instance, Bogart, who is often seen alongside Karp, is one such example. The current 3 admirals also have their own dedicated subordinates, becoming their most trusted aides. Bayou has just become the 4th admiral, starting with nothing. It is undoubtedly the best opportunity to become a direct subordinate. To become that fellow subordinate? Smoker's expression darkened slightly. Isuka, you haven't already applied, have you? Of course I have, Isuka replied, raising her identity badge with a smile. When I submitted my application, I thought you would be the first, but it turns out I was. You wouldn't believe how many applications are currently in the naval headquarters. Especially upon learning that Admiral Bayou dares to act against the 7 warlords, recognized by the world government. The requests to transfer units have completely filled the desk of Marshal Sengoku. A fierce saying is currently circulating within the headquarters, what others refuse to do. Admiral Bayou has done what others dare not attempt. Only Admiral Bayou dares to undertake. Who would dare touch the 7 warlords? It is none other than Admiral Bayou. At this point, Isuka surveyed the dock and said solemnly, I just learned from the messenger that Admiral Bayou is escorting the ship loaded with heavenly gold, which has passed through the Sabaody archipelago and is now arriving at headquarters. Everyone is eager to catch a glimpse. Admiral Bayou is back? Both Smoker and Tina were momentarily taken aback. They soon observed the crowd at the dock parting to create a path for Sengoku, clad in his justice cloak, swiftly approaching alongside Karp and others. Isuka, I should never have approved your joining Bayou's direct unit. You're just a constant source of chatter. Nearly turning it into a pyramid scheme, Sengoku remarked, clearly noticing Isuka and glaring at her. Isuka's cheeks flushed as she muttered to herself, Marshal Sengoku. Am I not speaking the truth? Look, Admiral Bayou has returned. A warship cutting through the waves came into view, its blood-red flag indicative of Admiral Bayou's identity, heightening everyone's anticipation. Observing the throng of people on the shore, Bayou felt a headache coming on. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he realized he could not escape Sengoku's impending lecture. Captain Bayou, should we dock now? Asked Karina, who was shouldering a sniper rifle. Let us approach the shore. We must face them here, Bayou replied, resignedly taking a sip of his drink while glancing at Crocodile, who sat in the corner with only one arm remaining. Not taking it to heart. One is a soldier, the other a thief. Especially someone like Crocodile, a notorious criminal who leaves ruin in his wake. Bayou felt little guilt. Stirring up a hornet's nest may be exhilarating, but facing the consequences can be equally painful. However, given how events had unfolded, Bayou had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Moreover, he possessed a crucial piece of intelligence that could serve as a delaying tactic. Soon, the warship entered the headquarters bay. Sengoku, unable to contain himself, leaped onto the deck. Upon seeing the lifeless figure of Crocodile on the deck, his expression momentarily faltered. Is this truly the same overbearing Shichibukai they once knew? Now, he resembles a lump of mud, utterly incapable of being uplifted. The once handsome golden hook of his right hand lies severed at the base, evoking a vivid image of Yonggu's single arm. Observing the former tyrant, now a despondent old man, they are left to ponder what methods Bayou employed in that fateful battle to utterly dismantle Crocodile, both physically and mentally. Bayou, you impudent brat, daring to challenge even the Shichibukai. How am I to explain this to the Gorosei? Sengoku exclaimed, snapping back to reality with a furious voice. Were it not for Bayou's status as an admiral and the presence of Garp, he would have eagerly rolled up his sleeves for a good fight. Haha, Sengoku. Save your breath. The fight has already transpired, and Bayou has indeed rendered a service. After all, he is my grandson. Consider it a favor to me. Garp chuckled heartily as he stuffed a piece of sunbae into his mouth. Damn it. Sengoku shot him a glare. I will eventually see you and your grandson tormented to death. By the way, did you not mention something crucial over the Den Mushi just now? Something that could prevent the Gorosei from holding anyone accountable? What does this matter? A barrage of questions flowed from Sengoku's lips. During this period, ever since Bayou's emergence, every event has left him feeling overwhelmed, reminiscent of a young Karp. Admiral Sengoku, please take a look at these documents. Bayou handed over the files he held. Observing Bayou, who was typically reckless and disorganized, suddenly presenting a stack of documents with utmost seriousness piqued Sengoku's interest. Upon reviewing the contents, Sengoku's expression shifted. The king of the underworld? Bayou, are you suggesting that Crocodile's actions against the Alabasta Kingdom are aimed at the king of the underworld? One of the three great weapons? If these documents are authentic, then the five elders would indeed find themselves at a loss. However, Bayou, had you provided me with this information earlier, I might have been able to negotiate. Yet, half a day ago, the five elders issued 2 missions specifically for you. I am concerned there may be complications. 2 missions? Bayou's expression froze, revealing a hint of surprise. As a reincarnator, he was already aware of Crocodile's true intentions in Alabasta. His delay in submitting these documents was merely a test to gauge the five elders' reactions. Now, not only did they refrain from fury, but they also assigned him 2 tasks. It was not just Sengoku who found this peculiar. Bayou felt the same. Indeed, the five elders stated that you have disrupted the balance of the sea. The alliance of the 7 warlords is indeed decaying. Yet it remains a formidable weapon to counteract pirates, Sengoku stated solemnly. Given the current state of Crocodile, he can no longer fulfill his duties as a warlord. Thus, your first task is to escort Crocodile to Impel Down. The second task involves this list of candidates for the next 7 warlords. They wish for you to extend the invitation personally. To have a general extend invitations to the new 7 warlords? Bayou was somewhat taken aback. In the original narrative, the 3 admirals epitomized the Navy's strongest combat power. Typically, invitations to the 7 warlords would be extended by a vice admiral at most. Suddenly requesting Bayou, a newly appointed admiral, to undertake this task seemed excessive and somewhat inappropriate. Bayou, do not take this too much to heart. If this is merely a means for the 5 elders to suppress you, I would find some comfort in that, Sengoku replied gravely. What troubles me most is the inability to discern their intentions. Nevertheless, rest assured, I will assist you in navigating this situation. Bayou understood the 5 elders' narrow-mindedness and felt a sense of relief at Sengoku's goodwill. He finally grasped why Karp, with his penchant for trouble, could still remain in headquarters. It appeared Sengoku had indeed expended considerable effort. However, when Bayou scrutinized the list of invitees, his expression momentarily froze. Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard, and Port Gasti. Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates, with a bounty of 120 million? Was Ace's invitation to the 7 warlords expedited due to his own interference? After a moment's contemplation, Bayou quickly reassured himself. In the original storyline, Ace had no understanding of haki before joining the Whitebeard Pirates. When he suffered a crushing defeat at Bayou's hands at the floating restaurant, he had already learned of the existence of the 3 types of haki. In truth, Ace had awakened his conqueror's haki at the age of 7, saving Luffy from pirates. Now, having witnessed Bayou's display of all 3 haki forms, it was plausible that Ace, given his natural talent, could master haki with relative ease. Undoubtedly, this indirectly enhances Ace's illustrious resume as a newcomer. A fresh talent emerging from the East Sea, he not only possesses formidable powers of a natural-type devil fruit, but also wields the formidable 3-color haki. In any faction, he would undoubtedly be a highly sought-after asset. You must be quite surprised, young one, Sengoku remarked, casting a glance. Aside from Edward Weevil, who proclaims himself the second Whitebeard. This Fire Fist Ace also hails from the East Sea. I have heard rumors that you battled him at the floating restaurant in the East Sea and emerged victorious. Is there any truth to this? As the most formidable power in these waters, the Navy headquarters intelligence network is extensive and cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the clash between Bayou and Ace at the floating restaurant is regarded as a rare spectacle in the East Sea, witnessed by numerous onlookers. Cough, is that so? It seems there was indeed an encounter, but Fire Fist Ace is exceedingly strong. I allowed him to slip away. Natural-type devil fruit users are notoriously tricky to handle. Bayou hastily explained with a cough. Uffed. Crocodile, who had been lurking in the corner, spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing from rage. Gazing at Bayou, he was infuriated to the point of near collapse. When you were tormenting me, you didn't even break a sweat. Yet now, against a newcomer from the East Sea, you claim the natural type is too troublesome and let him escape. Can you not find a more credible excuse? Or is it that a seasoned warlord like me cannot even match a novice? Sengoku shot a glance at the furious crocodile and retorted, young man. If you keep conjuring such ridiculous tales, you might just drive Crocodile to his demise. Previously, whatever interactions you had with Fire Fist Ace, I did not interfere before you became a Navy officer. However, for the upcoming mission, I expect you to handle it well. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions the Gorosei might take. It's getting late, so let us first escort Crocodile to the 6th level of Impel Down. I've already contacted Magellan to assist you. And you, do not entertain any thoughts of engaging in battle with Magellan. The situation in Impel Down is far from what it used to be. With that admonition, Sengoku leaped onto the dock, clutching his documents. You are now a vice admiral. And although you have brought forth many promising recruits, your manpower remains somewhat insufficient. This girl has persistently applied to join your ranks, no less than 10 times. And I have assigned her to your command. You are now a vice admiral of the Navy, representing the face of the headquarters. You must maintain appearances. In the future, I will also scout for other Navy personnel to transfer under your command. Your methods are commendable, so do not hide your talents. Teach me to cultivate more new recruits. Typically, Sengoku would not be so flustered. However, faced with Bayou, a troublemaker, he was reminded of his days partnering with Garp. Genuinely worried that a mere admonition could lead to Bayou creating 10 new troubles. Cough, Marshal Sengoku. I perceive you intend to use me as a free tutor to train Navy commanders. If the chief instructor Zephyr learns of this, do you think he might come to confront me? Bayou coughed again, concluding with a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. During this period, having only engaged with a somewhat mediocre crocodile has undoubtedly left Bayou feeling a bit restless. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing such fervently fierce declarations, could hardly suppress their facial muscles, even the stoic Sengoku. However, before they could voice their thoughts, the timid Dasky, sword in hand, hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. General Bayou, Instructor Zephyr has already set sail for the new recruit's practical assessment and is not currently at the training camp. So you need not worry about Zephyr causing any trouble. However, may I ask if General Bayou would allow me to join your ranks? Compared to following Smoker, I would much prefer to follow you. In gratitude for the day I awakened my haki. Follow me. Bayou sighed, rubbing his nose. Indeed. Fame can be a double-edged sword. The star effect is truly formidable. Observing Smoker's face, which had completely lost its composure, Bayou genuinely wondered if Dasky's natural naivety had caused him some internal strife. Smoker, it seems that comparing oneself to others can be quite infuriating. Tina paused for a moment and remarked, however, I do not condone this girl's actions. It appears that new recruits are still just that. New. Devoid of even a shred of discipline. Now even the vice admiral has been taken away. What are your plans? The cigar smoker was holding hung loosely in his mouth, his expression darkening. Yet, after a brief silence, he slowly stepped forward. Bayou, I wish to join your ranks. What? Tina's expression froze. As a peer, she understood Smoker's inherently tough nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to become a colonel in Logue Town, forgoing the qualifications to ascend the ranks immediately upon graduation. Smoker, have you lost your mind? Bayou shot him a sidelong glance, exasperatedly waving his hand. Forget it. Just don't hinder my fights. The hour grows late. We should depart swiftly. With that, Bayou turned and boarded the ship. Witnessing Bayou vanish into the cabin, Tina rushed forward. Smoker, why are you doing this? I don't understand. Don't understand? Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke from his cigar. To be honest, I don't quite comprehend it either. But do you see that warlord over there? He dares to do what others do not. He is the first person who shares my ideals, and moreover, I want to see just how far he can go. The ship is about to depart. I must leave now. We can chat again another time, Smoker said, hurrying aboard. Tina stood there, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Is this considered a manifestation of charismatic personality? Meanwhile, within the supreme palace of Marineford, 5 figures sat opposite each other. Gazing at the intelligence returned to them, the bald elder, wielding a katana, spoke in a deep voice. That young brat has set off. Let us proceed according to the original plan. An uncontrollable pawn must be thoroughly subdued. If this endeavor succeeds, I believe even the warring states cannot retain him. Just as was the case 18 years ago, the elder's words reverberated throughout the grand hall. After exchanging glances, the remaining 4 aged figures could not help but smile. As the clandestine powers behind the world government, they have always possessed the ability to strategize with precision. What remains for them now is to await the ultimate outcome. Half a day later, a warship surged through the waves, heading towards the heavily fortified and tightly sealed gates of justice. From the Navy headquarters to Impel Down, under the meticulously designed triangular sea currents orchestrated by the world government, the warship swiftly navigated the designated currents, moving back and forth at the three grand gates of justice. As the warship approached, the massive gates of justice were suddenly thrust open. With the assistance of the ocean currents, the warship carrying Bayou quickly entered the notorious Impel Down prison. On the dock, numerous figures awaited their arrival. Leading the group was the prison warden Magellan, accompanied by his deputy Hannibal, followed by a cadre of elite guards from Impel Down. As the warship docked, Smoker dutifully escorted the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, down the gangway. Observing the once arrogant warlord now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, Smoker was genuinely curious about what Bayou had done to bring such a profound physical and psychological blow to the illustrious warlord. Impel Down had long been regarded by the outside world as an impregnable fortress, not only due to its perilous geographical location but also because of Magellan, a formidable presence who possessed the strength of an admiral. Yet, as they neared the entrance, Bayou could still sense the chilling aura emanating from within. Indeed, it was no ordinary place. Contemplating the numerous notorious pirates imprisoned inside, a glint of bloodlust flickered in Bayou's eyes as he took a swig of his drink. Magellan and Hannibal's expressions momentarily faltered. The newly appointed fourth admiral, notorious for his bloodthirsty and combative nature, had garnered some attention. The fleeting glimpse of his ominous battle intent suggested he might intend to turn the underwater prison upside down. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Setting aside the significance of the underwater prison, the presence of Magellan alone would preclude any reckless actions from Bayou. Magellan, the warden of the prison, was escorting the notorious former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Smoker was the first to approach the gathering. In stark contrast to Bayou's nonchalant demeanor, Smoker, despite his own disregard for rules, had served as a minor leader in the Rogue Town branch for several years, thus exhibiting a certain decorum in his conduct. Magellan and his companions quickly regained their composure, their eyes widening in astonishment at Bayou's youthful visage, while Magellan felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Indeed, the rumors of the fourth admiral's bloodlust were not unfounded, even among allies. He dared to cast a predatory gaze. "Welcome, Admiral Bayou. I appreciate you making the journey. I am the warden, and you may call me Hannibal," he stated as he stepped forward, attempting to project an air of authority. Yet, he was promptly brushed aside by Magellan. "Admiral Bayou, I did not expect to meet you so soon. The warlords of the sea are formidable foes, and I am genuinely surprised that you would dare to engage them. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the warden of the underwater prison, and due to Crocodile's sensitive status, your personal escort is required. If you don't mind my curiosity, what exactly transpired between you that led him to lose all willpower?" As the warden of the underwater prison, Magellan was well aware of the notorious criminals housed within. However, he knew that no matter how long they were imprisoned, their inherent nature would remain unaltered. Crocodile, having ascended to the rank of warlord, was indeed a formidable figure. Intuition warned Magellan that the young fourth admiral before him was far from simple. With a bloodthirsty grin, Bayou responded as he took a swig of strong liquor. "It was nothing, merely a thorough battle. If Warden Magellan is interested, we could perhaps engage in some sparring." Indeed, the fourth admiral lived up to his name, seemingly relishing the prospect of combat. Seeing no clues emerging from Bayou, Magellan sighed in resignation. "Admiral Bayou, you flatter me, but I have responsibilities to uphold, and engaging in battle is likely unfeasible. If there are no further matters, let us proceed to escort the prisoner." As Magellan turned to lead the way, a flicker of disappointment crossed Hannibal's face. If Bayou could indeed confront Magellan, perhaps he could shed the title of deputy warden, nonetheless. Witnessing Bayou and his entourage entering the gates, Hannibal could no longer contain himself and hastily followed. While he may not achieve the rank of warden, he still had duties to fulfill to maintain his presence. Ding. "Congratulations, host. The system shop has refreshed." The ethereal notification resonated. Bayou raised an eyebrow, noting that the system had unlocked 37.5 during the encounter with Crocodile. Although the unlocked value was modest, he had accrued a considerable reward of 200 points. Since a week prior, when the system shop had unveiled magical beans and a gravity training facility at Navy headquarters, excitement coursed through him. The somewhat shabby mall showed no signs of life. Suddenly, within the confines of Impel Down, a refresh occurred. Bayou genuinely suspected that the refresh mechanism was correlated with the significance of the location. It seemed he would need to find a time to test this theory. Moments ago, Bayou glanced and noted that his mall points had surged to an unprecedented 500, breaking all previous records. Now, he was eager to see if the landlord mall could provide satisfactory items to exploit. System, please open the mall page immediately. Please wait, host. System mall page refresh successful. In Bayou's mind, the mall page quickly unfolded, and upon viewing the 2 listed items, his expression faltered. 1. Advanced armament haki, an exceptional method of utilizing haki that not only offers formidable defensive capabilities but also envelopes weapons in the body, unleashing a powerful impact. Valued at 500 points, it is a 5-star recommended must-have item. 2. Supreme Conqueror's Haki significantly enhances the strength of haki, capable of inflicting substantial physical damage. Valued at 1,000 points, it is also a 5-star recommended must-have item. Haki. Bayou was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that the system would not unveil items from the world of the Sea Kings during this period, but it appeared he had underestimated it. However, these 5-star recommended items were likely not less than 5 stars in the system's eyes. Each was deemed a must-have. It seemed the system, in its role as landlord, had no intention of allowing Bayou to rise to a modest prosperity. Nevertheless, these 2 items were certainly enticing, as they saved Bayou considerable time he would have otherwise spent on training. System, please procure both items for me. Please wait, host. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. Current system points, 0. Hearing the final prompt and witnessing his points dwindle to nothing, Bayou genuinely questioned whether the system was deliberately squeezing him. Nevertheless, 2 streams of power associated with haki surged into Bayou's body like an expansive ocean. Initially, he had only possessed basic armament haki and conqueror's haki, but in an instant, he felt himself rapidly growing stronger. Particularly, the Supreme Conqueror's haki imparted to him a sensation akin to a wild stallion breaking free. Had he not exerted immense effort to restrain it, he might have erupted in an uncontrollable display of power. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to converse with Shanks or Whitebeard about the essence of haki, to ascertain whether his newfound conqueror's haki could surpass theirs. The foremost figure, Magellan, momentarily froze, unable to resist glancing back at Bayou. A fleeting sense of apprehension had crossed his mind. Yet, as quickly as it appeared, the feeling vanished without a trace, leaving Magellan to doubt whether it was merely an illusion. Nonetheless, his instincts hinted that this peculiar sensation might originate from the little devil behind him. Meanwhile, Bayou and his companions had arrived at the first level above the sea of Impel Down. Here, they required boiling water to scald the prisoners as a form of so-called disinfecting baptism. In a previous life, such individuals would have already succumbed to the heat. The world of the Sea Kings merely represented the initial punishment. Crocodile was soon escorted down, and even under the scalding water, he appeared utterly dazed, leaving many onlookers wide-eyed with curiosity regarding the inhumane treatment Crocodile had endured at Bayou's hands. Shortly thereafter, Bayou's group continued to lead Crocodile onward after a thorough inspection. As they descended the floors, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, penetrating to the very marrow of their bones. The sounds of various anguish cries echoed in succession, amplifying the oppressive air, as if an invisible hand were tightening its grip on their hearts. Even Smoker and Zaro furrowed their brows, finally grasping why Impelled Down instilled such dread in the outside world. Many pirates would rather face death than be sent to this hellish place. Well, General Bayou, ahead lies the first 5 levels of Impel Down, where numerous pirates and criminals of heinous deeds are incarcerated. Magellan pressed the elevator button, observing the changing numbers above, as he explained for the first time. Next, we shall proceed to the 6th level. The inmates held there are the tyrants of the sea. I have heard rumors that General Bayou slayed the Golden Lion Shiki of the flying pirate crew in the East Blue. That man was the first pirate to escape from Impel Down, and with his death at your hands, you have certainly aided us in rectifying the reputation of this prison. I must express my gratitude to you. As the warden of Impel Down, Magellan had long harbored a grudge regarding Shiki's escape. Now, with Shiki dead at Bayou's hands, it served to slightly mitigate the blemish left on the prisoness' esteemed name. Your words are too kind, Warden Magellan. Bayou took a swig of strong liquor. Gazing into the inky darkness of the elevator that had just opened, a glimmer of intrigue apparent in his eyes. As a reincarnator, Bayou was already well acquainted with the 6th level. Unlike the curiosity displayed by others, he did not exhibit any overt signs of eagerness. In contrast to the eerie horror of the 5 levels above, the 6th level radiated an unsettling silence, appearing somewhat out of place. Yet, it was precisely this incongruity that suggested its existence was far from simple. Here, only a handful of prisoners are confined. Each inmate embodies the formidable strength and immense guilt akin to the crocodile. Crocodile, a being of great power, yet burdened by grave sins. Observing the corridor, one can see pairs of crimson eyes illuminating the darkness, emanating an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Even Smoker and his companions, who trailed closely behind Bayou, felt their nerves tighten, cold sweat beating upon their foreheads. Even Hannibal, the vice warden who incessantly spoke of his authority, appeared somewhat unnerved. The vast corridor descended into an eerie silence, as the twin pairs of scarlet eyes, after darting around, ultimately settled upon Bayou. Unfazed by this peculiar welcome, Bayou hastened to follow Magellan ahead. Beneath the dim light, one could only discern the series of cells lining the passageway, with the inmates lurking in the distant shadows already shrouded in darkness. The prisoners held here are notorious marauders of the seas, possessing not only formidable might, but also bearing the weight of their heinous deeds. Among them is the historically infamous female convict, Katerina Devon. Magellan paused before one of the cells, soon revealing a striking woman clad in striped prison garb, who emerged from the shadows with a mocking smile, saying, "Magellan, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to spend the night with me? I can offer my services for free." She continued, "And this gentleman, who appears quite pristine, who is he that warrants such solemnity from you? Moreover, is that not the Shichibukai crocodile being escorted here as well?" Her words instantly roused the silence of the 6th level. Observing the stirring atmosphere, Magellan furrowed his brow and sternly commanded, "Katerina Devon, you would do well to silence yourself. His identity is of no concern to you." With that admonition, Magellan's gaze swept across each cell once more. To the left was the notorious barrel of a man, Bosco shot. The massive cell nearby contained the infamous Saint Juan Wolf, while adjacent to it was the tyrant, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Encased in ice was the world destroyer, Bondewald, whose rampage had once wreaked havoc. Closest to the corridor's end on the left was the descendant of the devil, Barrett, from the pirate King Roger's crew. On the right resided the solitary yet famed pirate, the red-haired devil, Fidfield, who had once been known to challenge Whitebeard and Roger single-handedly on the high seas. A cascade of names flowed from Magellan's lips, causing the faces of Smoker and his companions to turn pale. These legendary names, of course, are familiar to them. However, witnessing them in person is a first. Had it not been for the choice to follow Bayou this time, Smoker believed he would never have the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Particularly striking was the final introduction of the monster, the Red Count, a figure steeped in the annals of history. His terror remains vividly alive in the collective memory. Smoker was convinced that if any prisoner within the cell were to be released, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the seas. "Magellan, what trickery is this? You have introduced everyone, yet have forgotten me." A tall figure clad in a black suit materialized from a nearby cell. A hint of mockery graced his cold visage. "Are you concerned about losing face in front of this newly appointed admiral of the Navy, hence deliberately neglecting me? After all, I am the warden of the great prison of Impel Down." "Warden?" Smoker and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Within Impel Down, there were only two highest positions, the chief warden, responsible for security, and the warden, tasked with punishment and rehabilitation. Together, they formed the indomitable bastion known as the Great Prison of Impel Down. The revelation that the warden of this formidable establishment had been confined to the 6th level certainly exceeded their expectations. "Haha, Shiryu the Rain. Did you just say that this wet-behind-the-ears brat is the Navy's 4th admiral? Has the Navy headquarters truly fallen so low as to appoint a mere child as their ultimate force?" Katerina scoffed with derision. "Pray tell, did he perhaps slide in through the back door? Hey, you little brat, have you ever taken a life? Surely you know nothing of combat." The malevolent king of evil displayed a grotesque grin as he laughed unabashedly. The great wine barrel joined in, gesturing animatedly. Only the world destroyer encased in ice and the cell of the Red Count remained shrouded in silence. Even Barrett, unwilling to be left in obscurity, snorted disdainfully. "It seems the world government is on the verge of decline. Perhaps we shall have the chance to escape." With a huff, Barrett emerged from the shadows, his imposing form nearly bursting the confines of his prison garb. "If I am freed, I shall personally obliterate the Navy headquarters, making them understand the consequences of wasting my time. By the way, do you even know what conqueror's haki is, you hairless brat?" The absurdity of the question momentarily stunned everyone, including Magellan. However, the prisoners soon regained their composure, displaying expressions of keen interest. Magellan's complexion darkened as he urgently interjected, "Barrett, if you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for being unmerciful." "Haha, Magellan, unmerciful? Can you truly suppress my kingly demeanor?" Barrett sneered maliciously, his gaze suddenly intensifying as he proclaimed, "Brat, I hope you won't soil yourselves." With a thunderous roar, the vast conqueror's haki erupted within Barrett, crashing forth like a colossal wave, bearing down upon Bayou and the others. The Sea Tower Stone indeed suppresses Barrett's devil fruit abilities, however. It cannot stifle the innate power of Conqueror's haki. Throughout his tenure, Barrett has consistently relied on the advantages conferred by his Conqueror's haki, relishing in the chaos whenever Magellan arrives. Presently, the emergence of this unexpected candidate for the 4th Admiral has clearly incited Barrett to assert his dominance. "Be wary of the Conqueror's haki," Magellan bellowed, as the toxins within him surged forth, enveloping the air in thick, swirling smoke. Faced with Barrett's provocations, Magellan evidently intended to let him experience the taste of his venom. With a bloodthirsty smile, Bayou remarked, "Magellan, the Warden, this too can be considered Conqueror's haki. Compared to him, I am far more wary of your toxins. Allow me to handle this." With those words, Bayou took measured steps forward. Just moments ago, the system had refreshed with the pinnacle of Conqueror's haki, and Bayou was contemplating whether to engage with Shanks and Whitebeard. Now, with Barrett presenting himself, Bayou's interest had undoubtedly been piqued. "Little brat, is that a tone of contempt I hear? Allow me to show you what a true powerhouse looks like." Barrett jeered, unleashing his Conqueror's haki once more. A surge of power aimed squarely at Bayou. Yet, before his grin could fully blossom, Bayou's wine bottle shattered in his grip, unleashing a torrent of haki that exploded with the force of nature. Boom. The entirety of the 6th level trembled in an instant as golden haki surged like a tempest, sweeping away all in its path. The ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. In a display of raw power, Barrett's unique Conqueror's haki collided violently with Bayou's. Boom. The clash of their haki resonated like thunder as golden lightning burst forth. The immense shockwave faltered only momentarily before Bayou, with a bloodthirsty grin, completely lifted the restrictions on his peak Conqueror's haki. Boom. The top-tier Conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave, forcefully meeting Barrett's own. The colossal impact, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, mercilessly trampled Barrett's haki, driving it backward into the prison. In the blink of an eye, Bayou had closed the distance to just 2 or 3 meters from Barrett. Feeling the imminent threat of being overwhelmed, Barrett's smile abruptly froze. The expressions of all the prisoners on the 6th level shifted dramatically. In their eyes, Bayou was merely a fledgling youth, and the title of 4th Admiral seemed a mere farce, a privilege obtained through dubious means. They never fathomed that this seemingly insignificant boy had awakened the regal essence of a true king. The intensity of his unleashed Conqueror's haki even subdued Barrett, who was renowned for his proximity to the pirate king aboard Roger's ship. Who would dare to believe such a reality if they had not witnessed it firsthand? "Little brat, you seek your own demise. Of all the seas, only Roger could ever surpass me. You, a mere child, should resign yourself to death." Barrett roared, his expression contorted with fury. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed as his Conqueror's haki surged wildly to its apex. Boom. The haki erupted forth once more, gradually pushing back the distance that had been reduced to mere meters. Observers did not feel elation at this spectacle. Rather, they were engulfed in profound shock. Barrett had been imprisoned for over a decade, and though his physical prowess had waned, the contest of Conqueror's haki was rooted in spirit, willpower, experience, and the accumulation of life's battles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In this moment, even Barrett's composure faltered, his expression darkening to an extreme degree. "Little brat, I did not anticipate your mastery of dominance to be so formidable. Since that is the case, let us test whose endurance prevails." The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the 6th floor. As a formidable figure of the old era, Barrett could not afford to lose face. "I apologize, but is this truly your utmost effort? It is rather disappointing." A bloodthirsty smile crept across Bayou's face as he fully unleashed his supreme Conqueror's haki. However, for someone so boastful, relying solely on a singular power is indeed a true disgrace. His inexplicable words left everyone present momentarily stunned, Barrett included. Could it be that this formidable Conqueror's haki, capable of surpassing him, can become even more potent? Is this a jest? However, just as these thoughts began to take root in his mind, a heart-stopping aura surged within Bayou, erupting like a volcano. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual pressure, combined with an intense aura of lethal intent, coalesced into two colossal waves that instantly collided with the previously stalemated conqueror's haki. What was once a state of equilibrium was shattered in an instant by the onslaught of these two forces. Three invisible gusts, carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains, struck Barrett with tremendous force. Bang! Barrett was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall 5 or 6 meters behind him. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, dazzling like fireworks, staining the ground beneath him. The sudden turn of events jolted everyone's senses, and the gaze directed at Bayou underwent a complete transformation. Even the Red Count, who had remained silent at the end of the corridor, revealed a change in expression. Indeed, Barrett had been imprisoned for over a decade, causing his body to weaken to a considerable extent. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that someone like Bayou could hurl a person away solely through sheer willpower. Such intensity has indeed shattered their understanding. Who exactly are you, and why does your conqueror's haki seem to possess an edge over mine? Barrett struggled to rise, roaring in urgency. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, is this still considered imposing? Youngster, your aura reminds me of someone, Rox. My intuition tells me you are of the same ilk as Rox. Suddenly, the Red Earl spoke, his chilling words instantly tightening the nerves of the prisoners in the 6th level of the prison. Smoker and Zaro were evidently unfamiliar with this name. Waldowski could not help but inquire, Admiral by Bayou, who is this Rox? As a member of the new generation of the Navy, the details surrounding Rox were intentionally obscured by the world government and the Navy headquarters. Clearly, newcomers like Dasky were unaware of who Rox was. Among the ranks of the headquarters, only a scant few, even among the vice admirals, were privy to this information. The sudden commentary from the Red Earl, an ancient relic of the past, left them bewildered. He was the most formidable monster of the bygone era. Bayou uncorked a bottle of strong liquor and took a swig before continuing, if this era is dubbed the Age of Whitebeard, then the previous one belonged to Pirate King Roger. However, preceding them, there existed an even earlier age, Rox era. Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, they were all members of the Rox Pirates. A collective gasp escaped the lips of Dasky and the others. While they may not have known who Rox was, they certainly recognized the names of the current emperors. Yet now, Bayou revealed that these formidable figures were merely crew members of Rox's ship. If it weren't for hearing it with their own ears, who would dare believe such a tale? You claim that monster is worth striking down? It seems you are also a little monster, remarked the Red Earl, his withered visage betraying a hint of surprise. I thought the events at God Valley had become a taboo topic for your Navy headquarters. Initially, I assumed you were merely a favored child, but it appears that sitting in the position of Admiral and breaking convention to become the 4th Admiral is no trivial feat. Youngster, are you bold enough to reveal your origins? A series of words echoed throughout the 6th level, witnessing the usually taciturn Red Earl engaging in such rare discourse. Many prisoners exhibited expressions of astonishment. Had these words of praise come from anyone else, they would have been met with resistance. However, when they emanated from the legendary Red Earl, the significance was transformed. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools, Magellan retorted, the venomous liquid on his surface gradually settling. With a cold snort, he continued, this 4th Admiral of the Navy is the grandson of Mr. Karp. If he were to take shortcuts, Mr. Karp would not have remained in the position of Vice Admiral for so long. If you wish to question him, perhaps you ought to consider your own worth first. Indeed, Magellan was the warden of Impel Down and did not belong to the Navy headquarters hierarchy. However, observing the notorious pirates imprisoned within, most of whom had been apprehended with some shadow of Mr. Karp behind them, he harbored a deep respect for this naval hero. His demeanor was more respectful than that of a Kainu or Kazuru. It was only natural that he would lower himself to receive Bayou. Faced with the rapid rise of Bayou, who had become a prominent figure in just a month and dared to challenge even the warlords of the sea, Magellan understood that this young man's achievements would not merely stagnate here. Karp's grandson, the Red Earl paused. No wonder he is a little monster. He's the grandson of an old monster. With this remark, the Red Earl once again faded into the shadows. Listening to what could be construed as both praise and scorn, Bayou helplessly took another sip of his drink. Indeed, these long-imprisoned pirates retained their fearsome reputations. Yet their powers had significantly waned, far from their peak state. The essence of battle was lacking. Moreover, Bayou, bearing the name of the Navy headquarters, could not act recklessly. So it's Karp's grandson. No wonder Magellan seems to fawn over him. Rain Shiryu approached the cell, grinning malevolently. I thought you were unique. But it seems you are just as hypocritical as the faces of the world government, imprisoning your comrades without a second thought. Shut your mouth, Shiryu. Magellan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, speaking coldly. You may be the warden, but randomly killing prisoners and turning your blade on your subordinates is a crime in itself. Such actions are unjustifiable anywhere. If you believe my decisions are erroneous, feel free to appeal to the Gorosei. Or are you suggesting you wish to kill me as well? His words reverberated through the corridor. Magellan gazed at Shiryu, separated by a mere wall, and felt a deeper sorrow. Both were part of the ironclad fortress of Impelled Down, yet had fallen to such depths. This has left Magellan grappling with an internal struggle. Otherwise, the original narrative would not have afforded Rain Shiryu the opportunity to strike against Blackbeard and his crew during the invasion of Impelled Down's great prison. Magellan, did you just inquire whether I wish to kill you? Shiryu laughed cruelly, a glint of red flickering in the depths of his eyes. In the next instant, his concealed right hand moved abruptly. Bayou, mid-drink, halted, his expression shifting as he exclaimed urgently, Magellan, be cautious. Haha, too late. Shiryu's laughter echoed as his hidden right hand, wielding handcuffs, swiftly clamped around Magellan's wrist. Magellan's countenance transformed dramatically, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of helplessness engulfed him. The venomous powers of his devil fruit, which he had intended to unleash, suddenly fell silent. Simultaneously, the blade hidden in Shiryu's left hand plunged directly into Magellan's chest. With a sickening sound, blood erupted forth, and the searing pain elicited a muffled groan from Magellan. Witnessing his clothes soaked in crimson and the vitality draining from his body, disbelief washed over his face. Impelled Down, renowned as an impregnable fortress, particularly the 6th level, was a place of utmost significance, housing the most notorious criminals of the seas. Once confined within these walls, no one was meant to escape. Now, Rain Shiryu not only wielded haki-infused handcuffs but had also launched a surprise attack with a dagger. This sufficiently illustrates that within the confines of the city, there exists a traitor. Otherwise, this scene would not have unfolded. Magellan, you are unharmed. Hannibal's complexion paled momentarily. He indeed appeared somewhat unreliable. However, as the deputy warden, he comprehended the implications of the current situation. The imprisoned reign of Shiryu had somehow acquired handcuffs and a dagger, and had orchestrated an ambush against Magellan. This signifies that matters are far more complex than they appear. Hannibal, swiftly relay the orders to seal off the 6th level completely. We must not allow them to escape. Impelled Down is on the brink of chaos. Magellan bellowed urgently. Expedite the notification to the Navy headquarters regarding the events transpiring here, urging them to dispatch reinforcements without delay. We cannot permit these nefarious individuals to leave the 6th level even a step. A flurry of commands cascaded from Magellan's lips, and Hannibal, regaining his composure, promptly turned to execute them. He had harbored a desire to witness Magellan's demise. However, in this moment, that notion had completely evaporated. It was apparent to anyone that at such a critical juncture, with Bayou escorting the 7 warlords to Impel Down, an incident would inevitably arise in the 6th level. This is not merely a confrontation. What else could it be? Hannibal, it is no longer necessary. I have severed the signal of the phone bugs here. Rain's cruel laughter reverberated as, before the watchful eyes of many, he effortlessly snapped the lock and pushed open the tightly shut door, stepping forth. The 6th floor now truly epitomizes isolation from the world. Only by eliminating all of you can I advance to the 5th floor and escape this wretched place. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon those who have offended the wrong individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not emerge now, when will you? With those words, Karina, along with the barrel-sized man and the Tyrant King, also stepped out of their confinement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this a complete upheaval? Alas. Magellan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body staggering, and leaned directly against the wall. The loss of his devil fruit ability, coupled with Shiryu of the Rain's fatal blow, was like adding insult to injury for Magellan. Now, survival itself is questionable, let alone fighting. Haha, Magellan? Who would have thought you'd end up like this? Shiryu of the Rain retrieved a pre-prepared cigar, lit it himself, took a deep puff, and said, Too bad. I already threw away the key to these seastone handcuffs. You can slowly bleed to death and despair. Bear it. Didn't you say you wanted to leave this hellhole? Now is the best opportunity to earn merit. Hurry up and come out. Fiddler, you old codger, do you want to be released? Today. I'm well prepared and will definitely leave this hellhole. With our combined strength, even the 4 emperors are a joke on this sea. Katerina and the others also smiled. They thought they would be trapped in this dark prison for life. They never expected such a dramatic scene to unfold. And they looked at Bayou with a hint of schadenfreude and gratitude. They knew that without the arrival of this 4th admiral, they would probably not have this opportunity. I am Barrett, and I disdain joining forces with you. Barrett snorted coldly and fell silent, subconsciously looking at Red Count in the depths of the corridor. However, as before, Red Count's cell remained deathly silent. If one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't even be able to detect the faint sound of breathing. A bunch of arrogant trash. Shiryu of the Rain snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. However, he quickly gave up the idea of recruiting and looked at Bayou again and said, "Kid, are you planning to surrender, or do you want me to personally take you down? Magellan is not far from death now. And with you and this group of small fries alone, I'm afraid you can't stop us." Katerina and the other 2 also slowly walked out and stood beside Shiryu of the Rain, clearly standing on the same front. Barrett and Red Count subconsciously looked at Bayou. Even Crocodile, who had been lifeless all along, was no exception. They eagerly wanted to know what Bayou would choose in this seemingly one-sided situation. "Sorry, are you overthinking it? I really like the gift from the 5 elders. Dealing with you is enough for me alone." Bayou smiled bloodthirstily, took a swig of wine, then randomly took out a Sinza bean and threw it to Smoker, saying, "Give this to Magellan. It can instantly restore his injuries." 5 elders, Smoker and the others, and even Magellan, changed their expressions at once. They had speculated about this. Bayou's act of openly pointing it out undoubtedly exceeded their understanding. However, at this moment, what they cared more about was the P that Bayou had just thrown out. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This could indeed enhance Bayou's chances. Magellan, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill. Bayou grinned with a predatory gleam. If possible, I would rather they inflict wounds upon me. Otherwise, this battle will surely lead to my disappointment. Smoker. You ought to hasten to administer the antidote to Magellan, lest he succumbs to his fate. The observation haki allows one to perceive the intensity of life force. Bayou was acutely aware of the changes within Magellan's body. Bound by sea prism stone and suffering from a grievous injury, Magellan was scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person. His continued existence relied solely on the tenuous thread of his breath. Just as Magellan prepared to decline once more, he opened his mouth, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing directly into Hannibal's embrace. The embrace, reminiscent of a flamboyant display, was indeed somewhat jarring to the senses. Nevertheless, Smoker, undeterred, hurriedly approached and promptly inserted the mystical bean. As Magellan swallowed it, all eyes were fixated upon him. Faced with this seemingly ordinary pea, they were eager to discern whether Bayou was jesting. However, as this thought began to take root, the gaping wound on Magellan's chest swiftly healed before their very eyes. Within mere moments, the gruesome, life-threatening injury vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the pallor and weakness that had marred his face dissipated entirely. Were it not for the remnants of blood on his shirt, they might have genuinely doubted whether Magellan had indeed been stabbed. Magellan, you have left Hannibal in a state of bewilderment. Moments ago, he had been contemplating the possibility of assuming the role of warden should he survive this ordeal. Yet, before his daydream could fully unfold, he was miraculously rescued. This is truly remarkable. Hannibal, please refrain from pressing your blade against my back. Release me at once. Magellan, though equally astonished, could not help but voice his thoughts as he felt the unevenness behind him. His wounds have healed. Yet the sea stone handcuffs on his wrists incessantly sap his strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Does this imply that he will possess several, perhaps even a multitude of lives, to squander at will? If that is indeed the case, I fear this vast ocean will be thoroughly disturbed in due course. Haha, Shiryu, are you concerned that I might use this against you? Bayou remarked with a bloodthirsty smile. Rest assured, I acquired this by mere chance. Moreover, you are utterly unworthy of my employing it. I genuinely appreciate your assistance in restraining Magellan. On my way here, I was pondering whether I would find an excuse for a good fight. Now, it seems that a feast has been delivered to my doorstep. With this, I need not worry about any reprimand from Wayno. Having said that, let us engage in a proper battle. I shall face you all alone. A feast delivered to my doorstep? Shirya's expression darkened to an extreme. After all, he was the former warden, a formidable force upon the seas. When had he ever been so belittled? Observing the young boy before him, Shiryu retrieved his weapon, already prepared, and coolly remarked while savoring his cigar, "It has been a while since I last handled this old companion. Youngster, your arrogance is indeed remarkable. Yet you fail to grasp the situation. Prodigies are the most susceptible to untimely demise. Crocodile, you are a clever man. Would you care to join us?" Magellan's countenance shifted dramatically. One Shiryu was already a headache. Now, with the release of Katarina, the Tyrant King, and the Drunken Barrel, the situation seemed dire. Should the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, join forces, Shirya's group would undoubtedly experience a significant surge in combat prowess, potentially rivaling the emperors of the sea. "You wish for me to join you? Am I to be your leader or merely a subordinate?" Crocodile, who had remained unresponsive, slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister smile. "Do you believe that I, Crocodile, can be easily vanquished by just anyone? You should first contemplate how to deal with this young boy. He is, after all, a monster." The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, was actually commending a Navy officer who had severely injured him and imprisoned him. It was a sight few would believe if they had not witnessed it firsthand. Shirya's expression darkened, a cruel smile emerging as he puffed on his cigarette. "Crocodile, it appears you have indeed lost your wits, much like this boy, failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If that is the case, you and this boy shall meet your demise." Boom. Shirya lunged forward with great strides, charging directly at Bayou. The distance of 7 or 8 meters was closed in the blink of an eye, his renowned blade, Thunderstorm, slicing through the air with a chilling sound as it descended upon Bayou with tremendous force. The speed was so swift that the entire process transpired in mere moments. By the time Magellan reacted, Bayou still appeared oblivious, standing frozen in place. Admiral Bai, quickly evade. Boom. The sound of a thunderous collision resonated throughout the 6th level. The explosive shockwave surged forth, and the floor beneath them seemed incapable of withstanding such immense cleaving force, fracturing like a spider's web. The swirling dust enveloped Bayou entirely. A successful strike. Katarina and the Tyrant King, among others, displayed expressions of wild delight. This is the 4th Admiral of the Navy, and he stands as the final obstacle in their escape. Should they succeed in delivering a devastating blow to him, their return to the seas would undoubtedly be met with great acclaim. "Shirlu, is this your source of confidence?" The bloodthirsty words echoed amidst the swirling sands. Boom. An overwhelming spiritual pressure, intertwined with 2 other formidable forces, was unleashed within Bayou without reservation. The sand that enveloped him was instantaneously dispersed. What was once a singularly significant strike, valued by Katarina and others, now rested upon Bayou's shoulder. The pitch-black armament of haki enveloped his shoulder, imparting an aura of indomitability. "This is bad. Retreat quickly. Admiral Bayou is about to unleash his fury," Smoker exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Hannibal and the others, momentarily stunned, could see the bloodthirsty smile blooming on Bayou's face, stretching into a sinister arc. The sword's pressure. Boom. Murasame was drawn in an instant. The sound of the blade resonated throughout the 6th level, erupting in a dazzling golden light as it cleaved towards Shirlu of Rain. With a single stroke, a wave of sword energy expanded for several meters. As the air was torn asunder along its path, it swiftly appeared before Shirlu. Shirlio's countenance changed abruptly. Without time to ponder, he hastily raised his weapon, Raijin, to block the impending strike. Bang! A colossal explosive force, akin to a hurricane, surged backward. The specially reinforced floor shattered and collapsed beneath the impact. Shirlu was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a wall several dozen meters away. The wall, unable to withstand the force, crumbled once more. Katarina and the Tyrant King's expressions froze, their smiles abruptly vanishing. The same strike, yet a vastly different outcome. The disparity in strength is undeniably vast. Bang! Bayou instantly vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a distinct footprint in the place where he once stood. This is the consequence of overwhelming explosive power so immense that even the floor cannot bear it. Katrin and the others merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow as Bayou approached with the ferocity of a tiger or leopard, suddenly standing before Yuji Shilio. A bloodthirsty smile twisted his sharply defined features. The demon blade Murakumo in Bayou's hand unleashed once more a formidable sword pressure, devoid of any embellishment. as he struck again with a single, unrelenting blow. The ruthlessly fierce sword pressure instantaneously caused Yu Shilio's pupils to constrict. In that moment, a terrifying thought blossomed within his mind. It felt as though he were engaged in a deadly struggle with a ferocious beast. Yet, confronted with the rapidly expanding onslaught reflected in his eyes, Yu Shilio had no time for contemplation and frantically concentrated his armed color haki. His entire body enveloped in armed haki. Bang! The thunderstorm in Yu Shilio's grasp collided once more with Bayou. Amidst the crackling cascade of black lightning, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The excruciating pain radiating from his hands, accompanied by the ominous scent of death, swiftly engulfed him. With no time to ponder, years of life and death experience compelled Yu Shilio to hastily evade. Thud! The liquid haki arcs burst forth upon the demon blade Murakumo. The enormous force, in the instant Yu Shilio withdrew, sent the thunderstorm flying. In the next moment, the haki-enshrouded Murakumo cleaved down upon Yu Shilio's shoulder. Uft! Vivid crimson blood erupted forth, bursting like dazzling fireworks, evoking a visceral shock. Especially as one beheld the armed color haki surrounding Yu Shilio being breached by a single strike, one's heart tightened in a sudden grip of dread. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, is this considered a breach of defense? Bang! Rain Shilio once again collided with the left cell. The excruciating pain jolted him back to reality. Gazing at the horrific wounds that spanned across his shoulder and chest, Rain Shilio was plagued by an unsettling illusion. Impossible. I am the warden of the Grand Prison of Advanced City. You cannot possibly surpass me in sheer dominance. The thunderous roar was laced with incredulity. With a bloodthirsty smile, Bayou replied, "Why is it impossible? You are merely a butcher hiding within the prison, deriving amusement from slaughtering criminals. Having long forgotten the true essence of battle on the high seas, I once thought you worthy of a strike. It appears I have overestimated you. Damn brat, I will kill you." Rain Shilio bellowed, his expression twisted with rage. Just a moment ago, he had regarded Bayou as an easy prey. Now, after their first encounter, he found himself severely wounded. For him, this was a profound humiliation. Bang! Enduring the pain surging from his chest, Rain Shilio summoned every ounce of speed, appearing before Bayou in a flash. The weapon in his hand, Thunderstorm, erupted with a cascade of purple blade light, raining down like a torrential downpour. One sword style, Purple Rainstorm. Boom! The deluge of blades instantly enveloped Bayou. A flicker of malice crossed Rain Shilio's gaze as he urgently shouted, "Evil Governance King. Big Barrel, if you do not strike now, then when?" The Evil Governance King and Big Barrel had long been poised to pounce. As Rain Shilio found himself at a disadvantage after just one exchange, the two figures swiftly arrived at Bayou's sides. The side-like blade wielded by the Evil Governance King, shrouded in armed color haki, aligned with the barrel held by Big Barrel, similarly cloaked in armed color haki, positioned themselves to strike Bayou from both flanks. Boom! The explosive gusts surged through the entire 6th level like a hurricane. Faced with the Triad's assault, even Barrett and Red Count could not help but glance toward the heart of the battlefield. In that instant, both individuals felt their pupils constrict. Amidst the swirling sands that dissipated into the air, a spectral golden skull seemingly materialized, enveloped Bayou. As the searing spiritual pressure radiated outward, the seemingly relentless triadic assault was effortlessly thwarted. What manner of monster is this? The Tyrant King and the Great Drunkard exchanged glances of astonishment. Confronted by the seemingly frail Vice Admiral of the Navy, the brutish and reckless fighting style utterly shattered their preconceived notions. "Spread out quickly," Rain Shiryu bellowed urgently. The Tyrant King and the Great Drunkard, jolted from their stupor, sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Years of combat experience warned them that they must maintain their distance until they comprehended the true nature of this monstrous youth before them. "I'm sorry, but I have captured you," Bayou declared, his left hand firmly gripping the Tyrant King's serrated sword, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. In his right hand, the cursed blade Murakumo flared with resplendent golden light, enveloped in liquid armament haki, devoid of any embellishments. It surged forth with a single strike. "Armament haki throughout my entire being." The Tyrant King roared in desperation. The pitch-black armament haki swiftly enveloped his body. But as the cursed blade Murakumo descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, it again unleashed a torrent of crimson blood. Boom! The Tyrant King was sent flying, crashing against the wall, with blood splattering along the corridor in his wake. Another strike, another one down. Is this still the little imp they underestimated? It is truly terrifying. In this moment, they finally comprehend the despair of the sand crocodile, confronted by the fearless and seemingly impervious Bayou. It seems this despondency and hopelessness is born from torment. Catarine. The reign of Hilliard roared in fury. The moon-hunter Catarine immediately transformed, morphing into a nine-tailed fox. As her crimson eyes gleamed, the retreating reign of Hilliard instantly split into 9 phantoms. This was the enchanting ability of the mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox. Bayou, be cautious, Magellan hastily warned. As the warden of Impelled Down, Magellan possessed some knowledge of the abilities and methods of the prisoners confined on level 6. The mythical beast Devil Fruit is a rarity comparable to the Logia type, each possessing formidable and unfathomable powers. Especially this seductive technique, which attacks the mind, making it nearly impossible to discern the true form of reign of Hilliard, even for those with observation haki. The 9 phantoms dispersed in an instant. The giant barrel, releasing a belch, unleashed torrents of liquor that transformed into massive serpents, swiftly coiling around Bayou. He was indeed a paramecia-type user of the sake fruit, capable of generating alcohol for various assaults. As dozens of serpents emerged, they rapidly ensnared Bayou's limbs, though they might not be able to restrain him for long. In the eyes of the giant barrel and his comrades, in this life-or-death battle, a mere moment would suffice. Little imp, your skills are commendable, but alas, you are too arrogant to challenge us all alone. One sword style, Purple Rainlong River. The sound of 9 blades resonated throughout level 6. The purple sword aura surged like a tempest amidst the storm, as the 9 rain of Hilliard converged, striking down upon Bayou from all directions. Everyone's nerves tightened in anticipation. The combined assault of rain of Hilliard was alarmingly swift. What appeared to be a complex attack transpired in mere moments. By the time Smoker and the others reacted, it was already too late. Indeed a fool. It seems I shall not suffer in solitude. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, laughed cruelly. His nonsensical words momentarily stunned the crowd. Suddenly, the entire space of level 6 trembled. A black sphere hovered silently above Bayou, radiating brilliant light. The serpents entwined around Bayou disintegrated in an instant, along with the 8 figures descending from the sky, vanishing like a fleeting dream. The illusion created by the 9-tailed fox's enchanting ability, which had rendered their assault indistinguishable, was shattered in that moment. Only the true form of reign of Hilliard, bewildered, remained before Bayou, locking eyes with him. In the next instant, Bayou's left hand, enveloped in golden light and haki, seized the descending strike of the thunderstorm. Bang! Blood erupted from Bayou's palm. Though facing the most powerful assault from reign of Hilliard, Bayou's defense was momentarily breached. Amidst the long-forgotten pain, a bloodthirsty smile blossomed upon Bayou's face. The demon blade Murakumo in his grip radiated even more resplendent golden light, entwined with dark magic. Apologies, but the game ends here. Dark bind, dimensional slash. A resonant slash descended. An expression of profound terror washed over reign of Hilliard's face. Without hesitation, he discarded the thunderstorm and withdrew hastily, his arms infused with haki raised to block. Boom. The blade fell. The very space seemed to momentarily freeze. The black blade light flashed by. By the time everyone registered what had transpired, this strike was entirely different from Bayou's previous grand slashes. All were momentarily stunned. The giant barrel rushed to reign of Hilliard's side, urgently stating, "Hilliard, this little imp is too eerie. We should not linger in battle. Let us flee quickly. Using them as hostages, we may have a chance to escape." Smoker and the others, stationed at the elevator, tensed. The prisoners before them were indeed ruthless. Perhaps Bayou could suppress them thoroughly. However, should he lose control, it would be a nightmare for them. Yet, as this thought took root, a sudden splatter of blood arrows erupted from Hilliard's arms and chest. Both arms severed, they fell heavily to the ground amidst the horrified gazes of those present. A more harrowing wound crossed reign of Hilliard's body, nearly cleaving him in 2. No, it should be said that had his haki-wrapped arms not mitigated much of the previous strike's force, reign of Hilliard would not merely have lost his arms. He would have been bisected. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed in the eerily silent corridor. The giant barrel and the others turned ashen with fear. This operation was meticulously orchestrated by the enigmatic Shiryu of the Rain. In a single encounter, he rendered the backbone of their group utterly incapacitated. Should they proceed any further, it would likely lead them down a path of certain demise. At this moment, they came to a profound realization regarding the fate of Crocodile, the sand alligator, and the reason he bore a missing arm. Indeed, his remarkable mastery of haki had allowed him to reclaim a sliver of life. With a bloodthirsty grin, Bayou took a swig from a bottle of spirits and declared, "Let us continue the slaughter." Continue the slaughter? The expressions of the trio, Big Barrel and the Tyrant King, changed dramatically. They exchanged glances at the disarmed Shiryu of the Rain before swiftly making their way back to their cell. In that instant, they recognized that the confines of their prison were surprisingly fragrant. Bang! The sound of 3 cell doors slamming shut echoed ominously. The trio of notorious criminals, who had initially intended to escape with Shiryu, found themselves in unison choosing to return to their confines. The spectacle left onlookers utterly dumbfounded. "No, it cannot be. My hands. You little imp. It's impossible for me to lose." Shiryu of the Rain jolted awake from his stupor, staring at his blood-soaked, severed hands, and roared like a man possessed. "Silence. I am the deputy warden." Hannibal materialized behind Shiryu, his blood-draining nightshade in hand, and without hesitation, brought it crashing down on Shiryu's back. Thud! Shiryu's body convulsed violently as he turned his gaze upon Hannibal. You spineless cur. You dare ambush me?" Thud! Before the words could fully escape his lips, and as Hannibal's face betrayed a flicker of terror as he tried to retreat, Shiryu collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Magellan breathed a sigh of relief. Hannibal's sudden assault had, of course, been orchestrated by him, witnessing Shiryu reduced to a cripple in a matter of moments. And the 3 great pirates cowering in fear, voluntarily confining themselves, Magellan had genuinely feared that Whitebeard might not be able to stop himself and would simply execute Shiryu. Severed hands could, with the world government's medical technology, be reattached in due course. However, decapitation would have presented an entirely different predicament. Truly uninteresting. I had hoped the 6th level would provide some amusement, but it seems I overestimated it. Whitebeard sheathed his Murasame with a sense of anticlimactic disappointment, took a swig of liquor, and tossed the bottle to Crocodile. "Sandcroc, it seems you possess more metal than these long-imprisoned weaklings. Perhaps another time I shall come to visit." Initially, Whitebeard had harbored considerable expectations for the inmates of the 6th level. However, after engaging them, he realized that these monsters, having been imprisoned for so long, were largely spent. Not only had their physical prowess waned, but their inability to engage in combat had prevented them from fully harnessing their peak strength. Moreover, the Impelled Down administration likely administered drugs to weaken and suppress their physical condition. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Blackbeard and his 6th level cohorts would not have been felled by Magellan's venom demon. "Humph, is that supposed to be a compliment?" Crocodile scoffed, seizing the bottle and draining it. "Whitebeard, if I ever escape, I will certainly seek retribution. The next time we meet, you will return this arm to me." "Magellan, where's my cell?" "I wish to sleep," he declared, before proceeding to a vacant cell nearby. Observing this decisive demeanor, the evil governor and the others wore expressions of bitter resignation. They finally understood that Crocodile's despondency was not feigned. It was the genuine result of Whitebeard's dominance. The thought of having accepted Shiryu's invitation not long ago made them want to slap themselves. "Magellan, Shiryu has the key. Allow me to remove your shackles," Hannibal said, retrieving the sea-stone handcuff key from Shiryu's person. His words instantly betrayed his ambition. However, Magellan remained silent, particularly as he considered the possibility that this incident might involve the 5 elders, causing his heart to clench painfully. He knew that Whitebeard's presence was likely viewed by the 5 elders as a threat to the world government's interests. Otherwise, they would not have orchestrated this charade. If Whitebeard's strength had not far exceeded their expectations, Impelled Down would likely have been breached by Shiryu by now. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku frowned, studying the 2 missions entrusted to Whitebeard by the 5 elders, his mind racing. Half a day had passed since Whitebeard's departure for Impelled Down. As time wore on, Sengoku grew increasingly uneasy. Bang! The door burst open as a figure cloaked in white robes, bearing a ghastly mask, appeared in the office like a phantom. "Who goes there?" Suru's expression darkened as she turned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "I am CP0. Emergency assistance required. A riot has erupted at Impelled Down. The prisoners of the 6th level have been maliciously released. According to limited information, the incident may involve 4th Admiral Whitebeard. Warden Magellan has been killed." Sengoku, the 5 elders order you to provide unconditional support to Impelled Down immediately. No prisoner must escape from Impelled Down. If necessary, invoke the Buster Call and obliterate everything. What? The faces of Sengoku and the others underwent a dramatic transformation. The sudden pronouncements of CP0 exceeded their comprehension. Crash! Garp's senbei shattered in his hand. An immense wave of conquerors' haki erupted like a tidal surge. Rumble. The vast office, and indeed the entire Marine headquarters, trembled. The overwhelming force crashed into CP0. The sheer impact caused his expression to contort. In the blink of an eye, Garp appeared before CP0. His fist, wreathed in haki, delivered a devastating blow. As his fist struck, the air seemed to explode, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Garp, have you lost your mind? Sengoku roared in alarm. CP0, get out of the way. Bang. Sengoku intervened, kicking CP0 aside. Garp's fist missed its target, slamming into the wall behind. Rumble. Marine headquarters shuddered violently, and an invisible force tore through everything in its path. One punch had pierced through the entire Marine headquarters. The ensuing explosive force swept through the building like a hurricane. Thud. CP0 collided with the nearby door, halting his momentum. He stared at Garp, his eyes blazing with fury. He had never imagined that Garp would attempt to kill him. Garp, are you challenging the authority of the world government and ignoring the orders of the five elders? CP0's face was livid beneath his mask, particularly as he surveyed the shattered Marine headquarters. He knew that had that punch landed, he would have been obliterated. Silence. Sengoku bellowed, stepping in front of Garp. CP0. If you value your life, hold your tongue. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If you dare to fabricate events, do not expect leniency. Even the five elders cannot save you. Garp, calm yourself. I assure you, I will provide an explanation. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Grand Naval Headquarters, particularly accentuated by the recent display of raw power that pierced the very structure of the building. This spectacle stirred an undeniable sense of urgency, compelling everyone to rush towards the marshal's office. Upon witnessing Karp, his eyes ablaze with fury, resembling a berserker, the tension among the gathered personnel escalated to its zenith. Marshal Sengoku, it appears quite lively here. What on earth has transpired? Countless golden glimmers converged in the corridor, instantly coalescing into the form of Kizaru. At the far end of the hallway, Akainu and Akiji hastily approached, clearly unable to contain their composure in the face of the turmoil erupting within the headquarters. It is CP0. Sengoku cast a furious glance, his eyes wide with rage, akin to a predator poised to strike. Just now, CP0 reported that a riot has erupted in Impel Down. Prisoners from the 6th level have been released, and Magellan has been killed. This is likely connected to Bayou. What? The expressions of the assembled commanders shifted dramatically. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this true? What a lackey of the five elders. I shall put an end to you. Karp thundered, his voice resonating with a fierce resolve, as the overwhelming aura of his conqueror's haki surged once more. Sengoku's expression tightened, and he swiftly placed a hand on Karp's shoulder, urgently imploring, Karp, calm yourself. Do not forget your own identity. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory explanation. Should CP0 spread falsehoods here, I will not let them escape unscathed. As an old comrade, Sengoku understood all too well that Bayou held a position akin to a forbidden taboo in Karp's eyes. It was a rare occasion to have Bayou brought into the Navy headquarters to uphold a semblance of justice, and now, in the mere span of half a month, such chaos had ensued. This is undoubtedly a profound disappointment for Garp, who has invested considerable effort. Very well, Sengoku, you restrain me, but I fear I might be unable to refrain from taking his life. Garp repeated his affirmation, and the overwhelming aura emanating from him indeed began to gradually subside. However, the chilling murderous intent surrounding him showed no signs of abating. It can be said that should CP0 exhibit any extreme reaction, Garp would truly erupt in violence. Garp. Sengoku, I too have come to announce a call for aid. Do not forget, my identity represents the elders. The countenance of CP0 darkened to an extreme. As the highest intelligence agency, directly under the elders, it had never endured such a humiliating affront. If it were anyone else, action would have been taken long ago. Unfortunately, standing before them was the legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, who had defeated Rox. CP0 could only suppress his fury. CP, there is no point in your rambling here. We must first ascertain the situation within Impel Down. Sengoku spoke with a stern expression. Kizaru, you must immediately proceed to Impel Down. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to escape. Akainu, I require you to lead a fleet. I intend to accompany Garp personally. I must understand what has transpired within Impel Down. Should any deceit be uncovered, regardless of what might lie behind it, do not expect me to be lenient. A series of orders were issued, prompting the naval officers present to turn and prepare. Even Akainu departed in silence. Simultaneously, Kizaru smirked slyly before vanishing in a flash of light. Acutely aware of Garp's palpable killing intent, they understood that this was no time for levity. Most importantly, if the so-called impregnable fortress of Impel Down were to allow prisoners from the 6th level to escape, it would signify the Navy's incompetence. Sengoku. I am aware of your suspicions toward me. However, I hope you can maintain your composure when we reach the prison of Impel Down. CP0 cast a cold glance before turning and departing. This time, he intends to accompany Sengoku and others, aiming for Sengoku to witness firsthand all that transpires within the confines of Impel Down. Only in this manner can they be devoid of counterarguments. The 4th Admiral of the Navy will be completely led by the nose by them. Moreover, in the eyes of CP0, this is a meticulously crafted plan by the 5 elders, one that is bound to harbor no flaws. The existence of the Navy headquarters is merely a tool in their hands. They cannot afford to let any larger, uncontrollable variables arise. Meanwhile, within the highest palace of Mariehua, 5 aged figures have gathered. The bald elder, wielding a blood-red katana, speaks first. The plan has commenced. CP0 has already set out with Sengoku and his companions. At this rate, they shall arrive within an hour. When that time comes, I am quite curious to see how Sengoku will plead with us for that little brat. The elder is indeed correct. We have even abandoned Magellan. Now, as long as they manage to stabilize the chaos at Impel Down, no matter what the little brat claims, he will ultimately be left in the depths of the underwater prison, taking Magellan's place, forever unable to escape Impel Down, effectively placed under house arrest. The mustachioed Depusu solemnly concurred. This plan was personally proposed by him, aimed at preventing the newly appointed Admiral Bayou from slipping beyond their control. Unlike others, the 5 elders were acutely aware of the potential ties Bayou had with the Revolutionary Army. Just on this account, they could not afford to allow Bayou to grow unchecked. Well, since there are no objections, inform CP0 if that young rascal refuses to surrender. We should find an opportunity to eliminate him. It is far better to kill him than to let him escape from the Navy headquarters, thereby eliminating future threats. The long-bearded O'Reilly spoke in a grave tone. To preempt any sudden moves from Karp, we shall increase CP0's presence to temporarily take control of Impel Down. I am eager to see what choice Karp will make when faced with irrefutable evidence. His words thundered through the Grand Hall, resonating with authority. The remaining 4 nodded in tacit agreement. Compared to the hegemony of the world government, sacrificing one individual, or even the entirety of the Navy headquarters, was a trivial matter to them. An hour later, within the 6th level of Impel Down, Magellan's expression darkened as he gazed at Rain-S Shiryu, whose arms had been severed and treated with urgency. Shiryu, do you not intend to share what you know with me? Have you forgotten the principle of victors and vanquished? Magellan remained haunted by the recent upheaval in the 6th level of Impel Down. Had it not been for Bayou's unexpected strength and miraculous recovery capabilities, Magellan believed he would have already met his demise. He indeed harbored suspicions in his mind, yet he yearned for confirmation straight from Rain Shiryu. Magellan? I am well aware of the principle of victors and vanquished, Rain Shiryu retorted with a cold chuckle, glancing at Bayou, who was absorbed in his drink. However, asking me these questions here is nothing short of futile. The only individuals capable of orchestrating such events within the 6th level of Impel Down are the 5 elders. If I must say, I only know that a person suddenly appeared, tossed down the keys and weapons, and then vanished. If you seek evidence, I fear I cannot assist you. Yet, I am curious to see what Admiral Bayou will choose to do. As the warden of Impel Down, Rain Shiryu had never experienced the agony of losing an arm. He could assert that had it not been for the relentless, excruciating pain radiating from his stumps, he would never have believed he could face such a day. Thus, he was now fervently eager to witness Bayou's decision. What will you do? Bayou queried, taking a swig of his drink. Of course, I shall repay the debt of vengeance. However, you need not worry, even if I exact my revenge. The 5 elders will not dare retaliate. Magellan, it is getting late. We should ascend now. Magellan hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in silent agreement. The events that transpired this time have even left Magellan's heart chilled. He is acutely aware that he owes Bayou a life. The vast Impel Down prison also owes Bayou a debt of gratitude. Warden Magellan is confronted by a formidable fleet of warships appearing outside the Gate of Justice. What are we to do now? A guard hastily approaches. Magellan's expression darkens as he inquires, have they finally arrived? It seems this matter is indeed inextricably linked to the world government. However, General Bayou, what do you intend to do? Rest assured. The signal from the Din Mushi has been severed. The outside world remains oblivious to the happenings here. Bayou takes a swig of liquor, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon his lips. Now, you shall proceed according to my plan. It is time to give the 5 elders a taste of fear. Magellan's demeanor falters, particularly upon witnessing the bloodthirsty grin on Bayou's face, sending a shiver down his spine, especially after witnessing Bayou's frenzied combat style firsthand. Magellan understands precisely what that smile signifies. Nevertheless, at such a critical juncture, he is also eager to discover how Bayou intends to exact his vengeance. Ding. Congratulations, host. The unlock value for your main body has reached 40%, granting you the authority to unlock the next character template. Ding. Shall the host proceed with the unlocking immediately? The ethereal prompt resonates in his mind. Bayou's stride momentarily falters, revealing a hint of surprise. He had initially thought that the old and infirm soldiers confined on the 6th level would yield little in terms of rewards. Yet now, the unlocking progress has surged to 40% in an instant. This journey has not been in vain. If the 5 elders were to learn that this assassination plot has inadvertently elevated their own strength, they might find themselves filled with regret. System, please unlock the new subordinate template immediately. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The new subordinate template has been successfully unlocked. Zenitsu Agitsuma. Bayou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this peculiar name, soon feeling a sense of familiarity. If memory serves, he is a swordsman from Demon Slayer, trained in the art of thunder breathing. In the realm of Demon Slayer, his prowess is indeed formidable. Perhaps the strength found in the world of Demon Slayer is somewhat lacking compared to that of One Piece. Nonetheless, fine steel deserves a fine blade. And the powers of Demon Slayer, when placed in the world of One Piece, might yield extraordinary results. System, merge the subordinate template for me. Ding. Please hold on, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. The subordinate template has been successfully merged. The ethereal chime resonated once more as a torrent of information flooded Bayou's mind. The mechanics of thunder breathing imprinted within him, allowing it to flow freely. In an instant, a series of crackling electric sounds erupted from within Bayou, accompanied by arcs of electricity bursting forth from his body. This scene caused a dramatic shift in Magellan's expression. As a user of a devil fruit, he was acutely aware that one could only possess a single devil fruit. Just moments ago, Bayou had exhibited the powers of the dark fruit, and now, traits of the thunder fruit had emerged. Could it be that the legends were true? Had Bayou been concealing his strength during his recent rampage? At the very least. To Magellan, Bayou now emanated an aura that felt increasingly perilous. Outside, at the gates of justice, a fleet of several warships had gathered, with the formidable figures of Sengoku and Garp visible on the lead vessel. Even Akainu wore a solemn expression, standing silently by, fixated on the tightly sealed gates of justice. Yellow Ape, what is the situation here? Has anyone escaped? Sengoku inquired, glancing upward at the gates. Countless beams of light converged, quickly revealing the silhouette of Yellow Ape, who smirked and replied, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, there hasn't been a hint of movement inside. It appears utterly tranquil, as if there were no riot at all. Could it be that our journey was in vain? In vain?" CP0's expression faltered, hastily interjecting, Are you questioning the intelligence capabilities of CP? Throughout this journey, we have been unable to establish contact with Impel Down. Now, with the gates firmly shut and not a whisper of activity, it is likely that once Magellan falls, the prisoners of the 6th level will be entirely released, leading to the complete downfall of Impel Down. In such circumstances, the role of the 4th Admiral remains uncertain. If he has perished, it might be manageable, but should he survive, the ramifications could be dire. CP, you seek your own demise. Garp's countenance darkened, his voice rising in fury. Sengoku swiftly intervened, pressing Garp to remain calm. CP0, do not rush to conclusions. It is conceivable that Bayou might quell the turmoil within Impel Down. That one? CP0 scoffed. With Magellan's demise, all evidence will vanish. To place my trust in him would be akin to trusting a convict. Our priority now is to find a way to open the gates of justice and swiftly suppress the uprising in Impel Down. Should the 6th level prisoners unleash chaos, it would pose a significant challenge for your Navy headquarters. Impel Down stands as one of the 3 major institutions alongside the Navy headquarters and Judicial Island. To breach its defenses from the outside, one must access the surveillance room within to unlock the gates of justice. Otherwise, only brute force could pave the way inside. Faced with the persistent provocations of CP0, Sengoku's expression darkened to its utmost severity. This is not merely an attempt to obstruct Karp, rather, It is the unwavering confidence of CP0 that causes Sengoku's heart to flutter with trepidation. He fears that everything CP0 has asserted may indeed be true. Should this be the case, even if they manage to locate Whitebeard, any negotiations with the elders would be manipulated at their whim. At this moment, Sengoku's only hope lies in the possibility that CP0's intelligence is flawed and that Magellan is, in fact, alive. This is the only way to alter the course of events. Suddenly, a dull click reverberates through the air, jarring everyone's senses. The once securely closed, formidable gates of justice begin to open slowly before the eyes of the gathered crowd. The expression behind CP0's mask momentarily falters as he hurriedly turns to gaze at the opening door. What first greets his eyes causes his pupils to constrict in shock. Magellan, how is it that you are not dead? The demeanor of CP0 shifts drastically. This is entirely different from intelligence. If Magellan had not perished, what would have become of the plan originally intended by the 5 elders? A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts flashed through CP0's mind. With no time to ponder further, he swiftly moved away. CP, where are you going? Karp suddenly awakened. His heart momentarily eased at the sight of Magellan's appearance. However, the actions of CP0 ignited an inferno of rage within Karp. Karp, do not approach just yet. I sense something amiss. Magellan's demeanor is too calm. There may be a trap. Sengoku reached out to restrain Karp once more, feeling a fleeting unease that he could not fully grasp in that instant. Yet, unlike Sengoku's composure, CP0 had already crossed the ocean in mere moments, landing directly at the dock. Without a second thought, he charged towards the great prison of Impel Down, driven by a singular urgency to ascertain if a riot was underway inside. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden sound of slicing air reverberated through the skies. Like a specter, Bayou appeared before CP, a bloodthirsty smile blooming on his face as he declared, I have found you, fugitive. Fugitive? CP0 was taken aback. The unexpected designation exceeded his comprehension. Just as he was about to utter a response, an overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted from within Bayou, akin to thunderous explosions. The enchanted blade Murakumo in his hand burst forth with resplendent golden light, descending with unadorned force. Sword pressure. With a single strike, a blade aura extending over 10 meters manifested. CP0's pupils constricted in shock. With no time to think, he hastily raised his hands to defend. Boom. As the armament haki enveloped his hands, the colossal impact sent CP0 hurtling away, crashing against hundreds of rocks. The tremendous force shattered the stones like fragile glass. As a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, CP0's vision blurred, and Bayou reappeared before him. The enchanted blade Murakumo once again igniting with brilliant golden radiance. You. CP0 gasped in disbelief, managing only a single word. In the next instant, the golden strike descended upon him once more. His entire being, along with the shattered rocks, was flung dozens of meters away. As the explosive shockwave swept across the area, Bayou shadowed him closely, offering no respite. In the span of mere seconds, Bayou unleashed over 20 strikes, each one more potent than the last. By the time the 25th strike fell, the blade aura, as if wielding immense power, tore through everything in its path, crashing down upon the idol warship where CP0 stood. The relentless barrage had already sent CP0's blood boiling. Witnessing the rapidly approaching onslaught, he barely had time to open his mouth. Alas, the blood that had lodged in his throat erupted forth. Gazing at the descending strike, he could hardly utter a word. Boom. The idol warship was cleaved in two. The immense shock caused CP0 to vomit another mouthful of blood as he crashed into a tower 100 meters away. The colossal impact shattered the tower, and he was forcibly embedded within it. His arms, once enveloped in armament haki, could bear the burden no longer, producing a crisp, shattering sound before fracturing completely. The excruciating pain twisted CP0's expression. He finally comprehended what this fourth admiral was truly scheming. This is a plan to ensure his demise without a trace. By employing frenzied assaults, he is deprived of any opportunity to voice his identity. As the ominous aura of death swiftly approaches once more, CP0 is thrown into utter disarray. Urgently bellowing, Heisen, save me. Heisen, save me. His frantic cries reverberate throughout the expanse. The crew aboard the warship is left utterly bewildered. At this juncture, anyone who fails to discern Bayou's intentions would indeed be a fool. Yet, no one anticipated that Bayou would act with such reckless audacity, daring to find an excuse to strike at CP0. However, considering the information disseminated by CP0, all of this becomes somewhat understandable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds break through the air within the warship. as the disguises are completely shed, revealing the true identities of the three CP members. Sengoku's expression darkened slightly. Although it was known that the world government would infiltrate the Navy headquarters with spies, witnessing these infiltrators unveil their identities right before their eyes is still a bitter pill to swallow. Marshal Sengoku, should we intervene? Fire Burn Mountain inquired, cigar in mouth. Due to the severity of the situation this time, should the grand prison of Chuching fall, it would result in a catastrophic occurrence. When the warring states emerged, numerous major generals from the headquarters were mobilized. This endeavor has indeed required considerable effort, and now witnessing Magellan's safe arrival feels somewhat anticlimactic. However, as long as we can advance towards the great prison without the anticipated downfall occurring, all will be deemed worthwhile. There is no need. Let Bayou vent his frustrations. With CP0 involved, they should be able to restrain him and prevent any fatal incidents, Sengoku stated solemnly. Fire Mountain brushed his nose and remarked, ahem, Admiral Sengoku. Are you suggesting we should intervene against CP0? After all, this situation seems to have escalated beyond expectations. To attain the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, such peculiar occurrences should not go unnoticed. Otherwise, one might indeed lack the merit to hold such a position. The warring states period suddenly fell silent. Faced with the fiery words, there was an unmistakable sense of being unable to refute. Meanwhile, three CP0 agents surged forward, intent on intercepting Bayou. In their view, the swiftest way to rescue CP was to thwart Bayou. You dare to strike at me, little brat? Unfortunately, you cannot kill me, CP0 exclaimed with unrestrained glee. Their fury palpable. As the highest intelligence organization directly under the elders, they had always considered themselves superior, never before having been treated in such a manner. With their hands brutally severed, CP0 could not swallow this bitter pill. Is that so? Apologies, but no one can obstruct my path to kill. Bayou replied with a bloodthirsty smile, observing the three blocking his way. The moment his blade returned to its sheath, a thunderous breath reverberated through the air. His muscles surged, crackling arcs of electricity coursed through him, channeling entirely into his legs. In the next instant, he slightly compressed his body. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and all present felt a blur before their eyes. Their nerves tightened to the utmost. The three CP0 agents, only sensing a flicker, shouted in alarm. Run. Escape? CP0 hesitated, too late to reconsider, and attempted to retreat. Yet, in their pupils, Bayou's figure had already flickered by. Boom. Lightning surged, revealing Bayou's form several dozen meters away. As the towering structure crumbled under the force of his slash, the CP0 agents, who had hastily turned to flee, beheld their severed lower halves still embedded in the remnants of the tower. Blood erupted like a volcano from the jagged edges. A chill of death enveloped them, and the life within their eyes rapidly faded. In that final moment, CP0 could not believe that Bayou, the fourth admiral of the Navy, would dare to strike. Moreover, he had executed them right before the eyes of three CP0 agents. It can be said that if given a choice, CP0 would never have uttered the taunts just moments prior. They were truly dead. Had Bayou wielded electricity or lightning? Did he possess dual devil fruit powers? The cigar in Fire Mountain's mouth seared against his lips as he witnessed the collapsing tower, jolting the stunned onlookers back to reality. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking, evoking a sense of madness. You audacious brat, you dare to kill? We will eliminate you. Black 3 suddenly snapped back to attention, howling in hysteria. However, as soon as the words left his mouth and he met Bayou's bloodthirsty grin, an ominous feeling surged within him. So, you are also fugitives. It seems my error allowed you to escape from impelled down, Bayou declared with a sinister smile, the lightning around him surging once more. Boom. With another flash of lightning, the distance of mere dozens of meters vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time Black 3 reacted, Bayou had already appeared before him, the lightning-wreathed demon blade Murakumo poised to strike down with ferocity. Armament haki. Black 3 screamed in desperation. Boom. The lightning exploded. The armament haki barely enveloped Black 3's hands before the immense force surged forth like a raging tide. Instantly, he was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing against the thick wall. Spitting out a trickle of crimson blood, his hands trembled as disbelief washed over him. Is this flowing cherry, advanced armament haki? As an intelligence organization, their expertise lay in martial arts and haki. Faced with an effective attack capable of injuring their defenses, the best and swiftest response was undoubtedly the advanced flowing cherry haki. In this moment, he finally understood why CP0 had been so effortlessly dispatched by Bayou in mere encounters. Realizing this, Black 3 urgently bellowed, quickly stop him. This brat's haki has reached an advanced level, capable of causing internal damage. Among the Navy's 6 styles, the combined essence of the 6 styles operated on the same principle as flowing cherry haki, utilizing shockwaves to inflict internal damage. However, compared to the Navy's 6 styles, flowing cherry haki was undeniably more potent. Flowing cherry? The faces of the 2 CP0 agents paled dramatically as they exchanged glances, their focus locking onto Bayou. And they immediately sprang into action. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air erupted as the two utilized their shave technique to its utmost, appearing before Bayou in an instant. Black Finger Gun. The haki-infused 6 styles finger gun unleashed an unmatched assault, akin to an indestructible spear aimed at Bayou. The speed was so swift that all one could see was a series of ripples in their wake. In their eyes, the previous CP0 agent's demise was merely an unexpected misstep. Now, united, capturing this inexperienced brat would be no challenge. After all, within CP0, they were all masters of the 6 styles and haki. Bang! The 2 black finger guns struck Bayou's chest simultaneously, the tremendous impact rippling outward. Yet, in that instant of impact, the expressions of the 2 CP0 agents froze, witnessing only a trickle of blood seeping from Bayou's body. They exchanged bewildered glances, still met with his bloodthirsty grin. At that moment, the overwhelming battle intent radiating from him sent a shiver down their spines. Boom! The blazing spiritual pressure was unleashed without reservation, forming a colossal shockwave. It enveloped Bayou in a radiant golden aura, instantly grasping one agent's wrist. "I've caught you," Bayou declared with a bloodthirsty smile, his demon blade Murakumo once more poised to strike. At such close range, with an unyielding grip. The only thing CP0 could do was watch helplessly as events unfolded. Bang! One figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing onto the dock. Black 3, once filled with fury, was now replaced by sheer shock. The reckless and fearless combat style, standing firm and refusing to evade, meant that if struck, one would retaliate with all their might. Such a frenzied approach to battle was utterly nerve-wracking. Bang! With another flash of lightning, as Bayou inhaled. It seemed as if thunder itself was exhaled from his nostrils. The incredible speed manifested the essence of lightning in its entirety. Black 3 merely felt a blur before his eyes. Bayou had reappeared before him. So fast. A thought flashed through Heisan's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his armed fists, infusing them with the utmost intensity of haki, striking forward with fervor. At this instant, Heisan was compelled to accomplish but a singular task, to intercept Bayou, allowing the 3 of them to reorganize their battle formation. However, scarcely had this notion crossed his mind when Bayou, enveloped in crackling lightning, brushed past him. The countless shadows of fists launched seemed almost trivial in that moment. Regaining his composure, Heisan hastily followed Bayou's trajectory, and the first sight that met his eyes jolted his very nerves. Like a specter, Bayou had already appeared before the fallen CP0. In the instant the blade in his hand gathered dark, swirling energy, it transformed into a piercing thrust, swiftly aimed directly at CP0's chest. With a thunderous boom, a flash of black light surged forth, penetrating through CP0 and the thick wall behind him with an unstoppable force. The overwhelming impact sent crimson. Such occurrences have never transpired upon the vast ocean. Yet now, a life has been extinguished at the hands of the newly appointed admiral of the naval headquarters. Were it not witnessed firsthand, no one would dare believe that CP0 could behave so frivolously. No, it is impossible. Black 3, hasten to join forces with me and eliminate him. CP0 suddenly regained awareness. Upon meeting Bayou's gaze, every nerve in his body tightened to its utmost. In the next moment, his fingers locked into a tense stance. He frantically pointed at Bayou. The barrage of finger strikes surged forth like a torrential downpour, enveloping Bayou. Faced with such a dense onslaught, Bayou showed no intention of evasion. He wielded the cursed blade, Murakumo, to cleave through the air. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and fissures appeared on the surface of the wicked blade. Observing this sudden turn of events, both Black 3 and CP0 revealed fleeting expressions of exhilaration. Hurry and attack. He is a swordsman. Without his weapon, his strength will be greatly diminished. Black 3 roared urgently. In a single encounter, he had slain 2 CP0 agents. If they failed to subdue Bayou, returning to the world government would lead them to certain doom. With cracks now marring the blade in Bayou's grasp, a glimmer of hope flickered before them. However, this scene tightened the nerves of Sengoku and the others, who felt a surge of anxiety. Sengoku, unable to contain himself, shouted, "No!" With a resounding crash, the cursed blade Murakumo shattered into 1,000 fragments, each radiating an eerie glow, suspended in the void. This bizarre sight caused the pupils of Black 3 and CP0 to constrict in shock. In the next instant, gripping the hilt of his sword, Bayou unleashed a forceful strike from a distance. Boom. The 1,000 shards erupted with unmatched ferocity, cascading down upon CP0 like a torrential storm. The proximity left no room for reaction. Once realization dawned, any joy on their faces had already been extinguished as the onslaught pierced through CP0. With a splatter of blood, the fragments transformed CP0 into a sieve, gazing at the body riddled with wounds and the shattered Murakumo in Bayou's hand. A final thought of sheer terror crossed CP0's mind. Does he possess the powers of 3 devil fruits? With a thud, the lifeless body plunged into the depths of the sea, where it was promptly devoured by awaiting sharks. The vast harbor was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. 3 of the elite agents from the highest intelligence organization, CP0, had been slain in a single encounter. Had it not been witnessed, no one would have believed it. All eyes turned to the last remaining Black 3, whose complexion had turned pale, particularly at the sight of Bayou's bloodthirsty grin. Muscles taut with fear, he hastily turned to flee. Boom. The sound of thunder rang in his ears, bearing the ominous weight of death as approach. By the time he regained his senses, Bayou had already positioned himself in his path. Thousands of blood-stained fragments coalesced in the air, forming a colossal sword that surged forth with tremendous force, cleaving downwards towards him. The sheer might of the attack seemed to warp the very fabric of space, sending ripples through the air. As the attack loomed larger in his vision, Black 3 could only scream in desperation, "No, please. I am a direct subordinate of the world government, part of the highest intelligence organization, CP0. Boom. The Black Blade's energy whizzed past Black 3, the tremendous impact sweeping through like a tide. The dock, along with 1,000 meters of ocean, was cleaved in twain, creating a vacuum of devastation. With torrents of seawater rushing back, countless sea kings were slaughtered in the wake of the strike. In an instant, the sea was stained with crimson, the scent of blood wafting through the air. A horrifying spectacle to behold. However, the sight of the intact yet utterly stunned CP0 left everyone bewildered. In their minds, such a ferocious attack would surely have bisected Black 3 upon contact. The outcome before them shattered all preconceived notions. Oh, so it is the world government's CP0. Had you mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't have wasted my energy and expressions. I thought you were a fugitive, prompting my eagerness to act, Bayou exclaimed. A bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. Sheathing the shattered Murakumo, he took a swig from a flask of strong liquor and quirked an eyebrow. Old man, why are you all here? Did you not recognize them as CP0 earlier? A word of warning could have prevented such needless bloodshed. The individuals present stood in stunned silence, utterly baffled. What is this absurdity? A misunderstanding? Who could possibly be oblivious to Bayou's intentions just moments ago? However, upon reflecting that the 3 CP0 members have met their untimely demise, all present individuals instantly donned their dramatic personas. Haha, my grandson is remarkably diligent. One cannot blame him for the ignorance of others who fail to adhere to protocol, not even introducing themselves properly. Otherwise, my grandson would not have erred. Karp was the first to erupt in laughter. He had anticipated the worst possible outcomes on his way here. If Bayou had truly encountered an unfortunate fate, Karp would have undoubtedly made the journey to Marineford himself. Now, witnessing Bayou alive and well, alongside the fact that Magellan had not perished, Karp was unfazed even at the notion of having dispatched 3 CP0 members. 30 would have been of no concern to him, let alone participating in this farcical performance. Karp was acutely aware that Bayou's actions were driven by a desire for retribution, leaving the elders speechless. Hyson snapped back to reality, his face ashen as he bellowed. Bayou, you did this purposefully, knowing our identities and still striking. Admiral Sengoku, swiftly subdue him. For Hyson, CP0 had always been a lofty and enigmatic entity. Such a disgraceful scene had never unfolded before. Hyson, silence. Your reckless intrusion disregarded any semblance of protocol, leading to Bayou's misinterpretation. And you failed to disclose your identities while resorting to violence. On our way here, you spread rumors of the 6th level of Impel Down falling and the murder of Warden Magellan, insinuating that all of this pertains to General Bayou. I now harbor grave suspicions that you were undercover agents for the revolutionaries, deliberately diverting our naval forces from the headquarters. Sengoku's expression darkened as he roared in anger. With Bayou having already killed 3 CP0 members, the situation was irrevocably set. In light of the scrutiny from the elders, Sengoku had no choice but to navigate this predicament. Moreover, Sengoku believed that within both the naval ranks and among the prison guards at Impelled Down, there were certainly spies from the world government. Rather than risk the life of Hyson, it would be wiser to allow the elders to remain in the dark. Furthermore, Sengoku was convinced that this would serve to intimidate the elders even more, demonstrating that even an admiral of the Navy could be challenged. This breath, however, is something even the warring states cannot swallow. Warring states, you. The Black Three are enraged. Is this a grand spectacle of absurdity? I never anticipated that a dignified admiral of the Navy would resort to such blatant falsehoods. Akainu and Kizaru, could it be that you are both utterly oblivious? Black Three bellowed in anger. Humph, we are Navy admirals. We are not mere gossip mongers to monitor trivial matters like this. Akainu scoffed and turned to leave. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Next time, if false reports delay our Navy headquarters affairs, do not expect me to show mercy. Oh, I inadvertently dozed off a moment ago. Now that you inquire, I'm momentarily at a loss, Kizaru chuckled slyly. The hour is late, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. With that, Kizaru transformed into a flurry of dazzling lights, vanishing from sight. Such a convenient devil fruit ability elicited expressions of envy on many faces. Observing the two admirals who had suddenly withdrawn, Black Three's expression turned rigid, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. As a member of CP0, he had never felt so powerless. Glancing at the grim-faced Sengoku, he could only exclaim with anger, "Very well. I shall see how you explain this to the Gorosei. I will not concern myself with this matter any longer. If you wish to step aside, do so. Next time you meddle, announce your presence earlier so I do not waste my time." Bayou took a sip of his drink and spoke casually. You. Black Three was nearly seething with rage. However, faced with this unpredictable fourth admiral of the Navy, he clearly dared not act out. He was unwilling to risk his life to ascertain whether Bayou might suddenly draw his blade for a philosophical discussion. Most importantly, Magellan's unexpected presence before them contrasted sharply with the intelligence they had received. All right, Bayou, let us discuss this inside. Sengoku cast a glance at Black Three and proceeded toward the Impelled Down prison, accompanied by Garp and Fire Mountain. Despite the seemingly ludicrous dispute, they could not believe it was as simple as it appeared. Soon, the group entered the monitoring room. Once all the guards were dismissed, only Sengoku, Garp, and the others remained. The jovial expression that had adorned Garp's face vanished in an instant. Bayou, what transpired in Impelled Down just now? Garp could no longer contain his anxiety and spoke first. A grave look flickered across Sengoku's face as well. An hour ago, CP0 suddenly arrived to inform us of a riot on the 6th level of Impelled Down, and this incident is related to you. I genuinely worry that in your frenzy, you might release the prisoners on the 6th level to wreak havoc. Garp and Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, having witnessed Bayou's bloodthirsty and combative nature firsthand. Seeing the expectant faces of the others, Bayou helplessly rubbed his nose and said, "Ahem, I did indeed engage them. I initially had the intention, but I did not foresee the Gorosei coming to deliver themselves. This matter is better left for Magellan to explain. I find it tedious to repeat myself. Is drinking not more enjoyable?" With that, Bayou casually pulled out a bottle and began to drink again. Sengoku was rendered speechless. However, as Bayou suggested, it might indeed be more authoritative for Magellan to address this matter. Minutes later, within the monitoring room, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Sengoku's face darkened as he spoke coldly. "Magellan, is everything you have said true? The Gorosei orchestrated an assassination attempt against you through Shiryu of the Rain, simultaneously releasing the prisoners from the 6th level, intending to destroy Impelled Down and frame Bayou for it. Unfortunately, they underestimated Bayou and suffered significant losses. Furthermore, it was he who saved you from your injuries? Yes, had it not been for Admiral Bayou's intervention, I would likely have perished by now." Magellan replied solemnly, casting a glance at Bayou, who was preoccupied with his drink. "However, Admiral Sengoku, I am curious about your plans. The Gorosei will not likely relent easily. As the warden of Impelled Down, Magellan had always been deeply committed to his duties. He had never anticipated becoming a pawn to be discarded. Recalling Shiryu's blade made him shudder. Humph, indeed. This entire situation was instigated by the Gorosei. I must confront them personally. If they do not provide a reasonable explanation, they shall not escape my wrath." Garp's expression darkened as he roared in anger. Just as he was about to storm out, Sengoku reached out to stop him. "Garp, remain calm. Do not forget you are a Navy officer. Bayou, if you can trust me, allow me to handle this matter, and I will provide you with a reasonable answer." This time, the uprising at the City Grand Prison indeed exceeded Sengoku's expectations. However, what surprised Sengoku even more was the prowess displayed by Bayou. With his singular strength, he dismantled the schemes of the 5 Elder Stars and single-handedly quelled the insurrection on the 6th level. For this reason alone, Sengoku was decidedly displeased, as the 5 Elder Stars were creating obstacles that caused Bayou's relationship with the Marine headquarters to grow increasingly strained. Heh, Admiral Sengoku, you flatter me. In fact, I would prefer the 5 Elder Stars to send more people to trouble me. That way, I have a legitimate excuse to strike them down, Bayou remarked, taking a swig of his drink, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. In the eyes of others, such troublesome matters might be perceived as a nuisance. However, before the mightiest embodiment of the template system, Bayou found himself more concerned about the absence of a worthy adversary. Now that an opponent has presented themselves, one cannot help but embrace the opportunity. Magellan and Sengoku felt their facial muscles twitch involuntarily. Facing Bayou's response truly ignited an impulse to delve into his mind and uncover its structure. Yet, it was precisely this reply that allowed Sengoku to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. He and Garp were longtime comrades who had faced life and death together. Fully aware that if any discord were to arise in Bayou's mind, it would have dire consequences for Garp. Forcing Bayou into opposition against this unfathomable little monster was already a source of great concern for Sengoku. The thought of Garp, the old monster, potentially becoming an enemy was even more troubling. This is nothing short of a nightmare for the naval headquarters. However, with your reassurance, Bayou, I feel a sense of relief, Sengoku remarked, patting Bayou on the shoulder. I will take charge of the negotiations with the 5 elders. The remaining task requires your personal involvement. Once it is accomplished, the 5 elders will have no grounds for objection. If you are apprehensive, I can arrange for Vice Admiral Fire Mountain to accompany you. When the 5 elders recommended Bayou for the position of admiral, they presented 2 tasks, escorting the celestial gold and inviting the newly appointed warlords of the sea. In Sengoku's eyes, the only way to gain complete control over this matter is to effectively silence the 5 elders, thus allowing him to steer the overall situation. No need for that. Let Vice Admiral Fire Mountain accompany me. This presents a prime opportunity for combat. With him alongside, I would be constrained in unleashing my full potential. If there are no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Bayou promptly rejected the suggestion and turned to depart. With the system at his disposal, Bayou eagerly anticipated the arrival of challenges each day. This indeed represents his path to strength. Observing Bayou vanish at the corridor's end, Zhangguo sighed helplessly. As expected, conversing with this young man defies conventional reasoning. Nonetheless, the 5 elders are not to be underestimated. Their invitation to the 7 warlords appears devoid of clues. Yet we must remain vigilant to avoid any further missteps. Meanwhile, within the highest temple of Marineford, the 5 elders sat solemnly, gazing at the unexpected visitor below, their expressions darkening. Don Quixote da Flamingo, I did not anticipate your personal appearance before us. I had presumed you would never set foot in Marineford again, one elder remarked, his voice chilling as he brandished a katana. The other 4 regarded him with equal disdain. Their sentiments toward this former celestial dragon, now a pirate warlord, were far from favorable, especially since Da Flamingo held the greatest secret of the celestial dragons. Ah, one elder, there is no need for such formality. I have come this time to facilitate our upcoming arms deal, Da Flamingo replied with a sinister grin. Do not forget, the weapons you supplied to the kingdoms to resist the revolutionary army have passed through my hands. Having played the role of a jester for so long, I felt it was time for a visit. However, more than the arms deal, I am intrigued by the emergence of the 4th Admiral, the War Demon Bayou. I did not expect you, the 5 elders, to breach the established norm of 3 admirals and permit the rise of a 4th. I hear he has already severed Crocodile's arm and is now being escorted to impel down, a significant headline indeed. As he spoke, a more predatory smile spread across Doflamingo's face. After a brief pause, he continued, You do not intend to cultivate a 4th admiral to supplant us 7 warlords, do you? If that is the case, I fear I have been underestimated. His booming words echoed through the hall, creating an oppressive atmosphere. One elder scoffed, Doflamingo, are you afraid? Rest assured, this sea remains as we wish to see it, and that order shall not be disrupted. As for the position of the 7 warlords, you may continue to sit comfortably. That young boy has already been dealt with. By the end of today, there will be no 4th admiral. Only a new warden of Impel Down. A new warden? Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with interest. At his level of ambition, he could easily decipher the implications behind any statement. Just as he was about to respond, an urgent call from a transponder snail interrupted. Moshi Moshi, This is CP0, Black 3, requesting an emergency communication. The sudden call captured everyone's attention. One elder glanced at the transponder snail beside him and remarked, "Doflamingo, it seems fortune favors you. Intelligence has just arrived." Based on the timing, the unrest within impelled down is likely resolved. "Huh, you flatter me, one elder. If the 5 elders have personally intervened and cannot eliminate that young boy, I would begin to suspect that this is not the genuine 5 elders I am addressing." Doflamingo chuckled, subtly flattering them. He did not regard the Navy headquarters with much concern. However, he understood the need to treat the hidden 5 elders of the world government with due respect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Such matters, upon reflection, bring forth a sense of joy. Black 3. If you have something to convey, please do so without excessive verbiage. We are pressed for time to deal with trivialities. A monk connected through the transponder. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo could not help but hold his breath in anticipation, eager to learn of the methods the 5 elders employed to confront the Navy's 4th admiral. Yet, as this thought took root in his mind, a hurried voice resounded through the transponder. "Esteemed monk, grave news has emerged. Admiral Bayou has not only quelled the uprising on the 6th level but has also revived Magellan, who was assassinated by Rain's Shiru. The released inmates from the 6th level were brutally suppressed by Bayou, and even Rain's Shiru suffered the severing of both hands. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters, alongside Bayou, fabricated a narrative, allowing him the opportunity to eliminate 3 members of CP0. Our operation has incurred substantial losses. Bayou has departed from Impel Down to undertake his next mission." The urgent words reverberated within the Grand Hall, akin to an invisible hammer striking at the very depths of one's soul. The countenance of the 5 elders turned an ominous shade of iron gray. The monk nearly crushed the transponder in his grip, and Doflamingo's expression instantly soured. Initially, they believed the situation was almost certain to succeed, only to find themselves inadvertently stepping on the horse's leg while attempting to flatter it. Through the succinct report, Doflamingo swiftly deduced the entire sequence of events. It seems the 5 elders' methods remain as ruthlessly cunning as ever. However, the thought that Bayou is not detained within Impel Down suggests an inevitable encounter in the future. This elicited a wry smile from Doflamingo. In his eyes, neither influence nor strength could possibly compare to Crocodile. "Well, what shall we do now? I have heard that Bayou is tasked with inviting the new warlords of the sea after leaving Impel Down. Should we intercept him in advance?" Haikusan spoke once more. Truly a bunch of inept fools, unable to even manage a trivial matter." A monk's expression darkened as he roared in anger. However, he was swiftly halted by Depusu, who reached out from behind. "Enough, monk. This time, we have underestimated that little brat. I did not expect him to extricate himself from such a deadlock. Yet, do not forget, the warlord candidates we arranged for him to invite are not to be trifled with. If he indeed goes, given his temperament, he may find himself in grave danger." "The new warlord of the sea?" Doflamingo paused, completely taken aback. He had not anticipated that the elders would already assign a mission to invite the new warlords so soon after Crocodile's arrest. The sensation of being merely a tool indeed left Doflamingo feeling rather displeased. However, in the presence of the newly appointed warlord of the sea, he could not help but chuckle as he remarked, I never anticipated that you, the Gorosei, would exhibit such efficiency. It seems that should I encounter trouble in the future, you will swiftly find a replacement. Yet, I am quite curious about who you have chosen to succeed that Sand Crocodile fellow. If the individual strength is lacking, it may lower the standards of the warlords. Furthermore, might you enlighten me regarding the crisis you mentioned?" Observing Doflamingo's sudden curiosity, Dapples coldly replied after disconnecting the transponder snail, "Doflamingo, you are not in a position to inquire about such matters. Nevertheless, in the spirit of collaboration, I shall indulge you this once. That young lad is currently on a mission to invite Ace of the Spade Pirates. However, given your extensive intelligence network, you are undoubtedly aware of the trouble Ace has stirred up recently in the individuals pursuing him. As a member of the Navy, encountering that individual may prove perilous." "Ace?" Doflamingo paused, well aware of the rising notoriety of this pirate supernova. He had indeed heard whispers of the so-called trouble not long ago. If Bayou were truly to pursue Ace, it was likely they would cross paths. Indeed, experience prevails. The Gorosei scheme seemed to unfold in relentless waves. The real spectacle is yet to come. 3 days later, a warship cut through the waves, trailed by a significantly larger vessel. Unlike Bayou's ship, which proudly displayed the crimson flag denoting the rank of admiral. The vessel behind bore a flag adorned with a pink heart. Were Sengoku present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. This vessel belongs to Admiral Candidate Momotori Cheyenne. Unlike the full admirals and vice admirals, there are only 2 admiral candidates within the Navy headquarters. Prior to Bayou's appearance, they represented those closest to the rank of admiral, possessing power second only to the strongest forces. Consequently, their responsibilities included monitoring the movements of the 4 emperors to prevent turmoil in the seas. It was rather unusual for them to appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Tina, you troublesome individual, what have you brought upon us? Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the 2 unwelcome figures on the deck, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Earlier that day, Bayou and his companions were navigating the ocean when they unexpectedly encountered the fleet led by Momotori. What they initially thought would be a simple crossing turned into an unforeseen situation when Momotori rushed aboard with her sword drawn, demanding to challenge Bayou. Faced with such an unsolicited challenge, Smoker assumed Bayou would readily accept it. To his astonishment, Bayou disregarded the challenge entirely and chose instead to indulge in his drink. Bayou, during my absence from the Navy headquarters, I am unaware of the happenings and do not wish to know what has transpired. However, I do hope you will accept my challenge. Otherwise, Cheyenne will be unable to swallow this humiliation. Should you agree to my challenge, I can provide you with intelligence on Fire Fist Ace, Momotori stated solemnly. As an admiral candidate and one of the rare women in the headquarters, Momotori had exerted considerable effort to attain her position. She had thought the gap to the admirals was merely a matter of paperwork, never anticipating the sudden emergence of a new admiral. In an instant, all eyes were upon Bayou. Stretching lazily, he flashed a bloodthirsty smile and replied, I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall manage the intelligence on my own. As for the challenge, let us postpone it. I have no desire to damage my ship. You. Momotori was momentarily speechless. It had always been she who turned down others. She never imagined she would be repeatedly rejected by a man. Yet, as she gazed toward the rapidly approaching Brown Island, she decided to pause her invitation to battle. She was curious about how this new admiral intended to locate Fire Fist Ace. Observing Momotori's sudden quietness, Bayou followed the coastline and vaguely noticed a multitude of pirate ships moored in the harbor, along with some passing merchant vessels. The vibrancy of this area, though perhaps not matching that of the Sabedi archipelago, was nonetheless noteworthy within this maritime region. Well then, it's getting late. I must disembark now. Please wait for me here, Bayou said, retracting his observation haki and leaping onto a secluded rocky shore to make his landing. Momotori was momentarily taken aback by Bayou's choice to take the less traveled path. However, determined to uncover how Bayou planned to find Fire Fist Ace, she gritted her teeth and followed him. But as soon as she reached the shore, she collided directly with Bayou, her momentum causing her to bump into his back. The soft, fluffy sensation caused Bayou to raise his eyebrows slightly. Truly, she was the goddess of the Navy headquarters. You little lecher, why did you suddenly stop? Taotu's cheeks flushed involuntarily, and she quickly stepped aside, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Bayou swiftly collected his thoughts and shot her a glance, saying, Who told you to follow me? If you wish to accompany me, then remove your clothes. Remove my clothes? Taotu was momentarily taken aback. After so many years in the Navy, who would dare to speak so brazenly to her? Gazing at the infuriating 4th Admiral before her, she could not help but contemplate reprimanding him. A white cloak suddenly flew towards her. Put this on. I am here to gather intelligence, not to stroll about. If you are unwilling, then you may return. Bayou replied nonchalantly, observing the faint blush creeping onto Taotu's cheeks. Why are you blushing? Surely, you do not misinterpret such matters. Indeed, a woman's imagination often surpassed that of a man's. Taotu was left speechless. The men she typically encountered were all excessively flattering, treating her with utmost reverence. Only Bayou dared to defy convention, leaving her utterly flustered. However, before Taotu could gather her thoughts, Bayou had already set off once more. The streets were filled with the sounds of vendors, and numerous pirates could be seen, particularly in the bustling taverns. Pirates, who bore their bounties like badges, lived on the edge, constantly flirting with death. Perhaps in the next moment, they might lose their lives. Yet most chose to indulge in the moment. Bayou, where exactly are you headed? Ji Yuan, donning the cloak, hurriedly followed, unable to restrain her curiosity as she observed Bayou's aimless wandering. This is a gathering place for pirates. To find the Black Spade pirates here is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If you are truly at a loss, You could simply ask for my help instead of flailing about aimlessly. As a candidate for admiral, Ji Yuan had considerable experience and had encountered numerous islands like this one. She looked down upon Bayou's seemingly haphazard approach. No need for that. You will soon learn whether I can find them. Bayou lifted his gaze towards the largest tavern at the end of the street. In the vast ocean, seeking a person's whereabouts was no small feat. Taverns, where pirates congregated, served as the most opportune places for gathering intelligence. He was determined to uncover Ace's location. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The tavern, teeming with patrons, was shrouded in shadows, with the raucous clamor of robust conversations incessantly filling the air. It appeared that this time, I had indeed found the right venue, a splendid locale for gathering intelligence. This tavern primarily caters to pirates. In addition to selling various beverages, it also exploits these pirates to gather intelligence. The arrival of Bayou and his companion, amidst the chaotic scene, undoubtedly felt out of place, particularly Ji Yuan, draped in a long robe that concealed her voluptuous figure, yet her graceful silhouette remained unmistakably evident. She quickly became the center of attention, captivating the gaze of all present, causing many to draw in their breath heavily. Indeed, the age-old adage of beauty brings disaster holds true. In an instant, the tavern was filled with the sound of whistles from onlookers. Ah, a rare guest. I wonder if the young man is here for a drink or has other intentions, purred a mature woman at the bar, clad in a black gown. Her lips painted a striking red, her long black hair cascading elegantly. If you intend to book a room for certain services, we offer that as well. What kind? Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but glance at Bayou. However, she quickly recognized her lapse in decorum, dismissing the youthful embarrassment that had momentarily clouded her. She realized that since her interactions with Bayou began, perhaps due to his teasing, her demeanor had softened, her blush becoming more pronounced. Most importantly, her thoughts had begun to drift towards more suggestive interpretations of situations. These subtle intentions went unnoticed by Bayou, who chose to disregard everyone and approached the raven-haired woman directly. I apologize, but I currently do not offer other services. I am here merely to inquire about some information. Inquire about information? The dark-haired lady displayed a look of surprise and remarked, so it turns out you are a distinguished guest. I am Sally. May I ask how to address you, young gentleman? He replied casually, accepting the rum she offered and nonchalantly downing it without a change in expression. I wish to know the whereabouts of the Spade Pirates. Please provide me with a price. The Spade Pirates information? The enchanting woman momentarily froze, her expression one of astonishment. Bayou furrowed his brow and said, "What's the matter? Is it that your establishment is too modest to handle this transaction? Or are you concerned that I may lack the means to compensate you for your services? If that is the case, it seems I have overestimated your capabilities." The enchanting woman paused momentarily, her expression slightly faltering, as the three burly men behind her advanced with stern faces. However, she swiftly intervened, playfully smiling as she poured a drink for Bayou. "You are quite straightforward, and I find that quality in a man rather appealing. If you have the time, I have many things I would like to discuss with you. But seeing that you seem to be a man in haste, let us dispense with trivialities. We certainly possess intelligence regarding the Black Spade Pirates. Yet, their current situation is somewhat precarious if you wish to locate them. It will cost you at least 80 million berries. 80 million berries? Ji Yuan's expression shifted, her voice rising in urgency. Are you running a black market? Is the information on a supernova worth 80 million berries? That's extortion. Ah, so this sister is not merely blushing. She is also aware of the value of information. Sally replied with a sultry smile. However, this intelligence pertains to the whereabouts of the Yonko, Whitebeard, and thus holds considerable worth. Straightforward? You. Ji Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Initially, she had not contemplated the notion of being straightforward, but now, after a subtle prompt, her mind raced with unspeakable images. Is it related to Whitebeard? Bayou inquired, raising an eyebrow. As a reincarnator, he had anticipated that Whitebeard would extend an olive branch to Ace. However, he had not expected Whitebeard to act so swiftly. Clearly, his presence had already made a significant impact on the world of the seas, and subsequent events would likely unfold differently. My dear, here is the intelligence scroll. Do you desire it? Shall we settle in cash or through bank transfer? Sally asked with a seductive smile. However, I must inform you in advance. While I am selling you this information, I cannot guarantee that Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will remain in one place for long. You are well aware of such rules. Are you not? Bayou was already familiar with these so-called rules. If 80 million were to be exchanged for the information regarding Fire Fist Ace, it might not seem worthwhile. However, considering Whitebeard as well, the price was not unreasonable. After downing his drink in one gulp, Bayou stated, "I have no objections to this price, but I do not possess that much berries." "What?" Sally's alluring demeanor faltered slightly, her expression revealing displeasure. "Are you wasting my time? If that is the case, I wouldn't mind having someone escort you out." The two burly men who had been restrained earlier stepped forward once more. Yet, as they moved, Bayou indicated toward a towering pirate behind him. In the next moment, his words sent a jolt through the air. "I believe his head should command such a price." Bayou glanced toward the center of the crowd. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to gasp in shock. Even Sally, standing at the bar, paled slightly and urged, "If you are not sincerely trading, it would be wise to leave quickly. This individual is not someone you can provoke, and I have no desire to jeopardize my business." Bayou had already taken stock of the tavern upon his entrance. The imposing figure of a brawny man, adorned with wolf tattoos and sporting a vibrant red buzz cut, not only indulged in teasing Peach Rabbit, but also held the notable distinction of being the most wanted pirate in this vicinity. In the naval bounty notices, Bayou had encountered his profile, Wolf Ode, with a staggering bounty of 120 million. Most significantly, he bore another identity as one of the pirates under the Beast Pirates. This single affiliation was sufficient to grant him the audacity to traverse the first half of the Grand Line with impunity. Consequently, upon the utterance of Bayou's words, the previously boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence. Before long, uproarious laughter filled the air. "Haha, Boss Ode, did you hear that? This little brat dares to set his sights on your bounty. He has no idea how many bounty hunters have perished over such matters. Boss Ode, weren't you just saying you wanted to claim that woman following the brat for yourself? Now he has the audacity to target you. We have the perfect excuse to make a move against him. Boys, come with me. Let us assist the boss in seizing the woman." The atmosphere erupted. Over 100 individuals plunged into a frenzy of howls and roars. Some even drew their weapons, prepared to resort to violence at a moment's notice. The expression on Chi Yuan's face turned grim as she grasped the hilt of her blade at her waist. As a candidate for admiral, she had never been so openly disdained. "You are a woman who follows me. Allow me to handle this," Bayou remarked with a bloodthirsty grin, taking a swig of his drink. "Miss Sally, this bounty is worth 120 million. For you, it represents a substantial profit. Could it be that your background is insufficient, rendering you too timid to accept this challenge? This tavern, apart from peddling information, primarily serves as a hub for the exchange of bounties on heads. In this vast ocean, not everyone is a bounty hunter or possesses an official standing. Rather, there exists a multitude of pirates who, after slaying their adversaries, find themselves unable to redeem the severed heads at the naval branch. They must rely on these taverns as intermediaries to obtain their rewards. However, these establishments impose a certain percentage as a fee proportional to the bounty's value. A bounty of 120 million yields a profit of 40 million. A substantial sum indeed for such a remote tavern. Sally's pretty face momentarily clouded with hesitation, leaving her unable to respond. Meanwhile, Oder, still nursing his drink, darkened his expression and said, "Sally, inform that young boy that while the bounty trade is indeed accepted, he must possess the capability to claim it. Do not be reckless in your bravado. One may regret losing their life in the heat of the moment." His words reverberated throughout the tavern. 100 pirates present stood up with keen interest, eager to witness whether the inexperienced youth before them would abandon the woman and flee in solitude. "My apologies. It seems I have been underestimated once more," Bayou said with a bloodthirsty grin. "Come at me all at once. I have no time to waste on you." Madness. He must be out of his mind. Those present, including Sally, were taken aback by Bayou's response, questioning whether the youth was indeed insane. He was fully aware of the connection between his adversaries and one of the four emperors, the Beast Pirates. Yet he dared to provoke them repeatedly in such a public setting. This is madness. Is there some hidden confidence behind this? Nevertheless, facing Bayou's persistent insistence, Sally exhaled deeply and spoke, "Young man, what you are about to do has nothing to do with me. Similarly, if you end up being killed here while playing the hero, that also bears no relevance to me." "Understood," Bayou replied with a smile. Such a response indicated that the deal had been struck, contingent upon retrieving the bounty of 12 million for the head. What a bold little rascal, daring to flaunt heroism before Captain Ode, then let him meet his demise. A pirate charged forward first, followed closely by 3 others, all drawing their blades as they surged towards Bayou. In the brief span of mere meters, They closed in with lightning speed. The blade, glinting ominously as it was raised overhead, swung down with devastating force towards Bayou. The sudden strike sent shockwaves through everyone present, particularly upon witnessing Bayou seemingly frozen in shock and standing still. Many faces revealed a hint of sardonic amusement, as if anticipating the imminent demise of this audacious young man. Bang! The dull thud of metal colliding abruptly reverberated through the air. The blade, shimmering with cold light, struck forcefully against Bayou's shoulder. However, the sparks that erupted caused the eyes of all onlookers to widen in disbelief. Even the wolfish Captain Ode tightened his grip on his wine glass, his expression turning grave. The four pirates who had attacked felt an overwhelming sense of being trapped in their own folly. "Are you merely attempting to tickle me?" Bayou grinned wickedly. "Though you lack the qualifications for a true battle, these bothersome flies should still perish." Buzz! The gleaming blades in the hands of the four suddenly erupted with a piercing whistle. In the next moment, without any warning, they flew from their grips, slicing through the air towards the pirates' necks. Splatter! Vivid crimson sprayed forth, causing the pirates present to gasp in horror. The room filled with a series of sharp intakes of breath as the four heads fell to the ground. The once menacing blades, now mere instruments of death, were thrust into the ground beside them. This seemingly intricate scene transpired in the briefest of moments. When they finally regained their composure, they realized that Bayou had simply glared at them, and they had met their end. Standing behind Bayou, Ji Yuan's expression shifted slightly. She had come with a heart full of discontent, intending to challenge this newly appointed fourth admiral. Initially, she believed Bayou had merely used his connections to Rear Admiral Karp to secure his position. After witnessing Bayou's bizarre display of skill, however, a flicker of doubt began to creep into her mind. Could it be that this fourth admiral of the Navy was truly formidable? "You dare to kill my men. You are courting death." Captain Ode, momentarily stunned, erupted into a furious roar. Crushing the glass in his hand, he withdrew a serrated blade from his side. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged at Bayou with swift strides. The nearly 2-meter-long, menacing serrated blade cut through the air with a chilling whoosh, aimed directly at Bayou. "Young man, I shall show you what it means to be a pirate worth over 100 million. Prepare to die." Bang! The massive blade crashed into Bayou with tremendous force, seemingly striking him down to the ground. A single strike to kill? The onlookers erupted with joyous disbelief. Yet, they quickly witnessed the astonishing sight of Bayou, who had initially appeared to be slain, rapidly dissipating like a shattered mirror. As they gazed upon this surreal scene, a preposterous thought flickered through their minds. This is an afterimage. Oda suddenly awakened. With no time to ponder, he quickly turned to look behind him. The serrated blade he wielded sliced through the air with a chilling sound, descending upon Bayou with fierce intent. Bang! 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 The relentless flurry of strikes fell like a tempest. Unfortunately, each blow barely reached its target before Bayou evaded with the grace of willow catkins, slipping away unscathed. After dozens of strikes, everything around had been obliterated by Oda's onslaught, yet Bayou remained untouched in his stance. This bizarre scene rendered the atmosphere thick with